Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. End. I'm truly grateful for all the love and support. It feels amazing to see so many people enjoying my products and choosing to buy them. Your support means everything to me, and if you haven't checked them out yet, now's the perfect time to see what everyone's loving. Chapter 1. So impressive. Is this the Spiritual Arts Academy? Siridi. In a huge square. Densely packed freshmen rubbed shoulders and looked at the school in front of them with curious and amazed eyes. Most of them are from Siridi, and a few are from Rukonga. They are all the best among their peers. Only those who meet the age and ability standards can be admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy. After the Ryutsu test, we will be divided into classes. It would be great if we could go to the first class. Someone whispered. Watching each new student step forward and touch the Ryutsu ball under the guidance of the examiner. I couldn't help but feel nervous. This is a fateful moment. Only when Ryutsu reaches a certain level can you be assigned to Class 1 and enjoy the best education. Otherwise, you can only be assigned to Class 2. Class 1. If you perform well, you can go to Gotei 13 right after graduation, or even hold an official position. Class 2. The treatment is much worse. You may not be able to meet the conditions to join Gotei 13 until you graduate. Matsumoto, Ryutsu Level 3, assigned to Class 2. Matsuoka, Ryutsu Level 4, assigned to Class 2. Maiwako, Ryutsu Level 8, assigned to Class 1. Above. The examiner announced the test results and class placement results expressionlessly. The students were either happy or sad. But there was no objection. After all, only 30% of students can enter Class 1 every year. Ryutsu. Levels 0 to 10 are just ordinary trash fish. Level 11 to 20 can serve as chief officer or deputy captain. Level 21 to 30 is the captain level, and is also a strong player in Soul Society. In previous years, most of the freshmen are in the 3rd or 4th level. Those who are above level 10 are the best. The entry threshold for Class 1 is level 5, and the best among students are selected. Now, in the square, several people gathered together. The temperament of someone born in a high position made the new students around him involuntarily leave a large open space. Everyone was talking quietly. Look at the center with awe. The young master of the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kuchiki. The princess of the Shihaorin family, Shihaorin Yoriyuki. Shihaorin Yoriyuki's friend, Urahara Kisuke. Kukaki and Shihaorin are both among the 4 nobles of Soul Society. 4 commoners and minor nobles like them, they are all unattainable. I always feel that I shouldn't stand with you. Urahara Kisuke still wears the familiar clog hat. He gently pressed down the brim of his hat, looked at the eyes around him, and twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. After all, he is also a well-known genius. But staying with these 2 people feels like a gift, and the halo is sucked away by them. Hey, don't worry, these are all beautiful misunderstandings. If it weren't for Byakuya's brother, Byakuya, and I wouldn't have the chance to go to school here. Shihaorin Yoriyuki, with purple tights on his chest, laughed, and patted Urahara Kisuke hard on the shoulder. Then he looked at Byakuya Kuchiki with a stinking face. Byakuya, why hasn't your brother come yet? Snort. Don't mention that guy to me. Byakuya Kuchiki has a stern face, and underneath his jet black hair, he has an ordinary handsome face. I heard the word brother. His face became a little more foul-smelling, and he looked full of resentment. He won't give up on the first day of school. Yoriyuki said with a smile, no matter how good he is still the eldest brother in our aristocratic circle. He'll come over after he's had enough to drink in Flower Street. I really envy Kukaki Qianye. He just enjoys life. Who can be happier than him? Urahara pinched the brim of her hat and smiled. Kukaki Qianye. The head of the 4 nobles. The eldest son of the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kuchiki's elder brother. He is also the recognized eldest brother in the aristocratic circle. 2.5 years. Have been lingering in Flower Street. Getting drunk is the norm. I haven't even attended a single lesson of the aristocratic elite education course. The teachers were helpless, and in the end they couldn't bear the torture and just went on strike. The teachers all ran away. Elite education exists in name only. So much so that Byakuya Kuchiki and Chihaorin Yoryuaki were affected. Then, the Kukaki family decided. Kukaki Qianye, as well as nobles of his age, were crammed into the Spiritual Arts Academy. After all, Spiritual Arts Academy is directly affiliated with Gotei 13, and captain-level figures often visit the school as guest teachers. The quality of teaching cannot be said. Even Yamamoto Genri Yusai occasionally visits the school. The Kukaki family didn't believe it. Under the nose of Mr. Yuan Liuzai, what else can Kukaki Qianye do? Now, in the corner, a young man with square-framed glasses, a sunny and handsome appearance, and a faint smile that always appeared at the corner of his mouth stood under the tree. Aizen-kun, the Ryutsu test is about to begin. The female classmate reminded in a low voice. Thanks. Aizen nodded slightly, and his warm smile made the little girl blush. Byakuya Kuchiki, Ryutsu level 18, assigned to class 1. Urahara Kisuke, Ryutsu level 16, assigned to class 1. Chihaorin Yoryuaki, Ryutsu level 18, is assigned to class 1. Above. The examiner was shocked and his fingers were trembling slightly. The students below also exploded, and buzzing discussions could be heard. Among these freshmen who are generally in the 3rd or 4th level of Ryutsu, these 3 are undoubtedly monsters. Byakuya, Yoryuaki, Urahara, and others looked expressionless. This kind of result is expected. It's Aizen's turn to test. He just caressed Ryutsu's balls calmly and slowly released Ryutsu. Unlike Byakuya Kuchiki and others who go all out, the Ryutsu test is as simple as breathing for him, without any consumption. Level 10. Far from his limit. Aizen Sosuke, Ryutsu level 10, assigned to class 1. This result. Although he is also a genius. But after experiencing Byakuya and Yoryuaki's perverts, everyone's acceptance level is higher. It didn't make any waves. Why? Why hasn't Qianye come yet? Yoryuaki held his chin, frowned and looked at the school gate. The test is almost over. This is a school founded by Captain Yamamoto, and there are always captain-level figures in charge. If you skip class on the first day, you'll be in trouble. What the hell? Byakuya Kuchiki turned his head away, his face as cold as an iceberg. Don't be so cold, he is your big brother after all. Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. But right now. Brush. All around, a breeze blew. A handsome young man wearing a plaid shirt, smelling of alcohol and with 2 bright red lip marks on his face suddenly appeared. Waved at Byakuya and others from a distance. Chapter 2. Next moment. A strong hand pressed Byakuya's shoulder, and the strong smell of alcohol made Byakuya Kuchiki put on a mask of pain. Wearing a plaid shirt, he stood out among the simple school uniforms around him. A frivolous and carefree voice sounded. My stupid brother. Come on, brother, let me show you something good. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly and took out a bottle of oolong tea color liquid. When I opened the lid, a pungent smell of alcohol hit my face. Leave me alone. The face of the family has been completely disgraced by you. Byakuya Kuchiki snorted coldly, and the 2 lip marks on Kukaki Qianye's cheek made him look livid even more. A pair of eyes that completely turned into looking at garbage. Then the body shook. However, Qianye's palm was like a heavy mountain, holding him firmly in place. Even if Byakuya uses his full strength, it's like a bug sealed in amber, unable to move an inch. Hateful. You can't be proud for long. You have always been willing to let yourself down, so what qualifications do you have to inherit the Kukaki family? Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Qianye fiercely and clenched his fists tightly. Original. My brother is the peak that I can only look up to, the first heir of the Kukaki family. But everything has changed since 2.5 years ago. Genius falls to earth. Drinking in the street every day. I never took a class or drew a knife again. The dissuasion from his family or himself was ignored by Kukaki Qianye. Now, Byakuya Kuchiki was already disheartened. Since my brother doesn't work hard, then he will bear the glory of the Kukaki family. Tisk, Don't be so cold. Kukaki Qianye didn't care and let go of his hand. Papa. With a straight face, Byakuya Kuchiki patted the dust on his shoulder, which was exactly where Qianye had just touched. Depravity is contagious. Am I a germ? Kukaki Qianye didn't care and took 2 sips of oolong tea. He has long been used to his brother's slender head. In the original work, Byakuya Kuchiki also attaches great importance to such things as rules. That's oolong tea, right? Yoryuki's eyes glazed over. Urahara Kisuke's mouth twitched slightly. I'm afraid your brain is broken. When did the drink in Brother Qianye's hand drop below 50 degrees? In aristocratic circles, there is a consensus. Just never drink the drink Qianye hands you. Oh, what a pity. I only brought 1 bottle this time, otherwise I could still let you enjoy it. Qianye drank it in several gulps. He sighed and threw away the empty bottle. Ha, ha ha, let's not bother Brother Qianye. Yoryuki and Urahara smiled awkwardly. Kukaki Qianye. The reason why he is in the aristocratic circle is that he is the eldest brother of his peers. Not just because the Kukaki family is the head of the 4 noble families. The most important thing is his strength that far exceeds that of his peers. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even fallen geniuses. That is also their current, unattainable existence. Who is that drunkard? The freshman onlookers looked confused, looking at Kukaki Qianye, who was hanging out with Byakuya, Yoryuki, and others. A sexy floral shirt, coupled with the distinctive lip marks on the face. Although he is very handsome, he gives people an extremely frivolous and decadent feeling. Only the new student Shiba Kyan, who was also a high-class noble, sighed and explained, he is the eldest son of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Qianye. Seoul society's first genius in 1,000 years. Ryotsu's training progress far exceeds that of his peers, and he reached the captain level a few years ago. He is even called the Shinigami who has the best chance of being promoted to the 0 division. Pity. 2.5 years ago, Kukaki Qianye, who was originally practicing hard, went crazy and wandered around the flower street all day long. I haven't even attended a single lesson of the aristocratic elite education course. Zanpakutō are gathering dust at home. The genius with a bright future suddenly became a famous playboy in the aristocratic circle. Pity. If this kind of talent were given to me. The freshmen shook their heads and stared at Kukaki Qianye with envious eyes. Have this talent? They can't wait to practice 24 hours a day and 24 hours a day. Become a captain or a high-ranking official as soon as possible, and honor your ancestors. This Qianye is better. Such a good talent. Eat, drink and have fun every day. Addicted to Flower Street. This is so cool. No, it's such a waste. Eisen is still peaceful in the years. Stand far aside and be a quiet, handsome man with a bookish air. The noise in the field couldn't make any waves in his heart. And Kukaki Qianye. It's about hooking up with Urahara. Lazy eyes looked at the freshmen of this class. Shihaorin Yoryuki. A dark-skinned beauty with a cheerful personality who likes to play pranks. Specializing in white hits and shunpo, he is known as Flash Goddess Yoryuki. He is also one of the 4 nobles, the head of the 20th second generation of the Shihaorin family, and later became the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile team. Urahara Kisuke. The familiar clog hat outfit. He has a humorous personality and is also responsible for the intelligence in the original work. Even Eisen admits that he is the only being in Seoul society who surpasses him in terms of intelligence. In the later period, it was also one of the 5 special combat powers marked by the Invisible Empire. The endless means that emerge one after another make it difficult to guard against. Byakuya Kuchiki. A beautiful boy who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Later, he married Hijin as his wife, and she was also the sister of the heroine Rukia Kukaki. The head of the 4 nobles, the young master of the Kukaki family, and the captain of the 6th division behind him. As for further afield, it was a man leaning under a tree, wearing square glasses and an elegant look. Under the plain appearance, hidden indifference to everything in the world. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly. Aizen Sosuke. the most charming villain boss in the original work. Later, it was also one of the 5 special combat powers. One force can bring down 10. No matter how skilled you are, you will have to bow down before the overwhelming Ryutsu. And Kyoka Suijutsu is just the icing on the cake. It can be said. It's not Kyoka Suijutsu who's stronger, it's Eisen. Others, although there are some original characters. But compared with these 4 people, both in terms of fame and strength, there is a huge gap. Shiba Kyan, although one of the 5 early nobles, is the head of the Shiba family. It's a pity that the family has long since declined. The 5 nobles became the current 4 nobles. He himself had already played a role before the main storyline started, and his real strength was only at the level of vice-captain. Kukaki Qianye. Above. The examiner read his name. Chapter 3. Ha! Qianye looked back at everyone. He yawned and walked towards the stage. His steps were shaky and he looked like he had drunk a lot. I don't know what level he has reached now. Shihaoran Yoriyuki looked at Qianye's back solemnly. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. 2.5 years ago, he was the captain. Urahara said softly. Even if he's stagnant, he's the best freshman. Hehe. Sooner or later I will surpass him. Byakuya Kuchiki sneered. However, his eyes were still fixed on Qianye, waiting for the final result. Lord Yuajawa, why are you here in person? In the lounge. The reception staff stood respectfully. A woman as gentle as water gently put down the teacup. Of course it's the captain's request. Anohanaretsu smiled slightly. The captain of Gotei 13 comes to the Spiritual Arts Academy as a guest teacher every once in a while. Taught for a while. This time. It was her turn. The flower of Mao passes through the curtain, and everything in the outside world comes into view. Among all students, there were only 5 people, who were as eye-catching as the bright moon in the night sky. Even if the Ryutsu in the body is not fully released, one can feel how powerful they are. Urahara Kisuke. Byakuya Kuchiki. Shihaoran Yoriyuki. Aizen Sosuke. And Kukaki Qianye, which is about to begin testing. The quality of students this year is ridiculously high. In previous years, there were only 1 or 2 geniuses above level 10 at most. This time, including Kukaki Qianye, there are 5 people. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly. Before coming, Captain Yuen Liuzai gave the order. The students of this class are somewhat special, including princesses and young masters from noble families. While the quality of students is higher, it also means that they are more difficult to discipline. Spiritual Arts Academy. You must also show your own strength. Let those nobles know that the teaching at Spiritual Arts Academy is no worse than the teaching at the so-called noble elites. Buzz. Qianye followed the examiner's instructions and put his hand on the Ryutsu ball. Suddenly, the Ryutsu ball flashes crazily, and its value rises crazily. It was like a thermometer placed in volcanic lava that reached its maximum value in an instant. Then it exploded with a bang. Debris flew everywhere, reflecting the examiner's dull eyes. Besides Eisen, Byakuya is one of the few people. The other freshmen half knelt on the ground with a pop sound, and some were even overwhelmed, and their bones were rattling. This Ryutsu. Shiba Kyan's legs were weak, he was sweating profusely, and his face was a little distorted. Is this a new student? Is this really a new student? Enormous Ryutsu is like a vast ocean, crushing everything and annihilating everything. They felt like ants at the foot of a mountain, only to be crushed into powder in an instant. This is a complete gap in strength. No amount of skill can make up for it. Brother Qianye. This is not just captain level. This has reached the limit of captain. Only a Ryutsu who has reached level 30 can crush the Ryutsu ball. Yoriyuki, Urahara, Byakuya, all looked dull. Captain Ultimate Ryutsu. Even they feel like a huge mountain is weighing on them and they are struggling. 2.5 years ago, Kukaki Yoriyuki has just entered the captain level, and the 21st level Ryutsu has already become the most brilliant genius in the entire Soul Society. But now, why is he so decadent? Ryutsu did not retreat but advanced, reaching level 30, which is even more terrifying. Not sure. Not understand. You know, if you practice step by step, it will take hundreds of years for even a talented Shinigami to reach this level. Hehe. It seems that the idea of surpassing my eldest brother is still too taken for granted. The corners of Yoriyuki and Urahara's mouths twitched slightly. If before, when they saw Kukaki Qianye so decadent, they still had the idea of overtaking in a corner. So now, the test results gave them a heavy blow. Your big brother is your big brother after all. No, it's impossible. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils shrank violently, his fingers inserted into his hair, and he unconsciously kneaded it into a ball. The good-for-nothing brother he has always been. My brother, who only knows how to eat, sleep, and drink, is progressing in practice faster than me? How can this be? Byakuya Kuchiki has doubted life. Now, under the maple tree, Aizen looked at Kukaki Qianye, who was swaying and looking like a drunkard. Frowned slightly. Then unfold. You're not nearly enough. Aizen whispered softly, his eyes cold and lonely. Ryotsu, at the peak of his captaincy, could only let him take one more look, that's all. And the lounge. Intelligence. Anohanaretsu held out his hand. The intelligence officer on the side handed over Kukaki Qianye's dossier respectfully. At the age of 100, he became captain and became the first genius of Soul Society. 2.5 years ago, for some unknown reason, I indulged in drinking an S***X, and neglected my spiritual practice. There is no abnormality in the file. In the past 2.5 years, Kukaki Qianye has not shown any trace of spiritual practice. But why? His Ryotsu, growing so rapidly? Anohanaretsu stared closely at Kukaki Qianye, who was swaying like a drunken man in the field, and frowned slightly. The Ryotsu ball explodes. It means that the limit of Ryotsu ball is level 30, but it does not mean that Kukaki Qianye is only level 30. Ryotsu. Levels 1 to 10 are trash fish. Level 11 to 20 can enter Gotei 13 and serve as chief officer. Level 21 to 30, can serve as captain, without Shikai, and to the extent of Bankai. Wool Bankai. This is also the biggest difference between the captain and the miscellaneous fish. After all, Shikai and Bankai. It can increase a person's strength several times or even 10 times. And Kukaki Qianye. Ryotsu, who is at least level 30, if he knows Bankai, can directly assume the position of captain. Could it be that he hid his strength 2.5 years ago? Anohanaretsu whispered softly. Even she couldn't help but sigh, the future life is terrible. But if he is allowed to deteriorate, no matter how good his talent is, it will be wasted. Think of this. Anohanaretsu caresses the Zanpakutō handle. The intelligence officer on the side was shaking like chaff, with big drops of cold sweat falling from his body. What happened? Why is the air in this lounge suddenly so biting? Now, outside, the examiner looked at Kukaki Qianye tremblingly, his legs trembling. He is only level 18. Feeling the captain level Ryotsu at such a close distance already made him sweat. Victory is achieved without kneeling on the ground in public. Kukaki Qianye, assigned to Class 1. Kukaki Qianye nodded with a smile, turned and left. Chapter 4. Previous life. Kukaki Qianye is a blue star person. Shinigami animation even accompanied his childhood. Now, it has been more than 100 years since I traveled to the Shinigami world. Good luck at the start. He became the eldest son of the Kukaki family, and even Byakuya Kuchiki was his stinking younger brother. He practiced hard and showed great talent, and may even be admitted to the Zero Division in the future. But Kukaki Qianye knows it. The water in the Shinigami world is very deep. No matter how hard you practice, you may even join Team Zero. Compared with Aizen Sosuke, Iwak, and later Kurosaki Ichigo, they are nothing to mention. Every one of those perverts is one that breaks the limits. This life. I am a serious Shinigami, but I don't have the hybrid pervert talent of Kurosaki Ichigo. No matter how hard he works, he can reach the level of Mr. Genryusai at most, which is also the limit of the Shinigami species. Not to mention, Old man Yuan Liuzai died in the battle. End. There are only 100 years left before the main plot begins, and there is no time for self-cultivation. When Eisen causes trouble and the Invisible Empire invades, he is at best a captain-level figure, and there is a high probability that he will receive a box lunch. Fortunately, I can cheat. Enjoy the life system. As long as you enjoy life, you can become infinitely stronger. System. Ding. The system's mechanical sound is so pleasant. At the same time, a translucent panel appeared in front of his eyes. Host has 2 drinks and Ryotsu breaks through to level 22. Host is drunk and has mastered the top 30 of Byakuya perfectly. Host took a sunbath, and his white hits were upgraded to elite level. Lots and lots of them. These are all the rewards I received in the past 2.5 years. Now, own Ryotsu level 35. In terms of slashing fists and moving ghosts, they have all achieved great results. Original. After 100 years of hard training, Ryotsu is only level 21, barely on the verge of captain level, and yet he is crowned the number 1 genius in Soul Society. Jean Fist Jean Gui is not very good, at least there is still a big gap between the real captain level. But, after having the system, after just 2.5 years of eating, drinking, and having fun, I have achieved achievements that ordinary people can't achieve after thousands of years of hard work. Cheating. How wonderful it is! Kukaki Qianye walked off the test bench with a shaky step. He looked drunk and shaky. The students avoided it on their own initiative, creating a vacuum zone. Looks of awe. Whether he is an alcoholic or not. Kukaki Qianye. There is no doubt that he is the first genius among the freshmen. It is also the existence they look up to. Hey, he's so strong despite showing off. If we practice hard, we will never be able to catch up with his shadow in this life. Someone said dejectedly. The others nodded in agreement, looking at Kukaki Qianye's back, feeling helpless in their hearts. Ability to attend Spiritual Arts Academy. They are all 1 of 100, genius-like beings. I also have my own pride in my heart. But today, Kukaki Qianye shattered their pride. It really explains it for them. What is genius? This is genius. Looking at Qianye coming. Shihaorin Yoriyuki and Urahara Kisuk both have extremely complicated expressions. With such achievements, they can join Gotei 13 now. If you can Bankai. A perfect captaincy. In Siritai, they are all at the top. Original. Kukaki Qianye is outstanding. But now, Kukaki Qianye was so powerful that they couldn't even look up from behind, and he was not in the same dimension as them at all. Brother. You won't drink and sleep on the surface, but secretly get involved behind our backs. Urahara looked serious. Yoriyuki and Byakuya Kuchiki on the side also clenched their fists. Hard work is not hateful. The most hateful thing is working hard secretly. Don't things like Ryotsu go up by themselves as soon as you sleep? Kukaki Qianye blinked, looking innocent. Hateful. Is this the yin and yang of genius? Yoriyuki and others on the side all had dark faces. Ryotsu rises while sleeping? What a beautiful thought. But Urahara was thoughtful. As the eldest brother in the aristocratic circle, Kukaki Qianye's daily whereabouts are not a secret. In the past few years, he has indeed been completely ruined and has no cultivation at all. Now, Urahara Kisuk is thinking. Is it possible that Qianye has something unspeakable and must he eat, drink and have fun? Otherwise, this kind of terrifying cultivation progress is too weird. Or, Kukaki Qianye, Ryotsu reached level 30 or above 2.5 years ago. He has been hiding his clumsiness since 2.5 years ago. Just when Urahara was brainstorming, Kukaki Qianye noticed an appraising gaze. Turn around and look. Under the leafy maple tree, I saw an elegant and easy-going man wearing square glasses standing there quietly. The glasses reflected the light. I can't see the look in my eyes. Eisen Sosuke. The two looked at each other, and Eisen Sosuke just smiled slightly, nodded and turned to leave. Didn't talk too much. That person is also a freshman, Ryotsu of the 10th grade, one of the best students in this class. Shihaoran Yoriyuki on the side said softly. Kukaki Qianye nodded. Eisen. The biggest boss in the early and middle stages of the original work. Extremely talented and powerful, Ryutsu has even reached and exceeded Shinigami's limits. Although his Kyoka Suijutsu is known as Zanpakutō, the strongest in the illusion system, and it can fool everyone in Seireitei. But anyone with a discerning eye knows it. It's not Kyoka Suijutsu who's stronger, it's Eisen. But what does this have to do with yourself? Anyway, you can become stronger by lying down, drinking and visiting flower houses every day. If you kill him for no reason, your reputation will plummet, and the school and Central 46 will not just sit idly by. Chapter 5. Kukaki Qianye. You're not thinking about skipping class again, are you? Byakuya Kuchiki on the side looked at Kukaki Qianye carelessly. She snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at him. Tisk. A younger brother is a younger brother. Qianye looked at Byakuya with hatred and shook his head. Don't brothers even have the most basic trust? Who am I? If you have a chance, come to my brother's Qianye pavilion and show you some things. Pooh! You're not that kind of person? How dare you say that? You still want me to go to Qianye pavilion? Even if I starve to death and jump off the building, I won't go to that kind of place. Byakuya Kuchiki turned pale and refused decisively. Qianye Pavilion. The largest flower building on Flower Street. It is also the property that Kukaki Qianye purchased 2.5 years ago. Original. The Kukaki family refused. As the head of the 4 nobles, he actually leads the Hwawa Tower. It's so shameless. It's so immoral. But there is no way, Qianye Pavilion is making too much profit. Under Kukaki Qianye's management, he has made over 1 million rings in revenue in 1 month. For the Kukaki family, it is a wealth that cannot be ignored. So, now, the family also turned a blind eye to the Kukaki Qianye flower building. Don't you? There is no trace of shame. I don't have the slightest intention to protect the family. Don't you have any idea of changing it? Byakuya Kuchiki asked angrily, looking at the drunken Kukaki Qianye. His fingers were trembling slightly. No. Kukaki Qianye yawned. When you get home, remember to tell your dad that I don't want to live at home and am going to live on campus to study. Between 2.5 years. His skipping skills have reached their peak. And no need to go home. He can always live in Flower Street and live in a dream. Otherwise, if the family finds themselves not coming home and often skipping classes, Mr. Jinling and his father Kukaki Sojun are probably going to go to Flower Street to arrest people in person. Humph, why should I help you? Byakuya Kuchiki turned away and refused decisively. You don't want me to skip class, get caught while visiting the flower house, and bring shame to the family. Kukaki Qianye said lightly. Not long after, all new students come to the hall. Everyone, please receive your sealed state. The middle-aged teacher with a serious face looked at the many students below and said calmly. Great! Finally I can have my own Zanpakutō. Below, many minor nobles or students from Rukonga looked excited. Everyone's Zanpakutō is transformed from the original sealed state. After grinding, eventually he learns Zanpakutō's true name and develops a variety of completely different and powerful abilities. But Soul Society. Not everyone has a Zanpakutō. After all, the sealed state has always been firmly controlled by the great nobles and the Central 46. Ordinary people have no access to it. Ordinary people. Only by being admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy, or paying a heavy price such as being a slave to a noble, can you own a sealed state. Most students rushed forward to receive sealed state. Only a few people. Still sitting in his seat. Aren't you going? Urahara looked at the man next to her with square glasses and a gentle smile in confusion. No need, I already have it. Eisen smiled softly, making people feel like a spring breeze. That's really incredible. Urahara Kisuk sighed with emotion. Aizen's talent. Still above his expectations. Soul Society. Not everyone. Zanpakutō are all transformed from sealed state. There are also people who are extremely talented. Zanpakutō can be born on its own from its own Ryutsu. The strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Genri Usai Shiji Kuni's Ryujin Jaka, does not rely on sealed state. What? Innate Zanpakutō. Yoriyuki and Byakuya also looked over in surprise. To know. Because they are nobles, the family has long been assigned a sealed state and has its own Zanpakutō. And this Eisen. But Rukonga origin. It is impossible to have a sealed state. Yes. Eisen nodded slightly, while a warm smile enveloped several people. Do you want to take a look? Said. Then he took out a slender knife. Is it really possible? Urahara's eyes widened as well. Zanpakutō. That is a partner who is closely related to people and whose lives are at stake. Shikai, Bankai's ability is even more of a person's secret. Even friends, lovers, and parents don't know. Although Eisen didn't talk about his Zanpakutō abilities. But just being willing to watch them requires a lot of determination. At this time, Urahara stared at the gentle Eisen and could only sigh, what a good old man. Do not mind. Just looking at Zanpakutō. Eisen smiled softly, his square glasses reflecting the light. Said. Hold the knife by the handle. Want to pull it out? Never mind. I'm sick from the knife. Kukaki Qianye, who smelled of alcohol, shook his head. Forehead. Urahara and others were speechless. Shinigami. Also get dizzy? Is there any mistake? Kukaki Qianye waved his hand. Didn't you notice that I have never drawn a knife? I have never touched a knife, I have no interest in knives. Eisen's hand that drew the knife froze in midair. The square-framed eyes reflected the light, and the expression behind them could not be seen clearly. Byakuya looked ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Shame on you. Brother is so embarrassed. As the eldest son of the Kukaki family, he was stunned by the knife. Spread the word. I don't know how many people are going to laugh out loud. Chapter 6. But, although the others felt as if they had eaten flies, they didn't say much. After all, the eldest son of the Kukaki family. Naturally, there is no need to fight like ordinary people. Kukaki Qianye has never fought with a knife since he was born. Even in the previous practice, I used a scabbard or a wooden sword instead. Sorry. Let's see it again when we have a chance. Urahara tried to smooth things over. It doesn't matter. Eisen said with a smile and put the knife back. And Kukaki Qianye. He was also looking at Eisen. Even if he was rejected by himself, he remained unmoved and couldn't even see the slightest difference. Can only say. He is worthy of being the best actor Eisen. In the original work. He fooled everyone through his acting skills, and Kyoka Suijutsu. Anyone. Upon seeing him Zanpakutō, Kyoka Suijutsu's liberation. All five senses will be controlled by Eisen. And it exists regardless of time. It can be said. Kyoka Suijutsu. It's the world of Shinigami, the strongest illusionist Zanpakutō. At last. Eisen also successfully obtained Hogyaku. Achieve your goal, break through the limits of Shinigami, and become the master of Hueco Mundo. What is interesting is, before he took the initiative to expose himself, no one suspected him at all. Just think of him as a diligent, gentle, and kind captain. Not long after, all students receive their sealed state. Class 1 and Class 2 were clearly distinguished and took their seats one by one. Ahead. On the high platform. A beautiful woman as gentle as water, with jet-black braids that covered her collarbone and chest, suddenly appeared. Anohanaretsu. Captain of the 4th Division. Below. The students were talking a lot and looking longingly towards the high platform. Gotei 13. One of the most powerful organizations in Seoul society, it manages everything in Siritai. Ordinary team members. He has a high status in the outside world and is well treated. The salary is 1,000 rings a month. When most people's salary is only 200 to 300 yuan, they are already a properly high-income group. Not to mention, even after retirement, there is a subsidy of hundreds of rings a month. It can be said, this is their best choice for employment, bar none. And Hinaretsu, as the captain, is the absolute top. Beauty. Powerful. An unattainable existence. On the first day of school, can I meet such a big shot, someone sighed. That's the benefit of Spiritual Arts Academy. Captain-level figures often come here as teachers. Shiba Kyan said softly, clenching his fists tightly. The Shiba family has declined. The thought that his sister was now selling fireworks to make money made him feel even more heartbroken. Now, only he can take on the important task of reviving the family, if he can join the Gotei 13 and hold an official position. Konghe and Yanjiu no longer need to travel around the outside world. Now, Kukaki Qianye. He took a second look at the gentle woman on the stage. Division 4. Also the medical team. Normally performs hospital duties. Captain Hinaretsu. In the eyes of the world, he is not good at fighting. But Kukaki Qianye knows it. This BCH is first-generation Kenpei. Back then, among the Gotei 13, he was second only to Mr. Yamamoto Genryusai in strength. And she is not as gentle as she looks. She had killed countless people in Rukonga before, and only endless battles could give her a tense and exciting feeling. It can be said. She is the biggest female devil in Seoul society. Hundreds of years ago, after being subdued by Mr. Genryusai, he joined Gotei 13 and served as the captain of the 11th Division. Later, after losing to the young Zaraki Kenpei, only then did he retire behind the scenes and serve as the captain of the humble 4th Division, managing some logistics and treatment matters. The original evil spirit was also well hidden by her. Beautiful, really beautiful. Fierce, really ferocious. Classmates. Hinaretsu's voice is as gentle as her person. Today everyone can get familiar with the school. Tomorrow, we will officially start the teaching of killing fists and moving ghosts. Killing fists and walking away ghosts. Kendo. Shinigami's technique of attacking an enemy with a knife. White hits. That is, hand-to-hand combat skills. Shunpo. Move your body quickly, similar to teleportation. Kidō. Divided into Heido, Bakudo, Kaido. It includes 3 aspects: attack, control, and treatment. Kill the ghost with your fist. It is also the 4 power systems that Shinigami majors in. If any of them reaches the ultimate, they will be extremely strong. Great! The students below cheered. Everyone was extremely nervous when they first came to school. A day off can greatly relieve stress. By the way, get familiar with the campus environment. In addition, tomorrow, everyone must be here. Bad kids who skip school will be punished. Hinaretsu said with a smile, while looking at the bored Kukaki Qianye below without any trace. Here. This is not a noble family. Spiritual Arts Academy is also taking a breath to prove that its education is better than the elite education of the aristocracy. So, anyone who dares to skip class and get caught in the crosshairs of a gun is a sure act of seeking death. Chapter 7. Alright. I'll leave this to you, I'll leave first. The other students dispersed in a hurry. Kukaki Qianye also waved his hand and left directly. He is. Eisen looked at Qianye's back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked. Drinking in Flower Street. Byakuya's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Flower Street hangover is Kukaki Qianye's specialty. And myself. There is nothing you can do against him, and you even want to help him deceive the family. Hateful. If I were stronger. Byakuya Kukaki clenched his fists. Eisen also smiled slightly. My house is quite big. If you have time, you can come over and play, and you can also communicate with each other Zanpakutō. Whether Kukaki Qianye did it on purpose or accidentally, it no longer matters. He only knows that he is a waste of life and death, drinking in the street, and there is no threat. You are such a good person. Urahara and others looked touched and patted their chests to express that they would definitely go. The next day, Kukaki Qianye covered his waist and slowly walked out of Qianye Pavilion. Ding! Host is hung over 100 times, triggering the achievement white wine for teeth, beer for tea, your Zanpakutō is stimulated. Zanpakutō? Kukaki Qianye looked at the rewards in the system space. Next moment, a Tang Hung Dao appeared in his hand. The blade is slender, tough, and smooth as a mirror. The blade of the blade emits an awe-inspiring cold light, making you shudder just by looking directly at it. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained Zanpakutō, the strongest sharp type, and the world is over. Sharp series. The strongest Zanpakutō. Kukaki Qianye's pupils shrank slightly and he looked at the blade in front of him. Really? The handle of the knife is golden and heavy. The blade is covered with black and red lines, full of murderous aura. Extremely sharp. Even from a distance, you can feel a faint sting on your skin. Even the light in front of him gradually became distorted, and the space was overwhelmed by the sharpness of this ultimate. Soul Society. Zanpakutō is naturally divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and each line has its strongest one. Ice type, Hirin Meru. Fire type, Ryujin Jaka. Illusion type, Kyoka Suijutsu. Their masters, without exception, are all top-level potential beings. As long as they don't die young, their combat power can reach the ceiling. End. Soul Society. Almost all Zanpakutō are advanced from sealed state. Only the likes of Hitsugaya Toshiro, Aizen Sosuke, or Yamamoto Genri Yusai are heaven-defying perverts. Only then can you use your own Ryutsu to create your own Zanpakutō. The sealed state was created by Wang Yu, the second member of the Zero Division. The user can exert a variety of completely different abilities. But, are there really no hidden dangers? The batch-produced sealed state is called no upper limit, but it's good to hear this. Even Shinigami has its limits. Zanpakutō, why not? It's just that few people touch the limit. There is truly no limit. Only Zanpakutō is free from the shackles of the sealed state. Not to mention, produced by the system. But Zanpakutō, known as the strongest sharp type, can break everything. On the same level as Kyoka Suijutsu, and Ryujin Jaka and other Zanpakutō. The development potential is far from having an upper limit. Kukaki Qianye played with the Tang Heng Dao in his hand, and its heavy weight made him feel extremely reassured. Next moment, Kukaki Qianye took out the scabbard, and the moment Tiandu Wangxiang entered. Boom! There was a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of click and click wood shattering. The originally luxurious and tough scabbard could not withstand the sharpness of the ultimate and exploded into fine powder. Is it so sharp that the scabbard can't contain it? I'm afraid that an ordinary Zanpakutō will be cut off instantly as long as he confronts the tendon. Kukaki Qianye smiled with satisfaction and had a clearer understanding of Zanpakutō, the strongest in the sharp type. Give up everything. Sharp. All that's left is the ultimate edge. No matter can stop it, no scabbard can contain it. Early morning. Spiritual Arts Academy. Countless people were wearing red and white school uniforms. With a sealed state slung across their waists, students filed in with youthful faces. Kukaki Qianye staggered into the school gate smelling of alcohol. In the classroom, the teacher was vomiting and talking about the lesson on how to slay fists and move away ghosts. Below, Kukaki Qianye fell into a deep sleep. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. The teacher's mouth twitched, silently comforting himself. This Qianye. He is better than most teachers, how can he manage this? Maybe only Captain Unohana's lessons would make him restrain himself. In a blink of an eye. It's time for the last class. Wake up, it's Kendo class soon. Byakuya Kuchiki pushed Qianye's shoulder with a look of disgust. Looking at the burning gazes of the people around me, I just want to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Shame on you. It's so embarrassing. The eldest son of the Kukaki family, a noble man. The appearance of the Kukaki family is such a shame. Kukaki Qianye opened his eyes drowsily and followed everyone to the Kendo training ground. A few days before school starts. It is better to give Mao's Hiwa some face, go to class well, sleep during the day and serve at Qianye Pavilion at night. Ding! Host, sleep in class and recuperate your energy, your Shunpo level will evolve, 100 steps per second, 100 meters per step. Chapter 8. Shunpo. In Shinigami, it is a skill to move the body quickly, which is equivalent to teleportation. The average Gotei 13 player can only master Shunpo 1 step per second and 10 meters per step. And this is only a theoretical speed. Shunpo's physical exertion is not something that ordinary people can support. During a battle, after using Shunpo more than 10 times in a row, you will be exhausted. Even if, in the future, Yoryuki, known as the Flash Goddess, reached his highest achievement in Shunpo. It's about 100 steps per second, and not every step can reach a distance of 100 meters. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Now, he can move 10,000 meters in 1 second. Even walking around the entire Siridi takes less than a minute. Certainly. If you activate Shunpo continuously for too long, your own physical strength will be exhausted. But it's no problem dealing with daily battles. Not long after. Kendo Training Ground. Hello, classmates, my name is Tsunayashiro Tokinada. He is also your Kendo teacher. A man with dark green hair, dressed in noble clothing, with a Zanpakutō slung across his waist. Looking at the students in the field, he said with a smile. It turns out to be the Tsunayashiro family. Below. Many students exploded. In awe, complex eyes stared at the man above. Tsunayashiro family. One of the 4 nobles of Soul Society. Responsible for the management of the Great Spirit Book Corridor. A household name. Respected status. And Tsunayashiro Tokinada. He is the next head of the Tsunayashiro family. In terms of identity alone, it is comparable to Kukaki Qianye. This person. Kukaki Qianye yawned. Next to him are Yoryuki, Urahara, and Byakuya, who all belong to the aristocratic circle. Original. The Tsunayashiro family has many heirs, and Tsunayashiro Tokinada is only at the bottom. But within 100 years, Tsunayashiro Tokinada sent assassins to kill all the other heirs, and in the end even the assassins were killed by him. Death has no evidence. In the later stages of the plot, in the 4 Nobles chapter, he is the biggest boss and even creates a new generation of spiritual kings. Human psychology pervert. He enjoys torturing others, and his charisma makes him the most attractive of the 3 Shinigami bosses, and also the least well-known. At the same time, outside the Kendo venue, Anohana holds a teacup in hand, and the years are peaceful. Captain Anohana, Kukaki Qianye is here to teach obediently. The man on the side smiled. Yes. What a worry-free kid. Kendo. It's also a technique for using Zanpakutō. Above. The corners of Tsunayashiro Tokinada's lips curled up slightly, and he explained the techniques of Kendo to the students in a gentle tone. Ziguan's insights are more profound than those of ordinary teachers. After all, Chief Officer, he was a figure who was killed among hundreds or even thousands of people, not to mention he was the 3rd seat of the 6th Division. A person who can bear a sentence is like a dragon or a phoenix among people. Only. The sinister look in his eyes gave people a very uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being entangled by a sticky lion majesty. Okay, let's invite Kukaki Qianye to come up and show you the skills of Kendo. After Tsunayashiro Tokinada taught his classmates about Kendo. Staring closely at Kukaki Qianye, he said with a smile. At the same time, hold the handle of the knife with your palm and rub it gently. Yanluo Jingdian. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the Zanpakutō that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunayashiro family. It can imitate any Zanpakutō it has ever seen, and can be used in combination. Byakuya Kukaki, Anohana Kiraku Shunsui, and even Yamamoto Genri Usai's Zanpakutō, their abilities are probably copied. Now, this Tsunayashiro Tokinada actually had his mind set on himself. Byakuya Kukaki on the side looked gloomy and looked at Tsunayashiro Tokinada unkindly. Yanluo Jingdian. Among the 4 nobles. It's not a secret. While it's disgusting, it's hard to say anything. After all, the 4 nobles have intertwined interests and their tentacles are spread throughout Soul Society. But Zanpakutō is unique. No one wants to have another copy of their Zanpakutō produced and used by others. This beach. Setting your sights on your brother. No, the Kukaki family is simply looking for death. Eisen on the side. He was inconspicuous among the crowd, gently adjusting his square glasses. All the hustle and bustle in the field. It seems like it has nothing to do with him. Next moment, Kuchiki Qianye walked forward with a lazy look. Draw the sword. Tsunayashiro Tokinada licked the corner of his mouth with a fake smile on his face. The Tsunayashiro family in charge of the video hall. No big or small thing in Seoul society can escape their eyes, and the bankai of other strong people have basically been collected. But there is only this Kuchiki Qianye. Leave them scratching their heads. No one has ever seen his Zanpakutō. Seoul society. The stronger the talent, the stronger Zanpakutō's abilities will be. The fallen genius, Kuchiki Qianye, is also the key concern of the Tsunayashiro family. This time is his perfect opportunity to copy Qianye's abilities. Chapter 9. A battle at the level of an officer. Is it so exciting on the first day of class? The other students were talking a lot and stared at the two people in the field. Sir. Although there is a certain gap between him and the captain. However, there is no easy person who can be the chief officer in a team of hundreds or even thousands of people. The worst. Also learned Shikai. Although Kuchiki Qianye Ryutsu crushed everyone, it was still too reluctant to face Tsunayashiro Tokinada who knew Shikai. To know. Shikai can increase a person's strength several times or even 10 times. Kuchiki Qianye if only Ryutsu had a high level. There is no way to escape the fate of defeat. It's a good show to watch. Teachers versus students. This is a big event that may not happen in a few years. The subordinate next to Anohanaretsu had a look on his face. And Anohanaretsu also looked over with interest. When it comes to teachers versus students, there is an overwhelming gap. However, Kuchiki Qianye's Ryutsu level is very high and may surprise people. Periphery. There are more and more people. Gradually the crowds of people became louder and louder. Most of the teachers and students of Spiritual Arts Academy have their eyes on this place. The strongest freshman versus the president of Gotei 13. This in itself is a highly anticipated battle. Aren't you going to draw your sword yet? No need to worry about getting hurt, I will be merciful. Tsunayashiro Tokinada held down the handle of the knife and looked at Kuchiki Qianye with a smile, his eyes were like the cold lion majesty. Unnecessary. Kuchiki Qianye replied calmly. The expressionless face showed the lonely demeanor of a master. You will regret what you said. Tsunayashiro Tokinada's face darkened. Everyone around him was also speechless, looking at Kuchiki Qianye like a fool. Most of Shinigami's strength comes from Zanpakutō. Did he think he could defeat the 6th Division's chief officer with just white hits and Kidō? Zhang. The Yanluo Jingdian, which was bright and looked like a traditional samurai sword, was pulled out directly, and a harsh wind whistle sounded in the air. Here you go. Inora Kagam Minori. This is the Zanpakutō that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunayashiro family. According to legend, this is one of the oldest and most powerful Zanpakutō. The onlookers exclaimed. The stunning gaze was tightly attached to the blade. At the same time, Kuchiki Qianye sensed the edge, and a sharp flash flashed in his originally lazy eyes. Next moment, brush! Kuchiki Qianye suddenly disappeared, leaving a dark after-image in the sky. A figure flew out upside down. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood in the air, drawing a beautiful parabola. Finally it fell heavily to the ground. Without any hesitation, the dark after-image rushed directly towards the figure lying on the ground with its huge fist. Boom! Waves of air arose on the ground, accompanied by blood flowers like fountains. Everything is in the blink of an eye. No one even reacted. But the smoke cleared. For all to see. Tsunayashiro Tokinada lay on the ground with a pale face. The luxurious noble clothes on his body were stained with large swaths of blood. His chest was sunken. There was still scarlet bloodline at the corner of his mouth, and he had a blank look on his face, as if he hadn't reacted to anything. His Everyone's pupils were shocked and they took a deep breath. What's the situation? Tsunayashiro Tokinada was killed in an instant? Not even Captain Unohanaretsu can subdue Kukaki Qianye. And Kukaki Qianye was left empty-handed, not even using Zanpakutō, and there was no trace of using Kidō. It all shows. Kukaki Qianye, just relying on white hits and shunpo, crushed Tsunayashiro Tokinada. Fear. So scary. This is not the first freshman. I'm afraid there is no student in the entire Spiritual Arts Academy who can compare with him. This is true genius. Even if he drinks every day and does not practice, his progress is far better than theirs. Shiba Kyan. He even looked suspicious of life. Damn it. I stay up late every night and secretly write, which is still one level away from the level of Byakuya Kuchiki and Chihaoran Yoryuaki. This Kukaki Qianye went to class drunk every day and was actually better than him. Is this still a person? And Byakuya, Yoryuaki, Urahara, and others even opened their mouths. Where is the promised waste? What about the promised fall? For white hits and shunpo to reach this level, they must practice secretly in the middle of the night. Eisen on the side gently adjusted his square glasses and stared at the back of Kukaki Qianye with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. Hateful. Tsunayashiro Tokinada was leaning on Yanluo Jingnori, looking grimly at Kukaki Qianye not far away with an indifferent expression. The burning pain in his body made him realize the fact that he had failed. Shame. What a shame. He didn't even use his Yanluo Jingdian, but he was instantly killed? While humiliating. Tsunayashiro Tokinada's eyes were flashing with ambition. Temporary defeat. He cannot be defeated. Kukaki Qianye can be so strong even if he performs badly every day. Plus his age. Maybe. His talent is even more powerful than Yamamoto Genryusai, the strongest Shinigami in millennia. Same. The stronger the potential of Shinigami, the Zanpakutō that represents him becomes more powerful. If Yanluo Jingdian could copy it. Next moment. Ryutsu surged around him. Respectfully present, Jushin Mirror Valley. Chapter 10. Shikai. Yanluo Jingdian. Tsunayashiro Tokinada's mouth was bleeding and he looked crazy. At the same time, the huge Ryutsu suddenly appeared, causing most of the students' bones to crackle. Overwhelmed, he knelt on the ground, with large drops of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Ryutsu of Tokinada. Not only has it increased tenfold. This is an unrivaled power. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils shrank violently, and he drew his sword and rushed over, trying to help Kukaki Qianye resist. Inra Kadenari's Shikai can reflect all attacks. It can be said to be an extremely disgusting ability. A true captain-level combatant would have to use Bankai to suppress Tsunayashiro Tokinada. At the same time, Unohanaretsu's expression condensed. He took a step forward to stop it. Are you crazy? It's just that Shikai was used during class competition. Yanluo Kajinori's Shikai is definitely not something that a student can resist. The expressions of the people were all kinds of strange. In an instant. Zhang. A bit of cold light suddenly appeared, and the surrounding space shook wildly. It seemed overwhelmed, and the vision became distorted. Quick! Whether it is drawing out or retracting the knife, we are almost at the ultimate. Ordinary people can only see a trace of the afterimage. Pfft! Accompanied by the sound of the blade breaking. A cloud of blood mist floated in the air, and a bloody arm flew into the sky. Boom! Tsunayashiro Tokinada, who was wearing aristocratic clothing, fell heavily to the ground, and next to him was Yanluo Kadenori, which was divided into two parts. He hugged the broken arm tightly, shrank his body like a prawn, and let out a heart-rending howl. This is... Everyone was stunned and their brains became stiff. Tsunayashiro Tokinada, the third seat of the 6th Division, the sole heir of the Tsunayashiro family, was killed with a single sword like this? The arms were chopped off. Byakuya Kuchiki even raised his knife and stood there blankly. Aizen Sosuke had an interesting smile on his lips. The Tsunayashiro family will never give up. Unohanaretsu frowned and appeared in front of Tsunayashiro Tokinada. Green light emerged from his body, stopping Tokaiden's wounds. Tsunayashiro family. That was one of the 4 major families that had ruled Seoul society for thousands of years, and their power was unimaginable. Once angry, there will be landslides and tsunamis, and the entire Seoul society will be shaken. Not to mention Tsunayashiro Tokinada. This is the only heir to the Tsunayashiro family. The entire Seoul society. Who can touch him, who dares to touch him? But now, an arm was cut off. Half of the people are wasted. Even Anohanaretsu. I can't help but admire Kukaki Qianye's courage. However, you are going too far. At the very least, we need to control the intensity and give some opportunities to relax. Anohanaretsu sighed, came to Kukaki Qianye and said softly. Next, there is the game between the Kukaki family and the Tsunayashiro family. A captain-level figure cannot make any trouble in the face of the competition between 2 giant families. When you step on an ant, it's difficult to control the intensity without crushing it to death. Kukaki Qianye just shook his head. There was no trace of regret on his face. Tokinada is the heir of the Tsunayashiro family, so isn't he the heir of the Kukaki family? The current Tsunayashiro Tokinada has not developed at all, and Yanluo Kadenori has only reached the level of Shikai. It is more than one way different from the ultimate boss form that combines various Zanpakutō abilities in the later stage. A complete piece of trash. Heaven breaks everything. Zanpakutō is worthy of being the strongest sharp type, he can kill Inra Kadenori with one sword even without using Shikai. And? How arrogant! It's happened. Then we'll see how Central 46 decides. Anohanaretsu shook his head. He motioned to his men on one side to put Tsunayashiro Tokinada on a stretcher and carry him back to the 4th Division for treatment first. Before leaving, Anohanaretsu looked at Kukaki Qianye and stroked the Zanpakutō handle. There was a strange flash of color in his eyes, as if he had an urge to try. That stab from Qianye just now. The men couldn't understand. But she is a master of swordsmanship herself. Naturally, the marks of Kukaki Qianye's knife were clearly visible. Nothing else. Its extreme speed and extreme sharpness. Abandon all the tediousness and pursue the ultimate killing. What is his Zanpakutō ability? And to what extent has his own strength reached? This is the question on everyone's mind. But that doesn't matter anymore. Anohanaretsu shook his head slightly, looking at Kukaki Qianye. Maybe he can bring me some joy. After losing to Zaraki Kenpei, this was the second man who made her want to fight. Then we'll take our leave. Anohanaretsu said softly, then turned and left. Just stay as far away from this mess as you can. As it concerns the 4 nobles, this is no longer something they can handle. I was targeted by Sister Hua. Kukaki Qianye smiled softly. Why couldn't he understand the look in Sister Hua's eyes just now? This first-generation Kenpei, the warlike genes in the body cannot be hidden. What he wants in his life is to pursue the most extreme killing and enjoy the joy of life in the blood. Why it became so soft? It's just that no one has aroused her interest in taking action before. Chapter 11. Let's go back first and see what's going on in the family. Tsunayashiro Tokinada was seriously injured, and Seoul society will be in trouble after that. The Kukaki family will also be greatly affected. Kukaki Qianye ignored the shocked crowd, turned around and left, heading in the direction of the Kukaki family. Seoul society. The news is like locusts growing, causing a storm in an instant. The news that Tsunayashiro Tokinada was seriously injured by Kukaki Qianye spread from the school to the entire Siraidai within an hour. Noble area. This is also the jurisdiction of the 6th Division, and it is the gathering place for the entire Siraidai's nobles. Now, the huge mansion looks like a giant beast, lying across the crisscrossing streets. From the outside, it looks like a country within a country. The decoration inside is extremely luxurious, even the ordinary window coffins are made of agar wood. There is an air of luxury and lust everywhere. The servants are densely packed, and the division of labor is orderly. On the towering gate inlaid with gold, the crest of the Tsunayashiro family is engraved. This is one of the 4 nobles of Seoul society. They are also the Tsunayashiro family who are in charge of the Great Spirit Book Corridor and are in charge of all the history and information of Soul Society. But at this time, the Tsunayashiro family was brought in on a stretcher with a body covered in bandages and blood. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing, and it looked like a storm was coming. Large conference room. The high-level officials gathered together were all serious-looking middle-aged men or stooped old men. The atmosphere was extremely stagnant, like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. Tsunayashiro Family Council. Similar to Central 46. This is the highest authority body of the Tsunayashiro family, and major decisions are made by the family council. What do you think about Tokiden? The first place. A middle-aged man with a stern face said coldly. The head of the Tsunayashiro family and the father of Tsunayashiro Tokinada. Now, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling slightly because of the vast ocean-like anger. Kukaki Qianye must be punished. The crowd below blushed and became excited. There was endless noise in the venue. The only heir of the clan had his arm cut off by Kukaki Qianye and was seriously injured in front of everyone. This is a shame. A disgrace to the whole family. Unbearable loss. Although Tsunayashiro's family is prosperous. However, among the same clansmen, there are also different levels. Tsunayashiro Tokinada is equivalent to the prince of the Tsunayashiro family. He is the most noble and the only heir who is most qualified to inherit the position of head of the Tsunayashiro family. Now, the right arm was chopped off, half of it was completely useless. Even if the murderer is the heir of the Kukaki family, he must pay the price. Tsunayashiro nodded slightly. The lights in the venue gradually dimmed, and further discussions began. Lake. Island. Wrapped in layers of thick walls, there is a huge circular building inside. Central 46. It is composed of 40 sages and 6 judges gathered from all over Soul Society. It is the highest judicial authority in Soul Society. It is a collective parliament composed of nobles and senators. Shinigami will be judged by Central 46 for any sins committed in Soul Society or in this world. If it is determined that force is needed, orders will be given to the 13th Division or other execution units through secret message tunnels using secret codes. Even Captain Yamamoto is not allowed to raise objections to any judgment that has been made. The approval process and methods are extremely rigid, and the judges of Central 46 feel that they have their own way of doing things and are impersonal, so they are very unpopular. However, Team Zero is not led by Central 46, but directly under the orders of the royal family. Now, in the empty conference room, candlelight flickered. Around the huge round table, 46 people with old and stern expressions sat around. It was quiet. Watching the image of Kukaki Qianye cutting off Yan Luo Jingdian with a sword in the flower street, and Tsunayashiro's head flying up. Invincible. Sharp. At such a young age, he has shown a unique and strong spirit. Kukaki Qianye, potential evaluation, Shinigami limit. At the top, an old man declared expressionlessly. Yamamoto Genryusai is old, and now Soul Society needs a strong man who can shoulder the responsibility for the next 1,000 years. For Kukaki Qianye, whether to use his background to control or to win over, let's vote now. Everyone below was silent. Just cast your vote in a dark box. Count the votes. 7 abstentions and 39 votes in favor of control. Above. The Inquisitor nodded. Those who abstained from voting were all members of the Kukaki family, but they would rather abstain from voting than win over. This means they've made their choice. Very sensible. Yamamoto Genryusai, who also disobeyed Central 46's orders when he was young, had already caused their dissatisfaction. For this top-level combat power, the consequences of losing control are really terrible. The best option is to hold it firmly in your hands. As for Tsunayashiro Tokinada, no one mentioned it. A deposed heir has no value. Chapter 12. Gotei 13, Headquarters. This is the gathering place for the 13th Division, the largest and most powerful military organization in Siraidai. It is also the safest place in Siraidai besides Soul King Palace. Captain, that's what happened. Hanaretsu said respectfully, and next to him were Kiraku Shunsui, who was looking fishy, and Jushiro Yukitake, who was also fishing. Everyone looked up at an old man who was decrepit and bald. He was leaning on a brown cane and looked dying and frail. He only had a pair of eyes that were extremely deep, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of the world. Yamamoto Genryusai, the founder and captain of the Gotei 13th Division, and the strongest Shinigami in thousands of years. His Ryujin Jaka is also the oldest and most powerful fire-type Zanpakutō in Soul Society. Since thousands of years ago, he defeated Waiwak, son of the Spirit King. The name Yuan Liuzai. It represents the limit of Shinigami. It is also the pinnacle of martial arts that no one can match. Just. The information coming from Central 46 is that they have ignored the matter and are not prepared to intervene. Yamamoto Genryusai coughed and said softly. Gotei 13th Division, everything is business as usual, no need to pay too much attention. Okay. Hanaretsu and the others nodded. Now. Anyone with a discerning eye knows it. At the moment when Tsunayashiro Tokinada was seriously injured by a knife, Central 46 stood on the sidelines, which means that they have made a choice to favor Kukaki Qianye. No wonder. Kukaki Qianye was able to defeat Tsunayashiro Tokinada at such a young age, proving that his talent is far greater than people thought. A deposed heir, and a genius with a bright future and high status. Everyone knows how to choose. But the school's rules must not be forgotten. If I have time, I will go to the Spiritual Arts Academy. After Yamamoto Genryusai finished speaking, he waved his hands and everyone respectfully left. In school rules. Injuring a teacher while at school. To withstand Yamamoto Genryusai's sword. As long as you can catch one sword, you can graduate directly and join Gotei 13. Kukaki Qianye is in trouble. Mr. Genryusai's sword cannot be resisted by the ordinary vice-captain's strength even without using Shikai and Bankai. After leaving, Kiraku Shunsui's tone was relaxed, but he thought of the muscular figure of a certain old man, and Zanpakutō who was covered in flames as hot as a volcano. There were dense goosebumps all over my body. Once, the muscular old man beat Ryujin Jaka to the point where he cried for his father and mother, which was also a nightmare in his youth. This is just the captain's test. He will not hurt Kukaki Qianye. Hanaretsu said gently. Such genius. As long as he doesn't have an antisocial personality, he will be hired by Team 13. Only. Hanaretsu looked at the captain's room and frowned slightly. Although Yamamoto Genryusai has been a strong player for thousands of years. Even in old age. No one can surpass him. But after all, he is getting old, and his combat power has declined compared to his peak state. Now is the time to find a successor. The best location in Siritai. A palace complex attracted special attention, with the flag of the Kukaki family flying above it, and passers-by looked in awe. Kukaki family. The head of the four nobles. He is also the most powerful noble in Soul Society, and his responsibility is to maintain and enforce the rules of Soul Society. Defender of rules. It is different from the luxury of the Tsunayashiro family. The Kukaki family mansion is simple and elegant, and the servants inside are well-dressed and well-trained. Everything is in line with the ancient wealthy families. Now, an intelligence officer dressed in black hurried into the mansion. Qianye. You always give me something new. Kukaki Yinling touched his snow-white beard and sighed softly. His face was crisscrossed with ridges and grooves, full of traces of time, and his figure was also a bit stooped. But his eyes were like falcons, shining with sharp light even though they were old. Father, this is not Qianye's fault. The middle-aged man with dark hair and a face that was 70% similar to Kukaki Qianye and Byakuya took a sip of tea. Kukaki Aijun. The biological father of Kukaki Qianye and Byakuya Kukaki said with a frown. Matter. He already knows. It was Tsunayashiro Tokinada who made the first move and used Shikai. Kukaki Qianye seriously injured him. Although the methods are a bit drastic. But it is also a legitimate means of self-defense. As the heir to the Kukaki family. Not fighting back when in danger is too cowardly. Yo, they're all here. A frivolous sound that sounded loud on the tongue was heard. Yinling and Kang Chun turned to look. I saw a handsome young man wearing a sexy pink plaid shirt, carrying a bottle of high alcohol and taking a sip from time to time, with a satisfied smile on his face, appearing at the door. He seems to be a dandy young man from a nouveau riche family. Qianye. You. Forget it, let's eat first. Kukaki Yinling's face trembled and she turned her head away. Looking at him for a while makes me feel like having high blood pressure. Nothing can be done. The first place to eat, this time it led to such a big mess. Chapter 13. Original. 2.5 years ago. Kukaki Qianye is still a child of other people who has practiced hard and made rapid progress. He is known as the #1 genius in Seoul society. But now, nothing but eating and sleeping. Either he drank, or even sent him to Spiritual Arts Academy, skipping classes right after school started. All the hard work done before seems fake. Kukaki Sojun on the side also frowned and thought deeply, reflecting on himself. Could it be? Is there something wrong with my genetics? How to give birth to such a lazy child? Tokinada, was it you who was seriously injured by the knife? Kukaki silver bell has a deep sound. That's right. Kukaki Qianye nodded directly, took another sip of wine, and sat carelessly at the table. The storm sucked in the plates of delicious food on the table. Kukaki's silver bell with a straight face cannot affect his appetite. Ding! Host drinks freely and eats meat at his own home, and Ryotsu breaks through to level 37. Good. Well done. The Kukaki family, have the strongest Shinigami qualifications. Kukaki Jinling was uncharacteristically, her previous dislike seemed fake, with a happy and satisfied smile on her face. Originally, he heard the story from his subordinates that Kukaki Qianye seriously injured Tokinada with a knife, and it was still unbelievable. But now he believes it. Even Shiten, who is accompanied by Yan Luo Jingdian, is no match for Qianye. This means, Kukaki Qianye, his own strength has not retreated but improved in the past 2.5 years. He is still the #1 genius in Seoul society. Proper captain, or the qualifications of the 0 division. Time Beach. Although he is in the 6th division under his charge, he is like a thorn in the side of the Tsunayashiro family. Abuse of power for personal gain and disobedience to discipline often occur. And for this person, both Kukaki Jinling and Kukaki Aokun are extremely disgusted. Although he hid it well, the old and refined Kukaki Jinling had already discovered the true nature of Tokinada. He is just a pervert who tortures others for fun and has no scruples about anything. Even if Qianye doesn't cut it. They also want to find an opportunity to chop him. So, what to do with Qianye? Kukaki Kangchun looked at Kukaki Yinling. Haha, disposal? Disposal of fart. I also want to ask the Tsunayashiro family for questioning and ask why their heirs took action against Qianye. And used Chikai. All this will not be over until we pay satisfactory compensation. Kukaki Yinling slammed the table, his eyes emitting a cold light like an eagle. In the room, the servants who stood respectfully had large drops of cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. It belongs to turning against the guest and being the main one. Arrogant. Too outrageous. Tsunayashiro Tokinada was beaten almost to death by Qianye, and the Kukaki family still wanted to go up to hold him accountable. Really? As expected of the old man. That's right, my hands are a little sore from the chop. I must let the Tsunayashiro family compensate for my losses. Kukaki Qianye rubbed his wrists hypocritically and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Looking at the Kukaki silver bell in front of me. It seems. He's not that pedantic. In a large noble family, the most important thing is family interests. And myself. As long as they show the corresponding strength, even if they have been living in Flower Street, the Kukaki family will only be verbally dissatisfied. There will be no substantial punishment. Seriously injuring the heir of the Tsunayashiro family was no small matter. But the attitudes of Kukaki Jinling and Aang Chun were to protect themselves. Doing this and holding the Tsunayashiro family accountable may start a war between the two families. Kukaki Sojun frowned and thought. Do they dare? Kukaki Aimchun snorted coldly. Now, the old man is still the captain of Division 6. And Kukaki Sojun is the vice-captain. Before, Tsunayashiro Tokinada was in the 6th division, and he was pinned down by the father and son, unable to stand up at all. Now, he was directly hacked to death, and Central 46 also had a sit-down attitude. Now, it's just a game between two noble families, the Kukaki family and the Tsunayashiro family. Great noblemen. Put family interests first in everything. Although Tsunayashiro Tokinada was seriously injured, he was not dead after all. The matter has not reached the point of a fight to the death, and an all-out war with the Kukaki family is a price that the Tsunayashiro family cannot afford. You go now. Tell the head of the Tsunayashiro family what I mean. Kukaki Jinling waved his hand. He said vigorously. Since it cannot be mitigated, it has been offended. Then follow through to the end and be more ruthless if you offend. Beside him, the attendant who was at least a senior official bowed and turned to go to the Tsunayashiro family. We've finished eating. If I have nothing else, I'll go to Yuhun Street. Kukaki Qianye put down the bowl and chopsticks and burped. With a drunken blush still on his face, he stood up unsteadily. Go to Wandering Street. Kukaki Ongjun looked confused. Recently, a branch of Qianye Pavilion opened in Yuhun Street. I want to go over and inspect it in person. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand. Then he got up and left directly. But Kukaki Sojun stood up and wanted to stop him. An old hand pressed his shoulder. Just let him be. With his strength, he can deal with any problem now. Kukaki Yinling narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kukaki Qianye's leaving figure. Chapter 14. Now, Rukonga. The glittering Qianye pavilion on the huge plaque is particularly eye-catching. Coupled with the towering and luxurious pavilions, the atmosphere of this gold-selling cave is everywhere. Qianye Pavilion, we are finally here in Rukonga. Countless men burst into tears and felt excited. There is a lack of entertainment in Siraidai. And Rukonga is even more shabby than Siraidai. Everyone can only work hard every day to live a slightly decent life. Qianye Pavilion is an oasis in the barren spiritual world of everyone. Let them recall their lives in the human world. The top floor of Qianye Pavilion. There was feasting and feasting in a luxuriously and elegantly decorated box. Kukaki Qianye lay in the little sister's arms, watching the scene outside through the LCD screen in front of her. Ding! It is detected that host holds an Warren convention to please the body and mind. Hosts Zanpakutō, the world is evolving. Evolution is successful, your Zanpakutō Kenshikai. Ear. The mechanical sound sounded. Sensing the unusual movement of Zanpakutō in the system space, the smile on Kukaki Qianye's face became stronger. Heaven breaks everything. Without using Shikai and Bankai, he can cut through most Zanpakutō just by his own sharpness. Now, evolve again. Corresponds to Shikai. The sharpness that is already ultimate may need to be taken to a higher level. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. After all, it's finally time to Shikai. Kukaki Qianye goes behind the scenes to a separate seating area. Looking at Zanpakutō in the system space. The black and red lines, as well as the extremely sharp edge, make people's eyes feel a faint sting. Next moment, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared. The surrounding space is faintly distorted, exuding an unsettled atmosphere. Destroy the world, destroy everything. Kukaki Qianye shouted in his heart. Suddenly, Zanpakutō, who was originally extremely silent, lying in the space, the calm lines on it were distorted. Click. Click. There was a sound like breaking glass in my ears. Fine, spider web-like dark lines appeared in the surrounding space. It was so dark inside, and the emptiness that seemed to swallow everything made people shudder. Really? Originally, the sharpness of the world can distort the space, but after Shikai, it can directly break the space. Kukaki Qianye was shocked and his pupils shrank slightly. Tried swinging Zanpakutō. Crackling. The space in front of him was like a piece of paper being torn apart, leaving a dark void as tall as a person. The surroundings of the hollow are twisted and eroded, and the forces from the world are working hard to repair it. A full dozen seconds. The repair was successful. In this way, during battle, you can directly use Tianjuan Wangxiang's sharp broken space to drive the enemy out. No matter how strong the enemy is, it is impossible to fight against the power from the world. The terrifying cutting force produced by space repair is enough to crush anyone into powder. Kukaki Qianye nodded. I am extremely satisfied. If there was a Shikai before, there would be no need to get close to Tsunayashiro Tokinada. Just cutting open the space around him from a distance is enough to kill him instantly. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye leaned on the little sister's chest and looked at the scene outside. The houses are well proportioned and the people are well dressed. At first glance, it's no different from Siritai. Only, as time passed, some men with sallow faces and thin muscles and shabby clothes also appeared among the crowd that gathered. There are also murderous men who clearly show their ferocity and lick blood from their blades. It's like a hodgepodge of people coming together. Is this Qianye Pavilion? We, Rukonga, finally have our own Qianye Pavilion. The decoration is so good. If brothers can do their part, they will not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. I advise you to give up your thoughts. The Kukaki family is behind Qianye Pavilion, and this is not how they seek death. It is said that the boss of Qianye Pavilion, Kukaki Qianye, seriously injured Tsunayashiro Tokinada not long ago. Everyone was talking about it. After hearing this news, even the most ferocious villains became honest one after another. It has to be Kukaki Qianye. Who can be as ruthless as him? Almost everyone is here in Area 1-80. A few hours later, Kukaki Qianye pushed away the young lady on the side. Looking at the crowds of people below, tens of thousands of residents, the corners of their mouths were slightly raised. Rukonga. According to the 4 districts of East, West, South and North, each is divided into districts 1-80. In District 1, the public security and living environment are ideal, and the food is plentiful. In the 80th district, there is no grass growing, famine is everywhere, and everyone's souls kill each other to determine who gets the right to survive. By analogy, as the number of area codes increases, the security situation and living conditions in each district will decline and become worse. The branch of Qianye Pavilion is naturally located in the first area, which is the most prosperous and the place where people have the most money in their pockets. The news had been released before. Now, in areas 1-80, all potential customers have arrived, like locusts, countless. Happy opening. Let's start now. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly and signaled the assistant beside him to get ready to make a big profit. As for him, but he lacked interest and did not go out to watch. But there are more important things. Chapter 15. Boss Qianye. The beauties who have come to apply have all arrived. Do you want to start? Mama Sang said respectfully. Let's start. Kukaki Qianye nodded, picked up a bottle of wine and drank it with a cheerful expression on his face. Behind him are some of the most outstanding ladies, massaging her carefully and enjoying the treatment like an emperor. Number 1, Miss Mai He. Mama Sang read the nameplate, and then a beautiful woman wearing a low-cut dress walked into the room and danced excitingly. That's right. The main purpose of Kukaki Qianye coming here is to explore the world. By the way, recruit some more good-looking employees with potential. Applicant. There are 2 directions. One needs to accompany a guest. The other is a management position, responsible for managing the daily operations of the flower house. The salary will also be higher. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye nodded and signaled passage. Time flies. Qianye Pavilion was bustling with people. At the top, in the most luxurious box, it was even more intense. Kukaki Qianye stood up unsteadily, and interviewed dozens of young ladies in succession, and what followed was an ordeal. Next, Hijin. Mama Sang read the list. Kukaki Qianye stopped abruptly. Hijin? Really? The next moment, a gentle and reserved woman wearing a sakura flower dress walked in. Judging from her appearance, she is 90% similar to the original heroine, Byakuya Kuchiki. Only, his temperament is more elegant, with a touch of sadness between his brows. Just like the crimson sky, extremely pure. Hijin, the interview is for a management position. My talents are calligraphy and industrial management. Mama-san explained from the side. Kukaki Qianye nodded. In the original work, there is very little description of Hijin. She is only known to be the sister of Byakuya Kuchiki. When Byakuya was young, due to the pressure of life, she could only abandon her. Later, she married Byakuya Kuchiki, and then spent her whole life looking for Byakuya, but could not find her. He became ill due to overwork and died within 5 years. Hello, Boss Qianye, I'm Hijin. Hijin looked extremely respectful and bowed elegantly. Kukaki Qianye also looked at her, and then asked to take an exam. No matter who she is, you must also demonstrate corresponding value to be hired. As time goes by, Hijin can answer perfectly any question Kukaki Qianye asks. Can't find any flaws. If you pass, I will give you the position of Chief Management Officer and follow me back to Siridi. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. So good at managing industries. It seems that the introduction in the original book about Fei Zhen coming from a wealthy family in the human world is true. And the calligraphy written by Hijin just now is even more impressive, even compared to the master. Moreover, in the original work, Hijin is not only good at calligraphy but also dancing. If Byakuya's bankai is the most beautiful bankai, then Hijin's dance is the most beautiful dance. Talent. What a talented person! He must be under his command, and he can become a hands-off shopkeeper. For Byakuya Kuchiki, Kukaki Qianye could only feel sorry. My stupid brother, you can't control Hijin, let me do it. Kukaki Qianye. Gotei 13 headquarters. Yamamoto Genryusai frowned slightly and looked at the intelligence officer below. You mean, Kukaki Qianye is now in Rukonga, opened a branch of Qianye Pavilion, and held an Warren convention. Anohanaretsu sighed. You have such a big heart. Just after you do such an earth-shattering thing, you turn around and go to the romantic world. Bohemian. Unparalleled genius. The two characters of Kukaki Qianye are really separated. What a careless child. Yamamoto Genryusai narrowed his eyes, leaning on crutches with a frail expression. A genius who can seriously injure Tokinada with a single blow. His love for talent has been aroused, and he even wants to include him in Gotei 13 immediately. So, he is always ready to go to Spiritual Arts Academy. When Kukaki Qianye arrives, as long as he can catch his sword, he will take it directly. But he really doesn't come to school. Your mind is full of romance, enjoy life. Tsunayashiro family. There was a tense atmosphere about to come. Tsunayashiro Council. Snapped. The head of the Tsunayashiro family suddenly smashed the teacup into pieces, and the beard at the corner of his mouth was shaking violently. His breathing was extremely heavy, and his scarlet eyes wanted to choose and devour anyone. Hateful. Hateful. Does this Kukaki family really think that I dare not go to full-scale war with them? Just. That old guy Kukaki Jinling actually sent someone to hold the Tsunayashiro family accountable. His own son was half dead, yet he was still held accountable. Master, please calm down and think twice before doing anything. The clan elders on the side gently advised. That Kukaki Qianye must make him pay the price, but it is very irrational to rashly start an all-out war with the Kukaki family. Some clan elders shook their heads, their brows full of sorrow. When they first learned that Tokido was seriously injured, everyone shared the same hatred. But the passage of time has allowed some people to calm down. After all, Tokinada is not dead, and things have not reached the point where he will never die. The Kukaki family and the Tsunayashiro family are behemoths with influence throughout Seoul society. Not to mention, Jinling and Sojun of the Kukaki family are the captains and deputy captains of the 6th Division, and the Gotei 13th Division is also on the side of the Kukaki family. Rashly carried out, the Tsunayashiro family is likely to be at a disadvantage, which is not in the family's interest. Chapter 16. Could it be? The only heir is seriously injured, do you have to swallow your anger? The head of the Tsunayashiro family widened his eyes and looked at the people below angrily. Tsunayashiro family. Major decisions are made by parliament. The head of the family does not have all the power. Master, revenge must be avenged. But, after all, Tokiden is only seriously injured now, and the two families are not fighting to the death, so there is no need for a full-scale war. We just need to target the culprit, Kukaki Qianye. Some clan elders spoke earnestly. Never mind. Just as you said. The head of the Tsunayashiro family spoke expressionlessly, and then everyone in the council gathered together to discuss the next step. Rukonga. Qianye Pavilion is a branch pavilion. A girl wearing a sakura-colored kimono, with a gentle and pure face that looked like the crimson sky, looked gratefully at Kukaki Qianye above. Original. She was starving to death and even abandoned her sister to survive alone. It was this person who gave me hope to live again. But, thinking of her sister who was abandoned when she was still in her infancy, Hijin showed a trace of confusion on her face. Master Qianye, can I stay in Rukonga? I have a sister who is lost in Rukonga and I want to find her after work. Hijin was full of prayers, her big watery eyes staring at Kukaki Qianye above. Kin. From now on, the day-to-day management of the branch will be left to you. Kukaki Qianye had already changed into a loose bathrobe, took a sip of wine, and said in a lazy tone. Talents can be used wherever they are placed. Qianye Pavilion's sub-cabinet indeed lacks a capable manager. However, you don't have to do everything yourself. If you work hard and manage well, Qianye Pavilion's salary will be very generous. You can definitely hire someone to help you find it. Kukaki Qianye gave a faint hint. In the original work. As soon as this Hijin heard the news, she took the initiative to look for it. After 5 years of running around and working hard, her body couldn't bear it anymore. Die directly. Isn't it tiring to leave the great resources of the Kukaki family unused? Thank you, thank you. Hijin bowed deeply, her eyes full of emotion. Kukaki Qianye's words opened the door to the new world for her. I have nothing to repay, so just dance for Boss Qianye. Not long after. The melodious sound of silk and bamboo sounded. Hijin wore a sakura kimono and danced the hardest dance in her life. In the field. Mama Sang and the other girls who applied for the job were all dumbfounded and silent. This dance. It has gone beyond their understanding. It is so beautiful that it should not exist in this world. Above. Kukaki Qianye sat lazily, shaking a glass of scarlet wine in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. Hijin. Famous for calligraphy and dance. Rukia is the most beautiful Zanpakutō, then Hijin is the most beautiful dance, representing the limit of the Shinigami world. It seems now. Hijin's dancing is far better than her calligraphy. Ding! Host appreciates Hijin's dance, unlocks the achievement witness the most beautiful dance in the 3 realms, and gets the Kidō forbidden technique, Yin Yang Wind Curse. Forbidden technique. Yin Yang Wind Curse. Kukaki Qianye nodded lightly. During this time, he had mastered the first 50 Kidō. Kidō at the back, while capable of unleashing, isn't that skilled. Kidō. The closer you get to the back, the stronger you get. This is also a truth recognized by Soul Society. Now, he actually mastered the forbidden technique directly. This is a forbidden technique that is more powerful than all Kidō 99. Good. Work hard, Hijin. From now on, you will be the first manager of the branch, directly under my leadership. Kukaki Qianye smiled with satisfaction, then explained some management details to Hijin and others, and left directly. Experiment with the effect of the Yin Yang Wind spell. Not long after. Kukaki Qianye came to a deserted grove. Rukonga is not as harmonious as Siritai, and wild hollows occasionally appear. Gotei 13 will also destroy these voids on time. As far as the eye can see. There was one with pale skin, 5 meters tall, a big hole in his chest, and a bone mask on his head. Just appeared. A hoarse howl came out of his mouth, which was extremely harsh. Kukaki Qianye's heart moved. The breeze suddenly picked up beside me, and the gentle whirlpool moved toward the distance, as gentle as a lover's whisper. On Zioxu, 2 curse seals glowing with golden light appeared. They looked obscure and full of strange power. Not long after, the little creature let out a hoarse roar, its body trembled crazily like an electric shock, and the bone mask on its head was cracked with dark lines. The originally huge body continued to collapse and collapse for unknown reasons. The coercion on his body suddenly erupted, and he hammered towards the ground crazily, but the stronger it exploded, the faster the body collapsed. Not long after, along with a burst of wailing, Su's body suddenly split apart, turning into little bits of light and electricity that dissipated. Kukaki Qianye watched all this quietly. As long as the enemy's body is in contact with the air, the Yin and Yang Wind spell can carve curse marks on people's bodies under the blowing of the breeze. There are 9 curse seals in total. 2 are now unlocked. Sleeping Seal, it can block the enemy's sanity. If the enemy's Ryutsu is lower than one's own, it means complete control. If the enemy's Ryutsu is higher than one's own, it can also affect their thoughts. The 6th Soul Horror Curse, when a person circulates his power, he will receive the same amount of damage as the power he circulates. Chapter 17. Seal of Sleep. Can disrupt the enemy during combat. Even if the enemy Ryutsu is taller than him, it can still interfere with his fighting thoughts. In a critical battle, it was enough for him to expose his most fatal mistake. And the 6th Soul's Fear Curse. It's like wearing a dress studded with nails for the enemy. As long as he uses power, he will be hurt. He also put a big anti-armor on himself. For any offensive directed against you, the enemy must first suffer the same amount of damage. If it was an assassin type with high attack and low imitation, he would be killed by the 6th Soul Horror Curse before he could hit him. Without exception. These are extremely pervert abilities, worthy of the name Forbidden Technique. Not to mention Yin Yang Wind Curse. But it has 9 curse seals. Only 2 are now unlocked. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, turned and left. Everyone in Rukonga yearns for the life of Siritai, which has a lot to do with Kyuya, who appears from time to time just now. Hueco Mundo. There are 6 levels of virtuality. Zioxu just now. It's the first type. It's also a miscellaneous weapon when placed in Hueco Mundo, and it won't blink without iron skin. The attack power is weak and can only pose a threat to humans. Under the complete control of the Sleeping Curse Seal and the complete counter-attack of the 6th Soul Terror Curse, he just hit the ground and was killed under the influence of 2 curse seals. The second type, Jillian, also known as Minos Grande, was created by fusion after defeating hundreds of hollows, and has become Zero. The strength is not weak. In Hueco Mundo, it is also a thug level and is considered a high-level minion. The third type, Ajichas, is between the vice-captain and captain-level combat capabilities, and is a rare strong player in Hueco Mundo. The fourth type, the one at the top of Hueco Mundo's food chain, is called Sphitode. They are the real powerhouses of Hueco Mundo. After many rounds of evolution, they have almost reached the pinnacle of virtual evolution. The basic combat power is equal to that of the captain. The fifth type, Scrito, the super-superior Minos Grande, has the power to capture Gotei 13 on his own. Hueco Mundo nearly 10,000 years. Only 3 have appeared. The sixth type, King Su, the highest level Su, the king who leads the entire Hueco Mundo. There is very little mention of it in the original work. All I know is that it is still alive in Hueco Mundo. As for the Holy Void, Divine Void, Demonic Void, it only exists in the oldest recorded historical materials, and no one has ever seen it before. Kukaki Qianye, haven't you come back yet? Gotei 13 headquarters. Yamamoto Genryusai is leaning on crutches and wearing a captain's cape. He looks frail and old. Intelligence agents learned that he had gone to the Spiritual Arts Academy. Anohanaretsu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Finally back. If he doesn't come back, I'm afraid the captain will have to go to Rukonga himself. Good. Gather 3 or more captains and come with me. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded, and his originally squinted eyes opened slightly, looking extremely sharp. Now. Spiritual Arts Academy. Then a shaky figure wearing sunglasses and carrying a bottle of liquor entered the originally noisy school. It suddenly became peaceful. All the teachers and students were paying attention to the man. Kukaki Qianye. It's finally here. Cutting down the chief officer of the 6th Division with one knife is a big deal, but he skipped school yesterday. Who can be as fierce as him? Everyone was talking about it. Now Kukaki Qianye is not only the strongest freshman in this class, but simply the strongest freshman in history. Only first grade. You have accomplished something that most people would never be able to do in their entire lives. Brother. You are really my big brother. You seriously injured Shitten with a knife and just walked away. Urahara Kisuke and Shihara and Yoriyuki looked at the lazy-looking Kukaki Qianye in front of them, their eyes widened. Tell me honestly, what level of strength have you achieved now? Are you secretly doing it behind our backs? Urahara was heartbroken, and Yoriyuki on the side also looked at Kukaki Qianye with the eyes of a traitor. Those who secretly roll the money are the most disgusting. Don't talk nonsense. Ryutsu feels bloated even while sleeping, what can I do? Kukaki Qianye said casually. Byakuya in the back. When he saw Kukaki Qianye again, he had an expression doubtful about life. No doubt. My own brother, who drinks and skips classes every day and hangs out in flower houses, looks like he is giving up on himself. And what about yourself? In addition to going to class every day, I practice cultivation, and I don't dare to slack off at all. But instead of narrowing, the gap between the two has simply widened. In the classroom, Eisen, who was sitting silently aside, accidentally looked at Kukaki Qianye with a familiar gentle smile on his face. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes and took a casual sip of wine. Eisen. Before revealing the final true identity, the image of a good person is maintained impeccably. Kukaki Qianye. The captain wants to see you. A teacher hurried in and said anxiously with sweat on his face. What? Captain Genryuze is here. The whole classroom exploded, and everyone focused their attention on Kukaki Qianye. Yuen Liuzai, who is that? Soul Society's strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. He alone is the insurmountable pinnacle for all Shinigami. This kind of person actually came to Spiritual Arts Academy in person and asked to see Kukaki Qianye by name. Chapter 18. Spiritual Arts Academy. The empty square was already filled with dense crowds. The whole school. Most of the teachers and students are gathered here. He looked at the group of people in the center of the square with awe and curiosity. The dying old man. A caring elder sister with a gentle smile on her face. A decadent middle-aged uncle in a pink coat who is carefree. A short-cut young man with a resolute face, silver hair, and obvious muscle lines. This is Captain of the 1st Division, Captain Yamamoto Genryuze. Team 4 Captain Anohanaretsu. Team 8 Captain Kiraku Shunsui. Team 9 Captain Maguruma Kensei. Everyone is at least captain level. This is such a big scene, and it's just for Kukaki Qianye. Everyone was stunned. Usually, although there are captains who come to the school as guest teachers, in most cases, there is only one captain. Where have they seen such a big scene? Captain-level figures, those are the real top leaders of Soul Society, and ordinary people will never even see them in their lifetime. That Kukaki Qianye, it's going to be hard to survive this time. Some people shook their heads, feeling full of sympathy for Kukaki Qianye. His appearance even alarmed the captain. That's not necessarily true. Captain Genryuze may have valued Kukaki Qianye's talent and wanted to include him in Gotei 13 in advance. Others hold different views. This Kukaki Qianye is only in the first year. He wants to graduate directly and even join Gotei 13. It's really scary. In the field, everyone was talking like locusts, and there were whispers everywhere. Captain, he's here. Anohanaretsu said softly. Other people. He also followed her gaze. I saw a handsome young man wearing slippers, a casual SY outfit, and holding a bottle of liquor in his hand. He staggered over, his eyes were loose and lazy, and he burped wine from time to time. Everyone covered their faces and kicked the floor in embarrassment for Kukaki Qianye. Shameful. What a shame. As the strongest freshman, he looks so embarrassed. It's quite characteristic. Yuan Liuzai twitched his lips. This was the first time he saw Kukaki Qianye in person. Such a lazy image. There is really no way to associate it with the image of Seoul Society's #1 genius, who seriously injured Tsunayashiro Tokinada with a knife. The contrast is so great. Be careful. We have studied the school rules in the past 2 days. Mr. Yamamoto pays most attention to rules and justice. According to the school rules, if you injure a teacher, you have only 2 options. One is to drop out of school immediately, and the other is to kill Captain Yuan Liuzai. Beside, Yoriuki, Urahara, and Byakuya all looked at Kukaki Qianye worriedly. Kukaki Qianye just nodded. Mr. Yuan Liuzai, as he gets older, his thoughts become more rigid and pedantic, and he will never allow any violation of rules to occur. Subsequently, look at the formidable figures of several ryotsu not far away. An old man who was so weak that he had to use crutches to support his body, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. Although he is old, but when his eyes open and close, they look like hawks, emitting a sharp cold light. He is also the strongest person in Seoul Society. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, the ceiling of combat power. A carefree middle-aged uncle, Kiraku Shunsui, has a lazy and fishy personality, but is extremely talented and powerful. In the original work, after the death of Mr. Genryusai, he continued to serve as the captain of Gotei 13. The one with a gentle face is none other than the flower girl, Anohanaretsu, the very contrasting first-generation Kenpeki. Last, Maguruma Kensei, the unit of measurement of Shinigami's combat power, makes the most handsome appearance and takes the most vicious beatings. Kukaki Qianye. You have 2 choices now, one is to drop out of school now, the other is to accept my blow and join Gotei 13. Yamamoto Genryusai's old voice echoed throughout the audience. What? Take the captain's blow? The teachers and students watching were all shocked. That was Yamamoto Genryusai, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Even if you are at the captain level, you can't take his blow without using Bankai. Okay, come on. Kukaki Qianye said lightly, with a cold light, and he felt a biting cold light appearing in his hand just by looking at it. Unparalleled sharpness. Even from a distance, everyone can feel a faint tingling on their skin. This knife. The onlookers were shocked, this kind of appearance was not unusual. As for Eisen, his eyes narrowed slightly. Kukaki Qianye's previous fainting was just a lie. Very good. Energetic. Genryusai nodded appreciatively, while Anohanaretsu and others on the side understood and evacuated the surrounding crowd. Keep it at least a kilometer away. The power of Mr. Yuan Liuzai's sword, even if it was just the aftermath, was enough to seriously injure or even kill these students. After a while, around the school, the temperature rises dramatically, starting from the center of Yamamoto Genryusai, and a blazing flame breaks out. Soaring straight into the sky, the straightest clouds were shattered and annihilated, evaporating into large swaths of mist. In school, the trees that were originally lush and leafy turned into a withered yellow color, and even looked scorched black. The fire grew more intense. Layers of flames form a kingdom of flames. Shikai. Everything in the world will turn into ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Chapter 19. No, it can't be. He actually used Shikai. Mr. Yamamoto wants Kukaki Qianye to die. Kiraku Shunsui exclaimed. Pull out Zanpakutō directly, trying to stop it. Kukaki Qianye is the heir to the Kukaki family. If he is hacked to death by Mr. Yamamoto, the situation will get out of control. Don't panic, the Commander-in-Chief will not hurt his life. This is also the Commander-in-Chief's test for Qianye. Anohanaretsu held down Kiraku Shunsui and shook his head slightly, while staring at everything in the field. In this case, isn't this the captain's entrance examination? Maguruma Kensei on the side murmured softly. Gotei 13. There are 3 ways to become a captain. The first, in the presence of 200 team members, defeated the current captain. The second type. Recommended by 6 captains at the same time, and recognized by at least 3 other captains. The third type. Passed the battle test under the witness of the chief captain and 3 captains. In front of you. That's the third type. Kiraku Shunsui also suddenly realized, no wonder Mr. Yamamoto came with several captains. This is what I was thinking about. But Kukaki Qianye, can it really succeed? To know. If you want to catch Captain Shikai's sword, you need at least captain level strength. Qianye, big brother. Urahara, Byakuya, and others were suppressed by Genri Yusai's huge Ryutsu and were unable to move, with cold sweat streaming down their heads. A pair of eyes stared at the scene in panic. The power of Ryujin Jaka is like the power of heaven and the arrival of the god of fire, leaving no one with the slightest thought of resistance. Will die. If you take this stab, you will definitely die. Ryujin Jaka's first move, caressing and slashing. Boom. The flames exploded, burning to the sky, and the upper half of Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's clothes were completely shattered. A strong body with knotted muscles and scars was exposed. The madness of Ryutsu is overwhelming, as if it is the prelude to the destruction of the world, and it puts a high mountain on people's hearts. Such an invincible and tyrannical attitude. It is in sharp contrast to the old image he had before. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Kukaki Qianye in an instant, slashing hard at the neck. The surrounding air vision is crazily distorted due to the extreme high temperature. Ding! A Tang Hangdeo-like long knife with black and red lines all over it suddenly slashed away from a strange angle. The relationship with Ryujin Jaka is instant. The sound of gold and iron clashing spread wildly, turning into invisible waves of energy that continued to overflow in all directions. All students. They all covered their ears and looked in pain. Even if they are far away, this sound wave can cause some damage to them. Everyone. They all looked towards the field. The scarlet flames gradually extinguished like walls, and the heat wave in the air that seemed to burn everything gradually disappeared. Captain Genri Yusai put away the Zanpakutō and transformed it into a brown cane. Putting on the former captain's robe, his figure became rickety, and he looked like the frail old man before. And Kukaki Qianye. Standing there, except for the beads of sweat on his forehead due to the high temperature, he was unscathed. Under the gaze of everyone, Kukaki Qianye took out the wine bottle and took a big gulp of wine, with a satisfied smile on his face. This. He actually still wants to drink. Everyone was furious and shocked. That was a fight with the captain, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Did you make something wrong? Shouldn't the focus be on him actually receiving the captain's blow? Someone asked, looking at Kukaki Qianye in the field, with a look of wonder, fear, and envy. Young. Only 100 years old, he actually received a blow from the captain head-on. His talent is impeccable and has reached the pinnacle of Soul Society. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely be the captain in the future, and he can even join the Zero Division. Envious. Jill turned purple with envy. This guy can be so strong after drinking every day, it is simply unreasonable. Brother, he actually succeeded. Byakuya Kuchiki's face was dull, and he didn't even notice the singed hair on his forehead. Although his brother succeeded, and he was very happy. But being able to take the captain's sword also means that his brother has far surpassed him in practice. No matter how much I chase. Under the peerless halo of my brother, I feel like the moon in the mirror, doing all my work in vain. Brother, he is really scary. Urahara and Yoriyuki looked at Kukaki Qianye, who was drinking quietly below, their mouths wide open. This kind of strength. I'm afraid it's comparable to, or even surpasses, the captain level. Joining Gotei 13 is also a good qualification as captain. It actually succeeded. Not far away. Kiraku Shunsui and Meguruma Kensei all stared at Kukaki Qianye in the field with wide eyes, looking at monsters. As if to analyze him thoroughly, what did this guy eat to grow up? Such a monster? He received the captain's blow and didn't even suffer much damage. Even captains, there are only a few who can do this. Chapter 20. Anohanaretsu. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Looking at Kukaki Qianye with interest, his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. That's it. It is such a strong man that fighting against him will bring some pleasure. Everyone else in the team is too weak now. As for Mr. Yamamoto, that can no longer be an opponent, it is completely a monster level. Bankai kills everyone with one strike, and fighting him is no fun at all. Now, in the field, Kukaki Qianye looked at the ordinary, frail-looking old man in front of him. Yamamoto Genryusai. In the original work, an invincible strongman was created in the early stage. Possessing the oldest and strongest fire-type Zanpakutō Ryujin Jaka, Shikai is stronger than the average Captain Bankai. Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, the residual fire sword, is known as the most powerful Bankai. The terrifying heat is enough to evaporate all the water in Soul Society. It is divided into 4 major moves: southeast, southeast, and northwest. Thousands of years ago, it was with this that he defeated Wywak, the descendant of the Soul King. Very strong. Ridiculously strong. The author of the original work could only kill the old man through plot killing. If Mr. Yamamoto hadn't been taken away from Bankai, he would have been cut in two by Wywak. After 1,000 years of bloody battle, the protagonist group will not fight so hard. Just. The first form of Ryujin Jaka is caressing and cutting. This is a pure melee skill that can split the enemy in half with lightning speed. His own heavenly breaker, the strongest Zanpakutō in the sharp type, even if he doesn't use Shikai and Bankai, he can still restrain all close combat Zanpakutō. As long as the two swords touch each other, even if the opponent is Ryujin Jaka, he will definitely be cut off. Now, opposite. Yamamoto Genryusai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the decadent and lazy young man in front of him, who seemed to be indifferent to everything. The old palm gently caressed the crutch. Ryujin Jaka inside, in his perception, a cut the size of a grain of rice had appeared. If he hadn't forcibly interrupted the attack at the critical moment and suddenly withdrew his strength, I'm afraid the entire Ryujin Jaka will be cut off by Kukaki Qianye. What is the condition of his Zanpakutō? This level of sharpness is the only one I have ever seen in my life. Yamamoto Genryusai had mixed feelings. Before, Ryujin Jaka, who had always been invincible, was cut open like tofu in front of that young man's Zanpakutō. Think about it now. Still like a dream. Originally, he wanted to test whether Kukaki Qianye was truly the rumored talent and whether he could inherit his captaincy in the future. But Yuen Liuzai shook his head slightly. The test just now showed nothing at all. Just the moment the two swords connected, a gap appeared in my Ryujin Jaka. Regarding Kukaki Qianye's Ryutsu, Kidō, white hits, and Shunpo's abilities, they were not used at all. Only no. His Zanpakutō is extremely sharp. Even the sharpness of Zanpakutō is enough for Kukaki Qianye to hold the captain-level position. What is his true strength? Although Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni was extremely curious, but Zanpakutō's ability was a person's biggest trump card. Life-saving stuff. In Soul Society, it is taboo to ask other people about their Pakutō abilities. Think of this. Yamamoto Genryusai touched his beard and then looked at Kukaki Qianye with his sharp eyes. You've passed my test. Next, you can become the captain of Gotei 13 and report to Gotei 13 tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, a stormy sea suddenly arose. Many teachers and students who didn't know what was going on were dumbfounded and in disbelief. What's the situation? Captain Genryusai, didn't you come here to punish Kukaki Qianye? Why did you let him be the captain? But, along with explanations by Anohanaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui et al., everyone understood that the three captains had just arrived here, which had already constituted the captain's examination conditions. Kukaki Qianye. He is upright and has proven his ability to serve as captain through his own strength. Captain. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, and he already understood it as soon as he saw Anohanaretsu, the combat power measurement unit Maguruma Kensei and others. However, Captain, now that the captains of the 13th Division are already appointed, I wonder which division Kukaki Qianye will be the captain of. Meguruma Kensei stepped forward and said solemnly. Originally, the captain of Division 6 is a member of the Kukaki family for generations. However, Kukaki Jinling has not yet abdicated as the captain of the 6th division. This means one of the other captains will be eliminated. Gotei 13, it is always the strong who are respected. Tomorrow, it will be up to Kukaki Qianye to choose which team he will captain. Yuan Liuzai said softly. Expressed his attitude. Everyone on the side also understood. Tomorrow Kukaki Qianye can take his place by defeating the captain of his choice at will. Chapter 21. Feel sorry. I reject. After hearing this, Kukaki Qianye just yawned and shook his head slightly. Silence. Sluggish. The needle drop could be heard in the field. The next moment it exploded. What? He actually refused the temptation to be captain. People on the side were amazed and exclaimed, and everyone stared at Kukaki Qianye with doubts in their eyes. Byakuya Kuchiki, Yoriyuki, Urahara, and others looked at Kukaki Qianye in disbelief. Pick your ears. He seemed to suspect that he had heard wrongly. That's the captain. There are only 13 captains in the entire Seireitei, and those are the absolute top leaders. And each person manages an elite team of several hundred people, a squad, deputy captains, chief officers, and all combatants. All are directly under the jurisdiction of the captain. Equivalent to, as long as you become the captain, you can immediately become the master and become the local emperor. The status and power are no less than those of noble families. Especially Kukaki Qianye, who was originally the heir to the Kukaki family. If he becomes the captain, Kukaki Jinling, who is already the captain of the 6th division, will be added. The power of the Kukaki family will reach an unprecedented height. Chien, brother Qianye, are you still sober? I have the latest hangover pills invented here. Take one and you will have a clear mind. Urahara Kisuk hurriedly took out a glass bottle from his arms, with a small round red pill inside. Said. I want to drink it directly to Kukaki Qianye. No need. Kukaki Qianye pushed the pill away decisively. Yamamoto Genryusai, Kiraku Shunsui, Anohanaretsu, Meguruma Kensei, and others on the side also twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths. He scratched his head and shook his head in thought. I can't understand it at all. Why did Kukaki Qianye reject Yuan Liuzai's invitation? Reason. Yuan Liuzai was leaning on a cane, and his wrinkles were almost spreading to his bald head. He paused and took a deep look at Kukaki Qianye. Although there is no clear test of Kukaki Qianye's true strength. However, given his current age and the terrifying potential displayed by that Zanpakutō future, you can definitely reach your own height. Even more so. Leave the safety of Soul Society to him so that you can retire with peace of mind. He is the best successor to the captain, bar none. Byakuya is a better captain than me. My martial arts skills are still lacking, and now I just want to practice diligently. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly and said calmly. Captainship. For others, it's an unattainable dream, the right to realize one's ambitions, and a high social status. But for myself, what's the use? He is already the heir of the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 nobles, and in terms of status, he has surpassed the captain. Not to mention, if you can get stronger by just lying down and messing around every day, why should you go to Gotei 13 and find yourself a class? To know. Gotei 13, but I often have to do tasks, and even have to go on business trips in the real world. Even the captain has to deal with mountains of documents every day and doesn't have much rest time at all. Just look at the original work. Hitsugaya Toshiro understands. Originally possessing the strongest ice type, Zanpakutō Hiren Meru, he joined Gotei 13 at a young age and became the captain, with a respected position and many subordinates. He looks majestic and a young genius. But is this really a good thing for someone with terrifying potential like him? After becoming captain, on weekdays, Toshiro has less time to practice. Due to Matsumoto Rangiku's laziness, he often doesn't even sleep well and deals with piles of documents. I am just busy working every day. If he did not serve as captain, but spent all his time practicing with his qualifications. You can definitely become stronger. In the Arrancar chapter, in the duel with Aizen who is fused with Hogyaku, he will never be seriously injured by Aizen, which will end up being soy sauce. The Invisible Empire chapter will not have no effect and will directly become a zombie, controlled by the two forces of Soul Society and Invisible Empire. Yuki and Urahara were going crazy, scratching their hair with painful expressions on their faces. Others don't know Qianye, don't they know it yet? It's all bullshit to say that martial arts is insufficient and you want to practice hard. At least they have never seen Kukaki Qianye practicing. Day after day, I would either go to Flower Street or sleep and drink. Brother, don't you have the responsibility of a great nobleman at all? Byakuya's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his fingers were trembling slightly, and he asked aloud. As Kukaki Qianye's younger brother, after getting along with him for these years, I already know his habits very well. What Byakuya is more suitable than me? It doesn't sound sincere at all. He just wanted to be lazy. I don't want to be held back from enjoying Gotei 13. Among students, a man with square glasses and a gentle face looked at everything in the field quietly. Slung across his waist is a Zanpakutō called Kyoka Suijutsu. After hearing Kukaki Qianye's decisive refusal, an interesting smile appeared on Aizen's lips. Chapter 22. Hear Kukaki Qianye's reasons. Yamamoto Genryusai didn't refute, just nodded slightly. Is martial arts insufficient? Although Kukaki Qianye's Zanpakutō is the sharpest Zanpakutō he has ever seen in his life. Just relying on swordsmanship is enough to serve as captain. But no one knows what level Kukaki Qianye's white hits, Shunpo and Kidō have reached. He said it was not enough. Maybe it's not a lie. Good. When your martial arts skills are improved, you can come to Gotei 13 at any time and assume the position of captain. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's side, then left directly on crutches. The back looks extremely old and waning. If you ignore just now the muscles on his body when his clothes were exposed, as well as the ferocious X-shaped scar on his head, made him look like an ordinary and affable old man. I can serve as captain at any time. In the school, all the teachers and students were crying with envy. This Kukaki Qianye was only a freshman, but he had reached an unreachable pinnacle in their lives. Comparing people to each other is so annoying. Byakuya's face is no longer so stinking. Maybe Kukaki Qianye will finally recover from his lost ways and work hard to become stronger? Anyway, the position of captain has gone to his brother, but he doesn't want it now. As brothers, you still have to give your brothers some trust. Yuki and Urahara also had relieved smiles on their lips. They grew up in the aristocratic circle. And each of them has the talent to be a captain. Future. It would be nice to continue working together in Gotei 13. Saw the captains leaving. Kukaki Qianye also yawned. The teachers and students who gathered around looked like they wanted to eat him up. After all, handsome, good family background, strong, complete captain-level combat power. After receiving a few words from him, his understanding of the way of swordsmanship will rise to a new level. Kukaki Qianye patted Byakuya on the shoulder. Byakuya, I won't go home tonight. I'll tell the old man and dad. After saying that, Kukaki Qianye drank all the wine. The figure flashed and rushed towards Qianye Pavilion on Wandering Soul Street. Byakuya's handsome face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his forehead was covered with black lines, and his heart was full of doubts. This brother of my own. Will there really be a day when we can turn back from our lost ways and work hard to become stronger? Off campus. Captain Yamamoto, you are really kind to this Kukaki Qianye. Maguruma Kensei sounded envious. At first, he became captain, but it was extremely difficult. And now, Kukaki Qianye, who rejected the captain in public, was still offered an olive branch. Given the advantageous condition of being the captain at any time. This is also his strength. Kiraku Shunsui on the side smiled easily, his unshaven face full of salty fish, and put his arms around Maguruma Kensei. This Kukaki Qianye not only has great potential. The Qianye Pavilion opened is also the best among the best. It is the pinnacle of the flower building. Come and see it with me later. Especially the flower house in Rukonga, which has just opened and is still offering discounts. I reject. Meguruma Kensei speaks righteously. The news about Spiritual Arts Academy is not a secret. Kukaki Qianye succeeded the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, and the ceiling of combat power, Captain Yamamoto, Shikai was unscathed by the sword. In just one day, the news spread throughout the entire Siraidai. Even Rukonga is filled with his legend. It's really scary, the descendant of such a great noble. I heard that Kukaki Qianye is still the boss of Qianye Pavilion. In the future, you should be more open-minded and don't provoke people from Qianye Pavilion. 4 districts, East, West, South, North, 1 to 80. Everyone from the leaders of large organizations to local gangsters heard the news. While I was filled with wonder and awe, I was also full of awe for Kukaki Qianye's property, Qianye Pavilion. Don't dare to cause trouble at all. Rukonga District 80, Zaraki District. 2 men with ruffian faces and big scars on their heads, who looked very vicious, were also discussing about Kukaki Qianye. This Kukaki Qianye is such a waste. He doesn't want to be the captain, so why not take it for me? TCH, forget it, a chief officer can scare the shit out of you, you still want to be the captain. Right now. A low and hoarse male voice sounded. You guys, tell me the information about that man. Haha, who are you, Zaraki Kenpake? A man with a ferocious face, sharp edges, and an extremely tall and burly figure. Holding a Zanpakutō that was full of pits and looked like jagged edges, without any movement, a tyrannical murderous aura rushed towards him. On the shoulder, there was a little girl with pink hair lying on her shoulder, looking at them with a smile. Zaraki Kenpake. Cut down Rukonga with a knife. A man whose mind is full of muscles and killing, enough people died under his hands to pile up a hill. Just hearing his name is enough to make a child stop crying and become frightened. The 2 strong men stooped, cautiously, and quickly showed a flattering smile on their faces. Kenpake-sama. Chapter 23. Not long after. Rukonga, Qianye Pavilion in District 1. After Zaraki Kenpake learned the information, he left with the knife in hand, twitching the corners of his mouth, and his shabby clothes fluttering in the wind. I don't understand. Why is that kind of strong man obsessed with sensuality? Every strong person has his own hobbies. Kuzujishi Yachiru touched his chin and showed a sunny smile like a child. But that's not important, said. Zaraki Kenpake's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Ryotsu seemed to be an endless ocean, and the surrounding trees were snapping and snapping. The whole person was like a wild beast in urgent need of venting. As long as he is strong enough. Just bring yourself fun. Siraidai. Gotei 13. Kukaki Qianye's rejection is also a good thing for us. Kenpake, captain of the 11th Division. Odoribashi Rajuro, captain of the 3rd Division. Division 5 Captain Hirako Shinji. The captains gathered together to chat, and their words did not understand Kukaki Qianye's brain circuit. But they were also a little lucky in their hearts. After all, if Kukaki Qianye comes here, it means one of them will be out. They all worked hard to get the captain's seat. And among his subordinates, there are also people who are ambitious for the position of captain, and they practice hard every day. Strive to defeat yourself one day and serve as captain. Instead of talking about this, it is better to improve your own strength. Not far away. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni coughed slightly, looked at the captains and shook his head slightly. Ryujin Jaka in the cane, still has a small chip on it. Original. Even if the Zanpakutō is shattered, the powerful Shinigami can quickly rebuild it, but Kukaki Qianye's Zanpakutō is extremely unusual. It can leave an extremely sharp aura on the slash mark, hindering Zanpakutō's repair. Although current captain, they are all rare geniuses. However, after meeting Kukaki Qianye, all geniuses must be ranked behind Kukaki Qianye. Where are Kuraka Shunsui and Meguruma Kensei? Yuen Liuzai was a little confused and looked at the captains in the field. I saw them going to Rukonga together. Hirako Shinji said softly. Why go to Rukonga? No one knows. Siridi. In the central area, in the middle of a wide lake, a huge building island stands on top. It is surrounded by high walls. Central 46. It is also the largest authority in the Soul Society. Except for the Soul King Palace and Team Zero, everything must be under their jurisdiction. 40 sages and 6 judges were all former top nobles. Most of them come from the 4 nobles of Soul Society. But entering Central 46 means they have no contact with their previous family. For the rest of my life, I can only deal with every situation in Soul Society with absolute fairness. Everything must be done with the interests of Soul Society as the first criterion. Now, in the conference room, there was silence. The 40 sages and 6 judges had expressionless faces, and the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Kukaki Qianye declined Yamamoto Genri Usai Shijikuni's invitation. Above, the judge said softly, his face a little dark and ugly. Gotei 13 was not added. This means that they cannot directly control Kukaki Qianye, and it is extremely difficult to control him. After all, the Kukaki family is the first noble family, and the family's energy is enough for them to disobey Central 46's orders. Regarding the matter of Kukaki Qianye, let's consider it in the long term and wait for future opportunities. Tsunayashiro family. In the Parliament Hall, it was a mixed picture. That Kukaki Qianye's strength has reached this level. The head of the Tsunaya clan gnashed his teeth and looked angry. Captain-level strength. Even if they wanted to destroy it, they would have to pay a huge price. After all, captain-level combat power is already at the absolute top level in the Siridi, and the Tsunayashiro family only has empty power. The real combat power is simply not comparable to Gotei 13. Shiden's defeat in his hands is not unjust. The clan elders below nodded lightly, their expressions also extremely solemn. But, it's good. For unknown reasons, he refused to join the Gotei 13, which was a godsend for us. If we don't act now, it will be even harder to get rid of him in the future. The clan elders were arguing among themselves, and their words were mixed. Haha, just do as you say. Above, Tsunayashiro nodded slightly, his expression gloomy. If Kukaki Qianye joins Gotei 13, with the protection of Gotei 13 and the Kukaki family, it will be extremely difficult to get rid of him. But now, getting rid of him will cost you, but it's not impossible. We can't let him grow any longer. Kukaki family. Qianye, you can give me something new every time. Kukaki Yinling was originally happy when she heard that Kukaki Qianye blocked Mr. Yamamoto's knife. But after hearing that Kukaki Qianye refused to become the captain, I almost vomited blood. Now the beard is trembling slightly with anger. What was he thinking about? What on earth were you thinking? Are you going to give up the captain position if you just say you don't want it? You know, the fact that the Kukaki family can now become the first noble is inseparable from the hereditary and irreplaceable captain of the 6th division. However, this is also his choice. Didn't he say he wanted to practice martial arts? We should give him some understanding. Qianye's father. Kukaki Sojun coughed lightly. Forehead. Father, my brother said he won't come back today. Byakuya Kuchiki said weakly. Report to the head of the family. Qianye is now in the Qianye pavilion in Rukonga. Below, the intelligence personnel performed appropriate finishing blows. Kukaki Aimchun and Kukaki Jinling's expressions froze. Really? You shouldn't have unrealistic illusions about Kukaki Qianye. Chapter 24. Rukonga. Qianye Pavilion is a branch pavilion. Kukaki Qianye was lying on a soft fur sofa, shaking a glass of vintage wine in his hand. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Watch the singing and dancing performances of many girls below. At the same time, through the huge transparent glass in the box, Kukaki Qianye saw 2 familiar figures. The Sy Pink Haori, the unshaven middle-aged uncle. An upright young man with a resolute face, full of positive energy and silver hair. Kuraku Shunsui. Maguru Makensei. At this moment, he was having a great time drinking with the young ladies, with a smile of enjoyment on his face. A captain-level figure. You also need to relax. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly, stopped paying attention, and continued to enjoy the singing and dancing in front of him. Among them, a woman wearing a sakura-colored kimono, with an appearance as pure and flawless as the crimson sky, and a gentle smile on her face attracted special attention. It seems to stand out from the crowd. Among the many beautiful women, dancing is the most beautiful, as if it does not exist in the world. Hijin. The most beautiful dance in the three worlds. Soon. Dance finished. Hijin poured a glass of wine for Kukaki Qianye, her eyes full of respect. Kukaki Qianye also looked at her. Compared to when I first arrived. Although the management of Qianye Pavilion is not easy, the pay is really good and no physical labor is required. Fei Zhen now. His face was much rosier, and he was much better than the image of sick Yangzi in the original work, who was frail and about to die at any time. Have you found your sister? Kukaki Qianye asked drunkenly after taking a sip of wine. Thank you boss for bearing in mind, not yet. Rukonga is so big, it's really hard to find someone. Fei Zhen gave a bitter smile, thinking of her abandoned sister, her brows filled with sadness. Kukaki Qianye said nothing. Even if she doesn't look for her now, she should take good care of herself and don't die prematurely. Decades later, Rukia entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, and the sisters were naturally reunited. But, even if she knew the truth, she wouldn't stop looking. Now she is spending energy and money to search hard, just to comfort herself and make up for her mistakes as much as possible. Ding! Host rejects the captain, chooses to enjoy life, and is hungover at Qianye Pavilion to watch the most beautiful dance. Trigger achievement, who knows how to mess up better than me? Host Ryutsu breaks through to level 40, and Zanpakutō's Shikai ability is further developed to perfection. Ryutsu level 40. Zanpakutō Shikai's abilities are perfectly developed. Kukaki Qianye's eyes lit up and he nodded with satisfaction. After bidding farewell to Hijin, we went directly to an empty practice venue under Qianye Pavilion. In front of him was a vast expanse of vastness, the ground was hundreds of meters high, and there were various hills and cliffs. This is a one-to-one replica of the underground base built by Urahara and Yoryuki in the original work. Kukaki Qianye thought. A Tanghangdao with black and red lines and a golden handle, which looked cold and sharp, appeared in his hand. This knife. Usually it can only be placed in the system space. It is so sharp that no scabbard can accommodate it. Now. In the air, Kukaki Qianye waved the knife gently without feeling any resistance. Any smallest air particles are cut off without any obstruction. This represents the most ultimate sharpness in the world. At the same time, Kukaki Qianye Ryutsu suddenly released a powerful force that soared to the sky, making everything surrender. The surrounding hills and cliffs all cracked and shattered. A huge dark crack was revealed. Ryutsu alone is enough to defeat opponents below the vice-captain level. Ryutsu finally reached level 40. Kukaki Qianye clenched his fists and smiled slightly. This is the result of not liberating Zanpakutō himself. Once Zanpakutō is liberated, it will be improved tenfold. Ryutsu. The higher the level, the harder it is to improve. Correspondingly, the gold content will be higher. From level 40 to level 50 Ryutsu, each level of Ryutsu is comparable to the previous 5 levels. The farther to the back, the bigger the gap becomes. A cliff-like gap. Enshikai. Bankai. It can increase the strength 5 times or even 10 times. Now, the average captain, Ryutsu, is only at level 20 or 30. Bankai's improved Ryutsu can bring their Ryutsu to over level 40. After all, the plot has not even started yet, and some captains have not been promoted. When the main plot begins, the captains of Gotei 13 will experience a new transformation in strength through various plots. Especially in the later stages of the plot, Ryutsu at level 20 or 30 is the level of a high-level soldier. Zanpakutō's Shikai also reached the level of perfection. Kukaki Qianye thought in his heart. Zanpakutō, the quality determines the lower limit. But the user's level of development determines the upper limit. After all, even Kyoka Suijutsu and Ryujin Jaka, the strongest Zanpakutō of a certain series, cannot display their due strength in the hands of an ordinary Shinigami. It still depends on the development process. A powerful user, coupled with a powerful Zanpakutō, can bring out the most perfect combat power. And myself. Now, Shikai, who breaks all the world, has been developed to perfection. Shikai. Destroy the world, destroy everything. Chapter 25. Boom. Shikai starts, a huge sword energy that is unparalleled and cannot be caught by the naked eye spreads crazily in all directions. Subsequently, huge mountains collapsed, cliffs disappeared, and even the ground sank suddenly. Unable to resist the extreme sharpness, it was cut crazily and turned into the tiniest dust. Everything was silent. Kill and destroy. Within a kilometer range of Kukaki Qianye, crack crack, the sound of space shattering sounded like a shattered mirror. As far as the eye can see, there are dark holes and dense space cracks everywhere. From it comes a terrifying attraction that tears everything apart and everything will be shattered. Seen from above, the ground is pitch black for a kilometer. A huge hole was exposed, and all the dust was sucked into the space cracks, and then disappeared. After a while, the mammoth riots slowly dispersed, and the sharp sword light also gradually dissipated. Kukaki Qianye looked around him. It was pitch black, and he was trapped thousands of meters above the ground. All objects with a radius of thousands of meters disappeared and were swallowed up by the cracks in space. With the blessing of all things in the sky, neither the sword light nor the cracks in space can cause the slightest harm to Kukaki Qianye. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction, then Shunpo started and returned to the ground. Shikai's world breaks everything. It can instantly kill all enemies within a kilometer radius. The extremely sharp blades are overwhelming. This is a large-scale AoE attack. Any living being will be crushed to pieces or exiled to the cracks in space. End. Kukaki Qianye continues. Shikai. Huge spiritual power crazily poured into the blade, and black and red lines surged crazily at the edge of the blade. Finally, it turned into a dazzling white color. Between heaven and earth, white light filled the air everywhere. Without any movement, the surrounding space collapsed, leaving behind a dark and slender space slash. The sharpness is 100 times better than before. 1,000 times. Now. Perfect after Shikai. Kukaki Qianye is capable of destroying everything except large-scale destruction. You can also concentrate all your power on the blade to exert the most powerful destructive power. No material can resist this sharpness. Kukaki Qianye put away everything in the world. Get out of the underground. Return to Qianye Pavilion, in the private room. After ringing the bell, a large group of beauties suddenly swarmed over and greeted Kukaki Qianye. His expression was full of flattery. Then play music, then dance. Now. Outside Qianye Pavilion. People were coming and going, and the scene was very lively. But. Not far away. A tall and burly man wearing a tattered death tyrant outfit with a ferocious demeanor, holding a serrated Zanpakutō. A man carrying a pink-haired little girl walked over quietly. A whole body of momentum. It looks like a fierce dragon and a ferocious beast, making people shudder. More, Zaraki Kenpeki. Countless people were trembling, their lips were blue and purple from fright, and they ran away tremblingly. Zaraki Kenpeki's evil reputation has resounded throughout Rukonga. The heads of the people he killed could be piled up into a hill. This man is simply a lunatic. Whenever he hears the whereabouts of a strong man, he is like a shark smelling blood, and he will be there in an instant. Then challenge them directly and unreasonably. The strong men of Qianye Pavilion. Zaraki Kenpeki actually has his mind set on Kukaki Qianye. Rukonga. Everyone stayed away from Kenpeki, talking a lot, and looking nervously at Zaraki Kenpeki, who was standing at the door of Qianye Pavilion. Now. Who doesn't know? Kukaki Qianye took the sword from Yamamoto Genryusai and gained captain-level combat power. Today, Zaraki Kenpeki, the most evil and powerful one in Rukonga, faces off against the heir of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Qianye. It's definitely another earth-shattering battle. Now, Rukonga people of all sizes gathered in the distance, watching the field from a distance. Inside Qianye Pavilion. I feel a strong and restrained Ryotsu. Kuraku Shunsui put down his wine glass and narrowed his eyes slightly. Meguruma Kensei on the side also quickly wiped the lip marks on his face. He looked outside Qianye Pavilion with sharp eyes. Zaraki Kenpeki. Meguruma Kensei spoke solemnly. Gotei 13, the strong man who has been paying attention to Rukonga. If you can be recognized by the captain, Yamamoto Genri Usai Shiji Kuni, you will be absorbed into Gotei 13. Successfully cleared. Before. Anohanaretsu is the most successful case. And recently. Zaraki Kenpei's momentum overwhelmed everyone. He is also the focus of Gotei 13, Rukonga's most dazzling powerhouse. Kukaki Qianye. Come out and fight me. Zaraki Kenpei looked at the luxuriously decorated Qianye Pavilion in front of him, with an excited smile on his lips. His instincts were unerring. Can accurately distinguish the aura of the strong. 3 people. 3 powerful Ryotsu. Upstairs, although the momentum in the box was extremely restrained, it was like a black hole with no bottom, and it was impossible to measure the intensity. Today. But we can have a good fight. Chapter 26. Qianye Pavilion. Above, in the box. Singing and dancing bring peace and joy. Suddenly. A huge, ferocious, and violent Ryotsu rushed toward him. The dancing girls screamed in surprise, their steps were disordered, and large drops of cold sweat flowed from their foreheads. They are just ordinary workers. This kind of Ryotsu has surpassed their knowledge. Master Qianye, do you want to contact the Kukaki family and Gotei 13? Fei Zhen looked worried. Under the pressure of the huge Ryotsu, her breathing became a little short. That was a strong man she had never seen before. Although she knew that Kukaki Qianye was also a captain, but she still couldn't help but worry about him. No need. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly and looked down. I saw a tall man with a ferocious face and a pitted Zanpakutō in his hand. There is also a pink-haired child on his back, Kuzajishi Yachiru. Zaraki Kenpei. In the original work. Captain of the 11th Squadron. Power Speed AA Berserker. He is also the only character who can become the captain without being able to Bankai or even Shikai. A mad genius who lives for fighting and is obsessed with fighting. His desire for fighting is even stronger than Anohanaretsu. Only fighting is the source of happiness. And he becomes stronger when he is strong. The more intense the battle, the more his potential will be stimulated. He is a simple and passionate man. But after defeating Anohanaretsu, in order to pursue the excitement of fighting, Zaraki Kenpei took the initiative to seal his own strength and tied bells to his hair. And he also asked Kuratsuki Mayuri to make him an eye patch that sealed Ryotsu, suppressing his strength as much as possible. But even so, his strength is one of the strongest among the captains. But it hurts. Every time Zaraki Kenpei became stronger, he sacrificed his companions. Thousands of years of bloody war. After killing Anohanaretsu, Shikai was awakened, and by sacrificing Kuzajishi Yachiru, Bankai was awakened. Zanpakutō no Mi has the strongest physics department. But although it has great strength, his own record is not very good, and he has not become a decisive fighting force. So it was criticized wildly by comic fans. This point in time, Zaraki Kenpei has not yet joined Gotei 13 and is still wandering around Rukonga. Hearing his reputation, he was eager to fight and naturally he would not miss the opportunity to fight against him. Now, in front of Qianye Pavilion, Zaraki Kenpei's massive Ryotsu poured out, causing the civilians of Rukonga to suffer even from a distance. There were big drops of sweat on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with panic. Zaraki Kenpei, what are you doing? Take Ryotsu back. A deep male voice sounded. A man with short silver hair and a resolute face slowly walked out of Qianye Pavilion. Meguruma Kensei looked at Zaraki Kenpei with great solemnity. This madman who only knows how to fight. Don't you know that a Ryotsu that is too huge will have an impact on other people? If he hadn't taken action against civilians, Meguruma Kensei would have drawn his sword long ago. Behind Kuraku Shunsui walked out lazily, his unshaven face full of decadence, as if he didn't care about anything. That's Meguruma Kensei, captain of the 9th Division. This is a real big shot. And Kuraku Shunsui, captain of Division 8. Far away. The onlookers were talking a lot, even though they couldn't stand up due to Ryotsu's oppression. But he still kept an eye on the details on the field. The 2 captains, plus Zaraki Kenpei, and the eldest son of the Kukaki family. Qianye Pavilion is particularly lively today. Are you the captain? Zaraki Kenpei grinned, turning a deaf ear to Meguruma Kensei's words. The whole body of Ryotsu is actually stronger and the momentum is extremely violent. Then you should be able to resist a few more knives. It would be nice to have some appetizers before the main course starts. Zaraki Kenpei threw Kuzujishi Yachiru far away, pulled out the jagged Zanpakutō, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit, like a fierce dragon and beast. Haha, appetizers. Meguruma Kensei's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Today, I will let you know the price of arrogance. Brush. Zaraki Kenpei's figure disappeared instantly, and a harsh wind howled in the air. Ding! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. The 2 fierce figures exuded huge spiritual power, and the air became faintly distorted. Meguruma Kensei's pupils contracted violently, large drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and the muscles of the arm holding Zanpakutō tightened and trembled crazily. Subsequently, 2 figures crisscrossed each other, and there were knife shadows invisible to the naked eye everywhere. The scattered Ryotsu broke the trees in half, and the earth revealed dark and deep cracks. The destructive power is extremely shocking. Not long after, a figure flew out upside down and was firmly caught by the pink Yuri's uncle. Now, Meguruma Kensei's body was covered with slash marks, and he looked bloody and miserable. His hands were empty, and Zanpakutō had been beaten to nowhere. Kuraku Shunsui looked at Zaraki Kenpei below, his eyes narrowed. This Zaraki Kenpei already has the strength of a top captain. Chapter 27. Captain, defeated. The onlookers were shocked and their scalps went numb. Looking at Kenpei standing majestically in the field, with only 2 insignificant slash marks on his chest, and Meguruma Kensei who was extremely miserable, he took a deep breath. Horrible. Captain of Gotei 13. In Soul Society, he is already an extremely strong man, but can such a strong man not be able to resist Zaraki Kenpei? Is this the caliber of a man who stands at the top of Rukonga? I heard that Kukaki Qianye is also captain level. I wonder how far he can achieve it. Meguruma Kensei is so miserable. No matter how strong Kukaki Qianye is, he won't be much better than the captain. Everyone was talking, shaking their heads and sighing. At the same time, I am even more impressed by the power of Zaraki Kenpei. Kenpei, Kensai, Kuraku Shunsui. The huge Ryotsu of several people made it extremely difficult for them to breathe. Kukaki Qianye, come out and fight me. Zaraki Kenpei casually held the knife on his shoulder, his white fang was like the sharp teeth of a tiger, and his whole body was extremely ferocious and violent. Ryotsu seems to have turned into substance, as thick as a mountain, pouring crazily in all directions. Looking forward to further battles. Kuraku Shunsui, on the other hand, briefly helped Meguruma Kensei take care of his injuries and let out a breath. His face relaxed a little. Fortunately, it just looks miserable, not a particularly serious injury. Kuraku Shunsui murmured softly. It seems. Zaraki Kenpei just wants to fight and find a strong person to fight with. He didn't directly kill people. Except for Ryotsu's disturbance, he also didn't attack civilians. Damn! That Kenpei! Meguruma Kensei also opened his eyes, and the stinging pain on his body told him the fact of defeat. Looking at Zaraki Kenpei, he gritted his teeth. His Zanpakutō doesn't even have a shikai, but his strength and speed are simply astonishing. This time, he just came here purely for Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye, can you withstand it? There was a little worry in Meguruma Kensei's eyes. Kukaki Qianye is not an easy person either. Kuraku Shunsui returned to his indifferent expression and grinned. After all, even the captain couldn't fully test Kukaki Qianye's strength. Said. He sat down casually on the grass with an expression on his face. Meguruma Kensei on the side has a dark look on his face, but this Kiraku Shunsui is really good at picking things up. If you don't come out, I will go in to find you. After a while, no one responded. Zaraki Kenpei curled his lips. Dragging the knife, I wanted to walk into Qianye Pavilion. The blade of the knife made a stabbing sound on the ground, leaving a long and deep mark. Even the zigzag-shaped broken Zanpakutō, with sheer power, can bring out the strength of other Shikai, even Bankai. Next moment, Zaraki Kenpei's pupils shrank slightly and his body suddenly froze. A handsome young man wearing a floral shirt, a sun hat, and holding a bottle of strong liquor appeared in front of him. He looks bohemian, a complete playboy, and not threatening at all. But, in the perception of Zaraki Kenpei, the handsome young man in front of him was like a sleeping hidden dragon, with a restrained edge. It was like an unfathomable abyss, with no end in sight, only a numbing darkness. Kukaki Qianye. Zaraki Kenpei's muscles tensed up, and he held Zanpakutō across his chest. He did not look down on the boy in front of him because of his appearance. At the same time, a burst of hot energy and blood ignited his whole body. Riots arose further, and all the surrounding trees and rocks collapsed. The whole person's momentum has reached its peak state. If gods stand in the way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. As long as you have one breath left, you can keep fighting and fight unremittingly. But the only thing that responded to him was a beam of sword light that was like the tilt of the Milky Way, condensed with billions of sharp cold lights. Shikai. Destroy the world, destroy everything. Caused by the light of the sword, everything in the world will be destroyed. As far as the eye can see, it was all white, with a flash of dazzling blood suddenly appearing. Everyone present could not open their eyes. They only felt that their skin was stinging like crazy, as if there were hundreds of millions of tiny steel needles grinding against their skin. Sharp. Ultimate. Invincible. The sword's light turned into a thin line, leaving only the most primitive sharpness. Nothing can be stopped, everything must be cut in half. Not long after, the sharpness soaring into the sky slowly dissipated. The world returns to tranquility. Ding! The Zanpakutō, which was full of saw teeth and scarred, fell into two halves and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The port is as smooth as a mirror, as if it has been washed by hundreds of millions of 10,000 years of river water, and any particles have been cut off. Puff! A tall figure spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. The blood flowed slowly like a stream. They form a small lake on the ground. Before, the giant Ryotsu, who looked like a ferocious beast, disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace of his strength. There was only one body left, lying quietly on the ground, telling everyone the failure of Zaraki Kenpei. Kukaki Qianye. Defeat the enemy with one sword. Chapter 28. Aizen. A girl's voice sounded. Kuzujishi Yachiru, who had pink hair and looked like a child, ran over in panic with a worried look on his face. Tears gathered in his eyes. Everyone looks towards Zaraki Kenpei. I saw a huge slash on his chest, and all the flesh and bones disappeared. You can even see the granulation and internal organs inside. Normal people. There is absolutely no chance of surviving such an injury. However, Zaraki Kenpei's chest is still rising slightly, and he is obviously still breathing some. Shock. Sluggish. Scalp numbness. Everyone was stunned, their mouths were opened wide enough to hold an egg, they were rubbing their hair and staring at the scene. Kukaki Qianye remained calm, taking a sip of wine and yawning lazily. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Impossible. Do not believe. Zaraki Kenpei, who defeated the captain, was killed instantly with a knife. Instant kill. Is this Kukaki Qianye's true strength? Even the strongest Rukonga is no match for him. You know, Meguruma Kensei, the true captain, was defeated by Zaraki Kenpei. Crowds of people gathered around. Staring at the indifferent Kukaki Qianye in front of the Qianye pavilion, his eyes were full of awe and envy. Originally, blocking Captain Yamamoto's Shikai sword was something even a captain could do. It can only be said that Kukaki Qianye definitely has captain-level strength. Even so, he can be called a genius, an unprecedented genius. But now, Kukaki Qianye has proved with his own strength that his strength is not limited to the captain. Already surpassed the captain. That knife. Kuraku Shunsui, who was sitting on the grass, lost his laziness and looked at Kukaki Qianye with a solemn expression. Then he sighed. As expected of the captain's valued successor, how much strength does he hide? Anyone with eyesight can see it. Kukaki Qianye defeated Zaraki Kenpeki with one blow. Although he used Shikai, it was definitely not his full strength. Quick! This battle is really too fast. Meguruma Kensei on the side was silent, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, and his forehead was covered with black lines. Although the wounds on his body stung, it still couldn't compare to the coolness in his heart. Especially the onlookers. Meguruma Kensei, the captain has been defeated. Kukaki Qianye's strength surpasses the captain. What's the situation? Meguruma Kensei has become a unit of measurement for combat power? Has it become Kukaki Qianye's background? Think of this. The corners of Meguruma Kensei's mouth twitched slightly, and his body was twisted like a prawn. It was as embarrassing as eating devil's pepper, and my face turned red. I just want to escape from here as soon as possible. This sad place. I lost. In front of Qianye Pavilion. The tall and burly man lay on the ground, breathing heavily and his chest heaving. Zaraki Kenpeki's face was not depressed, but his eyes were filled with high spirits. No matter how serious the injury is, nothing can destroy his fighting spirit. On the contrary, it made him even more excited. Although the wound on his chest showed no signs of getting better, and a sharp breath was constantly destroying the rebirth of his flesh and blood. But thanks to his tenacious vitality, the wound did not worsen. That sword of yours is very strong. Zaraki Kenpeki grinned, and Kuzujishi Yachiru walked back and forth beside him, hurriedly bandaging him to stop the bleeding. Very busy. That sword was the most amazing sword he had ever seen. It gave up everything, leaving only the ultimate sharpness. Even the flesh and blood on his chest was swallowed up by the space crack opened by the sword light and disappeared without a trace. That's Zanpakutō that can cut through space. The strongest Shinigami for millennia, has always been there. If you have time, go and discuss with him. Don't disturb my rest. Kukaki Qianye looked at Zaraki Kenpeki's fighting spirit in front of him and understood his thoughts instantly. This Kenpeki, he is born for fighting and has a simple and straightforward mind. One who pursues a hardy battle has no other ambitions. This time I came to challenge because I just heard about my reputation and simply wanted to have a fight. So, there is no need to kill him directly, just teach him a lesson. In the original work, Zaraki Kenpeki is a berserker who becomes stronger when faced with the strong. As long as he can't be killed with a single blow, his potential can be stimulated and his strength will continue to improve. Apart from the main characters, he is also the most annoying character. If you don't drop him instantly at the beginning, you will definitely be in a tough battle. But now, he regards himself as his future target. How can this be done? Every day, there is a tall and strong man pestering me to fight. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. How can I still drink and have fun and enjoy life? Hear the words of Kukaki Qianye. The atmosphere in the air was stagnant, and there was no words for a moment. Especially Zaraki Kenpeki, his eyes widened, as if he had opened the door to the new world. Yes. The strongest Shinigami in millennia has always been there. Yamamoto Genryusai. He is also recognized as the strongest person in the entire Soul Society. And myself. Before, didn't you just want to find an opponent who could surpass yourself or bring you the pleasure of fighting? Why did you ignore Mr. Yamamoto? Chapter 29. Thank you, thank you. Zaraki Kenpeki is grateful from the bottom of his heart. What this Kukaki Qianye said was so enlightening that he found his future goal. Although Kukaki Qianye is very strong, I don't know his true strength at all. Even he himself was killed by a knife. But no matter how strong he is still just a boy. How can he possibly compare to the captain, Captain Yamamoto, who has the most brilliant record in Soul Society? You shouldn't back down just because your opponent is too strong. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni is his future goal. Looking at the high-spirited Zaraki Kenpeki, Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Children can be taught. Then walked directly into Qianye Pavilion. Hijin came over with a worried look on her face, and was relieved when she saw that Kukaki Qianye was indeed unharmed. Qianye Pavilion. Peace and comfort were restored. Then play music, then dance. Bring me the century-old wine and playing cards that were brought from this world yesterday. Aizen. Don't be too paranoid and really go find Captain Yamamoto. Looking at Kukaki Qianye's leaving figure, Kuzujishi Yachiru's mouth bulged and he said seriously. That is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, and the current Aizen is definitely no match for him. If you want to find an opponent, you still have to find someone whose strength is similar to yours. Zaraki Kenpeki just nodded slightly, and anyone could see that he had a perfunctory attitude. He was so enlightened that he could not listen to any advice. Not far away. Kuraku Shunsui touched his unshaven chin and smiled interestingly. This Kukaki Qianye. He was really afraid of trouble and kicked the ball directly to Mr. Yamamoto. Really? Captain Yamamoto always makes people subconsciously ignore him. In Soul Society. No matter how talented he is, no matter how bloodthirsty and battle-hungry a lunatic he is, he will subconsciously ignore him. I never thought of fighting him. After all, Genryusai has been deified. He is the undisputed ceiling of Shinigami, making people unable to think of fighting at all. But this Zaraki Kenpeki is the purest fighting maniac I have ever seen. The corners of Kuraku Shunsui's lips curled up slightly, maybe he really dared to swing a knife at the old man. A few days later. Soul Society. The battle at Rukonga Qianye Pavilion has already been rumored. Everyone. It's all clear. Zaraki Kenpeki defeated Division 9 Captain Maguruma Kensei, then lost to Kukaki Qianye, and was defeated with a crushing attitude. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a shock in the entire Soul Society. It seems like this. Previously, they thought that Kukaki Qianye's captain-level combat power in blocking Genryusai's sword was still underestimated. The strength of Kukaki Qianye already surpassed the captain. This is the essence of the first genius of Soul Society. Suddenly, whether it's Siraitai or Rukonga, the security around Qianye Pavilion is simply better than Central 46. The guests at Qianye Pavilion were extremely well behaved and did not dare to cause trouble at all. Now, Gotei 13, headquarters. Boom! The huge waves of flames flowed freely like a vast ocean, burning half of the sky red. A charred figure flew out quickly with black smoke, and then hit the wall heavily, leaving a large human-shaped hole. Zaraki Kenpeki closed his eyes tightly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and passed out. Zaraki Kenpeki, you are so brave, you actually dare to challenge the captain. Kuraku Shunsui was watching the show. He clicked his tongue with a smile. Hirako Shinji, Ano Hanaretsu, Maguruma Kensei and others also looked at the charred and miserable Zaraki Kenpeki with speechless expressions. Shake his head slightly. I silently admired his courage. Originally, Zaraki Kenpeki, who joined Gotei 13 a few days ago, even killed the captain of Team 11 on his first day on the job. As a result, he was promoted and became the current captain. But if you are so stubborn, you have to challenge the captain. Isn't this asking for abuse? But Zaraki Kenpeki's strength and Ryutsu are simply terrifying. Even without Shikai and Bankai, his combat prowess is one of the best among captains. Hirako Shinji on the side looked at Zaraki Kenpeki and shook his head slightly. So, how strong is Kukaki Qianye who defeated him? Hehe. Kukaki Qianye, only one stab was fired. Kuraku Shunsui chuckled, and Ano Hanaretsu on the side pinched the handle of the knife, feeling a strong impulse in his heart. The urge to fight Kukaki Qianye. Hirako Shinji, Meguruma Kensei, all remained silent. Originally. How come you become a leader when you are a good captain? Meguruma Kensei, in particular, has tragically become a unit of measurement for combat power in everyone's eyes. Not far away. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni looked at Zaraki Kenpeka lying on the ground. The muscles of his naked upper body were tangled and there were old scars everywhere. In hand, Ryujin Jaka, who was able to burn everything and evaporate the entire Soul Society, turned into a crutch again. Zaraki Kenpeka. The potential is endless. As long as he doesn't die instantly, he can keep getting stronger. And Kukaki Qianye who can defeat Kenpeki easily. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni narrowed his eyes slightly. He must seize the opportunity. It would be a pity that such a talent is not included in Gotei 13. Chapter 30. At the same time, Kukaki family. Kukaki Jinling and Kukaki Aijun. And Byakuya Kuchiki, who practices sword-wielding in the garden. Everyone heard the news. Everything that happened in Rukonga was like a dream, pushing Kukaki Qianye's reputation and talent to a whole new level. Kukaki Qianye, now more powerful than the captain. Defeat Zaraki Kenpeka. As expected of my son. Kukaki Aokun laughed loudly, and his already weak body straightened up a lot. Recently, he also met at the Gotei 13 headquarters, Zaraki Kenpeka, who killed the current Kenpeka when he first arrived and became the captain of the 11th Division. That man. Just like wild beasts, they are endlessly killing and ferocious. His strength is at the top level among captains. But Kukaki Qianye actually killed him all? When did he become so strong? Kukaki Jinling also smiled and nodded. Such a surprise! It's like pie in the sky. Equivalent to, I originally thought that Kukaki Qianye was a piece of gold, but I didn't expect that the gold was wrapped with a more precious jade. Kukaki Qianye drinks flower wine and cooks it every day. Is there any problem? No problem at all. As long as the strength is in place, he can do whatever he wants. Byakuya on the side had sweat on his face, a strong sense of unwillingness and a deep sense of exhaustion in his heart. The hand that wields the knife has slowed down, and the Taoist mind is unsteady. Practice hard on your own. Until now, I have almost mastered Shikai, and I am still far away from Bankai. What is going on with my brother? Could it be that, as he said, you can become stronger just by lying down? Byakuya Kuchiki began to doubt life. But Qianye still refused to take over as captain of the 6th Division. Kukaki Silverling shook his head. He is old and has reached the point of retirement. Kukaki Sojun is physically weak and unable to assume the responsibility of captain. In the past 2 days, he also went to Qianye Pavilion once, and only saw Kukaki Qianye lying there drinking. Enjoy singing and dancing. Through his family, he also bought poker and other strange skills in this world. All day long, besides drinking, I play poker with the girls. It's so decadent. Refusing to take over as captain of the 6th Division was simply as decisive as possible. Father, don't worry. With Qianye's abilities, he can be the captain easily. Kukaki Aimchun coughed lightly and comforted his father. Kukaki Jinling also nodded. Anyway, when Kukaki Qianye changes his mind, he can be the captain of whichever team he wants. Even the position of captain. It's not impossible. Then wait another 10 years. If Qianye still doesn't agree, pass it on to Byakuya. Kukaki Yinling looked at Byakuya Kuchiki with satisfaction, who was practicing alone in the courtyard. Actually, Byakuya's level is also at the top level. He mastered Shikai at a young age, which is also in the history of the Kukaki family. One of the most outstanding juniors. It's just that Kukaki Qianye is too pervert. Byakuya can always only be a younger brother in front of him. Tsunayashiro family. A middle-aged man with a strong build, full of nobility, and the aura of being in a high position all year round. Now, he was frowning and staring at Tsunayashiro Tokinada, who was wrapped in gauze on the bed. Half a month has passed. Tokinada still hasn't recovered, half of his talent for the rest of his life has been wasted. Today, start taking action. Tokinada, father will never let you swallow this bad breath. Tsunayashiro's head said softly. Tokinada's face was twisted on the bed, and his eyes were full of pleasure. He has a broken arm. For Kukaki Qianye, I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Take a good rest. Tsunayashiro left the room and looked up at the blue sky. News from Rukonga. It's not a secret. Now Kukaki Qianye's strength surpasses that of the captain and is unfathomable. Only the most perfect plan can kill him with one strike. The head of the Tsunayashiro family shook his head slightly, with a cold light in his sharp eyes, and he was determined to kill. The family has already used its financial resources. Tonight. It's the decisive moment. Now. Qianye Pavilion. Kukaki Qianye is lying on a large sofa covered in dazzling silks and satins, and a variety of expensive drinks, snacks, fruits are placed on the table. Drinking wine lazily. Beside. Then there were several girls in maid outfits, gently massaging their shoulders. There was a fight with Fei Zhen and the other girls in charge of her. The era of Shinigami. It is not the modern era of the previous life. Smartphones, computers, etc. have not yet developed, and the current entertainment items are only non-intelligent things like poker. If you want to play computers and various 3A masterpieces from previous generations, you have to wait another 100 years. But these are enough. King Jia. Kukaki Qianye slammed down the last 2 cards and declared his victory. Ding! Host plays poker with the ladies and enjoys life. Host's white hits level has been raised to captain level. Chapter 31. White hits. Captain level. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. Previously, my white hits were at elite level, comparable to that of a vice-captain. Now he has been directly promoted to captain level. In Soul Society. Zankanzuki, that is, Kendo, white hits, Shunpo, Kidō, constitute the strength of a Shinigami. Most people focus on practicing Kendo, Zanpakutō Shikai, and Bankai. Put most of your energy into that. There are many cases of serious partiality. But by training white hits and Kidō to the ultimate level, you can also display combat power comparable to or even surpassing that of the captain. Shihaorin Yoryuki's white hits level in the main line has reached the captain level. He is also one of the beings with the strongest white hits level in the original work. As for Eisen, Kidō is so powerful that no one can challenge him, and it is also his main attack method. After all, Kyoka Suijutsu is the strongest Zanpakutō in the illusion system. There is no offensive ability comparable to Ryujin Jaka or Tensā Zanjutsu. Most of the people Eisen can rely on are Kidō. But his strength only came from the serious Kidō, and he did not break through it and develop forbidden technique abilities such as the Yin Yang Wind Curse. Full of limitations. Very good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction, and his body felt extremely light and full of explosive power. Just squeeze your fist at will and you can make a bang-bang sound of compressed air. There is nothing better than a strong hand to split a skull. Increased level of white hits. The most intuitive thing is the substantial improvement in physical fitness. At the same time, there are also nerve reflex speed, combat experience, etc., all aspects of transformation. Come on, keep fighting. After getting familiar with the sudden increase in strength in his body, Kukaki Qianye lazily took out his new poker and looked at the girls in front of him. No, if we don't fight, we will lose all our salary if we fight again. Several girls wanted to cry but had no tears. My boss looked shaky and had drank a lot, but his card-playing skills were like those of a god. Played all night. They never won a round. Kukaki Qianye didn't force it, waved his hand and threw 2 grapes into his mouth casually. Hijin. In front of him, he reported to him Qianye Pavilion's income and management bills during this period. Time flies. Qianye Pavilion. It was already late at night. But the lights are still bright and full of luxury and grandeur. The guests have left one after another, and Qianye Pavilion has also reached a rare moment of leisure. Kukaki Qianye lay casually on the fur, shaking a glass of strong wine in his hand, and the only sounds left in his ears were the girls singing. But Not a single insect chirp could be heard from the outside world. It was completely silent, leaving only the tranquil night. Today is such a quiet day. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly and threw the wine glass to Hijin. Then, standing up, a black and red Zanpakutō appeared in his hand with a cold light that made people look at it and feel the extremely stinging eyeballs. This is Lord Qianye's Zanpakutō. Hijin was dozens of meters away, staring closely at the black and red Zanpakutō with a golden hilt. Don't dare to get too close. It seemed that if he got any closer, his skin would be cut off by this extremely sharp cut. Master Qianye. Fei Zhen looked confused and couldn't figure out why Kukaki Qianye took out the knife. Kukaki Qianye just waved his hands, hummed a tune, and walked out of Qianye Pavilion. Then his figure flashed. Sitting at the top of Qianye Pavilion, on the towering spire. The black and red lines on the blade are like coiling dragons twisting and roaring. Under the reflection of the moonlight, it exudes an aura of destruction that cuts off everything. The surrounding darkness, which is deeper than the night, is constantly appearing, and it is a space that has been chopped into pieces. He found out. What a terrible sense of perception. Around him, there were several sneaky figures dressed in black. Looking at Kukaki Qianye at the top of Qianye Pavilion, his pupils contracted. In front of them, the dispersal formation is in operation and can dispel surrounding Shinigami, creatures, and suppress the spread of Ryutsu. It can make Shiridai unable to discover the fight here. At the same time, another, more dazzling formation is slowly rotating, and a mysterious and inexplicable space aura is coming from it. And devastating power fluctuations. A huge, dark, and extremely deep space passage appeared in the field, and countless harsh roars came from it. This is one of the secrets of the Tsunayashiro family. It can construct a one-way space channel. Connect Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. You can briefly lure Hueco Mundo's virtual soul to Soul Society. It doesn't matter if you find out, today is Kukaki Qianye's fate. Time is up. The leader sneered and waved his hand. A glass bottle appeared in his hand, and it shattered in an instant. From it, huge and majestic soul fluctuations are emitted. Suddenly, in the space channel, the roar became more intense. Faintly turned into a crazy roar. These souls arouse the deepest desires in their hearts. Behemoths that covered the sky and covered the sun rushed out crazily, and the tyrannical power of Ryutsu spread out, as if a natural disaster was coming. Chapter 32. The huge thing fell to the ground. Large swathes of gravel and dust were thrown up, and the ground shook wildly, unable to bear the terrifying weight and Ryutsu. There were huge cracks that were extremely dark, deep, and empty. 8 figures were huge, wearing a bone mask on their heads, or 4 arms, or behemoths swimming in the air like long snakes, appeared in the field. Without exception. A huge hole was opened in their chests, emitting a terrifying aura as powerful as a dragon-veined giant mountain. And following closely behind were hundreds of figures with weaker auras, their chests still filled with a void of nothingness. Most of them have distorted faces and low spirits, looking like soldiers, while others have dull faces and wear masks with long noses. Continuously pouring out from the space channel. At the same time, in the space passage, the roar was still fierce, and a figure with an even more terrifying aura loomed. Unfortunately, the time has come. The leader looked regretful. The space channel behind him slowly exhausted its power and then closed directly. It hinders the entry of more voids. However, these are enough. Too many, it would be a disaster for Soul Society. The leader's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the densely packed figures in front of him. Hundreds of Ryutsu gathered together are as vast as the vast ocean. The power of Huang is irresistible. Even though he is the strongest fighter that the Tsunayashiro family has worked hard to cultivate, he has the strength of a peak captain. At this moment, facing hundreds of empty Ryutsu, I still feel as if there is a huge mountain in my heart, and my breathing is a little unsmooth. Activate the concealment formation. The leader waved his hand, and a small formation with a radius of 10 meters enveloped all 7 figures of the men in black. Not a single breath leaked out, covering the Minos Grandes perceptions. Hidden yourself well. At the same time, Look at the scene in the field from a distance. The soul power that had just escaped was swallowed up by hundreds of voids. In a glass bottle. It is the soul of the Shinigami prisoner that the Tsunayashiro family extracted from the prison through its influence. Void, the hollow in their chests, represents the emptiness in their hearts. In order to fill this emptiness, they will continue to eat souls, and Shinigami's soul is their favorite. Only a pure, massive soul can attract so many Minos Grande. Ajichas. Still 8. Dozens for Jillian, hundreds for Zyoksu. Haha, no matter how strong Kukaki Qianye is, he will still fall into this boundless ocean of virtual tide. The leader caressed Zanpakutō on his waist, a dark smile forming on his lips. Hueco Mundo. There are 5 levels of virtuality. Zyoksu, miscellaneous soldiers. Jillian, Minos Grande, deputy captain level combat ability. Ajichas, medium Minos Grande. Hueco Mundo is a rare strong man, only weaker than the captain level. Schwartz, the strongest Minos Grande, the top captain level. Wang Su, the king of Hueco Mundo, can defeat the entire Gotei 13 by himself. Bring disaster to Soul Society. Now. There are 8 Ajichas level hollows, dozens of Jillians, and even hundreds of little hollows. Even the most elite captain would suffer under such a crowd attack. Behind the leader. The other figures in black also laughed softly and looked at the top of Qianye Pavilion with a playful expression. That extremely lazy, motionless man. Like a statue? I'm afraid I was scared out of my wits. Release the isolation shield and never give Kukaki Qianye the slightest chance to escape. Following the leader's order. At the same time, a huge circular shield filled the air, emitting a strange and inexplicable aura. Murderous stone shield. Can block out all Ryotsu, the transmission of spirit children. No Shinigami can pass directly through the shield. Even if you get close to the murderous stone, the Ryotsu on your body will be cut off, and your strength will be reduced. This. It is the Tsunayashiro family, the highest courtesy to Kukaki Qianye, a sure kill situation. Now. Inside Qianye Pavilion. Many girls sensed Ryotsu and were so shocked that their legs trembled and they broke out in cold sweat. Someone was standing in front of the window and saw the terrifying scene outside. He covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Born! Overwhelmingly dense. As far as the eye can see. There are hideous and terrifying figures wearing bone masks everywhere. Some of them even vaguely exude the irresistible and extremely powerful aura of Ryotsu. Hundreds of heads are empty, covering all sight. Like a vast ocean, swallowing up everything and destroying everything. This is an irresistible force. Not good. Contact the Kukaki family quickly, Gotei 13. Fei Zhen was the first to react. Hundreds of heads are empty. There are also Ajichas levels among them. This is already a major disaster. If it is not handled well, the entire Rukonga will suffer huge damage, and countless civilians will perish and have their souls devoured by these voids. The first one to bear the brunt is Qianye Pavilion. Although Master Qianye has surpassed captain level strength, but facing such a huge virtual tide at the same time, no one thinks he can win. Only with the support of Siridi can we resist. Otherwise, today the entire Qianye Pavilion will be destroyed, and no one will be spared. Chapter 33. Subsequently, Hijin wanted to contact the outside world through an item that was distributed directly by the Kukaki family, similar to a modern landline phone. But there was no response except beep. Has all contact been severed? The girls around looked desperate and looked out the window. That densely packed figure exuded terrifying power. This is a conspiracy. Contact was severed. Coupled with the fierce and powerful enemies. It's clear to everyone. This is a surefire shot against Kukaki Qianye. Roar! Hundreds of heads roared fiercely, and any movement caused a huge wave of air. Has the power to crush mountains. The eyes under the mask were full of destruction, wanting to devour everything. That person's breath is very delicious. All Minos Grande cast their greedy eyes upward. On the figure sitting slouching and holding a Zanpakutō. In their perception, that man's soul is like a delicious cake, full of fatal attraction. This is a taste I've never seen before. Subsequently, Jillian suddenly exerted force on her body and rushed upwards. The mammoth Ryutsu surges wildly. This is deputy captain level combat power. Brush. A flash of sword light flashed. Jillian was originally extremely ferocious, fierce, and as big as a small mountain. The bone mask on his face cracked in half. The whole head suddenly broke into two halves and fell heavily to the ground. There was a sound of boom and a large amount of dust was splashed. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror, without any flaws, it is simply perfect like a work of art. Roar! Seeing their companions being killed, the surrounding Sioux didn't hesitate at all, but instead roared even more ferociously. Pressing harder and harder. Towards the top of Qianye Pavilion, the man with a lazy face pressed heavily. Hueco Mundo. Emotional indifference. The weak eat the strong, and all that is left is to devour each other. Only by devouring hollows of the same kind can we become stronger. The death of Jillian did not cause the slightest disturbance in their hearts. Is this the heaven's end? It's as sharp as the rumors say. In the hidden formation. The leader sighed and shook his head slightly. The name of the sharp edge that can break all things has resounded throughout Soul Society. Rumor has it that any substance will be cut off with a single blow under the heaven's end. And Kukaki Qianye. Being able to have such a great reputation has a lot to do with the unparalleled sharpness that can cut through all phenomena. But how could we, the Tsunayashiro family, not be prepared for this? The leader looked at Kukaki Qianye above him, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and he turned to look behind him. A brown-red shield as tall as a person appeared in his eyes. A calm and thick, like the ultimate defense power of a shocking mountain, making people unable to think of breaking the shield. In front of the shield, there are two thick blue ropes, which can absorb the incoming damage to the maximum extent. It was as if nothing in the world could penetrate it. This is the great gift given to you by the Tsunayashiro family. The leader murmured softly, his eyes fixed on Kukaki Qianye above. Boom! Minos Grande, who was 50 meters tall, had an unparalleled aura, and was covered in thick ryutsu, suddenly flashed out of the way. Appeared directly in front of Kukaki Qianye, and then the huge arm that looked like a heavy hammer made a harsh whistling sound in the air. It hit Kukaki Qianye crazily and heavily. Ajitshas. Only slightly weaker than the captain. Zero. Similar to Shunpo, it is a skill that can only be used by high-level Minos Grande. Can move instantly. He is unpredictable and unpredictable. Bang! Smoke and dust scattered on the ground. Huge cracks with details like spider webs appeared, and a huge pit that was 10 meters deep appeared. Next moment, pfft sound. The sound of flesh being cut was heard, and Minos Grande's head as big as a house rose into the sky. A sword light shot out of his body, cutting his huge body into pieces in the blink of an eye. Boom! Like a tall building collapsing. Minos Grande, which was originally towering into the sky and extremely huge, turned into a pile of broken pieces and scattered on the ground. The skin on his body that was harder than steel was like tofu in front of that sword light. It was cut open without any hindrance. Whoosh! Kukaki Qianye's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. And the place where it was originally was instantly submerged by the virtual tide. It made a loud noise like a thunderstorm. The place was in a mess, with dense fist marks everywhere, ryutsu shock waves, and the land being extremely compressed into rock. Minos Grande's attack, as well as Zero, were originally weapons for harvesting life. But in front of Kukaki Qianye, he was like a child dancing with a stick, ridiculously slow. No matter how strong the attack was, it was impossible to cause any harm to him. This is Shunpo reaching his limit. 100 steps per second. 100 meters at a time. In 1 second, you can move 10,000 meters. Pft pft. In the field, the sharp blade penetrated the body, the sound of flesh cutting could be heard endlessly, and Kukaki Qianye's figure flashed crazily. It's like the king of hell is harvesting life. Every time the sword is swung, a Minos Grande head flies up. Numbness and gracefully reap the lives of each one. Original. Hundreds of virtual beings, densely packed and surging like waves, seemed to be surrounded by Kukaki Qianye alone. Chapter 34. At the same time, a Minos Grande suddenly appeared next to Kukaki Qianye. The huge body covers the sky and the sun, and the Ryotsu is powerful, emitting Jillian-level Ryotsu waves. The huge, pale, cold, and ferocious palm grabbed Kukaki Qianye directly. Boom! Kukaki Qianye cut off the head of a Minos Grande with one knife, made a fist with his other hand, and violently collided with Minos Grande's palm. Ga bang! Ga bang! The sound of bones and body tissues exploding was endless, and Minos Grande's huge palm exploded and was destroyed under Kukaki Qianye's fist. Turned into pieces of fine pieces of resistance blowing in the wind. Roar! Minos Grande let out a shrill howl, and the next moment a flash of sword light flashed across his face. Its head flew high into the sky, and its body was cut into pieces. Captain-level white hits. Coupled with Kukaki Qianye's Ryotsu, which is level 40, even without relying on Zanpakutō. It's enough to defeat the captain-level combat power. Kukaki Qianye made a fist with his left hand and brandished a knife with his right hand. The scene was full of Su Lin's shrill howl before his death. Countless sword lights are densely packed, forming a galaxy-like sky, exuding an extremely sharp aura. Nothing can stand in the way, nothing Minos Grande can resist. Harvest wildly on the battlefield. One person is unparalleled, until he becomes a super god. Even. The top is composed of murderous stones. Claimed to block all Ryotsu, the protective shield of the spirit child. As well as the formations that hindered the leakage of breath, they were all affected by the sword light. Like a broken egg shell teetering on the verge of collapse, the sword light puff went in and out without any hindrance. Next moment, a crisp cracking sound resounded in my ears, and the protective shield exploded. Everything that happened in Qianye Pavilion. Can't hide it anymore. Suddenly, hundreds of Ryotsu soar into the sky. Dozens of Minos Grande's Ryotsu are even more terrifying. But, under a more powerful and extreme Ryotsu, even Jillian and Ajitcha's level Minos Grande were eclipsed. Just like the stars holding the moon, only the light of that person remains. The entire Siridi can feel the huge danger close at hand. At the same time, you can also see not far away from the sky, a wisp of white, a huge sword light that seems to cut through the sky. Irresistible sharpness. Siridi. The alarm sounded for a long time, and there was a huge shock. Every light is turned on, Central 46, Gotei 13, the four nobles. Even the Soul King Palace turned its attention to Rukonga, that earth-shattering battle. Island in the middle of the lake. Central 46. Hundreds of hollow Ryotsu, including dozens of Minos Grande levels. Send Kidō members, Gotei 13, and the secret mobile team to deal with them immediately. 40 sages and 6 judges sensed the Ryotsu from the outside world, and their pupils contracted violently. How many years? How many years? This is the largest invasion Soul Society has suffered in 100 years. It's so heartbreaking. Why did Ryotsu suddenly appear? I sensed a Shinigami's Ryotsu, fighting at this time. That's Kukaki Qianye's Ryotsu. There's no mistake, he's alone, facing the siege of hundreds of hollows. He can't die. Immediately issue the highest order and all forces will go to rescue. Central 46 members immediately issued instructions and passed them to everyone in Siridi through black butterflies. One person can stand up to hundreds of people without dying. Kukaki Qianye not only has potential, but even his strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. Definitely the best, even surpassing the level of the top captain. Such combat power must be firmly held in your hands without any mistakes. Hope. He can last longer. Kukaki family. That is. Brother's breath. Byakuya Kuchiki's pupils shrank violently and his whole body trembled crazily. He directly picked up Zanpakutō and rushed outside. As soon as I left the room, I saw Kukaki Kangjun and Kukaki Jinling with a serious look on their faces. Before Byakuya Kuchiki could speak, Kukaki picked him up with a silver bell, activated Shunpo, and rushed towards the distance. That was the siege of hundreds of hollows and dozens of Minos Grande. End. There is only one person in Rukonga, Kukaki Qianye, who has top-notch captaincy. Under such an offensive, any captain will suffer hatred. To deal with a virtual tide of this magnitude, half of the Gotei 13 would have to be mobilized. Brother, you must hold on. The wind howled. Byakuya Kuchiki tightened his grip on Zanpakutō, with a worried look on his face, looking far away at the huge crisscrossing white sword light. Countless Minos Grande towering into the sky and the earth, the towering Minos Grande figure, and the looming roaring sound. Gotei 13. Headquarters. The moment Ryotsu was discovered, within 5 minutes, all the captains gathered together and appeared in the conference room with solemn faces. Yamamoto Genryusai sat in the top position, his face was lined with old ravines, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Gotei 13 all out. Rescue Kukaki Qianye. With an order. Ano Hinaretsu, Maguruma Kensei, Jushiro Yukitake, Kiraku Shunsui, Zaraki Kenpake. Now. All the captains at the headquarters rushed towards Rukonga without any hesitation. Chapter 35. This is a conspiracy against Kukaki Qianye. They have been fighting this wave for at least 10 minutes. But it happened just now. On the road. Kiraku Shunsui is still wearing the familiar sakura flower haori, restrained from his usual laziness, and his tone is extremely solemn. Now, the most important thing is to rescue first. That's a joint attack by hundreds of imaginary people. No matter how talented Kukaki Qianye is, he won't be able to sustain it for long. Ano Hinaretsu sat on a giant ray and shook his head slightly. Floating rapidly in the air. This is Minajiki Shikai's ability to transform into a giant one-eyed ray. Tisk. I really envy that boy for being able to experience such a thrilling battle of life and death. Zaraki Kenpake grinned. The jagged Zanpakutō made a crunching sound when pinched. The whole person has been raised to the peak state. Looking forward to the next battle. Next moment. A flash of fire appeared, like a shooting star burning with blazing flames in the sky, rushing towards Rukonga, the battlefield. Even the commander-in-chief took action himself. It seems that he really regards Kukaki Qianye as the hope of Soul Society, and is afraid that Qianye will be injured in the slightest. Feeling the Ryotsu consuming everything in the fire, Kiraku Shunsui sighed. There are not many reasons that make Yamamoto Genryusai take action, and Kukaki Qianye is one of them. Tsunayashiro family. The head of the Tsunayashiro family looked at the moonlight in the distance, feeling the Ryotsu of Minos Grande and the sharpness of the sword. He nodded slightly. There was a mocking smile on his lips. Let you make your last desperate struggle. Hundreds of hollows, dozens of Minos Grande, and a Jich's level Ryotsu among them, this is the surefire game against Kukaki Qianye. Forget it. His combat power is superb, Zanpakutō is unparalleled in his sharpness and can kill all hollows. But how could the Tsunayashiro family not make preparations for his Zanpakutō? Before. The Tsunayashiro family had long ago borrowed a divine weapon from the Shihaorin family in the name of research. Soul Society. The strongest shield that no one can break. It is as famous as Soul Society's strongest spear, Sokyoku, which has the same attack power as 1,000,000 Zanpakutō. Even if his Zanpakutō were 10,000 times sharper, it would still be impossible to cut it open. That means absolute defense. In Siritii, the students of Spiritual Arts Academy were also awakened by the huge Ryotsu in the middle of the night, and looked at Rukonga with suspicious eyes. This is Kukaki Qianye's Ryotsu, right? How can it be so huge? He is currently fighting hundreds of hollows alone. Everyone was talking about it. For the entrance test, they all came into contact with Kukaki Qianye's Ryotsu. Although this Ryotsu is several times more powerful than before, but its essential aura will not change. The one fighting must be Kukaki Qianye. Can Kukaki Qianye survive this time? If he dies, the entire Soul Society will be shaken. After all, that is the number one genius, the star of hope who is valued by Captain Yuen Liuzai. In the middle of the night, everyone was more energetic than during the day. They don't have enough strength, so they can only stay here and wait for the final result. Oops! Shihaorin family. After Shihaoran Yoriyuki felt Kukaki Qianye's Ryatsu, he didn't even have time to put on his shoes and rushed directly towards Rukonga. Urahara also woke up in the middle of the night with big dark circles around her eyes. There were densely packed piles of information on the table. And an incomplete, aqua blue jade that exudes mysterious power. This is what he recently developed with great effort, Hogyaku, but it was not successful and is still in the research and development stage. Now, Urahara no longer cared about research and ran out of the door, rushing in the direction of Rukonga. Only Eisen, wearing square glasses, in his room. Different from the cheerful and gentle image in school during the day, at this moment, his face was cold and indifferent to everything. Even though there was a huge fight outside, he just shook his head slightly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Siridi. All major forces took action. Everyone was filled with worry and their expressions were solemn. No one thinks that Kukaki Qianye can withstand such an attack for a long time. They all rushed to the rescue. Now, Rukonga, Qianye Pavilion battlefield. The bursting formation fragments scattered in all directions. It reflected the slightly dull gaze of the leader of the man in black. The Ryatsu who sensed the leaks from the battlefield, and the various Ryatsu rising into the sky in Siridi. The leader of the men in black clenched his fists tightly, staring at the battlefield. Kukaki Qianye is like a god of war. What kind of monster is this? Not only is Zanpakutō unparalleled, even white hits and shunpo are at captain level. Just a few minutes. Hundreds of heads fell into his hands. It also contains the three-headed Ajicha's level Minos Grande. It wasn't like he was surrounded by hundreds of virtual beings. It was more like he was alone and surrounded everyone. We can't delay any longer. Once the Soul Society rescue comes, there will no longer be a chance to kill him. Said. The concealment formation disappears. 7 figures of men in black emerged from it, and 7 Ryatsu soared into the sky. 2 captain levels. 5th deputy captain level. The most eye-catching thing is a huge brown-red shield as thick as a mountain, exuding an aura that is indestructible and can block everything. This is a great gift prepared by the Tsunayashiro family for Kukaki Qianye. No matter how sharp his Zanpakutō is, it is absolutely impossible to break through. Soul Society's strongest shield. Liberate now. Chapter 36. Boom. Between heaven and earth. There was the roar of a dull thunderstorm. The shield is as thick as a mountain and full of indestructible aura, with a layer of dazzling brilliance lingering on it. Invisible air waves spread everywhere, spreading to the horizon, as if to suppress and resist everything. This is Soul Society's strongest shield, liberated at this moment. After the shield. Then a thick film of light appeared, wrapping all the people. Any attack, even Kukaki Qianye's slashes, can only leave shallow traces on the light film and shield. The leader's face was full of ferocity and murderous intent, and a heavy and thick Zanpakutō appeared in his hand. The other 6 people also drew their swords and released shikai one after another. Huddle behind your shield. Like a cold lion majesty, it sends out long-range attacks from time to time to interfere with Kukaki Qianye's battle. If your shikai is only this level, then die here. The leader spoke in a low tone, holding Zanpakutō tightly, as if telling a fact. His eyes were extremely cold, looking at the marks on the shield. While feeling horrified in my heart, there is also a hint of joy. This kind of attack power is so sharp. He's definitely using shikai. After all, not all shikai requires chanting. I had known for a long time that Kukaki Qianye's Zanpakutō was extremely sharp, but I didn't expect that even Soul Society's strongest shield could not completely resist it. It can still cause some wear and tear. Their shikai abilities can both be used as long-range attacks. Under the interference of so many Minos Grande, no matter how strong Kukaki Qianye is, he will still suffer from this endless wave of attacks. At the same time, the remaining dozens of Minos Grande, as well as the 5 Ajichas, roared wildly. The soul of Kukaki Qianye is overflowing with fragrance. The quality is much better than that of those people in the shield. It is simply a difference between cloud and mud. Besides, the shield is nothing more than a turtle shell and cannot be broken. Then, all Minos Grande, Turn your anger on Kukaki Qianye. Ryutsu with 5 levels of Ajichas is like a heavy mountain tilting down from the sky. Crush everything to pieces. Afterwards, dozens of Minos Grande and the few remaining Zyoksu also launched attacks. But the top of Qianye Pavilion. The man had a nonchalant look on his face, not caring about the oncoming attacks, even using Shunpo. Entering Qianye Pavilion, he randomly picked up a bottle of wine and drank it. Lazy eyes looked at the proud and determined leader behind the shield. A smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. When did you get the illusion that I was using Shikai? Next moment, Zanpakutō was spread across his chest. The mammoth Ryutsu swept through the sky, and the endless white sword light spread crazily towards the surroundings with him as the center of the circle. Sweeping across the wilderness, no one can defeat it. Shikai. Destroy the world, destroy everything. At the same time, near Qianye Pavilion, a few kilometers away, countless figures had gathered, and a large number of Rukonga residents were disturbed from their sleep by this sudden Ryutsu. Looking at the elusive figure in the distance, each knife can harvest one or even several virtual figures. This kind of fighting power, unprecedentedly powerful and unstoppable, as if it should not exist in the world. Some old people even worshipped, this is the god sent by God to save them. And above the sky, a ray of fire rushed towards him with an aura that destroyed everything. The figure of an old man with a solemn face was looming. He held a brown cane in his hand. Not long after, Siridi. All other support has arrived. First, as far as the eye can see, there is nothing but pitch-black scorched earth, and slash marks all over the place, cutting the earth and everything around like crazy. On the ground, it's all densely packed with countless fragments of the body. It is slowly dissipating over time. And there are hundreds of hollows still standing. There are 5 Ajichas and dozens of Jillian-level Minos Grande. This is Kukaki Qianye. Is it really hard to fight? Anohanaretsu, Kukaki Jinling, and other captains looked blank. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the ruined battlefield. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. I saw that Kukaki Qianye was like a god of war, cutting off everything with one strike. Jillian, the Ajicha's level Minos Grande, will be instantly cut into 2 halves as long as he touches his sword light. Original. The Minos Grande invasion was a disaster for the entire Siridi. Instead, it became a performance by Kukaki Qianye alone. Personal killing show. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni narrowed his eyes and straightened his stooped waist. He was watching the battle in front of him with all his concentration. In front of you. The captains of each division, especially Maguruma Kensei, looked like they had seen a ghost when they watched Kukaki Qianye's performance. One person. Can it still be this strong? I'm afraid that Mr. Yamamoto can only do this at Kukaki Qianye's age. All of them were wrong. How wrong? Kukaki Qianye was besieged by hundreds of virtual men and fell into a bitter battle? Are you kidding me? Kukaki Qianye is dying, Kukaki Qianye is in a dilemma, Kukaki Qianye's life hangs on a thread, Kukaki Qianye's defeat is determined. Kukaki Qianye, giving his winning speech. Chapter 37. Under everyone's gaze. Next moment, the familiar shield comes into view. The color is brown and red, with 2 blue ribbons on the front, which are ribbons used to absorb attacks and buffer. Even Sokyoku, which has an attack power comparable to that of a million Zanpakutō, cannot break through its defense. God-given armor, the treasure of the Shihaorin family, as famous as the strongest spear Sokyoku, the strongest shield of Soul Society. What are the origins of these people? The strength of 2 captains and 5 vice-captains is really generous. Kiraku Shunsui, Anohanaretsu, and others all narrowed their eyes. Staring down, 7 figures in black were huddled behind the shield. Tonight. I'm afraid it's not just a simple Minos Grande invasion. It's more like a certain person, or a certain force, targeting Kukaki Qianye's surefire plan. Hundreds of voids, dozens of Minos Grande, 8 Ajichas, 2 captains, 5 vice-captains, plus Soul Society's strongest shield. This is a force that is enough to overturn the structure of Soul Society. He even used it against Kukaki Qianye. Normally, Kukaki Qianye is bound to die, but everyone underestimates Kukaki Qianye's strength. Who would have thought? He is so strong. Captain, should we? Anohanaretsu frowned, holding the Zanpakutō handle in his hand, and looked at Mr. Yamamoto. The strongest shield. Nothing can be broken by the attack. Even if Kukaki Qianye's Zanpakutō is extremely sharp, everyone can see that the sword light can only leave shallow slash marks on the strongest shield, coupled with enemy interference. But Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni just shook his head slightly and looked at the battlefield with squinted eyes without any expression on his face. This kind of fight. It is an opportunity for Kukaki Qianye to grow. Even if you can't break through the strongest shield's defense, it's easy to escape from the battlefield. Just be a spectator. Right now. Everyone heard the voice of Kukaki Qianye's Shikai, destroy the world, destroy all phenomena. In the battlefield, countless sword energies overflowed crazily, spreading crazily in all directions. The silent night was instantly illuminated. As far as the eye can see, a vast expanse of white. Billions of sword lights intertwined into a pure white ocean. This is a sword that is extremely sharp, and each one is comparable to a slash from the main body of Tianduan Wangxiang. Click! Click! The space, like fragile glass, was instantly shattered, cut off, and turned into flying fragments. The Ajichas are menacing, with strength ranging from captain to vice-captain level, with ferocious roars and greedy eyes. And dozens of Jillian Minos Grande, the few remaining empties. Like a small insect sealed in amber, its figure stagnated abruptly, with thin black lines surging around it. And countless white sword lights penetrated them all. In the past, the proud iron skin and defense were like tofu in front of the countless sword lights. Can't cause any hindrance. Next moment. Boom! The sound of flesh collapsing was heard. The ground is littered with countless tiny fragments of the virtual body. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. There are no flaws, as if it were a work of art carved by God. The pupils of the people in black behind the shield shrank violently, and some of their bodies were trembling. In their eyes, the five-headed Ajichas, the huge body that was 10 meters high suddenly collapsed. Under the cutting of billions of blades, it turned into countless tiny dust-like particles flying in the wind. And the countless cracks in the space exude a terrifying attraction. Those particles were all swallowed up before they could reach the ground. 5 heads. Ajichas. All destroyed in an instant. Is that human being? I'm afraid that's what Captain Yamamoto is all about. That person is a monster. Fortunately, the shield's defense has not been broken. The leader looked at the many deep and fine cuts on the shield, as if they were about to penetrate. Endless sharp intention permeates the world. But after all, it is better to defend against the attack just now. Otherwise, they would be nothing more than scraps of meat scattered on the ground. Seoul Society's strongest shield is really miserable. The leader of the man in black smiled bitterly. Next moment, in the air, the dense sword light disappeared instantly. Just for a moment, like a baby swallow returning to its nest, it looked like a pure white meteor shower under the thick night sky. Between heaven and earth, the scattered infinite sword energy gathered on top of the sky. On the blade, the black and red lines twisted crazily, like roaring hidden dragons, exuding a terrifying power that was sharp and could destroy everything. The brilliance bloomed on the blade. Under the boundless night, it looks like a bright white sun. Then it turned into a slender, sharp thread that was invisible to the naked eye. This is Shikai's power compressed to the ultimate, leaving only the purest sharpness. The degree of sharpness. It's 10,000 times more than before. Nothing can resist it. Next moment. For all to see. At the top of Qianye Pavilion, Kukaki Qianye stood lazily, holding a handful of sharp energy compressed to ultimate in one hand. Zanpakutō is scattered with a breathtaking white light that annihilates everything. That is the most ultimate sharpness that everyone has ever seen. In the other hand, he held a bottle of strong liquor and took a deep sip. Exciting life and death battlefield, a sure kill situation. It seemed like it couldn't make any waves in his heart. A smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. Soul Society's strongest shield. This name is too crazy and I don't like it. Chapter 38. He. He didn't even use Shikai in the fight just now. Be present. Meguruma Kensei, Hirako Shinji, and others' eyes will pop out. Looking at the current Kukaki Qianye, after Shikai, the space was shattered at the fingertips, and the terrifying power of sharp compression made him call him a monster. If only he had used Shikai from the beginning. I'm afraid they didn't even arrive. Kukaki Qianye solved the battle. Others were even more stunned. Anohanaretsu put down Zanpakutō's hand slumped, and the fighting spirit against Kukaki Qianye disappeared completely. Can't beat it. No matter how you look at it, you can't beat it. Kukaki Qianye did not use Shikai, but showed combat power comparable to that of Bankai. So, after he used Shikai, the power of space shattering was 10 times greater than before. For a moment, dozens of Minos Grande were wiped out. Even the strongest shield has been irreparably damaged. All in all proved that he has the potential to catch up with or even surpass Captain Yamamoto in the future. Aizen, stay away from that person in the future, okay? Behind the tall and fierce man, there was a little girl with pink hair, whose body was already trembling. I was extremely worried. Kuzujishi Yachiru, but I'm afraid that Zaraki Kenpeki will get hot-headed and challenge Kukaki Qianye again. Zaraki Kenpeki nodded solemnly. But when I am strong enough, I will still fight him. Qianye. Shihaoran Yoriyuki and Urahara Kisuk hurried over and looked at Kukaki Qianye, who looked indifferent on Qianye's pavilion. The Zanpakutō in your hand is like a bright star in the night sky, blooming with pure white brilliance. The ground was densely covered with corpses everywhere that had been ravaged by the blade storm and turned into pieces. Pupils contract violently. Anohanaretsu on the side stretched out his hand to stop the two advancing. The space in front is very unstable. You will be torn apart in an instant. Yoriyuki and Urahara nodded. Urahara, in particular, had complicated emotions as she thought about her own experiment. Perhaps the power of Hogyaku. There is no Kukaki Qianye. He drinks and sleeps every day, but it is even more terrifying to have such combat power. That is my family's shield. Yoriyuki looked at the shield full of holes in the field and exclaimed. Before, it was the Tsunayashiro family who borrowed the shield from my family. The Tsunayashiro family. Everyone present nodded slightly. Sure enough. What happened between Kukaki Qianye and Tsunayashiro Tokinada was not a secret. There has been a deep hatred between the two. Just didn't expect it. The Tsunayashiro family actually spent such a huge price just to completely kill Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Ao-kun, Kukaki Gingling were furious, their faces turned red. The Kukaki family now declares a full-scale war with the Tsunayashiro family. 4 nobles. Each of them is a giant of Soul Society, with intricate connections and huge power. Once the two families go to war, the impact is even more serious than tonight. Cause an uproar. Shihaoran Yoriyuki also looked serious, having blatantly caused turmoil in Soul Society. The Shihaoran family, must also hold the Tsunayashiro family accountable. The Tsunayashiro family is not worthy of being among the 4 nobles. As the eldest princess and heir of the Shihaoran family, Shihaoran Yoriyuki's words carry great weight. Aside. Yamamoto Genryusai also narrowed his eyes slightly and did not speak. This matter. This is a family matter between nobles, and Gotei 13 is not qualified to take charge of it. But that is my family's artifact, the strongest shield. Kukaki Qianye, can you cut it off? Yoriyuki looked at the man in black huddled behind the shield in the field, and the man with an indifferent expression at the top of Qianye Pavilion. His brows furrowed slightly. Everyone. He also looked over. The myth of Soul Society, the shield passed down from generation to generation by the Shihaoran family. Shikai with Soul Society's sharpest Zanpakutō, the strongest genius Kukaki Qianye. This battle. It is a major event that can be recorded in the history of Soul Society. Each of them is a witness. Now, on the battlefield, Behind the fine dust cut by the vertical and horizontal blades and the huge shield shining with tenacity, large drops of cold sweat flowed from the foreheads of the men in black. That sharp energy! Even through a shield, their skin felt like needle pricks and their hearts felt like they were being pinched. Full of inexplicable fear. Don't be afraid, pour all the Ryotsu into the shield. The leader's back was wet with cold sweat. He ordered aloud. Then, as Ryotsu continued to pour in, the light on the shield became brighter and brighter, and the original light film became more diffuse and became several times thicker. Even Sokyoku. No trace can be left on the current shield. This shield. Above. Kukaki Qianye nodded slightly. It is very famous. In the original work, when Rukia Kukaki was executed, it also resisted Sokyoku's attack. It can be called the strongest defense. But concentrate a little, reach the peak, and conquer all things. Everything in the sky suddenly lit up, a sharp energy penetrated the heaven and earth, and an invisible and terrifying pressure filled the entire place. All the sword light is gathered on the blade. The power is compressed to a point by ultimate. If just now it was a large-scale AoE, now it is the strongest and sharpest single-target attack. Chapter 39. Next moment. Click. Click. Large areas of space were shattered, revealing dark holes, which looked chilling. A pure white light. Like a fleeting meteor in the sky, it drew an arc in the sky that seemed not to exist in the human world. Invisible to the naked eye, he arrived directly in front of the shield at the speed of a space jump. Cut it off with one knife. Come out through the body. The strongest shield was like a fragile piece of paper, being torn apart violently. Can't stop even a single cent. A terrifying sword light penetrated directly into the distant sky, leaving a dark and deep crack on the earth. It spans dozens of miles. Bottomless. It has even penetrated the rock layer below, and I don't know how far it has penetrated. Everything was silent. The world was silent because of the knife just now. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and Kukaki Qianye directly put away the blade. Finish the last sip of wine. He swaggered into Qianye Pavilion and ignored the people outside. Next moment. Boom, a sound. The severed strongest shield fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, with a few puff and puff sounds, 7 heads flew high into the air, their necks like fountains, sprinkling large amounts of blood. The cut surfaces of the 7 broken Zanpakutō are as smooth as mirrors. One knife. The strongest shield was cut into 2 pieces. How sharp is his Zanpakutō? Everyone's backs were wet with cold sweat as they looked at the broken shield on the ground. If they face this knife, I simply don't dare to think too much. Ano Hinaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui, and others even looked bitter. They had been practicing hard for many years, but they were easily surpassed by a junior. Especially. Or are they just lying around every day, eating and waiting to die, and only know how to enjoy life? Byakuya, Yoriyuki, Urahara, and others were shocked and speechless. He could only look blankly at the broken limbs and arms on the ground, and the battlefield that had been ravaged by the blade storm. And the strongest shield that has lost all its spirituality and is lying on the ground indifferently. Sokyoku has the attack power of 1,000,000 Zanpakutō. Nor can it break through the defense of the strongest shield. But he was cut open by Kukaki Qianye. Doesn't this mean that Kukaki Qianye's attack power has exceeded 1,000,000 Zanpakutō? His attack. It relies mostly on the sharpness of Zanpakutō. This sword is the sharpest Zanpakutō ever. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni said calmly. Even. It's countless times sharper than Nigia Oyui's Zanpakutō, which is so sharp that it can't be stored in its sheath. Wang Yu of Ermiwo. Sword God, a member of Team Zero and the prototype of all Zanpakutō, the creator of the sealed state. From now on, the name of the sharpest Zanpakutō is about to change hands. Is the sharp element the strongest? Everyone present nodded. Now, Soul Society's strongest Zanpakutō has another one. Yamamoto Genryusai possesses the strongest fire type, Ryujin Jaka. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, is the strongest in the sharp element. With the potential and combat power he has shown. Maybe. In the future, we can really break the 1,000-year pattern of soul society. Beyond Yamamoto. Become the strongest. Forget it, stop looking at it and clean up the battlefield quickly. Meguruma Kensei looked at the members of the Gotei 13th Division who arrived. The battle just now. The corpses were scattered everywhere, piece by piece, and due to the sharpness of the sword. The landscape and environment have been devastated and must be repaired. We were originally here for support. But who would have thought that he would actually become the one responsible for the aftermath? Aside. The captain's side. He and the others did not take action at all. Kukaki Qianye eliminated all the opponents by himself. It's absolutely terrifying. Today will definitely be recorded in the history of Soul Society, and this event is not over yet. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head slightly. Kukaki Qianye is unscathed and has strong fighting power, which is naturally a good thing. Now, the purpose is to hold those behind the scenes accountable. The Tsunayashiro family is a giant. If they refuse to admit it and destroy all the evidence. Central 46, those old-fashioned guys, will definitely protect the power of Soul Society. And mud. Next, there is the collision between the two giants, the Kukaki family and the Tsunayashiro family. Fighting. It's over. Inside Qianye Pavilion. The eyes of many girls were dull. Everything that just happened was like a fairy tale coming to light. One person and one sword can actually unleash such terrifying combat power, even captain-level combat power, under the sharp edge of the ultimate. It's like chopping melons and vegetables. In the hearts of the girls, a kind of joy of surviving the disaster emerged. Originally, everyone is desperate. How strong is Master Qianye? They were originally struggling to have enough to eat, but Qianye Pavilion gave them the opportunity to work and good treatment. With such a boss, everyone feels extremely lucky. Handsome and rich. High status. Still so powerful. It feels like a complete sense of security. Chapter 40. Next moment. As Kukaki Qianye walked lazily into Qianye Pavilion, it aroused a burst of cheers from the girls. Everyone gathered around him diligently, serving him wine, water and fruits. Fei Zhen opened her eyes wide and looked at Kukaki Qianye among the flowers. Plaid shirt, a casual outfit. Even after such a fierce battle just now, even his hair was not messed up. No injuries were sustained. However, the physical exertion was too great and I just sweated a little on my forehead. Master Qianye, thank you. Hijin and others bowed respectfully, their faces full of emotion. None of them knew Kukaki Qianye and the series of struggles behind the Tsunayashiro family. Only know. If Kukaki Qianye hadn't taken action. Under that false tide, all of them would end up falling. But Kukaki Qianye just waved his hand, no need to care. Then focus on the wine glass in your hand. I lazily enjoyed the girls singing and dancing. At the same time, a breeze blew, like a girl's caress, filled with the power of the Yin and Yang Wind spell. Take Qianye Pavilion as the origin. It continued to spread in the distance, penetrated into the Siritii, and headed toward the residence of the Tsunayashiro family. He naturally heard the conversation between Yoriyuki and everyone about the strongest shield. The existence of the Tsunayashiro family. It has seriously affected his daily life. The next day. The sky is bright. The entire Soul Society exploded. From the palace of the spiritual king to the common people and homeless people in the market. Everyone was discussing yesterday's incident crazily. This level of shock is no less shocking than the replacement of Gotei 13's captain. Or big news like Central 46 members being murdered. Kukaki Qianye. Last night, one person and one knife killed dozens of Minos Grande, 8 Ajichas, 2 captains and 5 vice-captains. The most important is, he broke through the strongest shield that no one has ever broken through in Soul Society for thousands of years. Now, Kukaki Qianye's fame has reached its peak. It has far exceeded the captain level. Even chasing Captain Genryusai Yamamoto. Building on the first genius of Soul Society. He has grown into one of the few strong men in Soul Society who has surpassed the captain level. Kukaki family. From now on, the will of Kukaki Qianye will be the will of my Kukaki family. Kukaki Yinling looked at the densely packed tribesmen gathered in the mansion and ordered with a serious look. The 4 nobles of Soul Society. In addition to social status and power in hand. In fact, the combat effectiveness is not outstanding, and it is far inferior to Gotei 13 and Soul King Palace. Now, Kukaki Qianye. He is the apparent strongest member of the Kukaki family. After he retires, he will be the head of the Kukaki family. Kukaki Aimchun and Byakuya Kuchiki on the side nodded their heads. Byakuya Kuchiki's face was blank. Everything last night had a terrible impact on him. Kukaki Qianye's figure like a god of war prevented him from having any thoughts of confrontation in his heart. Original. I want to practice diligently and surpass my brother's goal, but now I think it is so powerless. But that's his own brother. His strength is a great blessing to the Kukaki family. Meanwhile, the Kukaki family launches an all-out war against the Tsunayashiro family. Kukaki Yinling's face was cold. Now, Kukaki Qianye is the inverse scale and sweetheart of the Kukaki family. Anyone who dares to offend will bear the wrath of the Kukaki family. Gotei 13. Headquarters. Lord Captain. Kukaki Qianye still refused the captaincy. Furthermore, Kukaki Qianye has never left Qianye Pavilion during this period. He drinks, plays cards, and enjoys singing and dancing every day. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni looked at the intelligence officer in front of him with helplessness in his eyes. He waved his hand. The intelligence officers retreated. Ano Hinaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui, and others on the side shook their heads slightly. After last night, the commander-in-chief, the importance he attaches to Kukaki Qianye has been raised to a new level, and he really wants to let him join Gotei 13 now. But Kukaki Qianye still refused completely on the grounds that he practiced martial arts. Hehe. What is martial arts training? If you continue to practice, you may be able to challenge the entire Gotei 13 alone. I'm afraid that after joining Gotei 13, I won't have as much freedom as I do now, and I won't be able to let things happen. Island in the middle of the lake. Soul Society Authority, within Central 46. They were discussing yesterday's situation. The Tsunayashiro family did not leave any clues, and they also claimed that the strongest shield was stolen by thieves. About the disposition of the Tsunayashiro family. In the 46th room, all the old-fashioned faces were gathered together. Conclusions are then drawn. Soul Society. Internal friction cannot be caused for no reason. The fall of a great noble will bring immeasurable losses. Next, about Kukaki Qianye. In front of me, the video of Kukaki Qianye's battle last night was played on a loop. A sword cuts through the sky and destroys the earth, no one can stop it. Such sharpness. It's even more terrifying than Ermio Wawang Yu's sheath. Even if it's just Shikai. It is also the most ultimate sharp power in the world. Everyone present was silent. The eyes are full of fire. This kind of power must be controlled by Central 46. Chapter 41. Tsunayashiro family. Kyangluyuyu, in the huge luxurious courtyard. Boom. Tsunayashiro's head smashed the teacup, his eyes were red, and his beard was jumping with anger. Hateful. Hateful. This kind of fatal situation can be solved by him. 2 captains. 5 vice-captains, plus various formations, trump cards. And the strongest shield specifically targeted at Kukaki Qianye Zanpakutō. This is already the strongest power that the Tsunayashiro family can exert now. But now, all of them were lost in the battlefield. That Kukaki Qianye, is he a monster? Master, the Kukaki family has now launched a full-scale war against the Tsunayashiro family, and many of the family's industries have suffered a huge blow. Furthermore, members of the Tsunayashiro family are often assassinated in the outside world, and the core members have suffered heavy losses. Below. The intelligence officer knelt on one knee and spoke with a trembling tone. Hi. Tsunayashiro's head held his forehead, his body swayed, and his heart became a mess. Starting a war from the Kukaki family, the first noble, is not a pleasant experience. But This loss is still within an acceptable level. As long as Central 46 keeps quiet and survives this time, the Tsunayashiro family will still be the 4 great nobles. The head of the Tsunayashiro family looked livid and gritted his teeth. The heritage of the 4 nobles. Unfathomable. All kinds of relationships are intertwined, and there is no way he will fall down so easily. Only. Next moment. A gentle breeze caresses. It was pervasive and permeated the entire mansion. It's like a lover's whisper, making people feel extremely soft and comfortable. Tsunayashiro's residence. Everyone has 2 mysterious and complex curse seals with strange auras on their bodies, which are dazzling just by looking at them. Qianye Pavilion. Kukaki Qianye was lying on the fur sofa of Linlang Noble, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he was drinking scarlet wine in his mouth. In front of them, the young ladies were singing and dancing. Very pleasing to the eye. At hand. There are also small game props such as playing cards, shogi, and go. When you get tired, you can play poker with the girls. But the technology in today's world is not yet developed. If you want to play computer games from previous lives, you will have to wait for hundreds of years. Century. For Shinigami, who has a long life, it is just a blink of an eye. Ding. Host Qianye Pavilion is hungover, enjoy dancing for a few days, and play poker with the ladies to unlock the sexual mania achievement. Host Heido level, break through to 90, unlock double chant. Heido breaks through 90. Kukaki Qianye bid farewell to the girls and came to the underground training ground. Raise your hand at will. A huge coffin, as black as ink, appeared on the scene, emitting overwhelming spiritual power. Wrap up a small hill. There was silence. After a while, black coffin disappears. The original hill has already turned into a pile of gravel. Heido S90, black coffin. In the original work, one of Aizen Sosuke's favorite Kidō. Enemies can be locked away. And thousands of shadow blades are emitted, used to stab the enemy. The power is also the most powerful among all the Kidō. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Although Aizen can release Black Coffin without chanting, the power will be reduced by half. Only when chanted can the most complete Black Coffin be released. But products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Release Black Coffin yourself, even if you don't chant, the power released will not be the same. Not to mention, the most important reward is the double chant. This is a form of release for Kidō. You can chant 2 Kidō at the same time and use them superimposed, which is equivalent to directly doubling your own Kidō's attack power. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Returning to Qianye Pavilion, there were immediately countless small nobles and family members coming to establish relationships. After all, who doesn't know now that the person with the most potential in Seoul society is Kukaki Qianye? But Kukaki Qianye turned those people away directly and only met with Gotei 13 and the intelligence officers of the Kukaki family. All with letters. Regarding Mr. Yamamoto's solicitation, Kukaki Qianye naturally refused directly. Joke. Going to work as a captain? How can I be as free and comfortable as I am now? As for the family letters, Kukaki Qianye took a look. The Kukaki family and the Tsunayashiro family are at full-scale war. Central 46, due to lack of evidence, they just sit back and stand on the sidelines, determined and muddy. The undercurrent of Seoul society is surging. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye knows everything that happened in the past 2 days. But what does this have to do with him? Next moment, Kukaki Qianye's mind sank. In the Siriti in the distance, countless seals of the Yin and Yang Wind Curse appeared in his mind. As long as a member of the Tsunayashiro family comes into contact with the air, they will inevitably be entangled by the Yin and Yang Wind Curse. Now, the effect of the 6th Soul Horror Curse is doubled after double chanting. When the enemy uses spiritual power, he will suffer twice as much damage as the attack. The Sleeping Curse seal greatly improves the control effect. He can have complete control over anyone who is equal to Ryutsu. A combination of both. It is the strongest and weirdest assassination skill. Chapter 42. Now, Tsunayashiro family. Still busy and exhausted, dealing with the blow to the Kukaki family. 2 curse seals are hidden in their bodies. No one noticed anything unusual. Next moment, as Kukaki Qianye thought, the curse marks on everyone suddenly appeared. Then a strange light emitted. Everyone came to a sudden stop. The next moment, like a stiff corpse, he drew his knife and rushed towards the tribesmen around him. A shower of blood splashed. But the strange thing is that no one uttered a cry, and the entire mansion fell into silence and killing. The next day, Tsunayashiro's house was still quiet. A strong smell of blood filled the air. The Gotei 13 patrol officers went in to check, and their pupils suddenly contracted violently. Blood. Stumps. There were miserable corpses everywhere, and the entire Tsunayashiro family had been completely wiped out. Even Tsunayashiro Tokinada was stabbed to death on the hospital bed. Quick! Go and inform Gotei 13, Kidō, Central 46. The patrol members panicked and rushed towards the Soul Society's power and violent institutions. Now, Kukaki Qianye was drinking wine and eating delicious food with a satisfied look on his face. Tsunayashiro family. Although they are one of the 4 great nobles, their core clan members are not very powerful themselves. Ryotsu is far inferior to himself. By sealing the sleeping curse, you can completely control it. Solve them. No need to expend any effort. After they die, the curse marks on the body will also disappear, leaving no trace of death. Ding! Host drinks fine wine and communicates about life with the young ladies. Your Kidō level breaks through to 90. You gain the ability, high-speed regeneration. Kidō? And high-speed regeneration. Kukaki Qianye looked at the space panel. High-speed regeneration is Hollow's ability. It can quickly recover body injuries, even if you have a broken arm or leg, you can recover instantly. But even high-speed regeneration will not repair injuries to the brain or internal organs. But produced by the system. Ignore this restriction. As long as he is not killed in an instant, all kinds of injuries can be repaired at the speed of a rocket. It can be said that you carry a top-notch big wet nurse with you, who can breastfeed yourself crazily all day long. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine. Then, a long knife appeared and Tianduan Wangxiang made a small cut on his arm. Next moment, Kukaki Qianye's flesh and blood squirmed, but within a second, his arm returned to its original state. He nodded. High-speed regeneration is still very practical, but this is also the result of deliberately controlling the sharp energy of the world. With the sharpness of heaven that cuts through all things. If sharpness is left on the wound, even high-speed regeneration will be greatly limited or even impossible to repair. As for Kidō, it can heal teammates. If Mr. Kukaki Jinling, Sojun, Byakuya, and others are injured, Kidō up to 90. It's better than going to the treatment team. Just when Kukaki Qianye was in peace. At this time, Soul Society has exploded. The Tsunayashiro family was exterminated. The murderer is still unknown. I only know that their injuries were caused by cannibalism. Siridii. Everyone was whispering and discussing, and their hearts were filled with fear and uneasiness. I am afraid. Soul Society, an incredible strong man has appeared. The Grand Master's hallucination ability destroyed one of the 4 nobles in one day. It's simply terrifying. The Tsunayashiro family is simply too large and outstanding, with influence throughout the Soul Society. News of being destroyed. In less than a day, it spread to the entire Siridii and even Rukonga. Suddenly, Central 46 issued the highest order to search for the murderer in the entire Siridii. People with hallucination abilities are the focus of investigation. Kidō Public. Gotei 13. Covert Action Team. The violent institutions of Soul Society all took action, and the entire Soul Society was in chaos. Now, Aizen Sosuke, who was confused, was taken into prison, and beside him was Soul Society 00, a master of various Grandmaster illusion abilities. Because of him before, Kyoka Suijutsu, the ability to make enemies kill each other, is shown in the school. Therefore, it is even listed as a key concern. and Qianye Pavilion. Still singing and dancing. The influence from the outside world has not spread here. After all, everyone knows that Grandmaster Kukaki Qianye is a master of swordsmanship. His Zanpakutō. It's just extremely sharp and has no illusion ability. So far, Kukaki Qianye enjoyed a peaceful and luxurious time. Time flies. Regarding the impact of the genocide of the Tsunayashiro family, silence has gradually subsided. Aizen Sosuke and others who were previously detained and had hallucination abilities were also released. After all, after investigation, Aizen's alibi and the effect of Kyoka Suijutsu he deliberately displayed did not destroy the entire ability of Tsunayashiro. So, this incident became an unjust case. The history of entering Soul Society was recorded, and a strong man with such terrifying hallucination abilities disappeared from the future. Never appeared again. People returned to their peaceful lives. Chapter 43. Soul Society. Time flies. In the middle, the students of Spiritual Arts Academy graduated one after another. As the strongest student, Kukaki Qianye was still absent from the graduation ceremony. A full 6 years. He hasn't even set foot in school. Lying in the flower street, drunk and dreaming. But, even so, other students also showed great potential under the pressure of Kukaki Qianye, the number one genius. This is the most outstanding class of Spiritual Arts Academy. There are 3 captains. Even better than those of Kuraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake hundreds of years ago. Yoryuki, Urahara, Byakuya, Eisen, and others all enter Gotei 13 and hold official positions. Shihaorin Yoryuki served as the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the Seeing Army. After graduation, he showed great strength and was known as Flash Goddess Yoryuki. Urahara Kisuke. He served as the director of the 1st Generation Technology Development Bureau and the captain of the 12th Division, and was responsible for the development and improvement of the effect of the Yugi, as well as a variety of communication props, photo props, and all sorts of strange things. And Urahara Kisuke spends most of his time in his own research and development room, secretly collecting hollow souls and researching something unknown. Kuratsuke Mayuri, the science madman, was also released because of his appreciation and served as the 3rd seat of the 12th Division. Deputy Director of the Technology Development Bureau. Byakuya Kuchiki. He also graduated from school successfully. Kukaki Jinling and Kukaki Sojun both stepped down from the 6th Division, after Kukaki Qianye once again refused to serve as the 6th Division captain. Passes the captaincy to Byakuya Kuchiki. As for Aizen, he was recruited into the 5th Division by Hirako Shinji and served as the vice-captain. Be humble and respectful. Among Gotei 13, there is a high reputation and prestige. And the most outstanding student, Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, lives in debauchery and drunkenness every day while everyone looks at him with confusion and sighs. Not the hangover. Just being a street kid in Siraidai, living like an old man walking around. 50 years later, Kukaki Qianye walked lazily on the street, heading towards the recently opened izakaya. The childishness on his face disappeared. Sharp edges and corners, eyes like stars. He has a tall and straight figure and a handsome face. Still wearing the familiar plaid shirt, he looked like a decadent young man. Not long after, the izakaya was crowded. This is also the Kukaki family's property. Different from the flowers and soft jade in the flower house, the izakaya is more like a modern entertainment venue. Fine wine, singing and dancing. There are even storytellers. It's lively and the atmosphere is great. Brother, if you continue like this, your talent will be ruined. A bass voice sounded. Kukaki Qianye turned around and looked. A man wearing a white handcuff, whose appearance was 80% similar to Kukaki Qianye, and who had a serious expression sighed. Kukaki Sojun, captain of the 6th Division, usually has jurisdiction over the noble areas of the Siraidai. After 50 years of practice, now Byakuya Kuchiki's strength has been greatly improved, he can already use Bankai proficiently, and he is also ranked among the top among the captains. Kukaki Qianye just chuckled, disappeared in a flash, and appeared in the izakaya the next moment. This kind of shunpo. Byakuya Kuchiki shook his head helplessly. He looked at his drunken brother in the izakaya with regretful eyes. Return from the lost path? I want to eat shit. My brother has not practiced for 50 years. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. He once asked Shihaorin Yoriyuki for Shunpo's advice. Even Yoriyuki, who was called Flash Goddess, Shunpo's level was not at this level. Kukaki Qianye. Still the younger generation, the number one genius. Now, inside the izakaya, Kukaki Qianye was lying lazily on the huge sofa in the private room above, gently shaking the liquor brought from this world in his hand. With a tap of his finger, a sharp blade spread, the wine bottle was easily separated, and the sweet wine was poured out. In the body, the thick ryotsu is like a river overturning and all beasts galloping. During 50 years, his Heido, Kaido, and Bakudo are all 99. Master all of Kidō perfectly. Take a look at the original work. Each captain is just a grandmaster, and even Eisen is just a few fixed Kidō of the grandmaster. Shunpo. It is also a step forward on the basis of 100 steps per second and 100 meters per step. Can be stacked while moving. One step adds up to a distance of 200 meters, 300 meters, or even 1000 meters. Total crushing Flash Goddess Yoriyuki. White hits. It has also been raised to the captain limit. Ryotsu has been upgraded to level 60. More importantly, Zanpakutō, Tianjuan Wangxiang also changed. It can be integrated into the body, turning the body into a sharp blade, and the sharpest sword energy can be released with a wave of the hand. A slash comparable to the original body of heavenly cutting all forms. But for Bankai, the true nature of Tianjuan Wangxiang still needs to be revealed. As for its Bankai, the corners of Kukaki Qianye's mouth raised slightly. Bankai's heavenly breaking power is 10,000 times more powerful, and it doesn't just act on the physical level. But on the basis of sharpness, it has the rule ability of sharpness system. Chapter 44. Rule System Zanpakutō. It is extremely buggy in the original work. You can use the rules to exert amazing lethality. For example, Katen Kyakotsu of Kiraku Shunsui can decide the outcome in a child's game. Shikai. It is the ability to turn children's games into reality. Bankai. It is to realize the adult tragedy and reproduce the tragedy on the enemy. This ability. The battle in Karakura town, the Invisible Empire chapter, and the Four Nobles chapter all had very outstanding performances. It is also an important reason why Kiraku Shunsui was able to assume the position of captain after the death of Mr. Yamamoto. And the same goes for Sui Feng's Zanpakutō, Suzumibaki. Shikai, B. Wenhua, kills with 2 hits. Bankai, Jakuho Reikaban, is a giant missile that kills with 1 hit. It stands to reason. Very outrageous ability. But the record in the original work is not high. After all, even with the rules-based ability, Ryotsu completely crushed his opponents. It will also lose most of its effectiveness. And my own Bankai. The corners of Kukaki Qianye's mouth curled up slightly. It is a sharpness that transcends all limits and has reached the level of rules. It can cut off distance, cut off memory, cut off all power. Even Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu will not have the slightest impact on him. Because the sky breaks all things, and can easily cut off the connection between himself and Kyoka Suijutsu. Recently, the Shinigami of Rukonga have disappeared more and more frequently. But in the past 10 years, thousands of talents who were expected to become elite Shinigami disappeared. In an izakaya, people drank a little wine and looked worried. Although Seiridai is relatively safe, this is not absolute. No one knows. Could the next missing Shinigami be me? Even the captain of Division 9, Maguruma Kensei, who went to investigate, and his adjutant Kuna Mashiro are missing. The Gotei 13 and Kidō have sent a large number of combat forces to continue the investigation. We should wait for news. It's been really uneasy recently. The Tsunayashiro family was exterminated decades ago, and now such a bad incident has happened again. Discussion of people's concerns. Now, the entire Soul Society. There is a tremor everywhere, and everyone is in danger. Above. In the box. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine and narrowed his eyes. Now. Aizen, Urahara, and others are already making moves around Hogyaku. This is also the biggest climax in the early and middle stages of the plot. Aizen's rebellion plot. At first. When Aizen goes to Hueco Mundo, the hair gel hand changes the hairstyle, and the classic quote, "I will stand in the sky." Really impressive. Compared to Aizen. The quality of the protagonist group is not even the slightest bit off. Meow. A cat meow sounded at Kukaki Qianye's feet, and a petite and cute black cat circled around his trousers. Kukaki Qianye was as fast as lightning, pinched the back of the neck and lifted it up. Put it in your arms and pet the cat. Recent. Shihaorin Yoryuaki likes to live in this black cat form more and more. The two looked at each other. Shihaorin Yoryuaki has a black line on his face. This Kukaki Qianye's hand speed is too fast. Even she, who is called the Flash Goddess, cannot escape. But she came here for business this time. Qianye, something big happened. The black cat broke free from Qianye's clutches and spoke human words, a cat's face full of seriousness. Not long after. Secret underground base. This is the place where Kukaki Qianye, Yoryuaki, and Urahara gather in recent years. It is also the place where Yoryuaki and Urahara hone their strength. It is completely empty, covering an extremely vast area, with various hills, cliffs, and other terrains, among which you can also see traces of training such as knife marks. Before. Urahara once learned Bankai here, using extremely harsh methods. Later. Among the protagonists, Kurosaki Ichigo learned Bankai in 3 days and also followed Urahara's training method. Urahara, who had been waiting for a long time, was still dressed in the familiar clog hat, and his eyes lit up when he saw Kukaki Qianye walking towards him. "Brother Qianye!" Urahara waved from afar, with an attentive look on his face. "What's the matter? Just tell me." Kukaki Qianye yawned. In aristocratic circles. In other words, Urahara and Yoryuaki, peers, are closest to Kukaki Qianye. The situation is urgent. Aizen, there is a huge conspiracy. Furthermore, Hirako Shinji and others have been listed as virtual by Central 46. Urahara, and Yoryuaki, who had long since returned to human form, looked serious. After a while, Urahara narrates the story clearly. Gotei 13, and the reinforcements sent by Kidō to investigate the disappearance of Rukonga Shinigami, all fell into Aizen's conspiracy. Captain of Division 5, Hirako Shinji. Captain of Division 9, Maguruma Kensei. Captain of Division 7, Love Ikawa. Captain of the 3rd Division, Odoribashi Rajuro. Deputy Captain of Division 9, Kuna Mashiro. Vice Captain of Division 8, Yadumaru Lisa. Deputy Captain of Division 12, Saragaki Hiri. Kidō Deputy Chief Kidō, Hijin. A total of 4 captains. The rest are also captain level in strength. This is the power of half a Gotei 13. They were all defeated in Rukonga. Everyone. All irreversibly hollowed. A hollow bone mask appeared on his face. Actually. The Shinigami who disappeared from Soul Society were all murdered by Aizen. But the State and Decadent Central 46 didn't investigate clearly at all. Just give Hirako Shinji and others a serious crime. Decided to execute several people in the name of annihilating Su. And put the blame for Shinigami's disappearance on them. Chapter 45. Brother Qianye. Come with us and rescue them. Urahara Kisuke and Shihaorin Yoryuaki gritted their teeth and looked at Kukaki Qianye. They have made up their minds. After all. As a colleague. These people have a good relationship with them, and they cannot just watch their former colleagues die unjustly. And Kukaki Qianye is the most powerful among them. With his help, the rescue success rate will also be greatly improved. Hear all this. Kukaki Qianye yawned. Just like in the original work, Aizen and Urahara have carried out Hogyaku's experiments. And it has achieved certain results. In the future, they will form members of the Masked Legion. All neat and tidy, calculated by Eisen hollow. But Urahara Kisuke. I didn't tell myself the news about Hogyaku just now. After all, it was a power beyond his control. And he himself. He also wanted to destroy Hogyaku, but unfortunately he couldn't succeed and could only seal it in Rukia's body. And later, a series of strategies were set up to let Rukia walk around the world with righteous bones, hoping to completely transform it into a human being. Then destroy Hogyaku completely. Pity. In the end, it failed, and Hogyaku was taken away by Eisen, who merged the two imperfect Hogyaku into a perfect Hogyaku. This is also the difference between Eisen and Urahara. When Urahara learned that Soul Society's true history was relying on the Soul King, she chose to be loyal to the Soul King. Therefore, things beyond control like Hogyaku are directly destroyed. And Eisen. After learning the true history of Soul Society, he chose to destroy the Soul King, become the only one in heaven and earth, and create a brand new world. So, he became obsessed with Hogyaku's power and conducted a series of experiments. It can be said, the different choices will lead to completely different life developments for the two. If Urahara also chooses to destroy the Soul King, then he can definitely become the second Eisen Sosuke. Have the power to constantly push limits. Not long after. Underground training ground. Urahara Kisuke and Shiharan Yoryuaki looked at Kukaki Qianye's leaving figure and sighed softly. It's understandable that my eldest brother refused. After all, he just wants to live a quiet life. What's more, Captain Hirako and others have nothing to do with Brother Qianye. Their friendship is just acquaintance. It's natural not to take action. Urahara Kisuke and Shiharan Yoryuaki shook their heads. In this case, let's act on our own. Our strength alone is enough. Now, inside Qianye Pavilion, Kukaki Qianye was lying lazily on the sofa. His eyes narrowed slightly. The refusal just now was straightforward. If it is Byakuya, Yoryuaki, Urahara, etc., it is normal for someone close to them to be hurt and take action themselves. But I am not familiar with Hirako Shinji and others at all, and I don't have much interaction with him, so why should I save him? Anyway, the power of Yoryuaki and Urahara is enough. Yoryuaki Shunpo is extremely high level, and he can still run away if he can't beat him. And Urahara? It can be said that he is one of the most hidden characters in the original work. In the early stage, they relied on strategies and fished in the water. Even in the Karakura town battle and against Eisen, who was fused with Hogyaku, he failed to force out his Bankai. His combat prowess must not be ignored just because of his IQ. Not to mention, even if they were expelled from Soul Society and labeled as traitors, it would still be an opportunity for them to grow. As for the great traitor Eisen, is his existence really a danger to Soul Society? To know. Today's Soul Society is content with the status quo and rotten. Central 46 has caused countless people to complain. Even Captain Yamamoto. They have all lost the vigor of their youth, and have acquired the bad habits of old men with old-fashioned ideas. And Eisen's appearance and defection. Although the power of Soul Society suffered a loss. However, it united the entire Soul Society, and people's mental outlook also took on a new look. Being prepared for danger in times of peace, the captains of Soul Society no longer fish for fish and swim in water, and their strength has been transformed. It can be said. Eisen. It was the catfish in the catfish effect that gave Soul Society new life. Think of this. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly and continued to enjoy singing and dancing and drinking for fun. As long as Eisen develops. If it doesn't affect you, then let him do whatever he wants. I'm just a salty fish who just lies back and fishes, enjoys life, and becomes invincible while drinking wine. A few days later. Soul Society, something great has happened. Comparable to a magnitude 8 earthquake. The entire Siridi was shaken by this. Everyone is rushing to run, people are panicked. Gotei 13. 2nd Division Captain Shiharan Yoryuaki. Urahara Kisuke, Captain of Division 12 and Director of the Technology Development Bureau. He rescued Hirako Shinji and other traitors and fled to the present world. Just a few days. Gotei 13, just the captain level, lost 6 people. Number of captains directly reduced by half. This is an extremely heavy blow to the entire Gotei 13. It also greatly weakens the overall strength of Seoul society. Chapter 46. Now. Gotei 13. There was silence, as if a dull cloud had enveloped the place, and people felt extremely depressed. In the conference room, Yamamoto Genryusai was leaning on a cane, with a serious face and a stooped figure. His old and sharp eyes scanned the people below. Everyone doubts life. In just a few days, the captain and former colleagues have lost half of their former colleagues. Now, captain level. Only Ano Hanaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake, Zaraki Kenpake, Byakuya Kuchiki, and Shiba are left. Now, the most urgent moment has arrived. Gotei 13. There is an urgent need for fresh blood. Concerning the captain duties of Urahara, Yoriyuki, Hirako Shinji, and others, priority will be given to selecting among the adjutants. The team that the vice-captain also fled will be led by Seat 3. Yamamoto Genryusai looked expressionless, deciding on his future promotion to official positions, and raised his head slightly at the same time. He looked at the sky outside the window and squinted his eyes. 50 years. Kukaki Qianye, haven't you rested enough? Below. All the captains nodded. Even the most arrogant Kenpake calmed down at this moment. If you have suitable candidates, you can also recommend them. Meeting dismissed. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni said softly. Then he walked out of the headquarters with a cane and headed straight towards Qianye Pavilion. Not long after. In front of Qianye Pavilion. Captain Yamamoto was wearing an ordinary old man's clothes, leaning on a cane, and looking at the Yin Yang in front of him. Frowning slightly. Intelligence officer's description, Kukaki Qianye is here now. Subsequently. He stepped in with difficulty. Above. Kukaki Qianye was drinking and saw an old man with an X-shaped scar on his head and a snow-white beard, and an interested smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Yamamoto, come to a place like this? Send 2 girls to entertain us. When Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni left, his legs were shaking a little and his beard was standing up. This Kukaki Qianye, if it weren't for his talent, he would have just pulled out Ryujin Jaka. Thinking of the price just discussed with Kukaki Qianye, even the old man felt extremely heartbroken. But being able to win over Kukaki Qianye will make everything worthwhile. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, was staring at the old man's back, holding a jet black token with gold rim in his hand. There is nothing on the token. This is the captain's token of Gotei 13. He can be the captain of any division if he wants. Originally, he refused. But no matter what, the conditions offered by the old man were really too tempting. First, he only serves as the captain and has the right to refuse all orders, and his daily work is done by his adjutant. But he is still the highest officer of a certain squad and can command and mobilize all combat power within the squad. And after discussions between the old man and Central 46, the area previously occupied by the Tsunayashiro family was divided for himself. Although the wealth of the Tsunayashiro family was divided among the remaining 3 nobles and the upper-class nobles after their demise. But in an aristocratic area where every inch of land is at a premium, even the Tsunayashiro family's mansion is a staggering amount of wealth. You really spent a lot of money. Kukaki Qianye's lips curled up slightly. I just paid for the title of captain. No one cares about me on weekdays. I don't need to deal with official duties. I can still drink and have fun at will. But for no reason, he obtained the combat power of an entire division, as well as the Tsunayashiro family's mansion worth tens of thousands of gold. Good. Very nice. Kukaki Qianye was relieved, so he changed his position and continued to lie down. Tomorrow. It was the day when I was the captain. You can choose a squad to take over. The next day. Gotei 13, headquarters. A drunken, shaky figure walked in swaggeringly. Wearing a gold-trimmed shirt, holding a bottle of liquor in his hand, he had a drunken and lazy look on his face. Kukaki Qianye. Gotei 13, countless team members recognized this figure. Before, one person killed dozens of Minos Grande, as well as 2 captain-level combatants, and Soul Society's strongest shield. Known as the #1 genius in Soul Society, Kuchiki Qianye possesses the strongest Zanpakutō in the sharp element and can break all things. Even though he just looked like a drunk. But no one dared to look down upon him and looked at him with awe. Go and inform the captain, captain. Not long after, Kuchiki Qianye was received by Unohanaretsu and arrived at the captain's conference room. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni sat high at the head. And below, they are the 6 captains lined up in sequence. Captain of the 4th Division, Unohanaretsu. Captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki. Captain of the 10th Division, Eisen Shiba. Captain of Division 8, Kiraku Shunsui. Captain of Squad 11, Zaraki Kenpake. Captain of Division 12, Jushiro Yukitake. Originally, except for the chief captain, half of the 12 captain seats were vacant. Now, the only 6 remaining captains. They all looked at Kuchiki Qianye with different expressions. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the drunken Qianye and other people with a straight face, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Unohanaretsu smiled slightly, Kiraku Shunsui had a salty expression on his face, and Zaraki Kenpake grinned with fighting intent. Chapter 47. Choose. Above. Yamamoto Genryusai coughed slightly and stared closely at the shapeless Kuchiki Qianye below. Hear this. The other captains looked solemn. To know. Kuchiki Qianye's treatment is unmatched by anyone, and he can freely choose his team. This means, other captains are also at risk of being laid off. If Kuchiki Qianye chooses their division, they will have to be demoted to deputy captain. Or be transferred to another squadron. Be Kuchiki Qianye's vice-captain? Think of this. Everyone's heart tightened. Let's not talk about anything else for the moment. Soul Society is famous for Kuchiki Qianye's salted fish, which means that he is not only the vice-captain, but also the captain. They all have to help Kuchiki Qianye finish it. This is simply worse than death. Never, never choose your own squad. All the captains prayed secretly in their hearts. Under everyone's gaze, Kuchiki Qianye just yawned. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the rough-looking man among the captains. Shiba is one heart. Captain of the 10th Division. The head of the Shiba family branch house. Later, in order to save the dying Kurosaki Masake, he voluntarily gave up the power of the captain-level Shinigami. He turned into a normal person, married Kurosaki Masake, had children, and opened a small medical clinic in the real world. And renamed Kurosaki Eisen. She gave birth to 3 children, Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki Yuzu, and Kurosaki Natsurai. And Kurosaki Ichigo. That is, decades later, the protagonist of the original work. But he is not married and has children yet. It is different from the greasy uncle image in the original work. At this time, Eisen had thin cheeks and no beard, so he was considered a tough-looking man. Sensing Kuchiki Qianye's gaze, Shiba's back felt cold and he quickly showed a harmless smile. Afraid of being noticed by him, Kuchiki Qianye looked away. Looking at the vacant seats. Gotei 13. Each team has different responsibilities. The first team, the main team, has the strongest combat power. The second division, the covered mobile team, is responsible for assassinations and intelligence. The third division, the support team, goes to support when other divisions are short of manpower. Division 4, medical rescue team. Division 5, the rescue team, is responsible for the rescue of living Shinigami. Kuchiki Qianye took a sip of wine. Several squads. Each has its own pros and cons. But I don't need to think about this, I just need to leave the matter to the adjutant. Be a hands-off shopkeeper and enjoy life. So, want to achieve all this? A capable vice-captain is needed. He also has strong intelligence capabilities. After all, wherever there is fun, intelligence is needed. Even though I am the heir to the Kukaki family, It is also impossible to understand the entire Soul Society and the information in this world in detail. And the second team, responsible for Soul Society intelligence collection and assassination, his combat power is also at the forefront among the 13 teams. And the captain of the 2nd Division in the original work, Sui Feng, is extremely capable. Unlike Rangiku, who only knows how to fish and hand over information to Hichuga Yatashiro, Sui Feng can handle everything perfectly. And Sui Feng's own strength. White hits and Shunpo are as good as Yoryuki, and have the rule system Zanpakutō Suzumibaki. It's a level higher than a unit of measurement of combat power like Meguruma Kensei. If she encounters a situation in the future, she will be able to solve it by herself, and there is no need for her to step forward. It can be said, he is the best deputy candidate. 2nd Division. Kukaki Qianye said softly. Above. Yamamoto Genri Yusai nodded slightly and took Kukaki Qianye's token. A big 2 character was engraved on it. This is the captain's token of the 2nd Division, which represents the highest power to control the 2nd Division. The other captains also breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Kukaki Qianye turn around and leave, heading to the 2nd Division's station. I secretly offer incense to Sui Feng in my heart. That little girl who worked hard will be in bad luck in the future. The captains shook their heads. Sui Feng often followed Yoryuki before, so they all knew each other, and they were full of sympathy for Sui Feng at the moment. Hopefully she can withstand the ravages of Kukaki Qianye. Vice Captain. You haven't left your room for 3 days and your health is in critical condition. The new captain has arrived, and our entire team must go to greet him. 2nd Division Station. Outside the door, a fat man with a sinewy face, thick lips, and a burly build knocked on the door. Omida Marekio looked worried. The next moment, the door opened with a squeak sound, and Sui Feng walked out with a haggard look and big dark circles under his eyes. Let's go. Sui Feng's voice was hoarse. Not long after. Inside the 2nd team's dojo. It was densely packed and crowded. Some of them were dressed in jet black Deathlord outfits, carrying Zanpakutō on their waists. The other part is covered with a black scarf and has sharp eyes, like an ancient ninja. They are all members of the 2nd team. Belong to different departments. Above. He is our new captain, Master Kukaki Qianye. Omida Marekio breathed out, and Sui Feng also raised his head and looked at the swaying young man above, smelling of alcohol. He didn't even wear a tyrannical suit. He was dressed in casual clothes, like a rich young man out for fun. Can such a person really be qualified to be the captain? Kukaki Qianye, although he is the #1 genius in Soul Society, it seems too unreliable. Chapter 48. In the dojo. Everyone was talking about it. His eyes were full of confusion, but out of respect for the captain, he did not question it in person. He might know something. Sui Feng's lips were pale and her face was haggard. Yoryuki's departure made her mentally shattered and unbelievable. Yoryuki. Abandoned yourself. As Yoryuki's friend, Kukaki Qianye may know the reason why she abandoned him. Think of this. Sui Feng stepped forward and walked towards Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye just took a sip of wine and didn't care. He looked lazily at his subordinates below. Come here this time. Just explain the future operations and distribute the power within the team. Then, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper. Personally manage an entire squad? Absolutely impossible. Gotei 13. Each team is divided into 10 to 20 classes, with more than 10 people in each class. And the 2nd team. Bringing the Seeing Army, the covered mobile team, and the intelligence organization together consumes even more manpower. All 20 classes are full. There are 20 people in each class, which adds up to 400 people. And the combat power of each team member has reached the elite Shinigami level. Managing so many people takes a terrible amount of energy. This is just the official preparer. The intelligence network that spreads throughout Soul Society and penetrates into the real world contains even more manpower. This is an extremely powerful force. Compare this. The other divisions are all about the same strength. Except for the 4th division, each division has a large number of elite Shinigami combat capabilities. In the original work, the advantage of the Kukaki family compared to other families is that a hereditary captain of the 6th division is enough to make the Kukaki family the head of the 4 nobles. Captain Qianye. About your Yuaki. A hoarse female voice sounded. Kukaki Qianye turned around and saw a girl with purple and black bangs, a petite and unremarkable figure, but a very cute appearance. But she was now in a depressed mood, her lips were pale, and her eyes still had big dark circles, and she seemed to have been greatly shocked. Ha! Kukaki Qianye yawned lazily. He looked at the girl in front of him, who was flat but neat. Sui Feng. Owns the rule system Zanpakutō Suzumibaki. Shikai kills with 2 hits and Bankai kills with 1 hit, both are very powerful abilities. Much better than Captain's Shame Maguru Makensei. But due to the problem of Ryutsu itself, it does not pose much of a threat to boss figures like Eisen and Captain Yamamoto. Originally a lower-level nobleman loyal to the Shihaorin family, he later showed extraordinary talent. Practice hard and become strong. He was favored by Yoryuaki and became a confidant. He respected Shihaorin Yoryuaki very much and regarded her as his role model. But Sui Feng is a proud woman who takes obedience to laws as her duty and honor. He is the person who least tolerates the existence of traitors. If he is an enemy, he must die. In the original work, after Yoryuaki ran away, it was she who served as the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the Seeing Army. At the same time, his mentality was severely affected, and he also had complex feelings of hatred and respect for Yoryuaki. Captain Qianye. Sui Feng raised her head and looked at Kukaki Qianye. The overwhelming feeling of betrayal in her heart almost overwhelmed her. She now, desperate for an answer. Yoryuaki did not abandon you. She left you in my care before she went out. Kukaki Qianye yawned lazily. Kind guidance. Shihaorin Yoryuaki and Urahara Kisuke escaped from Soul Society. In such a hurry, how could they possibly care about Sui Feng? In the original work, Sui Feng spent decades in hatred and incomprehension. He did not want these to affect the work efficiency of his subordinates. Is that so? The smell of alcohol hitting his face made Sui Feng doubtful. Yoryuaki. Would you trust yourself to this unreliable person? However, it's still hard for me to accept. Sui Feng's eyes had a little more sparkle, but his mood was still extremely low. Is there any way to get rid of this emotion? If you think so, I will put more burdens on your shoulders. Kukaki Qianye patted Sui Feng's head with a smile. Feeling emotional? Just work hard and shift your focus. Buried in the ocean of official documents every day, no matter what emotions you feel, they will disappear without a trace. Kukaki Qianye explained. Then he announced that Sui Feng would take his place on weekdays and handle the affairs of the 2nd Division. That means the responsibilities of the vice-captain and captain rested solely on her, to help her calm down. Although I always feel like something is wrong. But Sui Feng still nodded with a blank expression. Omida Marekio on the side, the fat on her face trembled, and quietly moved away from Kukaki Qianye. Afraid that he would put a burden on himself. Next moment, a hand silently put his shoulder. Omida, when the team is busy, you should also share some of Sui Feng's work. Kukaki Qianye's devilish whisper came to mind in his ear. Forced by the captain's power. Omida Marekio nodded with a mask of pain. Chapter 49. In a squad. The captain holds the highest authority, and all subordinates must obey the captain's orders unconditionally. Kukaki Yoryuaki looked at the huge fat man in front of him. He has thick lips and a fleshy face. Omida Marekio. The vice-captain of the 2nd team in the original work has been called a former god by countless comic fans. The phrase "you can't judge a person by his appearance" is expressed to the ultimate level. Although Omida's appearance does not make a good impression on people, she is not only fast in Shunpo, but also has extremely high physical defense. It has a Zanpakutō 5-shaped head that resembles a meteor hammer and has extremely strong attack power. In the Battle of Karakura town, Omida was the only one among all the vice-captains who was not injured. In the Thousand-Year Blood War, Omida not only helped Sui Feng regain Bankai, but also had the ability to take the injured Sui Feng and his sister to a safe place. Such achievements. Stronger than the average captain. It's no wonder that he is regarded as a former god by countless comic fans. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction and looked at the dense crowd of subordinates below, as well as Sui Feng and Omida. There are such sleeping dragons and phoenix chicks. You can be a hands-off shopkeeper with peace of mind. After giving instructions, Kukaki Qianye turned around and left directly. The young lady at Qianye Pavilion was still waiting for him to drink. Rear. Sui Feng and Omida Marekio, who were lame after being deceived, watched the captain leave and couldn't help but feel nervous. My captain won't stop coming in the next few days. Time flies. Soul Society has returned to its former peace. But Shiba Ishine completely disappeared. He didn't know where he was going, and the position of captain of his 10th division was vacant. Gotei 13, the 6 missing squad captains, have also been promoted. Captain of the 2nd division, Kukaki Qianye. Captain of the 3rd division, Ichimaru Jin. Captain of the 5th division, Aizen Sosuke. Captain of Division 7, Kashiwamura Seijin. Captain of Division 9, Tuan Kaname. Captain of the 10th division, Hichugaya Toshiro. Captain of Division 12, Kuratsuka Mayuri. Just a few years. The entire Gotei 13 has undergone a major shake-up, and most of the captain positions have undergone changes. It's also a power reshuffle in Soul Society. Eisen et al. Really entering the upper echelon. Now. Siriti. The main pavilion of Qianye Pavilion. Kukaki Qianye lazily drank wine and listened to the girls singing songs. During this time, he also heard about what happened. Shiba Ishine, captain of the 10th division, should have married Kurosaki Masaki at this time and changed his name to Kurosaki Ishine. As ordinary people living in this world, he and his wife complete the task of creating the protagonist. And in the original work, Aizen's rebellion plot, Ichimaru Jin, Tuan Kaname, and Eisen all became captains, charging towards Hogyaku to break Shinigami's boundaries. The decaying Soul Society, and Room 46. I can only enjoy this period of hard-won peace. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine lazily and enjoyed the girls rubbing his shoulders, which was very relaxing. Before. There is also a document reporting on the progress of the wine pool and meat forest. Since he had obtained the Tsunayashiro family's mansion, he naturally couldn't let it sit idle. It just satisfies an idea I have always had. That is to create a real wine pond and meat forest. But the Tsunayashiro family occupies a large area, even though they hired most of Soul Society's skilled craftsmen. The progress of Wine Pool Meat Forest has also stalled at its initial stage. It will take decades to fully build it. Kukaki Qianye yawned, decades anyway, for the long-lived Shinigami. It's just a snap of a finger. I can still afford to wait. Ding! Host Qianye continues to fish and earns the title of Lienping Master. Get reward instantly, White Hits level exceeds the captain limit, and can be used in conjunction with Kidō. Instantly open. Kukaki Qianye's eyes lit up. Isn't this the skill of Shihaorin Yoryuaki and Sui Feng in the original work? Both White Hits and Shunpo practiced to the limit, and then came up with ways to exceed the limit. Just add Kidō to White Hits. Greatly increase the power of combat. But now, there are still decades to go before the plot begins, and Yoryuaki and Sui Feng have not unlocked the instant open skill. The entire Soul Society. He was the only one who learned the instantaneous opening. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. If used in combination with Kidō, you will get all Kidō 99. And can double chant. The power exerted is even more powerful than Yoryuaki in the original work. Sir Qianye, someone is looking for you. Mama Sang knocked on the door and said respectfully, it's a subordinate of your 2nd division. Subordinates? Kukaki Qianye yawned lazily. Counting it all together, it seems that I haven't been to the 2nd team for 2.5 years. Now. 2nd division. A petite girl with a cute but resilient face has been buried in the ocean of official documents. There was an expressionless face, and next to him was an assistant carrying piles of documents. In the office, all kinds of documents are piled up on the desk, making people feel cold just by looking at them. Chapter 50. Captain Qianye, how long has it been since you came? Report to the deputy captain, he hasn't been here for 2.5 years. The assistant on the side was trembling, and Sui Feng's resentment could be felt even from a distance. Since the last time I left all the work to Sui Feng. Kukaki Qianye, I haven't been here for 2.5 years. For 2.5 years, she was the only one who handled the official affairs of the team. This is really a good way to divert attention. Sui Feng looked at the pile of documents in front of him. The forehead is covered with black lines. However, a few days ago, Hitsugaya Toshiro-sama took over the duties of captain of the 10th Division. Gotei 13, the 13 captains are finally complete. There will be a meeting today. Lord Kukaki Qianye will definitely come. Aside. The assistant quickly comforted Sui Feng, who looked full of resentment. Sui Feng heard this. Just nodded slightly. 2.5 years. It was enough for her to react. He was tricked by Kukaki Qianye into working for him. And he himself. Then he becomes a hands-off shopkeeper who drinks and has fun every day. But Captain Qianye is indeed right. In the past 2.5 years, I have been dealing with official documents and outings. How can I have time to think about Yoryuki running away? Except a little tired. Her mentality is not as extreme as in the original work. Sir Qianye, this is a captain meeting for the new captain. Can you please move? Qianye Pavilion. A 2nd Division intelligence officer dressed in black looked at the drunken Kukaki Qianye cautiously. His own captain. What a strange man. Even if he lies down and drinks every day, he still sits firmly on the throne of Seoul Society's #1 genius. Just pity Vice Captain Sui Feng. 2.5 years later, my already petite figure has become much flatter. Above. Kukaki Qianye nodded slightly. In recent months, I have been lying in Qianye Pavilion every day, and my body has become rusty. It's not bad to go out for a walk once in a while. Go take a look at the new captains and old man Yamamoto, and then take a good look around Siritai. Take some time to relax. Let's go. Kukaki Qianye stood up and stretched. Not long after. Gotei 13. All the captains gathered together. Kukaki Qianye just went over for a formality, looked at the new captains, and then left directly. On the road. In the corridor. 2 figures came towards me. One was wearing square-rimmed glasses and a captain's robe, with a big 5 on his back. There is always a smile on his face that is as warm as the spring breeze, making people unable to bear the slightest disgust. Around. A girl with her hair combed into a bun, who looked petite and cute, and who was wearing a standard black death-defying outfit, followed step by step. Captain of the 5th Division, Eisen Sosuke. Vice Captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo. Kukaki Qianye turned a blind eye, hummed a tune, and walked swaggering towards the exit. Qianye, we haven't seen each other for decades, and we have become captains. Eisen smiled slightly and talked to Kukaki Qianye. Unfortunately, Urahara and Yoryuki are no longer here. Eisen's tone was a bit sad. Hinamori Momo next to her had a distressed look on her face, and everyone just felt that Eisen was feeling sorry for his former classmates. Kukaki Qianye just nodded. Qianye, I heard that your 2nd Division team does not have enough management personnel. Do you need me to send Vice Captain Hinamori to help the 2nd Division handle official duties? Eisen smiled slightly, his tone full of concern. Captain Eisen. Hinamori Momo's face was extremely reluctant, and her expression was full of resistance. She didn't want to leave Eisen's side. No need. Kukaki Qianye just smiled and shook his head in rejection. He casually looked at the girl who was following Eisen, looking at Eisen with an expression of obsession and nostalgia. Hinamori Momo. The deputy captain of the 5th Division, he has a simple and kind personality, and he admires Eisen Sosuke very much. But, to be honest, he just has no brain, just a love brain that is easy to deceive. She is also one of the most hated female characters among comic fans. Being fooled around by Aizen. Original. She and Hitsuga Toshiro grew up together, and they have a deep relationship with each other since they were childhood sweethearts. However, after she entered Spiritual Arts Academy and was saved by Aizen once, she became deeply obsessed with Aizen Sosuke. In the plot, Aizen just left her a letter, which made her suspicious of Hitsuga Toshiro and beat him up. Breaking up with the childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Finally Aizen decided to defect. When everyone understood that Aizen was a big traitor, Hinamori Momo still couldn't believe it. She firmly believed that Aizen had some unavoidable reasons and always believed in him. Until Karakura town, she was used by Aizen again and used her body to block a group of captain-level attacks. This is also the reason why she is called Shinigami's strongest human shield. Ridiculed by everyone. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she cannot be wanted. Stupidity is contagious. Second division. No matter what, it is your own strength. Don't put some weird people in there. Not to mention, Aizen's purpose in sending Hinamori Momo was just to bury a nail in his side and to interfere with Soul Society's intelligence system. Aizen. Strategize and plan carefully. He is strong and will never give in to anyone. He is also one of the most charming villain bosses in the original work, and even in the entire history of animation. The time for the main line to open is getting closer and closer. He was erratic and not under his supervision. Therefore, Aizen, who pursues perfection, must not tolerate being out of his control. Chapter 51. That's really a shame. Aizen smiled slightly and left directly with Hinamori Momo. Not far away. A silver-haired man with narrowed eyes and a smile on his lips has been watching here. Wearing the captain's robe, the word 3 on the back is particularly eye-catching. Kukaki Qianye, captain of the second team, top-notch, or even beyond captain-level combat power, possesses the strongest edge-type Zanpakutō. Ichimaru Jin shook his head slightly. No matter how strong it is, Zanpakutō is also a direct attack type. There is no resistance to Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu. And recently, Aizen has indirectly monitored Central 46 through Kyoka Suijutsu and learned various secret information about Soul Society. Including, Central 46 will make some big moves against Kukaki Qianye recently. Kukaki Qianye. At stake. Looking at the oncoming Kukaki Qianye, Ichimaru Jin still had his signature smile. Captain Qianye, your Vice-Captain Sui Feng has been waiting for you. Kukaki Qianye just nodded. He glanced lazily at Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin. Captain of the 3rd Division. A boy who loves to laugh, he laughs most of the time in the original novel. Even when he is angry and confused, he has a squinting attitude. Possessing Zanpakutō Shinso, he is known as the strongest and fastest Zanpakutō in Soul Society. It can travel at 500 times the speed of sound and extend to 13,000 meters, making it difficult for people to guard against. In order to regain his childhood sweetheart, Matsumoto Ranjiku's spiritual power was taken away by Aizen, but it was actually part of the Soul King's body, and has been lurking next to Aizen. But Aizen is too strong, and Ichimaru Jin has never been able to find a chance to attack and a way to overcome Kyoka Suijutsu. So, he always pretended to be a loyal subordinate. Like Hinamori Momo, Ichimaru Jin is also a love brain, but Ichimaru Jin's IQ is much higher than Hinamori Momo. The strength is also stronger. Therefore, fans of the previous life have a very good impression of Ichimaru Jin. Finally, during the battle at Karakura town, Aizen merged with Hogyaku. Ichimaru Jin really found the opportunity and successfully killed Aizen. It is also his highlight moment in the play. Unfortunately, Aizen with Hogyaku can be resurrected and directly kill Ichimaru Jin. He was pierced through the chest by Aizen and died in Matsumoto Ranjiku's arms. It is also one of the knives in the original work. Captain Qianye, then I won't disturb you. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and smiled, then turned and left. Kukaki Qianye leaves Gotei 13 headquarters. Drink at an izakaya. At the same time, Watch the various singing and island folk performances above. As for the second team, it's impossible to work, so it's better to find a place to drink, go shopping, and feel more comfortable. Ding! Host refused to work and played freely, earning the title "It is impossible to work part-time." Host receives rewards, Shunpo's level breaks through the limit, and is automatically integrated into white hits. Instant Open evolves into Extreme Instant Open. Oh! Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. White hits, Kidō, Shunpo, directly synthesized. In the original work, Sui Feng and Yoryuki just brought Kidō and white hits together to form an instant play style. It has a high burst and greatly improves combat capabilities. Now, 3 ways in 1. Form pole instantly open. It even surpasses the hard work of Sui Feng and Yoryuki. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded, and a feeling of understanding suddenly emerged in his body. The result of 3 ways in 1. It means that you can integrate Kidō into various moves when fighting with bare hands. And you can use Shunpo to greatly increase the release speed and instantly affect the enemy's body. Make up for Kidō's shortcomings of having a huge backswing and being difficult to hit. There is no backswing, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Kidō's destructive power is fully demonstrated, and the combat effectiveness is increased crazily. Now, Second Division Station. Sui Feng, with big dark circles under his eyes, was immersed in a sea of documents. The assistant on the side said tremblingly, "Master Sui Feng, Captain Qianye has left." Kukaki Qianye. Among the new members who have joined the second team in the past 2.5 years, they are simply legendary. A full 2.5 years. The new team members don't even know what their captain looks like. Hear this. Sui Feng sat up in shock while dying of illness, with conspicuous black lines all over his head. Island in the middle of the lake. Protected by thick and tough walls. Central 46, a meeting was held again, all the sages with old-fashioned looks, and the judge looked solemn. Kukaki Qianye has joined Gotei 13. However, any orders given by Central 46 to Kukaki Qianye are in vain. There is no perfect chance to fully control him. Above. The Inquisitor sighed. Below, the sages frowned. We can't let him grow into the second Yamamoto Genryusai. It will be too late to control it by then. Even if the matter is exposed, we must act quickly. Chapter 52. Pay close attention to Kukaki Qianye's whereabouts. Send the direct descendants of Kidō to control them. Kidō Public. After the original Chief Kidō Chief Tessai Tsukabishi and Deputy Chief Kidō Hachijin left Soul Society, he has become the back garden force of Central 46, complying with all requests and will never leak any secrets. Not to mention Kidō Public. Compared to Gotei 13, it is better at controlling abilities. He has rich experience in dealing with rampant and powerful opponents. No matter Kukaki Qianye's unparalleled offensive, it is impossible to withstand the control power of an entire Kidō crowd. Just keep it under control. You can use your secrets to completely brainwash Kukaki Qianye and turn him into a gold medal thug who is absolutely loyal to Room 46. Not long after. Central 46. The final result against Kukaki Qianye was discussed. Even if things are exposed, they are also the most noble Central 46, the highest authority of Soul Society. Even if the Kukaki family objects, it cannot have a fatal impact on them. Among them, if something happens to any one person, it will cause a huge shock in Soul Society, not to mention that this is a decision made by 46 people. Time flies. A few days later, Kukaki Qianye was lying leisurely in the izakaya, shaking a glass of scarlet wine. At the same time, looking in front of him, an ancient game console. This is an entertainment project brought from this world. But today's technology is not yet developed, and these game consoles only have those ancient mini-games. It's new to others. But for Kukaki Qianye, who has traveled from the technological era, it is not attractive at all. Soon, when technology develops in this world, go directly to this world and open a Qianye pavilion, and lie in a sea of various games every day. Ding! Host Izakaya drank tea, watched performances, and won the title of Izakaya Gold Customer. Get reward, Ryotsu breaks through to level 61. Level 61 Ryotsu. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. The battle between Shinigami is the battle between Ryotsu, this statement is absolutely correct. When Ryotsu completely crushes his opponent, no matter how weird their abilities are, they will never be able to defeat him. It can't even break through its own defense. This is the crushing Ryotsu, the absolute suppressive power it brings. In the Karakura town battle, Ryotsu broke through the limits of Shinigami, and Eisen became a captain with one sword. And the later Ryotsu reaches, the harder it is to improve, and the gold content of each level becomes higher. Level 61 Ryotsu. This is still not as good as Bankai. If he Bankai, Ryotsu will soar dozens of times. Can reach level 80. For most captains, even after training and improving their strength in the plot, Bankai's Ryotsu is only over level 50. Not to mention, the plot hasn't started yet. The strength of each captain has not changed yet. Bankai's Ryotsu is only about level 40, while his normal level 61 Ryotsu has already crushed those captains by a long way. But in a peaceful life, dust will always break in. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine and left the izakaya with a lazy look. Late night streets. There was no one there, only a few lights dotted the night. Do it! A group of figures in black spoke in a low voice, and a huge force of space covered Kukaki Qianye. On the street, Kukaki Qianye's figure disappeared instantly. We came to a dark and gloomy underground space, with condensed water drops falling from above tick-tock. The air was turbid, with fine dust floating in the air. Apparently it had just been built. In the dark, a large group of dark figures formed hand seals and looked solemnly at the young man not far away as if nothing had happened. Kidō people. Kukaki Qianye's expression remained unchanged, and there was an izakaya sign next to him. Spatial transposition. Just like stopping time, it is a unique trick unique to Kidō. You can move an area to another area. In the field, there were a total of 300 dark figures. Equivalent to. In Gotei 13, the configuration of a squad is the full strength of the Kidō crowd. There are 2 captain-level Ryotsu, 3 deputy captains, and the rest are elite Shinigami. Being able to control so much of Kidō's actions after Tessai Tsukabishi and Hijin left. The identity of the mastermind behind the scenes has been revealed. Kukaki Qianye had a lazy look on his face, and in his hand was a twisted black and red sword with a golden handle and a cold Zanpakutō appearing in his hand. A full 50 years. This was another time he drew his sword. The city gate with dragon tail, the city gate with tiger bite, the city gate with turtle armor, the city gate with phoenix wings. 4 beasts blocked the door. In the field, 300 Kidō people formed seals with their hands, and the same seal terms came out from their mouths, 300. Roar. Dragons roar, tigers roar, and phoenixes cry and roar. Kukaki Qianye is surrounded by huge barriers in all directions, from heaven to earth. It is shrouded in brilliance and no one can break it. This is Kidō's improved barrier specifically for Kukaki Qianye. It's not hard, just like a piece of gummy candy, with extremely terrifying flexibility. No matter how sharp the object is, it cannot be cut. Chapter 53. Bakudō's 99 Chapter 2. The first song, Stop the Tension. Bikwa, Balianbal. Final song, Bante Feng. Swastika. 300 Kidō people shouted in unison. Everyone's strength is gathered together, Ryotsu is like a vast ocean. You can maximize the strength of the swastika. The first song emits endless, unparalleled strong bandages, wrapping around the enemy. With a bang, countless light nails emerged from the void, imprisoning the enemy. In the finale, a huge stone pillar of special material condensed in the void, which is extremely difficult to destroy, pressed it down. This is the swastika developed by Kidō and surpasses the limits of Bakudō. Enough to imprison all powerful enemies. With the 4 top seals of the 4-beast gate and the forbidden technique, even Kukaki Qianye cannot break through it. At the same time, underground space. Above, 46 expressionless figures were sitting next to a huge round table filled with all kinds of food and wine, as if they were spectators out for fun. The judge held a small box in his hand, and inside was a dark substance like ink. Thousands of years ago. Extract his ability from the body of Minos Grande, a man of the Svartaled level, and a substance that can be tampered with. As long as Kukaki Qianye is touched, his consciousness and memory can be completely tampered with, making him absolutely loyal to Central 46. The Inquisitor smiled. Although, in Soul Society, although there are tools to tamper with memories, they are useless against a strong person like Kukaki Qianye. Only the props made from Swatowder's body, whose combat power is comparable to that of a top captain, can have an impact on Kukaki Qianye. Now, huge light film, completely sealed in the barrier. Kukaki Qianye has a lazy look on his face, and the black and red stripes on Tian Duan Wanxiang in his hand are constantly twisting, like ferocious roaring hidden dragons. The forbidden ribbons, light nails, and huge stone pillars have already rushed in front of us. With majestic pressure like a mountain. Block everything. Forbid everything. Brush. Kukaki Qianye gently waved the knife. Waves of unparalleled, slender, and sharp sword energy spread crazily in all directions with his body as the center. As far as the eye can see, countless white sword energy spread crazily. Scattered in all directions. Something, but not much. Kukaki Qianye lazily looked at the two seals in front of him, the forbidden technique that Kidō was proud of. The ribbons, light nails, stone pillars, and the light film of the four beasts blocking the door have no obstacle to the thin and airtight sword energy like rain. The sharpness of Zanpakutō, the strongest sharp type, has exceeded everyone's imagination. Everything was penetrated one after another. Although the light film of the four-beast gate has been modified to be extremely tough, and even if it is penetrated, it can be repaired instantly. This is a seal they deliberately set against Kukaki Qianye. But outside the light film, there are 300 Kidō people. Each one is made of flesh and blood. The sword energy passed through the light film and destroyed their bodies without any hindrance. Suddenly, there was a sound of howling ghosts and wolves in the field. There are broken limbs and broken arms everywhere, and blood is flowing everywhere. The cut surface is smooth and fine, like a carving from heaven. And in front of Kukaki Qianye, the original four beasts blocking the door and the swastika have disappeared without a trace due to the loss of spiritual power. Everything. All in an instant. All 300 Kidō people were wiped out. This. Above, room 40's eyes were wide open, fine cold sweat was streaming down his forehead, and his body was trembling slightly. Originally. This is a complete strategy, 300 Kidō people, this is an extremely powerful force. Comparable to Gotei 13, a whole squad. He was killed so easily. How sharp is Tianju Wangxiang? To know. They decided to seal the situation according to the specifications that are 10 times sharper than the Zanpakutō, the original Soul Society's sharpest sword, Nigiawiu. Oh, is it a hypnosis thing of Svartaled level? You alone are qualified to control me. A lazy voice sounded in their ears, and everyone was startled and looked behind them. A bright and white sword light filled their eyes. A few days later, Kukaki Qianye was lying lazily on the sofa made of soft fur. Now, after he learned Bankai, there was no need to chant when using Shikai. Even relying on Shikai's power alone is enough to wipe out Central 40's conspiracy. Even if the hypnosis substance extracted from the Svartaled level Minos Grande is stained, it can be easily solved with the unparalleled Bankai ability. Room 46. If you haven't taken action yet, you are doomed to fail. Originally, it's no secret that Central 46 is in a state of decay. He has no intention of doing justice to God. But put your thoughts on yourself and affect your enjoyment of life. Kukaki Qianye shook his head. Then drink a glass of wine. Before. It was Hijin, with a gentle face, dancing a beautiful dance as if it didn't exist in the world. Good wine, beautiful people, and delicious food. This is life, the real enjoyment. Just at the same time, The disappearance of Central 46 and Kidō has caused an uproar in the entire Soul Society. This matter. It was even more serious than the murder of all members of the Tsunayashiro family, one of the four great nobles. This is challenging the authority of Soul Society. Challenge the absolute order established by Soul Society for thousands of years. Chapter 54. Soul Society. There was a rumbling sound. There were Gotei 13 members wandering around everywhere, looking serious and extremely nervous. Dig deep in Soul Society. The search lasted 7 days. Only then did we find signs of collapse in an open space in Rukonga. After digging it open, it was filled with the missing Kidō people, as well as the remains of Central 46 and various sages. Looking at this extremely miserable and bloody scene, the searchers' eyes widened, their backs were wet with cold sweat, and their teeth were chattering. 40 wise men, 6 judges, and 300 Kidō people, all destroyed. Quick! Go and inform the Soul King Palace, the 3 nobles, Gotei 13. Suddenly, the entire Soul Society has entered emergency mode. Gotei 13. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni frowned and sighed softly. 50 years ago, the Tsunayashiro family perished. 50 years later, Central 46 is completely destroyed. Will it be the same person who takes action? Division 3 Station. Ichimaru Jin smiled with his eyes narrowed, but there was already a chill in his heart. Eisen has just indirectly investigated through Kyoka Suijutsu that Central 46 is going to take action against Kukaki Qianye. They all died. Is this a coincidence? Still, it seems. Kukaki Qianye's strength is far beyond his imagination. His sharpness. Maybe, you can really touch Eisen. And even Eisen. We can only accept this result, there is no way to get rid of Kukaki Qianye. Even if Eisen is exposed, it may be Kukaki Qianye who took action, let's not say whether anyone believes it or whether there is evidence. The first one to be exposed is Eisen. Why did he know top secret information about Central 46? Think of this. Ichimaru Jin's smile became more natural. Now, Division 5 Station. Eisen Sosuke had a gentle spring smile on his face, after learning that all Central 46 were killed. There was just the right amount of sadness on his face. Who is the murderer? How dare you do such a heinous thing? Captain Eisen, don't be too angry. Captain Yamamoto has ordered a thorough investigation. Hinamori Momo frowned, with an angry look on his face. Berth said in relief. Eisen-sama is so kind, it's so easy to suffer. I hope the murderer will be caught soon. Eisen Sosuke sighed softly and looked at the night outside the window. Compassionate and compassionate. Unparalleled integrity. At the same time, everyone in Division 5 looked at their captain Eisen with expressions of conviction. There is such a gentle and kind captain. What a blessing to them. Time flies. Soul Society, everyone knows it. In the darkness, there is one or more powerful people lurking. Able to destroy the entire Tsunayashiro family. And Central 46, and the total annihilation of the Kidō crowd. It is also inseparable from the strong man in the dark. But even though they all know that the strong man exists, their identity is confusing. Decades of investigation. The strong man in the dark showed no trace at all. Good thing. Over several decades, the strong man disappeared completely, did not attack anyone, and never appeared again. Ordinary people in Soul Society gradually forgot about this incident. Lived an ordinary and peaceful life again. At the same time, modern technology is also developing rapidly. High-rise buildings are rising from the ground, and modern technological products such as computers, mobile phones, and game consoles have also been built. This world. Humanity has entered the era of science and technology, living standards are changing rapidly, and entertainment methods have also been greatly improved. Karakura Town. A huge pavilion that covers a vast area and looks like a mountain from a close-up rises from the ground. The glass curtain wall reflects the brilliance of the sun. The decor is luxurious and the lights stay on all night long. Gathering bathing, entertainment, bars, KTV, internet cafes, game arcades. etc., etc. All imaginable forms of entertainment are included in this skyscraper. Even if the night is dark. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, the door was packed with guests, and it was extremely lively. This is Karakura town. The largest, highest style, and most luxurious entertainment venue. Qianye Pavilion Entertainment City. Now, on the top floor of the entertainment city, in the highest standard designed box, Kukaki Qianye was lying on a huge lazy sofa with red wine in hand. Shinigami. When you come to this world, if you don't want to attract attention, you will wear a robe. Kukaki Qianye's prosthetic body was designed by an old friend, Urahara Kisuke of Urahara Store. Not only is it extremely comfortable, but it can also unleash your full strength. There was a program playing on the TV in front of me. There was a young lady beside me who was rubbing my shoulders. Through the windows, you can see the scene inside the building, as well as the various performances held in the middle of the building every night. Seoul Society's way of entertainment. It hasn't changed in thousands of years. As early as the beginning of the main line, a few months ago, he came here and relied on the energy of the Kukaki family. Such an entertainment building has been built in this world. All kinds of entertainment facilities are available. And Kukaki Qianye. As the boss of Qianye Entertainment City, he is either meeting all kinds of beauties in the world or playing games with young ladies. Drunk and dream, enjoy life. The strength is also rising like a rocket. Chapter 55. Heaven breaks everything. Kukaki Qianye's mouth corners were slightly raised and his eyes were slightly closed. Now, the world within the body is broken and can be normalized Shikai. All the time. All in Shikai state. The sharpness is 10,000 times the initial level. In an absolute sense, anything and everything that touches the blade will be cut off. To know Zanpakutō's Shikai requires a lot of spiritual power to maintain, and the spiritual power required by Bankai requires an extremely huge amount of spiritual power. Even captain level Shikai and Bankai cannot be used as normal attacks. Only when facing strong enemies. Only then will Zanpakutō be liberated. And my own heavenly breaking all forms has completed the transition. Shikai normalized. And there is no need for oneself to use spiritual power to maintain it. And now, Kukaki Qianye's spiritual power has been increased to level 75. If you use Bankai, you can even reach level 90. Yamamoto Genri Yusai, Bankai who can evaporate the entire Soul Society, Ryutsu is only over 90 levels. That is already the limit of Shinigami, the absolute ceiling of combat power in the entire world. Good. Kukaki Qianye lay comfortably in the little sister's arms. But within 100 years, his own combat power has reached the absolute top level of combat power, the level of a true powerhouse in the three realms. It has transcended the limitations of captain level. Reached the level of true captain. Captain Qianye, a travel accident broke into Soul Society recently, and the channel between Soul Society and reality has been closed. Below. An intelligence officer in black said respectfully. This is a subordinate of my 2nd division, delivering some important news from Soul Society to me while I am immersed in the pleasures of this world. After all, Kukaki family. Although Mr. Kukaki Yinling has abdicated and passed the position of head of the family to himself. But the family affairs were still managed by Byakuya Kuchiki. The 2nd team is managed by Sui Feng. When there's something they can't handle, they will also ask for their own opinions. So, Kukaki Qianye nodded. Soul Society, the passage to this world is closed. It means that the current plot has begun. Rukia is discovered by Eisen and has Hogyaku in her body. Then. So he forged the Order of Central 46, which had been reorganized in the past few decades, and took Rukia back to the Soul Society to be executed. Thus capturing Hogyaku. Break through the limits of Shinigami. The protagonist group, Kurosaki Ichigo, Sato Yasutura, Ishida Uryu, Inu Orium, and others, have improved their strength after being trained by Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki. Enter Soul Society and embark on an operation to rescue Rukia. Kukaki Qianye looked at all kinds of men and women in the entertainment city, either eating, drinking, singing or dancing. I haven't seen a few familiar figures before for a long time. Recent months. The protagonist group, Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, and others, often come to Qianye Entertainment City for dinner and singing. After all, this is the largest entertainment city in Karakura town, a place where all citizens spend their time after dinner. And these days, the fact that they didn't come here means that they have entered Soul Society, setting off the biggest climax in the early and middle stages of the plot. Aizen, it's time to pretend. Kukaki Qianye's lips curled up slightly. But all of these, what does it have to do with him? The emergence of Aizen is not a bad thing for Soul Society, which is content with the status quo. It can unite everyone, which is the catfish effect, and can greatly improve the overall strength of Soul Society. And Aizen also doesn't have the crazy idea of destroying the world like Wywak. He just wants to keep getting stronger, surpass his limits, kill the Spirit King, and find someone who can stand at the same height as him and see the same scenery. Nothing to do today, let's play music and dance. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine, took out the game console, and concentrated on playing games. It's really a beautiful thing to be able to take the time to watch the girls singing and dancing between games. Now, Soul Society. Captain Qianye's wine pond and meat forest has been completed. Let him know immediately. She has black and purple bangs and braided snake braids. She is petite and the upper body of her body is in a dead-end outfit that wraps around her neck and shows her back. A cute-looking woman with a capable temperament is sitting at a desk. Before, there were endless piles of official documents and documents as far as the eye could see. These were all things she needed to deal with. As deputy captain, not only do you have to do your job, but you also have to take over the captain's job. Now, mention Kukaki Qianye's name. Sui Feng's forehead was covered with black lines. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. 10 years. It's been 10 years. Since Kukaki Qianye had a sudden idea 10 years ago, he wanted to visit the entire Siridi and visited the 2nd Division once. By the way, I taught myself some knowledge about instantaneous opening. I never came here again even once. Feel free to be a hands-off shopkeeper. He even has to be a supervisor from time to time in his wine pond and meat forest. What your Yuki? What betrayal? What it is? Buried in mountains of documents every day, I have no time to think about those things. Aside. The assistant looked at Sui Feng sympathetically, and even though Mr. Qianye was the captain, she was still in bad luck. Subsequently, without any delay, the news of the repair of the wine pond and meat forest was conveyed to the present world. After all, that is a major event personally ordered by Captain Qianye. As long as the construction of the wine pond and meat forest is completed, he will come back immediately, rain or shine. Chapter 56. At the same time, on the island in the middle of the lake, the huge wall reveals the awe-inspiring scenery. This is the highest authority of Soul Society. Central 46. After a travel accident, Central 46 declared a state of emergency and no one was allowed to enter. Unmanned. Knowing the situation of Central 46 at this time, he just blindly carried out the instructions issued by Central 46. Now, huge conference room. Aizen Sosuke has a plain face, and his square-framed glasses reveal an elegant aura. Waist. A Zanpakutō, named Kyoka Suijutsu, is held diagonally across the body. In front of him, blood is flowing and corpses are everywhere. In recent decades, the new Central 46 members have lost their voice. Now, I think I have done the same thing as Kukaki Qianye. Aizen Sosuke narrowed his eyes slightly. I thought of that young man who drinks and has fun every day, but is so mysterious that no one can see through his true strength. Under orders issued by Eisen in the name of Central 46, the entire Soul Society has become a puppet in Aizen's hands. Tuan, always pay attention to the door of Soul Society and the present world. Aizen Sosuke looked at Tuan Kaname with the same plain smile on his face, and his words were as gentle as a spring breeze. Only, coupled with the scene of corpses everywhere, it makes people feel a little cold. Aizen-sama, you are just a captain, Do you need to care so much? Ichimaru-jin was still smiling. The corners of his mouth were raised as always. Aizen just had a calm face, no one could see through his inner thoughts. Tuan can aim on the side, even though he is blind. I understand. Aizen is guarding against Kukaki Qianye. The biggest uncertainty in this plan. He has also heard a lot of rumors about Kukaki Qianye. At first, Kukaki Qianye is in the same class as Aizen Sosuke. He is the best student in the school and can be called the #1 genius in Soul Society. Of course, this is under the condition that Aizen hides his strength. The geniuses of the same class, Urahara Kisuke and Chihaoran Yoryuki, were both banished to the present world and could not act openly. Only Kukaki Qianye. He is still the head of the Kukaki family, the largest noble, and the captain of the 2nd division, one of the most powerful divisions. Just talk about status. Taller than all three of them. In Soul Society, there is an unspeakable huge influence. However, in terms of Kukaki Qianye's character, and his daily behavior is really weird. Even if he drinks for fun every day, no one has seen him practice. But his strength is still unfathomable, even until now. A whole 100 years. No one can force out his bankai. No one can guess what he will do, which is a big uncertainty for the plan. Although he is now alive. But maybe he will come back suddenly when. This is an event that Aizen cannot tolerate. Tuan Kaname didn't hesitate. Turn around and leave, heading towards the door connecting Soul Society to the present world. Aizen is still standing with his hands behind his hands, and in his calm eyes is an indescribable depth and loneliness. Now, in this world, Qianye Entertainment City. Captain Qianye, your wine pond and meat forest have been completed. Below. The members of the 2nd division said respectfully. Very good. Kukaki Qianye raised the corners of his mouth slightly, took a sip of wine, and leaned into the little sister's chest. About Jukirulan. I have been building it for decades, using a lot of manpower and material resources, and gathering most of Soul Society's skilled craftsmen to build this super building. In wine is a pool. A forest of fresh meat. Moreover, it also includes all entertainment facilities from this world. When he was in the present world, Sui Feng and Byakuya were the overseers, supervising the construction of the wine pond and meat forest. As soon as it is built, you will be notified immediately. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. After Soul Society has Qianye Pavilion and Jukirulan, and in this world, there is also Qianye Entertainment City. Now, all it takes is Hueco Mundo. The plan to spread palaces throughout the 3 realms has been more than half completed. Anyway, I have been resting in this world for a few months. Just in time to visit the wine pond and meat forest, a change of place and a change of mood. Captain, the passage between the present world and Soul Society has been blocked. If you want to go back, you will have to wait for a while. Below. The subordinate of the 2nd division said softly. The passage is blocked, and even captain-level strength cannot go to Soul Society from this world. Kukaki Qianye just waved his hand and yawned to ask him to step back. Soul Society. This world. Hueco Mundo. Today's 3 worlds are all blocked by breaks. It is extremely difficult to enter Soul Society from this world without passing through the gate. In the original work. Also Urahara Kisuke, the top scientist. An extremely unstable door was built to allow the protagonist group and others to enter. But all of these. There is no obstacle to him. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand, and the girls in the room respectfully left and closed the curtains for him. At the same time, a Zanpakutō, covered in black and red lines and exuding a strong killing aura, appeared in his hand. God breaks everything. Hundreds of years of enjoying life have improved more than just Ryotsu, the slayer of the sword. Bankai, who is capable of all things, has naturally been honed to perfection. There is already the power of the rule system, and it is a rule system that can cut off everything. Truly worthy of the reputation of Zanpakutō, the strongest in the sharp type. Hallucination. Memory. Soul. Vitality. Nothing can withstand the sharpness of the world. Espada's glare control, Zamari Ruro's. The leader of the perfection technique, Tsukishima's changed past. In the Knights of the Star Cross, Pepe blows a kiss from across the air. Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu. All negative states must be eradicated. Now. It's just the barrier between Soul Society and the world, how can it stop him? Chapter 57. Suddenly. The entire Karakura town. They all seem to be pressed up against a mountain, and the power of heaven is in the sky. As far as the eye can see. In an instant, it turned into a completely white color. Everyone. My heart felt like it was being pinched by a big hand, I couldn't breathe, and a thin stream of cold sweat flowed down my back. But. Next moment. The original pressure disappeared without a trace, and everything that just happened seemed to be an illusion. The huge pressure dissipated in the world. This world. There was a commotion. Within the boundary. It was completely dark. The time density here is 2000 times that of the outside world. Perfectly isolates Soul Society and the time and space of this world. This is also where Soul Society exiles sinners. There are emergencies that occur every 7 days, and you don't need to rely on Ryutsu to survive. Clean up all the garbage in the broken world. Birthday. Even with captain-level combat power, he will be driven away by it and run away in embarrassment. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Only. Now. The broken boundary was empty, with a huge insect-like corpse lying on the ground, neatly divided into 2 halves. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. All vitality has been cut off. Has been dead for a long time. Soul Society. Travel disaster. Travel disaster breaks in. Location, Rukonga. The strongest one, the deputy captain's combat power. Number of people, 4. The news of the travel disaster seemed to have wings and spread crazily throughout the entire jingling court. Among them, the strongest travel disaster actually blocked the attack of the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin. In Jingling Court, the common people are panic-stricken. The deputy captain-level combat power is already considered a big shot in front of them. Gotei 13. Headquarters. There was also a tense atmosphere at this moment. The captains held a meeting. Yamamoto Genryusai is sitting at the top, leaning on a cane, looking like a dying old man. But. Below. The expressions of all the captains were extremely respectful, and they did not dare to show any contempt. Solve the travel disaster as soon as possible. Intensify guarding of Rukia. Yuen Liuzai just said softly that a few ant-like travel disasters could not make the slightest waves in his heart. The magnanimity of the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years is fully revealed. This is the captain. Komamura Seijin, who was wearing a mask, looked at Yamamoto Genryusai and his eyes lit up. If Captain Yamamoto hadn't accepted him, how could he have become the captain despite his weird appearance? The rest. They all looked at the captain and remained silent. Right now. Click. Kaka 543. The sound of shattering sounded, and the space beside Yuen Liuzai fluctuated violently. What's the situation? Everyone was confused and took out the Zanpakutō with a solemn expression. Only Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's old face trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The one closest to him felt an extremely familiar Ryutsu. Next moment. Boom. The space suddenly exploded. A familiar figure jumped out of it. Wearing colorful clothes, a pair of slippers, and a pair of sexy sunglasses. He seemed to be a young man on vacation. As soon as it appeared, the huge and terrifying Ryutsu spread wildly. Judging from its extent, it has far exceeded the limit of the captain. The powerful spiritual power sent the roof flying away. The warm sunshine poured on Captain Yamamoto's bald head. Suddenly. In the conference room. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He looked at Kukaki Qianye with a confused expression and helplessly held his forehead. Byakuya Kuchiki closed his eyes in pain. How could his brother look like a noble? Tuan Kaname, Ichimaru Jin, Kashiwamura Seijin, and others had distorted expressions, and large drops of cold sweat fell from their foreheads. Only Ryutsu who crushes them can make them feel like this. Original. They later joined the 13th Division, but they didn't necessarily see Kukaki Qianye once in a few years. They only heard about his outstanding achievements. There is no intuitive understanding of this so-called first genius. Now, I finally understand that this is not a dimensional power at all. Kukaki Qianye's strength has surpassed the captain level limit. How can his Ryutsu be so strong? Is it true that, as he said before, Ryutsu can get high while sleeping? Anohanaretsu, Zaraki Kenpei, and others looked confused. This is also the problem for all captains. Only scientist Kuratsuki Mayuri stared at the slowly healing space passage behind Kukaki Qianye, her eyes shining. How did he get in when the door to Soul Society and the world is closed? Is this a brand new mode of transportation? Or is it his own ability? Kuratsuki Mayuri touched her chin and stared at Kukaki Qianye, wanting to study him thoroughly. Sure enough, I didn't grasp the direction the first time. Heaven breaks everything. Even if you can break through the barrier between the two realms and enter the broken realm, you still want to accurately land in the area you want. It also requires a lot of practice. Kukaki Qianye smiled lazily and said hello to everyone present. Are you busy? At the same time, we also saw the new captain of Gotei 13. Sufo, Tuan Kaname, Ichimaru Jin, Kashiwamura Seijin, who struggled to support themselves under their own Ryutsu. They have not experienced the plot, and now their strength is only at the level of ordinary captains. Anohanaretsu, Byakuya Kuchiki, Zaraki Kenpei, and others are obviously better, but their breathing is a little heavy. Aizen Sosuke also had a painful look on his face, his body was trembling slightly, and he was sweating on his forehead. The square-framed glasses were also tilted to the side. He is worthy of being an actor-level Aizen, and he pretends to be really dedicated. Kukaki Qianye smiled and nodded. You guys continue, said. He left in a swaggering manner and walked towards the wine pond and meat forest. $5. Yuen Liuzai had a dark look on his face, hesitated to speak, and watched Kukaki Qianye leave the room. The other captains, Ichimaru Jin, Kashiwamura Seijin, and others also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Kukaki Qianye's back with extremely complicated eyes. The conditions under which Kukaki Qianye joined Gotei 13 were not a secret. His treatment? Much superior than other captains. Not subject to anyone's jurisdiction. Even captain-level meetings are always left at the drop of a hat. For over 50 years. He was really just a hands-off shopkeeper. Complete freedom. But his spiritual power, why can he still break through to this point? Is this reasonable? Very unreasonable. Even Yamamoto Genryusai narrowed his eyes slightly, even though he was the same age as Kukaki Qianye. None of them have reached this level. Yuen Liuzai sighed softly and waved his hand casually. The meeting is dismissed. Subsequently, turn around and leave. After Kukaki Qianye left, the giant Ryutsu who oppressed everyone gradually dispersed. Aizen's painful expression disappeared. He wore square-rimmed glasses and still looked elegant and warm. Ichimaru Jin returned to squinting his eyes and smiling broadly. Soul Society and the current world are isolated. Kukaki Qianye has the ability to travel between the two. Before leading to Eisen, Tuan Kaname's arrangement to monitor the Gate of Two Worlds was in vain. Maybe Kukaki Qianye's sharpness can really touch Eisen. This battle, Kukaki Qianye, is the biggest uncertainty. In the venue, everyone has different thoughts. The other captains also looked a little more relaxed. Travel disaster, blocked your Shinso's attack. Just when Ichimaru Jin turned to leave, a deep male voice sounded. Zaraki Kenpei grinned and looked at Ichimaru Jin with beast-like eyes. With your strength, at the level of deputy captain, how can you be your opponent? That travel disaster, the Ryutsu on him is very powerful. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile, without the slightest shame of being blocked. What's more, with Captain Qianye here, I can't be said to be strong among the captains. Oh! It's interesting. Zaraki Kenpei waved the jagged Zanpakutō with interest. When I first joined Gotei 13, he played against every captain, as well as Captain Yamamoto, and his strength has improved greatly. However, Kukaki Qianye, whom he most wanted to challenge and defeat, had been afraid of trouble and refused his challenge for decades. And his whereabouts are erratic, and he can't be found at all. It was not easy to get him to take action once, but he was killed in an instant without even enjoying the fun of the battle. Call Qianye. Not interesting. The other captains were also tortured by his fighting passion. Old man Yamamoto even said that if he dared to harass him again, he would kill him with a bankai knife. My own Zanpakutō has long been hungry and thirsty. Hope. The travel accident that broke in, please hold on for a while longer. The sudden appearance of Kukaki Qianye did not affect the operation of Gotei 13. Following the captain's instructions, more and more Shinigami were patrolling the Seireitei, reaching 3 times the usual number. Especially the 11th Squadron, which was mobilized in full force. And there is also a captain-level Shinigami standing guard. As long as Rika dares to break into the Seireitei, there is absolutely no way to escape from this trap. Old man Yamamoto, is there no chance of easing this matter? Behind the conference room, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's office c. Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake frowned. Rukia. She is a member of Jushiro Yukitake. I have often met Kiraku Shunsui before. She is a very talented and hard-working young girl. Now, he ended up like this because of a ruling from room 46. She just taught the Shinigami power. Although she is guilty, she will not use Sokyoku. Jushiro Yukitake argued hard and interceded for his subordinates. It goes without saying. This is the ruling of Chamber 46, the justice of Soul Society, and must be followed. Yamamoto Genryusai coughed heavily, interrupting their conversation. Not long after, Kiraku Shunsui, who had a messy stubble on his chin, and Jushiro Yukitake, who looked weak and coughed from time to time, came out. Old man Yamamoto is becoming more and more stubborn. Even if he were 100 years younger, he would not obey the judgment of room 46. Even though Kiraku Shunsui has always been fishing and has a lazy attitude, he can see someone he knows personally being executed for insufficient crimes. His fists clenched. The reorganized room 46 still cannot get rid of its mean and old-fashioned habits. Byakuya. Jushiro Yukitake looked at a man with a handsome face wearing a white star clamp coming towards him, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Do the math. Rukia. But there is a trace of connection with Kukaki Qianye. Rukia's sister Hijin works as a manager at Qianye Pavilion, and has a good relationship with Kukaki Qianye. If, as the head of a great noble family, the Kukaki family spoke up, it is not impossible to exempt Rukia from the death penalty. But, after a while, hope was dashed. Kiraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake looked at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Byakuya Kuchiki was expressionless, walking on the corridor, looking up at the clear sky and narrowing his eyes slightly. For Rukia. Brother, what is your attitude? Kukaki family. It is our duty to uphold the rules of Soul Society. Byakuya Kuchiki, although aware of this relationship. But in his opinion, they are really just employees under Gao Gao. It's not worth wasting the reputation that the Kukaki family has worked hard to accumulate over thousands of years. Most. Let Rukia live a better life in prison. Unless Kukaki Qianye personally spoke to protect Rukia Kukaki. Then, not only Byakuya Kuchiki, but the entire Kukaki family will support Qianye's decision. At the same time, in the captain's office. You mean, let me pay attention to Kukaki Qianye? Kashiwamura Seijin sounded surprised, staring closely at Captain Yamamoto. Kukaki Qianye, isn't he one of our own? As long as he makes any move to save Rukia, let him know immediately. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded. The old eyes narrowed slightly. Rukia's sister Hijin is in charge of the Qianye Pavilion under the name of Kukaki Qianye and manages his property. Followed Kukaki Qianye for hundreds of years. Is one of Kukaki Qianye's confidants. If Hijin pleads for mercy, how should Kukaki Qianye respond? Although he only knows how to drink and have fun every day, he seems not to care about anything and has no threat. But such people are the most terrifying. People who follow their own desires, despise all laws and rules, can easily commit treason and immorality. Coupled with Kukaki Qianye, the strength beyond captain level. If he really takes action, it won't be just a few travel accidents and a small quarrel. That was a major event that affected the entire Jingling court. Now, Gotei 13 headquarters. In a clean and tidy cell, Shinigami, a petite black-haired girl with short curly hair, sat quietly there. She has deep purple eyes and a single bunch of bangs hanging in front of her forehead. And outside the cell, it was a beautiful woman with red eyes and tear stains at the corners, who was as pure and moving as the crimson sky, sobbing gently. Rukia looked outside the cell at the woman who was 80% similar to herself and smiled softly. "Sister, don't worry. 50 years ago, when I entered Spiritual Arts Academy, Rukia was finally found by Hijin. I learned that I have a sister. And my sister is still working under the legendary head of the Kukaki family and captain of the 2nd Division, Kukaki Qianye. He is also one of Kukaki Qianye's confidants and is responsible for the daily management of Qianye Pavilion." After her sister explained the cause and effect, Rukia did not blame her and was dissatisfied. After all, how could he starve to death with a baby when his own survival was a problem? The two sisters settled their differences. Family reunion. Since Hijin is Kukaki Qianye's confidant, her social status is even higher than that of ordinary middle-class nobles. Under her care, Rukia successfully joined the 13th Division. Even though her strength was not as good as expected at first, her unremitting efforts helped her become a member. With his own strength, he finally became a chief official. The two sisters spent 50 happy years together. It also made up for her regret that Rukonga wandered and wandered all the way. But everything. They all ended on the day when I was sentenced to Sokyoku. Fortunately, because of his relationship with the Kukaki family, he did not face any difficulties in the cell and had delicious meals every day. Lord Qianye, there must be a way. Hijin raised her head sharply, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said seriously, "Rukia, no matter what the cost, I will rescue you." Finished. Then he decisively turned around and left. "Sister, sister." Rukia's eyes widened and she tried to persuade her to stay. "But where can I still see the shadow of Fei Zhen? Kukaki Qianye returns and is invaded by travelers. Soul Society. Both Gotei 13 and the protagonist group and others who sneaked in took action. The entire Siriti was trembling, and patrolling Shinigami could be seen everywhere. Anyone breaks in will be discovered immediately. Even Kashiwamura Seijin is quietly hiding in a small pavilion next to the wine pond meat forest, paying attention to Kukaki Qianye's developments. Smelling the aroma of wine and meat coming from inside, my saliva flowed uncontrollably. It is different from the tense atmosphere outside. Now, the original residence of the Tsunayashiro family has changed, and all the original buildings have been demolished. Instead, it is a collection of pavilions and pavilions with luxurious materials. It's called Wine Pool Meat Forest. Chapter 58. Wine Pond and Meat Forest. He was also the last head of the Kukaki family, and Kukaki Jinling abdicated. The first huge project built after Kukaki Qianye came to the throne. The amount spent was hundreds of millions of rings. To know, the monthly income of an ordinary Shinigami is only a few hundred ring. It truly takes the extravagance and desire to the ultimate level. From the lake next to the pavilion, the aroma of wine could be heard. As for the woods not far away, there were all kinds of delicacies hanging on them. A lazy figure lies in the center on a huge pavilion hundreds of meters high. Within the pavilion, not only does it have a smaller wine pool and meat forest, but it also has modern computers, TVs, and other entertainment items. And it is also equipped with hundreds of carefully selected maids. All of them are of pure origin and have first-class talent and beauty. Just live here. You can enjoy a life like an emperor. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction and took a sip of wine at will. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a wine pool and meat forest, successfully staying in the hotel, and unlocking the title extremely luxurious. Host White hits level evolution, get forbidden technique, God with 1,000 arms. White hits forbidden technique, beat the gods with 1,000 arms. Kukaki Qianye thought, and suddenly Ryutsu surged around his body. 6 arm-shaped shadows appeared behind him, lifelike. The amount of Ryutsu in each arm is extremely impressive. Just swinging your fist at will can trigger the power of heaven and earth. The huge energy even makes the surrounding space faintly tremble. No doubt about it. One punch, one mountain. But now there are only 6 phantom arms. Kukaki Qianye looked at the introduction to the 1,000 arms god in the system. 1,000 arms fighting god, elementary level, can release 6 arm phantoms with the same power as the host. This is just elementary. If it reaches perfection, then it will be 1,000 phantoms of arms. The phantom of Ryutsu is completely level with the scales, and everything will collapse with every move. Reaching the level of truly destroying the gods. Extremely instantaneous opening. Kukaki Qianye's heart moved, and an inexplicable aura emerged from all 6 arms. Hado S33, Zhou District. Hado S54, Waste Flame. Hado S58, Tianlan. Really? The 1,000-armed god can be perfectly integrated into the ultimate instant open. Each arm can release a Kidō just like the main body. Paired with double chanting. Release Kidō twice as much. This means that he can release 14 Kidō at the same time. Kukaki Qianye's mouth is slightly raised, and he is a god with 1,000 arms. Not only does he have super close combat ability, he can also give himself 6 more arms. The attack modes are changeable and even weirder. More importantly, combined with G Instant Open, you can turn yourself into a humanoid Kidō turret. Follow up. After the 1,000 arms fighting god advances, the amount of Kidō released becomes even more numerous. When it reaches 1,000 arms, it can release 2,000 Kidō at the same time. As long as the spiritual power is enough, the output will destroy the world. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. The 6 arms behind him and the condensed Kidō slowly dispersed, regaining their lazy expression. The afternoon sun is very warm. In Qianye's pavilion, hundreds of talented and beautiful maids served respectfully, and some of them were rubbing Kukaki Qianye's shoulders. Others peeled grapes for Kukaki Qianye and fed him wine from the pond. The rest were performing songs and dances below. The lingering sound of silk and bamboo makes people close their eyes. Lord Qianye, Hijin would like to see you. A maid said softly. Hijin. Kukaki Qianye's lips curled up slightly. Her sister Rukia is now in prison, so she must be worried. Not long after. A woman with a haggard face, but gentle eyebrows, and a flawless appearance, like the crimson sky, wearing a sakura pink kimono, hurriedly came to Qianye. His face is full of worry, which makes people feel love and pity. Lord Qianye, please, please, save Rukia. Although she made a mistake, it was not worthy of death. Hijin meets Kukaki Qianye. Unable to control it anymore, with tears in her eyes, she threw herself into his arms, looking like a panicked little woman. That was the trial of room 46. The Kukaki family, are the benchmark for maintaining the order of Seoul society. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly, but there was no trace of confusion on his face. Still looking lazy. He even took a sip of wine on his own, looking satisfied. Master Qianye, I am willing to try the gameplay you mentioned last time. Hijin's face turned red. For Kukaki Qianye, after hundreds of years of getting along with him, she already has a very thorough understanding. My own lord. Although he has no routine and enjoys himself every day, his true strength is unfathomable and he is still the head of the Kukaki family. Seoul society. One of the most distinguished people. How is it possible to be afraid of the trial in room 46? The head of the nobility, the head of the Kukaki family, House 46 is not qualified to judge. Oh! Kukaki Qianye looked at Hijin with interest. The gameplay mentioned last time? That's what pervert thinks. Hijin is risking her life to save her sister. Good. Stupid brother, you can't control Hijin, you'd better let your brother do it. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Rukia. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, gently shaking the wine glass in his hand, and his lazy eyes exuded the absolute aura of a superior. The protagonist of the original work, Kurosaki Ichigo, learns Bankai and can naturally save Rukia. Even if Aizen takes out Rukia's Hogyaka from behind, her life will not be in danger. And myself. We just need to deal with some of the impacts caused by our own butterfly effect. Hijin on the side. He looked at the lazy-looking Kukaki Qianye with admiration and obsession. How virtuous and capable is oneself. You can make him the head of the Kukaki family and the captain of the 2nd Division. Lord Qianye, one of the most noble people in Seoul society, makes such a promise. Not long after. In the box. The battlefield is in a mess and the tools are complete, making people jealous just by looking at it. Kukaki Qianye walked out with bright red lip marks on his face and signs of being torn on his body. Fei Zhen, on the other hand, had fallen asleep long ago. Ding! Congratulations to host, enjoy your life and get the title Awake to Hold the Power of the World, drunk and lying on the knees of a beautiful woman. Reward, Kidō's level breaks through the limit, and he gets Kidō Forbidden Technique. Swastika Forbidden? Kukaki Qianye nodded slightly. First song, Stop Tension. Nakwa, Bailian Bei. Finale, Te Feng. The 3 songs combined into one are the most perfect swastika. Although, even if the 300 Kidō people used the swastika, they would not be their enemies. But this does not mean that the ban is not strong. But his own Zanpakutō is sharp enough to cut through everything and restrain all control-type abilities. And the 300 Kidō people are not strong enough on their own, and the Ryutsu combined are not as tall as themselves alone. The swastika used is not at the same level as a big Kidō like Tessai Tsukubishi. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded slightly. Look ahead. Before. There are endless wine pools and meat forests, as well as hundreds of talented and beautiful maids. At the same time, within the sake pond and meat forest, there are dozens of elite Shinigami of the secret mobile team lurking to deal with minor troubles. Awake to hold the power of the world, drunk and lying on the knees of a beautiful woman. This is life. Kukaki Qianye was lying on the huge pavilion, shaking a crystal wine glass. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked far away. He looked at the high and low buildings in Siraidai and the figure of Shinigami patrolling nervously on the street. As far as the eye can see, every detail is revealed. You can clearly see the gravel dozens of miles away, the lines on the leaves, and even the expression of the patrolling Shinigami. White hits push the limits. And get the forbidden technique Thousand Arms God Queen. The improvement of physical fitness is terrifying. Brain power, physical strength, vision. All-round improvement. At this time, Kukaki Qianye's eyesight and observation skills are extremely amazing, and he has broken through the limitations of being a Shinigami. No matter how far away or how small it is, it can still be seen clearly. It's like it's happening before your eyes. Far away. Sokyoku Hill comes into view, the execution ground of Seoul society. Criminals who commit heinous crimes will be burned to ashes under the attack power of millions of Zanpakutō gathered by Sokyoku. In the original work, Rukia, where he was executed. Further away. It is a building several hundred meters high, standing up like a huge cannon barrel. Flower crane cannon. It is also the way for Kurosaki Ichigo and other protagonists to enter the Siraidai. Protagonist group, Eisen, Hueco Mundo, Gotei 13. The intertwining of various forces constitutes the biggest climax in the early stage of the plot. And Eisen also became famous in one battle, becoming the most impressive and charming villain in the original work. Old man Yamamoto, you really care about me. How could Seijin Kashiwamura, who tried so hard to hide himself, hide it from Kukaki Qianye? Wine pool and meat forest, in the pavilion next to it. A Ryutsu that tried its best to hide was clearly visible in front of Kukaki Qianye. But Kukaki Qianye just smiled lightly. The current Kashiwamura Seijin is only average among the captains. Giant. Why do you care about the surveillance of ants? Seoul Society. Rukonga. A strange combination of 4 people and 1 cat gathered together. Kurosaki Ichigo has evil eyes, yellow hair, holds a huge Zanpakutō, and wears a black death crystal suit. Sato Yasutara has dark skin, tall body, and bulging muscles. Ishida Yuryu wears glasses, a slim build, and white gloves. There is also a new Orium with orange-red hair, grey-blue eyes, bangs attached to her forehead, and a shiny hairpin on her head. Protagonist Group F4. With a determined expression on his face, he walked towards the Shiba's house that the black cat mentioned. There is a way to enter the Siraidai. Is that captain level strength? Ishida Yuryu frowned, with a worried look on his face. Before. In front of the main gate of Siraidai. The man with narrowed eyes and a cold temperament like Lion Majesty cut off the arm of Si Danfang with just one knife. The other sword directly drove back the strongest among them, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichimaru Jin, captain of the 3rd division, with your strength, it is normal for you to lose. Aside. The black cat with a drake voice stretched out and said, even after special training, you have not reached the captain level. Even if you enter the jingling court, you can't be too ostentatious. Please give me flowers. Remember, our goal is to rescue Rukia. Try to avoid fighting with strong enemies. The black cat's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you remember the advice I gave you? Remember. Kurosaki Ichigo and others nodded with serious expressions. You must never mess with an old man on crutches. You can't mess with young people drinking on the street. Inu Orium looked confused. This request is a bit strange. An old man on crutches and a young man drinking. What does it sound like? You will understand then. Yoryuki, who transformed into a black cat, just narrowed his eyes and yawned lazily. Alarm! Alarm! Travel disaster sneaks in. Travel disaster sneaks in. In the jingling court. Warnings sounded one after another, and countless Shinigami patrolled the streets, as well as captains distributed in various locations. They all saw it in the sky. The shield composed of murderous stone, a substance that blocks all spiritual power, is being torn apart and collided with brutally. Even with captain-level combat power, the murderous stone shield could not resist. At this time, cracks as fine as spider webs were opened. Can this method also break into the Siraidai? Scientist Kuratsuki Mayuri had a strange voice and narrowed his eyes with an expression of interest. It's interesting, we can finally have a good fight. Zaraki Kenpei grinned, his eyes full of fighting spirit as he found his prey. Other captains. Kashiwamura Seijin, Uno Hinaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro. No matter where you are, raise your head and stare at the sky. Accompanied by a click sound. The murderous stone shield finally failed to hold up and opened a huge hole. And the figures of those traveling in trouble were divided into several escaping lights in mid-air, scattered in all directions of jingling court. Pass the order. Gotei 13, all dispatch, arrest the traveler immediately if you find him. Following an order from the headquarters. The entire Siraidai became active. Rika, who has the combat power of a vice-captain, is comparable to a Minos Grande entering the Siraidai, and deserves such attention. Wine pond and meat forest. Kukaki Qianye listened to the noise outside and raised his head lazily. Standing on a pavilion several hundred meters high, you can look down at the jittery jingling courtyard. And the protagonist group scattered everywhere. No matter how subtle the movement is, it cannot be hidden from his sight. Perhaps. Due to the butterfly effect, the Shiba Rock Eagle did not come this time, only the original protagonist group F4. Kurosaki Ichigo. Inu Orium. Sato Yasutara. Ishida Yuryu. And the black cat that Yoryuki transformed into. But Shiba Iwaharu, Inu Orium, and others are the soy sauce characters. Among the protagonists, the real main rescue force is still Kurosaki Ichigo. Bang! Two loud noises sounded outside the door of Jukirulan. Then there was the sound of smashing rubble and the sound of running water. Hateful! This place is too empty. What on earth is this? A fountain made of fine wine. In the empty square. Two embarrassed figures stood there. Inu Orium, a beautiful girl with orange-red hair and an amazing figure, full of youthful vitality. The other is Ishida Yuryu, who has short blue hair parted in the middle, a serious face, and a huge bow and arrow in his hand. Now, They all stared blankly at the door in front of them and the wine fountain that they landed and smashed. On the plaque at the door, the characters Kukaki family, wine pond, and meat forest are particularly eye-catching. This is the property of the first noble family, the Kukaki family. Originally, the inner streets of Jinglingting are very complicated. But what a coincidence, I and others happened to end up at the door of the wine pond and meat forest. They even smashed their things. Kukaki family. How could the largest noble be short of land? In front of the door is naturally a very large open area, planted with various precious flowers and trees. There is no hiding place. In the attic, the sound of breaking at the door and the sound of wine being poured could be heard all the time. Kuchiki Qianye stopped shaking the wine glass and narrowed his eyes. The maids beside them also saw the broken wine fountain, with expressions of pain on their faces. Carefully looked at Kuchiki Qianye's expression. It's just that these two fountains cost millions of rings to build. The fine wine inside is even more expensive, and they were actually damaged by a travel accident. Lord Qianye, the maids said doubtfully, but Kukaki Qianye just waved his hand and walked towards the gate in the direction of the travel disaster. No matter what they're going to do. If you break something, you must pay for it. Outside the gate. Discover a travel disaster. Ah, Captain Anohana. Why are you here? Here. The sound became louder and louder, and footsteps kept coming. Not long after, dozens of team members wearing Black Death Tyrant uniforms gathered here. The leader was a woman with a gentle and peaceful appearance and long black braids parted in the middle. She seemed to be of high status. Chapter 59. Fortunately, this woman doesn't look strong. Inu, you go first, I'll fight them off and come back. Ishida Uriu holds a long bow, and the blue bow and arrows condense in an instant, aiming hard at Anohanaretsu. The woman with a Zanpakutō in her hand and a gentle look on her face looked non-threatening. Team leader. Careful. Several young Shinigami stood in front of Anohanaretsu and looked at Ishida Uriu solemnly. They are all new members who have recently joined the team, and it's hard to see how Anohanaretsu, who has always been gentle and like a close big sister, is treated like this. As for the other veteran team members, they admire Ishida Uriu from the bottom of their hearts, and dare to say that Anohanaretsu-sama is weak. So many years. He is still the first. I really admire his courage. If you don't want to get hurt, get out of the way right now. Ishida Yulong frowned, and the long bow in his hand condensed terrifying energy. Inu Orium on the side was also stroking the hairpin on his head with an extremely solemn expression. Who would have thought? This woman with a gentle face is actually the captain. Comparing the combat power of Division 3 Captain Ichimaru Jin. Even if she is weaker, I'm afraid she won't be too much weaker. However, the arrow is on the string and must be fired. If you don't rush out, you will be trapped here. In the field. The atmosphere was solemn. The war is about to break out. Anohanaretsu, still with the same gentle smile on her face, gently pressed the Zanpakutō handle. The demeanor is gentle and soothing, making people feel at peace from the bottom of their hearts. Want to leave? A lazy voice sounded. A figure wearing a floral shirt, with a few bright red lip prints on his face, and a lazy smile on his lips suddenly appeared. Kukaki Qianye shook the agate goblet in his hand, took an elegant sip of wine, and looked at Inu Orium and Ishida Uriu with lazy eyes. Inu Orium. A girl with orange-red hair, a powerful figure, and a simple personality, Ryutsu has extremely keen observation skills. 800 plays an auxiliary role in the protagonist's team. He is a perfect magician, and the hairpin on his head is the Dun Shun Liu Hua. It has the functions of attack, defense, and treatment. Reject everything. It is the rejection of all things and the ability to invade the realm of God. It can be said that it is one of the abilities with the highest upper limit in the Shinigami worldview. After Aizen's rebellion, and later in the Thousand-Year Blood War, he could even activate this ability to restore the Soul King who was split in half. But the shortcomings of Shield Shunrika are also obvious. It is a hairpin and its body is fragile. It can be easily destroyed by the enemy if you are not careful. Coming to rescue Rukia this time, Inu Orium hadn't fully developed his shield and Rika, so it didn't play a big role. Ishida Uryu. Quincy, weapon spiritual bow. Excellent in learning and serving as a think tank in the team. One of the few remaining Quincy's in the world, he was the only mixed-blood Quincy to survive the ethnic cleansing Operation Holy many years ago. Later. Thousands of years of bloody war. He was considered by Wywak to be a being that could rival or even surpass him, and he listed him as his successor. After drinking the blood of Wywak, he was given the ability of Zinwena, complete opposition. The strength has been transformed in all aspects. In this rescue, he actually defeated the scientist Kuratsuka Mayuri. But because of its own butterfly effect. This time Ishida Uryu did not meet Kuratsuka Mayuri, but happened to meet first-generation Kenpeki, Anohanaretsu. Captain Qianye. Dozens of Shinigami team members saluted respectfully, looking at the captain of the 2nd Division who had seen the dragon with curiosity and awe. Possessing the strongest sharp-type Zanpakutō, the #1 genius in Soul Society. Another captain. Ishida Uryu and Inu Orium were shocked, their muscles tightened, and their backs were wet with cold sweat. Won the jackpot. Just as soon as I landed, I met the two captains. Compensate 11. Kukaki Qianye did not take action, but only glanced at the wine pool fountain that was smashed by the two. It was completely broken, and wine was flowing on the ground. The wine pool fountain, plus the contaminated wine, 2 million rings. Kukaki Qianye yawned and said lazily. What? 2 million rings? Everyone present was shocked. You know, the Shinigami here have a monthly salary of only a few hundred rings, which ranges from 50 ring to 50 ring in the past. 2 million rings will require them to work for 200 years. Anohanaretsu was also stunned for a moment. This is the first time that the wealth of the Kukaki family, the head of the 4 nobles, has been exposed to everyone. Inu Orium, and Ishida Uryu's expressions froze. Soul Society, the value of 1 ring is equivalent to 1,000 Sakura coins. Compensation of 2 million rings. Even selling them is not enough. Inu, go! Ishida Uryu shouted loudly, and his figure was like an arrow leaving the string, drawing after images in the air. Inu Orium also reacted and ran away quickly. If you are really detained, you will have to work for hundreds of years to pay off the debt. It's simply worse than death. Ah! Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly. Pa! The sound of snapping fingers is extremely clear. Everyone felt a terrifying surge of power. The Ryotsu, as thick as a mountain range, was sloping down in all directions. But it only took a moment before disappearing without a trace. The elite Shinigami had large drops of cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, like fish coming ashore from the water, gasping for air. Looking at Kukaki Qianye, he was filled with awe and fear. Click! Click! The sound like a broken mirror rang from my ears. Anohanaretsu narrowed his eyes and stared closely at the lazy figure in front of him. As Kukaki Qianye snapped his fingers, a stream of energy was invisible and insubstantial, but extremely sharp, like a sword cutting through the sky. Released from his fingertips. Just for a moment. The 300-meter-wide barrier space collapsed instantly. A black space crack was revealed that seemed to tear and crush everything. Everyone. They are all confined to a space of 300 meters in radius. Only Anohanaretsu, where the elite Shinigami stood, was not affected, and the space remained intact. Normalization Shikai's heaven-ending rule. Just a slight leak of the sword light is enough to shatter the space. This. Ishida Uryu and Inu Orium's eyes widened with horror and disbelief on their faces. The terrifying power coming from the cracks in the dark space made them frown. What kind of power is this? It can even destroy space so easily. That man is still drinking. Inu Orium looked at Kukaki Qianye, who took a casual sip of wine and exclaimed. Black Cat's warning echoed in her mind. Don't mess with an old man on crutches. Don't mess with young people drinking on the street. It's that young man who drinks. The strength has reached such a level. Ishida Uryu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the arm holding the bow and arrow tightened suddenly. In this case, we can only break through from there. Said. Then he looked to the side of Anohanaretsu, where dozens of Shinigami were standing. There. It is the only place that has not been affected by the space fragmentation, and there is a passage connecting the outside behind it. As long as they defeat that woman, they can successfully escape. The Cross of Annihilation. Ishida Yuryu shouted loudly, and the spiritual bow in his hand suddenly shone brightly, full of fierce pressure. He rushed towards Anohanaretsu fiercely, his momentum was overwhelming and irresistible. Aside. Kukaki Qianye, just taste the fragrant and sweet wine. Watching Ishida Yuryu with interest, he rushed towards Anohanaretsu. Have to say. Ishida Yuryu is very brave. Anohanaretsu is not a scientist like Kuratsuka Mayuri. She is first-generation Kenpeki. Possess Zanpakutō meet Shizuku cough. Although Shikai is just an ordinary healing skill, but as for Bankai. If anyone really regards Sister Hwa as a nanny and thinks she is easy to bully, that will be a disaster. Kukaki Qianye was lying on the rocking chair, like a nobleman on vacation, admiring the fight in front of him. In the ear. The sound of fighting became more and more intense, swords flashed, and lightsabers crisscrossed. Not long after. The protagonist group is in a big headwind. Inu Orium was seriously injured and fell into a coma, Sun Shunrika until no one asked for help. Ishida Yuryu's body is covered with knife marks, and he has reached the point where he is exhausted. Hateful. Monster, she's a monster. In that case, let's open the spirit-scattering gloves. The roar of Ishida Yuryu resounded. The pressure rises into the sky, and the combat ability is increased to several times that before. Scattering gloves. As long as you use it, you will lose all the abilities of the Quincy, and in exchange for the extremely powerful combat power that is as bright as a flash in the pan. Ishida Yuryu is so hot. But the next moment. Bankai. All done. Anohanaretsu's gentle voice disappeared, and instead became deep and hoarse, and her eyes were extremely cold, as if she had transformed into the most primitive and terrifying killing machine. A strong and pungent smell of blood rose into the sky, and the entire sky seemed to be stained with blood. Just a moment. The explosive Ishida Yuryu lay on the ground covered in blood, twitching slightly. The flesh and blood melted and evaporated, revealing pale bones. If Sister Hwa hadn't saved a hand, Ishida Yuryu would have turned into a snow-white skeleton now. The corners of Kukaki Qianye's mouth curled up slightly. Sister Hwa's Bankai is all gone. Zanpakutō's blade and surrounding environment will seep a wide range of blood, and the blade becomes a blood blade that can extend and bend. When struck by the blood blade, the enemy's body will evaporate and melt, leaving no recovery possible. Through its own extremely strong recovery ability, Anohanaretsu can heal itself, giving it an absolute advantage. Bankai, all. This is also one of the most powerful one-on-one skills in the Shinigami world. Captain Qianye, the team requested that these two travelers be imprisoned. As for the debt they owe you, let them compensate after the interrogation is completed. Anohanaretsu Bankai disappeared and returned to the image of a gentle big sister. His eyes were curved, and he showed a soft smile towards Kukaki Qianye. The killing is astonishing and the blood is soaring into the sky. The gentle sister next door who is harmless to humans and animals. This ultimate contrast. All the elite Shinigami were shocked and stood there blankly. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand indifferently. In the second division. The secret mobile team responsible for guarding the Juka meat forest quietly appeared. He also held 2 debt contracts in his hand. Inu Orium and Ishida Yuryu were both in a coma when Kukaki Qianye's men pressed their fingerprints on the contract. If they want to default on their debts, or are secretly happy that they will not be able to repay their debts in this life, that would be too simple. After all, the Kukaki family owns giant industries throughout Seoul society and the present world. Captain Qianye, if you have time, you can go and sit in the 4th division. Anohanaretsu still smiled gently. Only. Deep in her gentle eyes, there was a hint of strong desire. Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, let's talk about it when we have time. Kukaki Qianye's physical fitness has been raised to the limit, and his own perception has also reached a terrifying level. Anohanaretsu's little moves cannot be hidden from his eyes. Original. Sister Hwa, who is known as the most ferocious and evil person in the world, originally cultivated her moral character and stopped killing people for a long time. She tried her best to suppress her desire to fight. But after today's Bankai, the militant factor latent in her body was awakened by her again, eager to fight with the strong. In Gotei 13, the other captains either lacked strength, or were Zaraki Kenpake, whom Sister Hwa had fought with long ago, and the captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. Now, she stared at herself. I won't say it until I have time, but I will definitely do it. Anohanaretsu said in a gentle tone, if you come, there will be unexpected rewards. What reward? Serious? Before he had time to ask, Anohanaretsu and a group of elite Shinigami left directly with Ishida Uryu and Inu Orium. Go to Jinglingting prison. Now. Gotei 13. A frightened scream suddenly sounded, and Hinamori Momo, whose hair was tied into a ball, looked up at the sky in horror. His whole body was trembling slightly with great fear and anger. Deep in his eyes, there was strong confusion and hatred. On the tall white walls, covered in bright red bloodline, a familiar body is nailed to the top by Zanpakutō, seemingly silent. The square-framed glasses shattered on the hard ground. The strong smell of blood rushed towards my face, and the scene was extremely miserable. Blue, Captain Eisen. Captain Eisen. Not long after. More and more Shinigami are gathering here. The news of Aizen's death spread like a storm in Seoul society at an extremely fast speed. Gotei 13, in the meeting room of captain-level officials. All the captains gathered together, except Eisen and Kukaki Qianye were missing. In the field, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Captain of the 5th Division, Eisen Sosuke was killed and nailed to the wall at the Gotei 13 headquarters. This is a provocation to the entire Gotei 13. This is a price that must not be tolerated. The murderer behind the scenes must be found. No matter what the cost. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's old face twitched, and his rickety figure looked like a volcano about to erupt. In a few days, only 2 people were caught in the travel accident. Starting now, Siritai has entered a state of combat readiness, and all members of Gotei 13 are dispatched. Catch all travel troubles as quickly as possible. 2.4. Mr. Yuan Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an awe-inspiring cold light. 1 captain was killed. This is no longer a small fight, but a major event that shakes the entire Jingling court. Even Rukia's execution. Compared with this matter, it is not worth mentioning. Now, the only uncertain factors in the Jingling court are those travelers who are still absconding, and they are the biggest suspects. Below. The captains looked serious and responded one after another. Kukaki Qianye still refused to take action. Yamamoto Genryusai, looking at the information in his hand, shook his head slightly. This Kukaki Qianye. He is indifferent to anything, disdainful of any laws, and only thinks about his own pleasure. I'm afraid he can only really take action if the world is destroyed or his own interests are definitely affected. He has such talent, but such a character. For Seoul society. Is it a blessing or a curse? Below. Ichimaru Jin is still smiling. Tuan Kaname was blindfolded and expressionless. Anohanaretsu frowned slightly. As the captain of the 4th Division, she naturally checked Aizen's body. No problem on the surface. There's just a strange sense of dissonance in my heart. Subsequently, Anohanaretsu shook his head slightly and said nothing. This sense of violation will not affect anything even if it is said. Gotei 13 only looks at genuine evidence when doing things. With Gotei 13's order, everyone mobilized. The entire Jingling court. Already caught in a dragnet. Except for Eisen and Kukaki Qianye, all other captains join the battle. The intensity of the search is much stronger than in the original work. The wind is roaring, and if a travel disaster dares to appear, you will definitely be struck by thunder. Chapter 60. Travel disaster, only 3 people left. Don't miss any spot. Siritai. Thousands of Shinigami, dressed in black Death Tyrant uniforms and carrying Zanpakutō on their waists, spread out and searched like a carpet. Even. Occasionally, you can see the vice captain, a captain-level expert, stationed in various areas of Jinglingting. It's been decades. Gotei 13, the most vigorous and thorough action. I heard that Captains Kukaki Qianye and Anohanaretsu made great contributions in rescuing the two travelers who were in trouble in the first place. Hey, I didn't expect that Captain Anohanaretsu, who has always been gentle, would have such a face behind him. And Captain Qianye, worthy of his reputation as the #1 genius, suppressed two travelers without even drawing his sword. In an ordinary alley, the two elite Shinigami chatted in low voices, their words full of admiration and awe. In a dark alley, a young man with orange hair, wearing a jet-black Death Tyrant uniform, and carrying a huge Zanpakutō had a resolute face. Ishida, Inu, I will definitely rescue you. Kukaki Qianye, Anohanaretsu. Now, unlike the outside world, Gotei 13 is noisy and extremely busy. Wine pond and meat forest. Inside the huge and towering pavilion, there are fountains and pools made of fine wine, and fresh delicacies are hung on all the vegetation, exuding bursts of fragrance. Kukaki Qianye, leaning comfortably on Fei Zhen's chest, enjoying the delicious food fed by the beauty herself. Ding! While others are struggling, the host is lying in the wine pond and meat forest, enjoying the wine, food, and beauty, and unlocks the achievement watching the fire from the shore. Your shunpo breaks through the limit again, and you gain the ability 3000 Shadow Phantoms. Oh! Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly. Suddenly, in the body, a warm current surges, full of mysterious and powerful aura. As this breath flows, the body becomes lighter and lighter, and both flexibility and reaction ability are greatly improved. It's the same as beating the god with 1,000 arms. The 3000 Shadows Phantom is also an ability that far exceeds the understanding of Shinigami's worldview. Just got it. You can strengthen your body and give it all kinds of incredible powers. Chien, Master Qianye. Hijin behind him suddenly felt a terrifying power like a giant dragon and ferocious beast emanating from Kukaki Qianye. There was a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead, and his body was trembling slightly. My chest was trembling even more, and my heart was about to burst out. This is the result of Kukaki Qianye's deliberate suppression. If all the power is released, except for strong men like Anohanaretsu, Espada No. 3, and Nilu. Girls whose strength is not at the captain level will be seriously injured or even die in an instant. Kukaki Qianye waved his hand, and Hijin stepped back respectfully. Next moment, there was silence in the air, and there was no air movement in the room. But in the blink of an eye, in the huge box, 10 identical figures suddenly appeared. However, 9 of the figures were lifeless, with no consciousness in their eyes. The arrogant Ryotsu was filled with madness, and a dazzling red light filled his hands. That was Kidō's aura, Heido No. 33, blue fire pendant. After a while, the 9 phantoms slowly disappeared, and the corners of Kukaki Qianye's mouth raised slightly. 3000 phantoms. After using shunpo yourself, you can consume spiritual power and leave a shadow in place. Now, 9 phantoms can be differentiated. Have the ability to strike your own blow. The shadow is not subject to any attacks, is not subject to any control, and cannot be destroyed. Virtual shadow clone appears to others to be exactly the same as oneself. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false. It can be used to confuse opponents. It can also be used in combination with 1000 arms to fight God. Each phantom has 6 arms and 9 phantoms, which can send out 54 Kidō at the same time. Become a real humanoid Kidō turret. But this consumes a lot of spiritual energy and cannot be used for a long time. And there is another option, which is to gather all the phantoms into your own body and exert a power 9 times greater than your own. It can be said, 3000 Shadows Phantom body is no longer limited to Shunpo's moving body, but has become a super confusing and aggressive experience. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction, took a sip of wine and lay comfortably on the huge soft sofa. He shook the bell next to him. Suddenly, Hijin and other maids walked in, their eyes full of respect for Kukaki Qianye. Then play music. Listening to the melodious songs of the maids, Kukaki Qianye squinted his eyes comfortably while looking down from the towering pavilion. The Seiridai, the Shinigami who have laid a dragnet, and the people lurking in the dark are all in sight. Naturally, travel mishaps cannot escape his eyes. In the jingling court. Different from the original work. Kurosaki Ichigo was not accompanied by Shiba Ichigo this time, but walked alone on the streets where Seiridai had set up a dragnet. Defeated the bald Shinigami Madarame Ikeku, and Ayasukawa Yumichika who kept saying it's so beautiful. Although his body was covered in scars and bloodline, but his aura was stronger than before. Fight alone. Maximize his potential. Rukia, Ishida, Inu, I will definitely rescue you. Kurosaki Ichigo carried the huge Zanpakutō, his face extremely determined. Kukaki Qianye, no Hinaretsu, I will defeat them all. Oh! A man with a dark eye patch and a ferocious face suddenly appeared, and behind him was a cute-looking child with pink hair. Are you the strongest among the travelers? Zaraki Kenpei grinned, his eyes revealed a beast-like fighting spirit, and the Zanpakutō in his hand was covered with dense jagged scars. Want to defeat Kukaki Qianye? Ambitious. Let me see if your arrogance can match your strength. At the same time, Sato Yasutara, who is tall, muscular, and dark-skinned, also faces his own opponents. An old man with a crutch and a stooped figure, his eyes slightly closed at the moment, was sitting in front of the only passage leading to Rukia's prison. There is an X-shaped scar on his bald head, which was left when he was young. The purpose of travel disaster. It's about rescuing Rukia. Due to the butterfly effect of Kukaki Qianye. After Aizen's death, Gotei 13 has taken action. Even the captain is not at the headquarters. Instead, he came here in person and sat alone. Okay, please get out of the way, I don't want to attack the old man. Sato Yasutara looked serious. Now. Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly and raised an interesting smile on his lips. In the jingling court. Two battlefields are clearly visible. The yellow-haired Kurosaki Ichigo, and the strong, dark-skinned Sato Yasutara come into view. Kurosaki Ichigo. The protagonist of the original work and the first male protagonist. He has yellow hair, wears a black death tyrant outfit, and carries a huge Zanpakutō on his back. In the Shinigami worldview, the more blood in the body, the stronger it is. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who has the power of the four bloodlines of Quincy, Shinigami, Hollow, Human, has taken the hybrid to the ultimate, and has amazing potential. The more you fight, the stronger you become, and you can even explode from time to time. In the original work, it's absolutely hilarious. In 13 days, he grew into captain-level combat power. In just a few months, he went from being a waste to one of the strongest combat forces in the three realms. Defeat Eisen in moonless form. And with the help of his companions, he finally defeated the leader of the Invisible Empire, Wywak. Personality aspect. He has always inherited the passionate kindness and justice. However, they are simple-minded, impulsive, and pushy. Lack of strategy. Only when the enemy comes to the door and experiences painful losses can he grow. After all, how can the hot-blooded protagonist explode if his companions are not injured, tortured, or captured? If it weren't for his ability to explode, Kurosaki Ichigo's character, I'm afraid, I won't even be able to survive the battle with Eisen, and I will have died by Byakuya Kuchiki's knife on the way to rescue Rukia. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is still far away from the captain level. It is reasonable that the opponent he faces is Zaraki Kenpei. Kenpei now. He only knows how to cut flatly, and has no experience in the later stages of the plot. As one of the 5 special-level combat powers, he has great strength. Another person. Sato Yasutara. He is taciturn and is the most inconspicuous member of the protagonist group. With the blood of Mestizo. Possessing the giant's right arm and the devil's left arm. But now, he has only awakened the giant's right arm, and his combat power is comparable to that of a vice-captain. And although Sato Yasutara is not weak in strength, he always encounters enemies that he cannot resist. In the original plot, Rescue Rukia encounters Kurako Shunsui. Later in the Arrancar chapter, he was easily killed by Zero Blade Yami. And this time, Kukaki Qianye looked at Mr. Yamamoto Genryusai in front of Sato Yasutara and shook his head slightly. Under its own butterfly effect. Sato Yasutara, Tomo is a bit miserable. But all of these. What does it have to do with myself? Kukaki Qianye smiled slightly, saying that as long as he enjoys life, he will become stronger. Whatever they do. As long as it doesn't affect your enjoyment of life, then let them do whatever they want. Not long after. Under the violent riot-su, and the sound of tall buildings falling. Zaraki Kenpeki was covered in bloodline and fell to the ground. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up unsteadily, and the Zanpakutō form in his hand changed again, becoming sharper and cleaner. Shikai, Zanjutsu. This fight is enjoyable though. However, I still have to remind you that this level is far different from Captain Qianye. Zaraki Kenpeki shook his head, and then passed out. Kurosaki Ichigo looked determined. He remained unmoved in his heart, but slowly clenched his fists. Aren't strong enemies meant to be defeated? At the same time. Another battlefield. Sato Yasutara fell to the ground with his whole body charred, and there was a burning smell in the air. The old man on crutches had a stooped figure. Even if Sato Yasutara attacked with all his strength, he could not move even half a step. Travel disaster, there are only 2 left. Yuen Liuzai narrowed his eyes. Turn around and leave. A few days later. Siridii. 3 people have been caught in the accident. There are only 2 travelers left, 1 person and 1 cat, who are still at large. Gotei 13. 1 hair is tied up and the body is petite. The woman rushed in hurriedly. His face was full of anger, confusion, and anxiety, and he was holding a letter tightly in his hand. That's Lord Eisen. The letter I left on the day before my death. The captains gathered together, Yamamoto Genryusai was in the front, and in front of him were all the captains except Kukaki Qianye and the dead Eisen Sosuke. Kukaki Qianye still hasn't taken action. Below, the intelligence officer said respectfully. Kukaki Qianye, what are you thinking about? This is a major event involving the entire Jingling court. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes with a familiar smile on his lips. Tuan Kaname, on the other hand, sounded indignant. This kind of behavior has seriously violated the justice of Soul Society. Is he suddenly back in Soul Society just for fun? Maybe there is some conspiracy. Ichimaru Jin and Tuan Kaname sing together. The head of the Kukaki family who openly slanders you, do you want to duel with me? Byakuya Kuchiki spoke in a low tone, staring at the 2 of them with unkind eyes. A pair of palms pressed tightly on the Zanpakutō handle. My own relatives. Only you can complain, what qualifications do others have? The other captains were silent and watched quietly. Tuan Kaname and Ichimaru Jin were right. Kukaki Qianye's actions were really confusing. And Byakuya Kuchiki's reaction was also expected. After Kukaki Qianye became the head of the family, Byakuya Kuchiki took charge of everything and managed the affairs of the Kukaki family and the 6th division. It's the Kukaki family, the real number 2. In the field. The atmosphere was tense. Yamamoto Genryusai coughed slightly and was about to say something. But suddenly. Captain, Hinamori Momo asks for an audience. Hinamori Momo. Isn't that the deputy captain of the 5th division, Aizen's confidant? What is she here for? Not long after. Hinamori Momo walked in with strong anger on her face and tears lingering in her eyes. He held a letter tightly in his hand. Captain. I know who is the murderer of Master Eisen. That's the head of the Kukaki family and captain of the 2nd division, Kukaki Qianye. Her voice was trembling, and her body was trembling slightly. So kind. So gentle. Such a powerful Captain Eisen died in the hands of Kukaki Qianye. If Captain Eisen hadn't written the letter himself, she would have been unbelievable. This breaking news instantly detonated the whole audience. Kukaki Qianye killed Eisen Sosuke? Everyone was stunned. The impact of this news was no less than an 8-magnitude earthquake. It's enough to shake the entire Jingling court. Zhang. When no one can react in time. A Zanpakutō with cold light and murderous intent was suddenly pulled out, and the huge Ryutsu soared into the sky. In an instant, Hinamori Momo was pinned down. Hinamori Momo fell to her knees with a bang. Thin cold sweat oozed from his forehead and back, and the breath of death kissed his neck. Under such huge pressure, even as a deputy captain, he has no ability to resist at all. I can only wait quietly for death. Byakuya Kuchiki draws his sword directly. The long knife bloomed with cold light, like a giant dragon beast biting and destroying, and with an unquestionable and irresistible aura, it rushed towards Hinamori Momo's neck crazily. This knife carries murderous intent. Byakuya! What are you doing? Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake, and others widened their eyes and hurriedly drew their swords to stop them. Suddenly, the conference room was noisy. A Zanpakutō filled with fire stood in front of Byakuya Kuchiki's sword. Invisible air waves spread everywhere. Crazy overflowing towards the distance. Two extremely powerful Ryutsu collide wildly. Pfft! The sharp aura that filled the air and the powerful aftermath instantly reduced Hinamori Momo's coverage. Fine and deep wounds were cut on her body, and a pool of bloodline suddenly appeared on the ground. The smell of blood spread everywhere in the conference room, and Vice-Captain Hinamori Momo was seriously injured in an instant. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's face was expressionless, his arm holding Ryujin Jaka trembled slightly, and his shirt popped open, revealing his strong muscles. Byakuya! In the face of anything, stay calm and remember the philosophy of your Kukaki family, which is to uphold the rules of soul society and justice. Yuen Liuzai shook his head gently. Terrifying heat emitted from Ryujin Jaka, preventing Byakuya Kuchiki from taking any further action. The other captains had serious faces, watching everything on the field. This is their first time. See Byakuya Kuchiki truly angry. In the past, Byakuya Kuchiki has always been conscientious, shrouded in aura, and takes it as his duty to uphold the rules of soul society. First, go against your own beliefs. He openly attacked his colleagues in Gotei 13 and violated his own rules. Chapter 61. Brush. Byakuya Kuchiki put away Zanpakutō and gave Hinamori Momo, who was seriously injured on the ground, a cold look. The star-holding pincer on the head exudes a cold and awe-inspiring light. Openly slandering the head of the Kukaki family is a capital offense. Around, the captains all looked at Byakuya Kuchiki with complicated expressions. Did not expect. Byakuya Kuchiki, who has always been unsmiling and fair, will also have such a side. In the past, Byakuya has always been shrouded in the halo of Kukaki Qianye, and everyone is just shocked by his family background and a powerful brother. But today, his killing sword and Ryutsu, who was at the peak of captain level, proved to the world that he was extremely powerful. The strength of being the second in command of the Kukaki family. Although Byakuya Kuchiki often complained about Qianye's inaction. Kukaki Qianye often doesn't look good on him in public. But, in terms of big things, he stood by Kukaki Qianye without any hesitation and extremely firmly. Aside, Yamamoto Genryusai narrowed his eyes, shook his head slightly, and put on his clothes again. Kukaki family. The largest aristocratic family in Seoul society, and as the head of the family, Kukaki Qianye is one of the most distinguished people in Seoul society. Hinamori Momo said this kind of news without definite evidence. Byakuya Kuchiki's action was justified and no one could say anything. Hinamori, do you have any evidence? Ichimaru Jin's aura is as sticky as a cold lion majesty, and he always maintains a smiling expression. This is the letter left by Lord Eisen. Hinamori Momo was lying in a pool of blood, extremely weak, and tremblingly took out a letter from his arms. With frightened eyes, he did not dare to look at Byakuya Kuchiki, who looked ashen. Take her to treatment. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni said softly and took the letter. Next moment, Hinamori Momo, who was left behind at the Gotei 13 headquarters, was taken out by members of the 4th Division. The other captains came together and read the contents of the letter carefully. The frown became deeper and deeper. In the letter, no doubt, it's Captain Aizen's handwriting. Among them, it clearly explained the incident that could shake the entire Soul Society. He has been paying attention to Kukaki Qianye, a person who on the surface only wants to have fun, but no one can guess his thoughts. Secretly, they are also investigating. Discover. Kukaki Qianye, secretly, is planning a big conspiracy to subvert the entire Soul Society. Conducting inhumane secret experiments. The disappearance of Rukonga's Shinigami, and the murder of former captains such as Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro are inseparable from Kukaki's. The night before Eisen was killed, I just went to negotiate with Kukaki Qianye, trying to persuade him to give up his plot. If he doesn't come back, or dies unexpectedly, then, the murderer is Kukaki Qianye. After seeing it all, silence, the scene fell into an unspeakable silence. What nonsense! Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes were cold and his fists were clenched tightly. As a great nobleman, he naturally has majesty and status that other captains cannot match. It's definitely someone else who is targeting the Kukaki family. Targeting Kukaki Qianye. His own brother. Although I only know how to enjoy myself, I am a little salty. But he is definitely not a bad person. And he will never attack innocent people. Byakuya, calm down. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni gently patted Kukaki Qianye on the shoulder. Aside. Tuan Kaname spoke calmly. 100 years ago, Kukaki Qianye opened Qianye Pavilion in Rukonga, which basically coincides with the disappearance of Rukonga's Shinigami. And why, Captain Eisen had no problems before, but as soon as Kukaki Qianye returned to Jinglingting, Captain Eisen was killed. Be present. Ichimaru-jin and other captains nodded slightly, and Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni also narrowed his eyes. Although it is unbelievable. But all this is too much of a coincidence. Although, Kukaki Qianye has become the head of the Kukaki family and the captain of the 2nd Division, his status is already at a height that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. But human desires are endless. 5. Were those things really what he did? As for Zaraki Kenpei, Anohanaretsu shook his head slightly. We need to be careful when dealing with Kukaki Qianye. It is difficult to distinguish the authenticity of this letter. A person's fighting style can reveal his character. How could Kukaki Qianye, who was so powerful, decisive in his fighting style, and extremely tyrannical, do such cowardly things in secret? Captains such as Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake, etc. either had expressionless faces, or looked salty, and did not express their opinions. Subsequently, Yamamoto Genryusai pondered slightly. The authenticity of the news has not yet been determined, but Kukaki Qianye does have something fishy. Tuan, Baikun, you too, pay attention to his recent whereabouts. Tuan Kaname suspected that Kukaki Qianye's attitude was extremely legal. Kashiwamura Seijin, on the other hand, is unceremoniously loyal to Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. Yes. Kashiwamura Seijin and Tuan Kaname looked solemn. Remember. 1. This is not surveillance, and Kukaki Qianye is not a sinner, so we should not take action. Yamamoto Genryusai narrowed his eyes slightly. Letter. Don't take it all seriously. You can't believe it either. What if there is an internal fight against Kukaki Qianye because of enemies in the dark or the conspiracy of travel disaster? The biggest loss is to the entire Soul Society. Good. Kashiwamura Seijin and Tuan Kaname carried Zanpakutō and left directly. Byakuya Kuchiki's face softened a little, but he still said with a solemn tone, Kukaki Qianye can completely represent the will of the entire Kukaki family. We will stand by him without reservation. Zaraki Kenpei patted Byakuya Kuchiki on the shoulder. I also believe that he would not do that kind of thing. Other captains. His face was covered with a dark cloud. Most recently Soul Society. It's really not peaceful. Rukia will be executed. Travel disaster or invasion. Eisen died. Now, even Kukaki Qianye, the number 1 genius of Soul Society, is involved in this vortex. Now. Wine pond and meat forest. Kukaki Qianye leaned on Hijin's lap pillow, holding cards in his hand. In front of him was a table, with charming ladies laughing all the time. I was playing cards leisurely with the girls. Ding! Soul Society is in turmoil, host plays cards and has fun in the wine pool and meat forest, enjoying life. Your Ryotsu breaks through to level 77. Level 77 Ryotsu? The corners of Kukaki Qianye's mouth curled up slightly. In addition to Mr. Yamamoto, the complete Zaraki Kenpei, Ichigo who failed in the late stage, and Aizen who broke through the limits of Shinigami. The peak combat power in these original works. Other captain-level combat powers, or Espada, even Bankai, Gui Ren, cannot reach his height. And this is just normalized Ryotsu. After Bankai, my pressure will increase several times. Good. Kukaki Qianye yawned lazily and threw out 2 king bombs. Master Qianye won again. Master Qianye is so annoying. Enjoying fine wine and delicious food. Lying in Hijin's arms, the sounds of compliments from the young ladies can still be heard in my ears. What does Soul Society's fight to the death have to do with me? Does it feel good to lie here when you go out to fight? But since returning to Soul Society, I haven't visited Qianye Pavilion yet. If you keep drinking and eating in the Jukirulan, you will get tired of it after a long time. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine and said, Hijin, get ready to go to Qianye Pavilion. Next moment, a black, graceful hell butterfly flew in from the window. This is an extremely rare species that can only be owned by the Central 46 and a few nobles. You can even travel between Soul Society and the real world. It is a tool for Soul Society to convey information. News from Byakuya. Kukaki Qianye looked at the hell butterfly. After a while, Kukaki Qianye narrowed his eyes slightly and raised an interested smile at the corner of his mouth. Today, what happened in the Gotei 13 conference room was carefully informed by Byakuya. In the original work, Aizen Sosuke is the captain of the framed 10th division. Hitsugaya Toshiro killed him, leaving Hinamori Momo and Toshiro to kill each other. And now, due to his own butterfly effect, people like Aizen who plan carefully will naturally pay attention to their own impact. Oneself itself is an uncontrollable existence. With his fake death, he directly puts all kinds of blame on himself, allowing the forces of Soul Society to restrain each other and cause internal friction, thus achieving his goal. As for Nadao, she is just a little fangirl of Aizen, a stupid woman who was taken advantage of by Aizen, a small role. Slander. This is all slander. Hijin's face turned red, her fists clenched, and she had an indignant look on her face. Hijin. Conspiracy in the dark. In the face of overwhelming strength, Japanese is worthless. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, was unmoved and yawned lazily. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked lazily at Tsunayashiro and Kashiwamura Seijin who were guarding the wine pond and meat forest. Although, what Aizen does, he didn't want to care, and he didn't bother to care. After all, Aizen's existence is not a bad thing for Soul Society. But if Aizen focuses on himself and disturbs his daily life, then, Master Qianye, do you still want to go to Qianye Pavilion? Hijin still frowned. Kukaki Qianye just waved his hand, holding a bottle of sake in his hand, and walked out swaggeringly. Not long after, in front of the wine pond and the meat forest, in the small pavilion, Tsunayashiro and Kashiwamura Seijin stared at everyone who came in and out of the wine pond and meat forest. They are all guards and weekly reports. There is no sign of Kukaki Qianye. Extremely luxurious decoration, wine fountains everywhere, and various delicacies hanging in the woods. Gives a great impact. Take your extravagance to the ultimate level. The existence of Kukaki Qianye is a blasphemy against justice. Tsunayashiro's tone was cold and he gritted his teeth. Even though he couldn't see. But his mental strength is different from ordinary people. You can smell and feel how luxurious the wine pool and the meat forest are. Ever since his Byakuya, Ji Kuang, was killed by her husband, who was a nobleman, because of a few quarrels. Tsunayashiro has always hated these great nobles. We just need to complete the mission of the commander-in-chief. Just don't think too much. Kashiwamura Seijin sighed softly and patted Tsunayashiro on the shoulder. This is also his only close friend in Gotei 13. Wait a minute, Kukaki Qianye is out. Look in the direction he's going, it's Rukonga. Report this news to the captain. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes widened and he looked at Kukaki Qianye, who was carrying a bottle of sake, and Hijin was following him. He swaggered out of the wine pool and meat forest. Tsunayashiro on the side stood up directly and left the room in a flash. Kashiwamura Seijin chased away. In front of the wine pond and meat forest. It is open and spacious, full of precious plants, and the air is filled with the refreshing aroma of wine and delicious food. This is Seoul Society. It covers the largest area and is also the largest and most luxurious building built by the Kukaki family. A dark-skinned figure with dreadlocks and a blindfold suddenly appeared. Stopped in front of Kukaki Qianye. Kukaki Qianye, you are accused of possibly killing Captain Eisen. You can't leave the wine pool and the meat forest. Tsunayashiro said coldly, squeezing the Zanpakutō handle. A burly figure wearing a helmet appeared and held down Tsunayashiro's shoulders. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes were full of doubts. Tsunayashiro's performance is too impulsive. The command of the commander-in-chief. It's to make them pay attention to Kukaki Qianye's whereabouts, not to monitor or imprison him. You can't attack Kukaki Qianye at will. Tsunayashiro has violated the rules. Kukaki Qianye just glanced at them expressionlessly. Tsunayashiro, captain of the 9th Division. Also a loyal minion of Eisen. Possessing Zanpakutō Suzumushi, Bankai can deprive people of their 5 senses, which is a very powerful skill. Conceptually comparable to Eisen's Kyoka Suijutsu. But in the original work, Tsunayashiro only Bankai once. The opponent is Zaraki Kenpeki, who has no fear of pain and has excellent fighting talent. He happens to be extremely restrained in Tsunayashiro's ability. Later, after following Eisen into Hueco Mundo, I learned the return blade, but the ability of the return blade is only a direct attack, and the degree of weirdness is far less than that of Bankai. But after Tsunayashiro entered Hueco Mundo, he always fought in the return form and never used the stronger Bankai. It's simply a waste of time. Finally, Tsunayashiro also lost to the collaboration of Hisagi Shuei and Kashiwamura Seijin in the Karakura town battle. Then he was hacked to death by Eisen and exploded into a pool of blood. Originally, Tsunayashiro was born in Rukonga and has a white moonlight song. Later, after Ji Kuang was killed by her noble husband, Tsunayashiro turned black. He began to hate the great nobles, hate everything in Seoul society, and believed that the current order of Seoul society was contrary to justice. Become Eisen's subordinate. It's also for the ideal world described by Eisen, and to maintain the justice in my heart. And Kashiwamura Seijin. Compared to Tsunayashiro, it is much simpler. Tianji's. The captain of the 7th team, Shinigami transformed from a non-human soul, a member of the human wolf clan. Because I received the favor from Mr. Yamamoto, I am absolutely loyal to Mr. Yamamoto. Taking loyalty as his belief in life, he is a powerful warrior who never uses small tricks. Zanpakutō Heavenly Punishment is also a direct attack type. Among the captains, his combat power can only be considered average. I can only defeat some small characters along the way. When facing Zaraki Kenpeki, Eisen, and the later Star-Cross Knights, my combat power is obviously insufficient. In front of the wine pond and meat forest, the atmosphere was tense and extremely solemn. Tsunayashiro, Kashiwamura Seijin. Everyone looked at Kukaki Qianye with solemn expressions. Kukaki Qianye's expression remained unchanged and he took a sip of wine lazily. Facing Tsunayashiro's interception, he turned a blind eye and walked forward. Kukaki Qianye, you have been accused of being a sinner. Now stay in your wine pool and meat forest. Tsunayashiro's tone was cold, and he pressed the Zanpakutō handle tightly. Sensing the luxurious atmosphere of the wine pool and meat forest, he frowned even more. As a great nobleman, he is very eager to waste money and people. As the captain, Seoul society has always watched from afar when faced with crises. You can't be called just like this. Aside. Kashiwamura Seijin gritted his teeth and stood behind Tsunayashiro. As a close friend of Tsunayashiro, although Tsunayashiro violated the order, he still stood firmly on Tsunayashiro's side. But Kukaki Qianye's footsteps did not stop at all. The two captains blocked him and the bed made him hesitate for a moment. Ryutsu slowly rises on the body. The whole person. Like an awakened latent dragon and ferocious beast, it comes from above and cannot be stopped, cannot be opposed, and cannot be questioned. Aside. Hijin also followed behind. He stared at Tsunayashiro with evil eyes. Justice? Kukaki Qianye's existence itself is a kind of justice to her. Not to mention. Lustful and extravagant? Master Qianye spends all his family's money. Chapter 62. Watching the fire from the other side? Master Qianye is the captain of the 2nd Division. He is also the head of the Kukaki family. A few travel mishaps. What qualifications do you have for him to take action? Hijin. As well as the other guards and maids in Jukimulan, they all shook their heads. Countless angry eyes stared at Tsunayashiro and Komamura Seijin. Even captain level. You can't slander their Lord Qianye like this. In front of the wine pond and the meat forest. Under Komamura Seijin's mask, thin cold sweat broke out. Although Kukaki Qianye looked lazy and even drank by himself without paying them any attention. But, as he gets closer and closer, it was as if thousands of sharp and unparalleled sharp knives were pointing straight at the neck, sending chills down the spine. Tsunayashiro pursed his lips with a determined look on his face. Zheng sound. Zanpakutō shows off his talents. Suzumushi's voice rang in his ears. Kukaki Qianye is an unstable factor, and letting him leave the wine pool and meat forest may have an unexpected impact on Master Aizen's plan. And he himself is a great nobleman and the biggest evil in the world. Public and private. He must be blocked here. This is also the implementation of justice in the heart. Komamura Seijin on the side also drew his sword. The ordinary blade suddenly became extremely thick and full of history. Tweet, Suzumushi. Roar, damn it. Two huge mountains of Ryutsu soar into the sky. Every step is truly captain level. In the wine pond and meat forest, the elite Shinigami responsible for guarding all fell to the ground one by one, their hands and feet were cold and their bodies were twitching. The brain doesn't listen. That's the power of a captain. Suddenly, the Ryutsu here spreads in all directions at an alarming speed. The entire jingling court was shaken. Captain level Ryutsu. It's still 2 people. Many civilians were panicking. The recent situation in Jingling Court made them quite uneasy. Countless eyes were looking towards the wine pond and meat forest. Gotei 13. Headquarters. The captains gathered together to discuss the next action. But next moment, boom! The 2 mountains of Ryutsu made no secret, exploding in the distance, and each song was clearly captain level. But then, another terrifying Ryutsu, as vast as the sea of smoke and the mighty power of heaven, enveloped the entire Serenity Garden in an instant. Absolutely domineering. Unparalleled sharpness. Overwhelming the previous 2 Ryutsu with an absolute crushing force. Standing out from the crowd, and like a ferocious roaring hidden dragon, shrouding the entire jingling court. Suddenly, the entire Serenity, all Shinigami below the captain level, were dripping with cold sweat and gasping for air. He lost control of his body and couldn't move an inch. He was suppressed in place by 683. Tuan and Captain Kashiwamura's Ryutsu were suppressed. This sharpness is Kukaki Qianye. In the conference room, Anohanaretsu's pupils contracted slightly. Kiraku Shunsui, who had a salty look on his face, looked solemn. Byakuya Kuchiki remained expressionless. Zaraki Kenpeki grinned. After so many years, it's still as sharp as ever. What on earth did they do? Why did they do it suddenly? The other captains stood up and looked into the distance. The expression is extremely solemn. Before the commander's order. Just pay attention to the whereabouts of Kukaki Qianye, it is not surveillance, and it cannot cause conflict. Dr. Everything exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally, travel disaster or invasion. Aizen's death has left Jinglingting in a state of panic. Now, the two captains even started fighting with Kukaki Qianye. It makes the already miserable Jinglingting even worse. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's whole body burst into blazing flames, and instantly turned into a bright red flame of escaping light, speeding away into the distance. The captain-level behemoth Ryotsu is overflowing with madness. The other captains also quickly followed and headed towards the center of the storm in Jinglingting. Wine pool and meat forest. At the same time, underground training ground. As far as the eye can see, there are hard loess, hills, cliffs everywhere. A black cat lay lazily on a hill. In its sight, countless Zanpakutō were stuck on the ground. A yellow-haired boy wearing a black death fighter outfit is constantly changing Zanpakutō, fighting against a black-clothed uncle wearing goggles. This is Urahara Kisuke's own exercise method. Through non-stop battles, Bankai can be mastered in less than 3 days. But, until now, only Urahara Kisuke has succeeded. The other side. A red-haired boy had a determined gaze and was sweating profusely while waving his Zanpakutō. Get familiar with new Bankai capabilities. Above. Black Cat Yoriyuki nodded slightly. Kurosaki Ichigo is what she has seen, except for Kukaki Qianye, who has the best talent. Now, Rukia's sentence was continually advanced. 3 days later. It's the official execution day. If Kurosaki Ichigo cannot understand Bankai, so it is absolutely impossible to save Rukia. Right now, waves of huge spiritual power are overflowing crazily, coming from above continuously, with unrivaled sharpness and domineering power. The entire underground space. They are all trembling slightly, the earth is cracking and the mountains are broken. The figures of Kurosaki Ichigo and Abarai Renji are also shaky. How could there be such a huge Ryotsu? Abarai Renji Bankai suddenly collapsed and turned pale. As the deputy captain of the 6th Division, he has seen too many captain-level combat prowess, but never has a captain been able to explode with such power. Kurosaki Ichigo on the side also stared solemnly upward. This is Qianye's Ryotsu. After many years, he has become stronger. Black Cat Yoriyuki murmured softly, with a look on his face. Do the math. Haven't seen him for decades. Qianye. Working with Unohanaretsu, they kidnapped Ishida and used Kukaki Qianye's mother. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. Kurosaki Ichigo. Our goal is to rescue Rukia and her companions, and we must not initiate a conflict with Kukaki Qianye. Above. Black Cat Yoriyuki looked solemn and spoke solemnly. Kukaki Qianye is her best friend and is much more important to her than Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia. Not to mention, with the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo, even Bankai cannot cause harm to Kukaki Qianye. Abarai Renji patted Kurosaki Ichigo on the shoulder. 2nd Division Captain Kukaki Qianye is the legend of the entire Soul Society. The number 1 genius, given his character, will definitely not embarrass us as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke him. Although Abarai Renji has never met Kukaki Qianye in person. But the rumors about him and his character are overwhelming. Below. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, but his fists were still clenched tightly. The blood surges in my heart. No matter who. Anyone who stops him from rescuing his companions will be defeated by him. Island in the middle of the lake. Central 46. Blood flowed horizontally, and the smell of blood was pungent. Original. 50 years ago. Central 46 were all killed by the mysterious man. Now, all the members of Central 46, which had been reformed in recent decades, fell to the ground softly. Body stiffness. Dead for a long time. In the deepest part of room 46. A silver-haired boy still kept his squinting smile and stood respectfully. Looking at the figure standing in front of him with his hands behind his back, wearing square glasses, full of elegant and bookish air. The temperament is gentle and warm. It's like the spring breeze blowing into the heart of people. Only, the bloody smell of room 46 coming from the outside world added a chill to the atmosphere. Even though the outside world was in a state of chaos, Ichimaru Jin's expression did not change at all. Tuan can aim. violated Aizen's instruction not to take direct action against Kukaki Qianye. Tuan. Only strength is true justice. Aizen's expression was calm, and his square-framed glasses reflected the light, making it difficult to see the expression in his eyes. Now. Wine pond and meat forest. Crazy collision of 3 pieces of Ryotsu. Only 2 of them, Ryotsu, are like candles in the wind, facing the attack of violent wind and rain. An unparalleled and domineering Ryotsu fills the entire world. Kukaki Qianye just stood there lazily. It represents the pinnacle of martial arts. Sharp ultimate. Suzumushi 1 style. Tuan Kaname was not afraid at all, and shouted angrily. The surface of the Zanpakutō Ryotsu in his hand trembled rapidly, making a harsh buzzing sound. Shikai 1st style. The sound waves on the surface of Zanpakutō will prevent other weapons from binding the blade. If you send sound waves into the ears of enemies with lower Ryotsu, you can hypnosis the enemy. Gather solution and control in 1. Suzumushi 2nd style Red Migratory Locust. Suddenly, numerous sharp blades with sharp edges appeared in the air. They were extremely sharp and pointed at Kukaki Qianye. Just the beginning. Tuan Kaname used Shikai. CHFC, aside. Komamura Seijin also gritted his teeth and activated Shikai. Behind. Suddenly a huge arm with a knife appeared. That is part of the body of the Black Robe Heavenly Punishment King. Possessing extremely powerful power. It can tear the earth apart easily. Kukaki Qianye. Tuan Kaname shouted angrily. The densely packed blades in the air rushed toward Kukaki Qianye. It was like locusts sweeping across everything. There is no end in sight. The giant hand with the knife also slashed wildly, and huge and deep cracks opened on the ground. It was as if it wanted to annihilate everything and crush everything. Rear. Everyone, as well as the residents of Rukonga in the distance, watched this captain-level battle with wide eyes. But Kukaki Qianye's expression did not change at all. Pa! The sound of snapping fingers is clear and sweet, with a sudden overflowing Ryotsu. In the air. Suddenly a terrifying and crazy sharp sword light filled the air. As far as the eye can see. Completely white. It's like the power of heaven is approaching. The sharp edge of the gods. All things and phenomena are unstoppable. Everyone covered their eyes, even the civilians watching from a distance felt extremely stinging on their skin. They all screamed. Click! Click! Like breaking glass. Countless fine and deep space cracks appeared in the sky, with irresistible tearing force. Even space. No one can resist this ultimate edge. Pfft! Like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. In the air. The densely packed infinite blades and the right arm of the giant hand were smoothly sliced through the middle. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. No hesitation, no hindrance. The sword light passed through everything and rushed straight towards Tuan Kaname and Kashiwamura Seijin. In a moment. Blood splashed wildly, dyeing the entire sky red. Such sharpness. Baikun Seijin's pupils shrank slightly, and the next moment, his body felt a stab of pain, his vision was spinning, and he fell down. Unconscious. A fine slash stretched across half of his body. At the cut surface, blood flowed across the surface, forming a pool of bright red lake on the ground. At the same time, a dark arm rose into the air, only to fly into the air before being smashed into pieces by the fine and deep space cracks. Tuan Kaname covered his left arm that was spurting out blood, with large drops of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. A maddening tingling sensation, eroding his nerves crazily. In his perception, Kukaki Qianye stood there from beginning to end, without moving a step. There was even time for a sip of wine, and the mood was full of relaxation. This is absolute confidence. Absolutely domineering and unparalleled. How could my justice stop here? Tuan Kaname roared. All the clothes on his upper body exploded, and the dirty black wind danced wildly. Ryotsu suddenly surged, shattering the straightest clouds in the sky. The Zanpakutō in the hand makes a harsh insect sound. Far away. Residents watching. As well as the guards and maids in the wine pond and meat forest. Just hearing the sound makes my head swell and I cover my ears in pain. Bankai. Suzumushi Final Style, Yama Cricket. Suddenly, in the field, Kukaki Qianye and Tsunayashiro both disappeared. Suzumushi releases Ryutsu, which ends up turning into a giant ball. Wrap Tsunayashiro and enemies together in the barrier. Except for the person who touches the hilt of Suzumushi's knife. Others' hearing, vision, smell, and sense of Ryutsu will disappear completely. Only the touch is left to feel the pain of being slaughtered by Tsunayashiro. This is his strongest trump card. Rules-based abilities. Enough to defeat the weak and the strong, turning defeat into victory. Lord Qianye. Rear. The men of the second division all exclaimed. But, next moment, everyone rubbed their eyes. Kukaki Qianye's figure reappeared, with a lazy smile on his face, and he took a sip of wine. A Zanpakutō with black and red twisted lines and a golden handle appeared in his hand. The blade is cold and biting. Full of extreme edge. Before. It is a huge oval-shaped Yama cricket barrier. Now. Inside the Yama cricket barrier. Tsunayashiro looked solemn, holding the knife, and the wound on his left arm was torn apart crazily by the remaining sharp energy. Blood flowed profusely. There is no way to heal at all. Walking towards Kukaki Qianye, who was standing blankly. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Really? Even Kukaki Qianye? Nor can we resist the loss of all senses except touch. Him now. Let it be slaughtered. Suddenly. Behind Kukaki Qianye, a shadow composed of spiritual power appeared, with 6 huge arms that were extremely ferocious. Dancing wildly in the air. Heido 33, Blue Fire Pendant. Kukaki Qianye said in a dull tone, like a fixed procedure. Next moment. Boom. A total of 7 huge bright red fireballs that looked like millstones filled the entire space. The rising and steaming temperature suddenly filled the entire space. Like lava erupting from a volcano, the entire barrier was plunged into a raging sea of fire. Outside world. Click. Click. The oval barrier in the sky was covered with spider web-like cracks, and it exploded in an instant. Like the sun shining. A huge pillar of flames rose into the sky. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Everyone's body was tingling, and their clothes were wet with sweat. With horror and awe, he looked at the lazy figure on the battlefield in the distance. A dark and burnt figure fell heavily to the ground, breathless. There were shocking scars everywhere on his body that were burned by the flames. When he saw the phantom of Kukaki Qianye slowly disappearing, but the real Kukaki Qianye in the outside world was still drinking, Tsunayashiro's pupils contracted violently. Impossible. Yama cricket, how could it fail? When did you? Do you have the illusion that I have entered the barrier? Kukaki Qianye walked up to him and looked at the loser at his feet with lazy eyes. Tsunayashiro was seriously injured and murmured, I will never admit that you are an unjust person. Just staring straight at the black and red patterned blade, this legendary sword. Next moment. A pure white edge filled the entire field of vision. A head rolled aside with a rumble. Kukaki Qianye raised the knife and dropped it, blood spattered, and blood beads continued to fall from Tianduan Wanxiang, exuding an awe-inspiring and cold aura. This is true justice. Dividing line. Chapter 63. The war is over. The heavy pressure slowly disappeared, and the dark clouds that enveloped the entire jingling court gradually dispersed. The sky and the earth are clear and bright. Kukaki Qianye didn't take a second glance at the corpse on the ground. He lazily took a sip of wine, and the heavenly and all forms in his hand disappeared without a trace. Lord Qianye defeated 2 captains. Rear. Wine pond and meat forest. The maids and guards were talking a lot, and the civilians in the jingling court further away also looked at him in awe and kept beating and tickling Kukaki Qianye. Team leader. In jingling ting. But absolutely high level, high-end combat power. But in just a short moment, 2 people were lost. This is what a strong record. But. Hijin frowned, with some worry in her eyes. Although. It was Tsunayashiro who provoked me first. However, for killing the 2 captains of the Gotei 13, even if Master Qianye is noble and extremely powerful, I am afraid he will still be held accountable. Next moment, boom! The sky was bright red, and there was an extremely hot temperature. An old man with an X-shaped scar on his head, a serious face, and wearing Haori, the captain of the first team, suddenly appeared on the scene. Not long after, several figures flashed by: Byakuya Kuchiki, Anohanaretsu, Zaraki Kenpei, Le Shunsui. All remaining captains arrived one after another. In the battlefield. Extremely miserable. The earth has plowed deep ravines, and there are crazy spiritual powers everywhere, and blood is everywhere. Tuan Kaname's body lay there cold. The bright red and sticky blood condensed into a lake on the ground. Kashiwamura Seijin, half of his body was covered with huge slash marks, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Watch it all. Yuen Liuzai frowned and took a deep look at Kukaki Qianye. The other captains' pupils shrank violently, shocked, and their eyes focused on Kukaki Qianye. How long has it been since the battle? I'm afraid it won't take more than 3 minutes. These are 2 active captains. They were lost here like this. To know. Active captain. It is the absolute high-end combat power of Soul Society. They are carefully selected from the captain level strength and the strong ones who have reached the level of solution. Everyone. They are all absolute elites. Can easily kill a Jicha's level Minos Grande. That Kukaki Qianye. Fight the captain level. They can be absolutely crushed. So. How far has his strength reached? Kashimura is still alive, but he is seriously injured and is on the verge of death. He must be treated immediately. Anohanaretsu went to check on Komamura Seijin's injuries. The gentle and beautiful face is full of dignity. Although the blood is almost drained. But his captain-level strength allowed him to barely breathe. Other captains. He shook his head slightly, and all eyes were focused on Kukaki Qianye. Although Kukaki Qianye only knows how to enjoy life and live happily every day. But when it comes to taking action, even if the opponent is a colleague of Gotei 13, he is still so domineering and decisive, with unparalleled sharpness. What happened? Yuen Liuzai frowned and spoke softly. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye left in a swaggering manner under the watch of everyone and walked towards Qianye Pavilion. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni stared deeply at the back of Kukaki Qianye. Even though, try to avoid the loss of Soul Society's power. But in the end, God failed to fulfill his wishes. Other people, Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake, and others also sighed. Just. Kukaki Qianye has told the whole story of the incident. Everything. It's all Tuan Kaname's own fault. He violated the order by taking action against Kukaki Qianye. Even if you don't die, also be punished. And Kukaki Qianye. It's just that self-defense went a little too far. There's nothing to find fault with. What's more, in addition to being the captain of the 2nd Division, he is also the head of the Kukaki family. Even Gotei 13 can't punish him. It must be reported to Central 46. But after this battle, Kukaki Qianye is no longer the #1 genius in Soul Society. Kiraku Shunsui sighed softly. Everyone else also looked at Kukaki Qianye's leaving figure and nodded slightly. Genius. It just describes a weak person who has not yet grown up. And now, Kukaki Qianye has the strength to crush both captains. It has grown into Soul Society's true top combat power, a super strong man. Hashtag. It is possible that he has already achieved the rank of Commander-in-Chief. Kukaki Qianye. The news that he easily defeated the 2 captains spread crazily throughout Soul Society at an alarming speed. Before, the coercion that enveloped the entire jingling court made people feel the sharp aura of destruction. Makes everyone shudder. At this time, the whole story of the incident was finally clear. It was a battle involving a captain. Especially the civil war in Gotei 13. Such breaking news. It has become a crazy topic of discussion among people. Underground training ground. The black cat lay quietly on the hillside, his eyes a little dull. Did not expect. Just 50 years. Kukaki Qianye has grown to such an extent. Promote to the peak of the entire Soul Society's combat power. And she and Urahara Kisuke are still at the captain level. Is this the difference between geniuses and mortals? Yoryuki smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. She clearly knows how bad Kukaki Qianye is, but even in such a bad situation, he can achieve such terrifying strength. But, fortunately, given his character, he will not interfere in Rukia's rescue, otherwise we would never have the slightest chance. Yoryuki sighed softly and looked at the two figures in front of him. A head of yellow hair. Kurosaki Ichigo is full of grit. A head full of red hair. Abarai Renji, who also has tattoos on his head. Please remember, never take action against Kukaki Qianye, with his strength, even if you learn Bankai. I can't even take the next blow. Yoryuki's expression was solemn as he warned the two of them. As long as he doesn't block me. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and clenched his fists tightly. Abarai Renji, with a look of approval. Fighting with that kind of pervert, isn't that looking for abuse? Byakuya Kuchiki is already the goal that he strives to surpass throughout his life. As for the stronger Kukaki Qianye. Anyway, I have to surpass Byakuya Kuchiki first. My Bankai practice has been completed, Ichigo, keep up the good work. Abarai Renji stood up and patted Kurosaki Ichigo on the shoulder. Carrying Zabumaru, he walked toward the outside world. He's going straight to the prison. Save Rukia. Island in the middle of the lake. Central 46. Ichimaru-jin stood respectfully, still with the familiar squinting eyes and an exaggerated arc at the corners of his mouth. On weekdays. Although Tsunayashiro looks unremarkable in Gotei 13. T. Working under Eisen. He knows Tsunayashiro's strength very well. He has been hiding his clumsiness, but his true strength is already at the peak of captaincy. And his Bankai Yama cricket is an extremely powerful East Path ability. But even so, he was also killed directly by Kukaki Qianye in a crushing manner. There is no chance of resistance. It seems. Kukaki Qianye's strength is much stronger than he imagined. He can even compete with Aizen. At the same time, Aizen in front of me. He still wears square-framed glasses, a strand of brown hair resting on his forehead, and still has a smile as warm and genial as the sun. Tsunayashiro's death. It failed to make his heart tremble at all. Silver. Be prepared. It's time for the three realms to usher in a new life. Soul Society. Above the Siridii. 10,000 years since. There is a different space. Spiritual Palace. It is also where the legendary Spirit King lives. Guarded by the royal agents, Squad 0. Has the power to defeat the entire Gotei 13. It is also the pinnacle of Soul Society. Now, in a huge and wide square, 5 people gathered here. A tall man with a bald head and a rather thick beard grinned and looked at the 4 figures in front of him. The face is thin, with a hook-shaped airplane head at the end. A fat lady with long purple hair. A man with black curly hair and sunglasses. There is also an elegant woman with 6 skeleton arms. Every figure. It looks unremarkable. But the inside of the body is like a blazing sun. Full of incredible terrifying power. Anyone. All created the history of Soul Society. He is a high-ranking and famous figure in Soul Society. 5 people. They are all members of Team 0. Ichibe Hyasub, whose real name is Monk, is the leader of Team 0 and the one who names everything in Soul Society. Tian Chilang of Kirin Temple. Quan Tang Gui. The Eastern God General. Medical spas were created. Hakaifun Kiryu. Hub King. The Southern God General. Create the technology to transform the soul and put it into the body. Wang Yu of Ermiwu. God of Swords. Western God General. Created sealed state. Is the origin of all Zanpakutō in Soul Society. Shutra Senjo Pills. Ori Mamoru. The Northern God General. Created the Death Domination outfit. Full membership. The Soul King has recognized that Kukaki Qianye has created the history of Soul Society. If you are qualified, join Team 0. Ichibe Hyasub said solemnly with a solemn tone. After 100 years, are there any new people joining? Kiryu Hakaifun, who had purple hair and looked like a fat ant, smiled slightly. She was the Zero Division that she joined 100 years ago. In the past 100 years, the Zero Division has added 2 people. The recent Soul Society is really full of talents. Shutara Senjumaru on the side also nodded, with a look of satisfaction on his face. So, what history has this newcomer created? I have heard that his Zanpakutō is sharper than my Shibushi. Nigia Wangyu looked curious, staring closely at the leader of Yamato Shang in front of him. Ichibai Hyasub narrowed his eyes slightly. He created the most genius history in Soul Society, which is unprecedented. From now on, no one will surpass him. Throughout the entire history, he is the person with the most powerful talent. Even more outstanding than the ancestors of the 5 nobles. Please give me flowers. This. Still the only one. A person who has qualified to join the Zero Division with his absolute talent advantage. Spiritual Palace. The news is not closed. Of course, they can't hide the major events that happened in Soul Society. Last 100 years. Kukaki Qianye came out of nowhere. Although he often performed badly, his performance was truly demonstrated in every game. Especially this time. He even defeated the 2 captains with an absolute crushing force. His Zanpakutō is known as the strongest in the Sharpness system. It is the sharpest thing in the entire Soul Society and even the 3 realms, and it is enough to cut off all phenomena. Long before, Kukaki Qianye's performance attracted the attention of Team Zero. Today, his potential and talent were finally recognized by the Spirit King. Newcomer, it's really scary. Kiryu Hakaifun patted his chest on the side, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. To know. Even in Team Zero, not everyone is good at fighting. The real main combat forces are Ichibai Hyasub and Nikia Oue. The remaining 3. They are all auxiliary abilities, and their combat power is far inferior. And Kukaki Qianye. What is valued is combat power. It can make up for the shortcomings of the Zero Division to a great extent. After Kukaki Qianye joins, the strength of our Zero team will reach a higher level. Tensuro Kairanji nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, member of Team Zero, Kukaki Qianye is most welcome to join us. Several people continued to discuss. When and how will Kukaki Qianye be invited to officially join Team Zero? Time flies. 3 days later. An area with towering cliffs called Sokyoku Hills. A huge elevated tower stands straight into the sky. In front of the elevated road, there is a Zanpakutō that is several hundred meters long, has a blade that is bigger than a human, and is as thick as a mountain. Sokyoku, also known as the King of Destruction, has the attack power of 1,000,000 Zanpakutō. It is the most powerful spear in Soul Society. It is also a tool for executing those who commit heinous crimes. Now, below the cliff, there are densely packed figures of elite Shinigami dressed in black everywhere. With a serious look on his face, he was on guard against enemies that might attack at any time. At the same time, a shackled, petite girl wearing pale clothes, with a single strand of bangs hanging on her forehead, was slowly escorted up Sokyoku Hill. Looking at Sokyoku Hill, not far away is the luxurious and magnificent Qianye Pavilion. There was a trace of nostalgia in Rukia's deep purple eyes. There. It's where my sister works. It is also where she lives with her sister. Although it is a place of fireworks, my sister is Lord Qianye's subordinate and is responsible for managing Qianye Pavilion. Now it seems that even my sister has not convinced Mr. Kukaki Qianye. But I met my sister, spent 50 years of happy time, and got to know my comrades who share life and death together. There is no regret in my heart. Approaching death. Rukia's mind was extremely calm, strangely without any disturbance. Aside. Yamamoto Genryusai, looking at Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him, his old face was covered with black lines. Today. It was the day of Rukia's execution. Original. All captains must come. But. Gotei 13. At the captain level, only one person is Byakuya Kuchiki. At the vice-captain level, there are only a few people including Matsumoto Rangiku, Suifeng, Hisagi Shuei, etc. Kurotsuka Mayuri is busy studying the captured Quincy named Ishida Uryu. Zaraki Kenpeki has already fought against Lu Hu, and his injury is still not healed. Komamura Seijin was seriously injured and received treatment. Jushiro Yukitake called in sick. Tuan Kaname died. Aizen Sosuke died. Kiraku Shunsui, Anohanaretsu, Hichugaya Toshiro, Ichimaru Jin, all of them were absent for no reason without even saying hello. As for Kukaki Qianye, never mind. Thinking about him gives me a headache. Rukia was put on a high platform and then slowly rose into the sky. Firmly fixed at the top. All abilities on the body are blocked. Before. It is Zanpakutō Sokyoku who is wrapped in a special bandage and is larger than a human. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni looked at Rukia. Rukia. What is your last wish? Rukia just nodded slightly, the trip was just to save my friends. After my death, I hope to let them live. Besides. Tell Master Kukaki Qianye for me to take good care of my sister. Below. Yuen Liuzai nodded slightly. Byakuya Kuchiki, on the other hand, had an expressionless face and sighed in his heart. How can you let go of a travel disaster? Promise her now. Just compassion for the dying. Now that. Kukaki Qianye did not express clearly that he wanted to save Rukia. Then he won't take action, he will just do his best to fulfill his duty as captain. Gradually. The bandages on Sokyoku are torn apart. At the same time. A flame that destroyed the world and seemed to burn out the sky rose into the sky and filled the entire sky. Chapter 64. The King of Destruction. This is Sokyoku's posture after liberation. The huge fire phoenix raised its head to the sky and roared. Waves of surging air emitted from its body, as if it was going to crush everything. Rukia's face was red in the firelight, and she closed her eyes gently. Now. Sokyoku Hill. The atmosphere was extremely noisy and tense. Rukia is about to reach the critical moment of execution. But. A figure in the distance. Straight into everyone's sight. Kukaki Qianye. What is his purpose in coming to Sokyoku Hill? In the field. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni, Hisajai Shuei, Sui Feng. Everyone was looking at the figure sitting on the top of Qianye Pavilion not far away. Sokyoku is roaring ferociously, the fire phoenix spreads its wings, dyeing half the sky red. But. All of these. Compared to the figure in the distance, it was so insignificant. A glimmer of light flashed in Rukia's eyes. This was her first time seeing Kukaki Qianye. This big shot is full of praise from Hijin. The number one genius of Soul Society. Extremely powerful. Lord Qianye. Original. The heartbroken Rukia. At this time, the fire was rekindled in my heart. The cold feeling of approaching death also quietly passed away, and instead I was surrounded by a reassuring and warm feeling. Hiding in the darkness, Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists tightly and stared at the legendary Kukaki Qianye with a determined expression. It's also someone Yoriyuki has repeatedly warned you not to mess with. Although he was just drinking lazily. The momentum around him did not leak at all. But he just stayed there quietly, and it seemed like a big mountain was weighing on everyone's hearts. I can't breathe at all. This is Soul Society, the power of the extremely powerful. No one knows. What will Kukaki Qianye, who never plays by the rules, do? No one can believe it. He, who has always been a 387 man, deliberately came here just to watch the punishment. His appearance. It is the biggest unstable factor that affects the situation of all parties. Execution. Continue. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni narrowed his eyes slightly and said without any doubt. At the same time. Jingling Ting. Qianye Pavilion. Kukaki Qianye was lying on the top of the pavilion, holding a pot of wine in his hand and taking a sip from time to time. Recently. Kukaki Qianye wandered around Rukonga and the Qianye Pavilion of Jingling Ting, with Fei Zhen accompanying him. From time to time, the two of them would play a game of poker. 3 days in a row. Kukaki Qianye has entered the sage state. Aside. Hijin squeezed his shoulders gently. At the same time, he stared worriedly at his sister who was being executed in the distance. Don't worry. Kukaki Qianye patted her head and said lazily. If because of her butterfly effect, the plot changes, Rukia faces a life and death crisis. Then it's time to take action. After all, the promises he made will definitely be fulfilled. Ding! Host played poker with Hijin for 3 days, enjoyed Hijin and obtained the achievement Stupid Brother, you can't control Hijin, let me do it. Reward obtained, Yin Yang Wind Curse unlocks the 3rd spell, Mi Tian. The 3rd spell. Kukaki Qianye raised the corners of his mouth slightly and nodded. There are 9 spells in total in the Yin Yang Wind Curse. Previously, only the first 2 spells were unlocked. 6 Souls Horror Curse. Seal of Sleep. Now, the 3rd spell. Finally come. Kukaki Qianye stared straight at the introduction of the Burial Curse in the system panel, his eyes narrowed slightly. This is a large area of AE damage. Can control the celestial phenomena within a 10-kilometer radius. Rain of death falls from the sky. Every drop of rain is equivalent to a blow at the vice-captain level. It can be said. Anyone below the captain level will perish in this endless heavy rain. And enemies killed by the Sky Burial Curse will turn into corpse soldiers controlled by themselves, and their strength will be exactly the same as before they were alive. Enemies killed by corpse soldiers will also become corpse soldiers. It can be said. With this trick, anyone who wants to use the human sea tactic against themselves will lose the effect. The younger brothers you send, as long as they are not captain level, will become corpse soldiers under your control. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Hijin on the side, hearing Kukaki Qianye's words, her eyes were full of peace of mind. As expected. Right after the execution, the fire phoenix roaring up to the sky was blocked by a man wearing a jet-black death tyrant uniform with yellow hair. At the same time, Sokyoku's high platform was cut off, and Rukia was led away by another red-haired man. Aside, Kukaki Qianye watched all this. Really? Current Kurosaki Ichigo learned Bankai. As for Abarai Renji, according to the intelligence from the past 2 days, if he tried to break into the Siraidai prison, he would be killed by white hits. Now the injury has been cured and he has participated in the rescue operation of Rukia. But it is different from the original work. This time Zaraki Kenpeka did not help the protagonist group. The protagonist group members, Inu Orium, Ishida Uryu, and others have not been released either. Even currently, Ishida Uryu is still doing this kind of inhumane research by Kuratsuka Mayuri, whom he hates the most. The real fighting power of the protagonist group. There are only captain-level Yoryuki, Kurosaki Ichigo who has reached the captain's limit of whiteness, and deputy captain Abarai Renji. Eisen. It's almost time to put it on. Sokyoku Hill erupts with various powerful ryotsu. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, took a sip of wine lazily and watched the fire from the other side. Eyes fixed on Byakuya Kuchiki. The only combat leader is Byakuya, and Mr. Yamamoto is destined to be fought by Kiraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake. Same as the original. Byakuya's opponent is still Kurosaki Ichigo. Fighting Kurosaki Ichigo is also a kind of growth for Byakuya. As an older brother, you only need to protect Byakuya at the right moment. In the open space on the side, Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his originally stooped figure straightened a little. Although, from the outside, he is just an ordinary old man. But his aura was like that of an extremely ferocious beast, bounded by the boundless ocean. A little leakage is enough to make countless people tremble in their hearts. Now, he glanced at the unmoved Kukaki Qianye from the corner of his eye. Subsequently, his sharp eyes stared closely at the 2 proud disciples in front of him. Kiraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake. Them. Also participated in Rukia's rescue. Take the responsibility of stopping Yamamoto Genryusai. Rukia's crime will not lead to death. We took action for the justice in our hearts. 2 traitors. If you don't even care about the justice of the world, how can you talk about the justice in your heart? You have disappointed me very much. I always thought that Kukaki Qianye would be the one to take action. Did not expect. Yamamoto Genryusai shook his head. Pulling out Zanpakutō, the upper body's clothes exploded to pieces, revealing a tyrannical body with knotted muscles and scars. Half of the sky was burned crazily by blazing flames. The ground turned into magma, forming a raging sea of fire. Ryujin Jaka. Zanpakutō, the strongest and oldest fire type, is released here. At the same time, the other side. Two figures chasing each other can move hundreds of meters away in an instant. Not long after, stopping in a woods, two captain-level Ryutsu Hyuxia emerged. Crazy confrontation. -1 The black-skinned lady in yellow clothes and purple hair in a ponytail is quietly looking at the girl with straight bangs in front of her. Sui Feng. Formerly known as Swafon. He is a subordinate noble of the Shihaoran family and a descendant of the B family. Also before. Shihaoran Yoryuki's most outstanding subordinate. Sui Feng. 50 years ago. Yoryuki's face was full of apology. 50 years ago, she escaped from Soul Society with the current masked legion and Urahara Kisuke. Abandoned his right-hand man Sui Feng. Now. See her again. Thousands of words, but I am speechless and choked. No need to say it. Before Yoryuki could finish speaking, Sui Feng shook his head and interrupted. My current mission is just to defeat you and capture the fugitive Rukia. In the original work, Sui Feng, filled with hatred and anger in his heart, has disappeared. I worked as a deputy to Kukaki Qianye, the hands-off shopkeeper, for 50 years, and was buried in a sea of documents every day. It had already made her heart colder than the cold iron in the abyss. The matter between Yoryuki and her has long since disappeared. Now, just to complete the task, her boss is only Kukaki Qianye. Before, Yoryuki was stunned for a moment. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Then he suddenly turned his head and looked at the lazy figure at the top of Qianye Pavilion. That Kukaki Qianye, what on earth did he do to Sui Feng? Bankai. Tensa Zanjutsu. The hard yellow earth exploded with a bang. The huge Ryutsu tore through everything, as if it was about to cut off the sky. A young man with yellow hair, wearing a black Death Tyrant uniform, held a dark and slender Zanpakutō in his hand. His tenacious eyes were fixed on Byakuya Kuchiki in front of him. The one in the legend. Kukaki Qianye's younger brother. I just want to protect my companions and don't want to mate with you. Kurosaki Ichigo spoke solemnly. His strength is only for protecting his companions. If Byakuya Kuchiki insists on blocking it, he will have no choice but to fight. Anyone who stops him from saving his comrades will be defeated. But Byakuya Kuchiki just shook his head slightly. Kukaki family. You are the defender of Soul Society's rules. If even I let you go, break the rules. Soul Society, who will respect the rules and abide by the rules? Said. Senbonzakura is suddenly released from your hands. Two figures, one black and one white, intersect crazily in the sky. Bankai. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Countless pink sakura flowers. Scattered towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Every petal has extremely sharp edges. Gathered together, it's like a huge meat grinder, crushing everything. Not long after, the Black Knight Ichigo was at a disadvantage, gritting his teeth and struggling to hold on. A lot of sweat was dripping from my forehead. My wrists are shaking slightly. Zanpakutō, get out of here. Tensa Zanjutsu greatly increases his speed and can overwhelm Byakuya Kuchiki during Shikai. But once Byakuya Bankai, the gap in hard power cannot be made up by passion. Yo! Ichigo, I'm really embarrassed. A lazy voice suddenly sounded, and Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank violently. Next moment, a mask that looked like pale bones instantly covered Kurosaki Ichigo's entire face. The originally clear crescent moon has become dark and deep. The spiritual power beside him was even greater, sweeping over everything and covering the sky. It was just as deep as ink. It exuded an extremely evil aura. Let me show you what real fighting is. Crescent moon clashes. Kurosaki Ichigo, the white in the body, awakens at this moment. Controlled his body. Two figures crisscross each other. The huge Ryutsu is overflowing with madness. Just for a moment. The earth shattered, and crazy spiritual power was scattered in all directions. The whole world fell into a ferocious sound of destruction. Ha 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 ha. This is the real battle. Ichigo, you are too weak. You cannot display the strength of Getsuga Tensu at all. It's such a waste to give you this kind of power. Tsubai laughed wildly, and the Zanpakutō in his hand was danced in the wind like a big windmill, blocking the oncoming sakura flowers. At the same time, he rushed towards Byakuya Kuchiki, who was sweating on his head and breathing heavily. Captain level. Nothing more than that. Ha 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 ha. Tsubai laughed wildly. Tensā Zanjutsu trembled crazily, and in just an instant, the dense shadows of swords surrounded Byakuya Kuchiki. At the same time, in the woods, the battlefield is a mess. There is broken earth everywhere and giant trees that have been beaten to pieces. The violent spiritual power spreads at will. On the ground, there were dozens of them, the elite Shinigami of the 2nd Division, lying densely packed together. In just an instant, the night took them all away. The two figures faced each other, and powerful auras erupted from their bodies. Instant. Yoryuki stared at Sui Feng, who used instant open, and the clothes on his shoulders and back exploded. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. This move, which combines white hits and Kidō, was developed by her decades ago. He is the founder of Instant Kai. It's useless, Sui Feng, your attack has no effect on me. Just now, I never used instantaneous attack to fight you. Opposite. Sui Feng's expression remains unchanged, but the Ryutsu on his body further improves. The clothes that exploded on her shoulders and back were further torn apart. An even greater force enveloped her. Extremely instantaneous opening. Boom in the battlefield, the sound of shattering explosions, the sounds of Ryutsu's fighting, and the sound of Kidō's activation are endless. Not long after, Yoryuki fell to the ground weakly, unable to use up his energy. The previous confidence disappeared. There was an expression of extreme horror in his eyes. Her instantaneous opening. Suppressed. Extremely instantaneous opening, what the hell is that? Yoryuki, this is the move taught to me by Master Kukaki Qianye. Sui Feng stared at Yoryuki expressionlessly. At the same time, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. 3.7 At first, when he saw Kukaki Qianye's extreme instant opening, Sui Feng was shocked and wanted to learn. Every day, after handling the heavy official duties, you have to serve Kukaki Qianye and satisfy any of his requests. This request. That's 10 years. Kukaki Qianye finally entered his office one night and told himself some of the secrets of Ji Shunkai. Although Ji Instant Open is a move that only Master Kukaki Qianye, with his talent, can fully use. Kidō, which requires complex chanting and huge backswing, is at Kukaki Qianye-sama's place. The excitation speed is dozens of times, hundreds of times higher. But even if she only learned a little bit about it, integrating Shunpo into Ji Shunkai speeded up Kidō's operation a little bit. In this kind of confrontation between masters, it is very important. Can easily defeat yet. Is it because of Qianye? Yoryuki was lying on the ground, his chest rising and falling slightly. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Original. I just thought that the gap between me and Qianye was getting bigger and bigger after not seeing each other for decades. Unexpectedly, even his original subordinates surpassed him after becoming Kukaki Qianye's vice captain. 5F. So scary. The other side. The dense shadows of swords pressed Byakuya Kuchiki back continuously. Ryutsu is getting weaker and weaker, and a trace of paleness appears on his handsome face. Byakuya Kuchiki, your defeat is certain. I really want to see how powerful your brother is. Tsubai laughed arrogantly. Tensā Zanjutsu was danced to an airtight level. But next moment, Tensā Zanjutsu, who could kill everything and defeat the enemy, was gently stopped by a slender finger. Even if Tsubai uses all his strength, I can't even make that finger tremble at all. Your arrogance has nothing to do with me, but I don't like it if you hurt Byakuya. Chapter 65. What? In the battlefield. Subai's pupils shrank violently. The wild laughter in his mouth stopped abruptly. Tensā Zanjutsu, as if it had struck 1,000-year-old yellow iron. It made an ear-splitting sound of gold and iron clashing. An unparalleled force is coming. Subai's arm suddenly exploded due to the huge shock. Bloody flesh and blood splashed everywhere. In front of him, a lazy figure appeared. His face is handsome, as if he was born in heaven. Byakuya Kuchiki's appearance is 80% similar to his. Only, the two have completely different temperaments. Byakuya has a deep and steady temperament, while this person has a lazy look on his face, as if he doesn't care about anything. Even though he is proud of the crescent moon and the sky, he can't make his expression change at all. Now, he just held out a long finger. He immediately blocked crescent moon sky chong with all his strength. Hateful! Subai roared, and his muscles all over his body trembled crazily. Even if he tried his best, the indestructible Tensā Zanjutsu would make no sound. No progress. That figure, like a majestic mountain, standing in front of you, blocking all ants that want to climb. Rear. Byakuya Kuchiki. He just watched quietly, blocking the shadows in front of him, like an Optimus pillar, blocking out all figures. The brother who has always been unknown. His eyes couldn't help but glazed over. Not far away. In the woods. This is Kinye's Ryutsu. Yoryuki had recovered a little, stood up unsteadily, and in a flash, came directly to the edge of the battlefield between Subai and Byakuya. Sui Feng followed closely behind. Not long after, 3 figures came into view. Byakuya Kuchiki has stepped aside. In the center of the battlefield, his pale face was completely covered by a white, skeletal mask. The whole body exudes a breathtaking, dark, and deep huge Ryutsu. All the clouds in the sky were defeated. The earth cracked and spiritual power splashed out. Look at its power. Astonishingly, he is at the peak of captain level. Only, Subai, who was so arrogant, was gently stopped by a slender finger. Kuchiki Qianye only slightly took action. It's already the limit of Subai. That's Tanya and Ichigo. Sui Feng and Yoryuki stared blankly at the 2 figures in the distance, their pupils shrinking violently. Kurosaki Ichigo. How did it become like this? That mask is completely imaginary. 29. Judging from his Ryutsu and manic state, he has been controlled by Su. But, more importantly, everyone knows it. The power of Kuchiki Qianye, the most powerful person in Seoul society. But, who would have thought? He can withstand the peak captain level combat power with just 1 finger. This is a breathtaking and absolutely crushing calendar area. Now, Siridi. Everyone was fighting in full swing. Kiraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake, now holding Katen Kyakotsu and Sogyo no Kotori, struggled to hold on in the face of Yamamoto Genryusai's offensive. There was sweat on his forehead, and the Death Tyrant uniform on his body was in tatters, and he was breathing heavily. Before, Yamamoto Genryusai, holding Ryujin Jaka, filled the sky with dazzling red flames. It's like the might of God is approaching, enough to make the entire jingling court tremble. Shikai. Everything will turn into ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Everyone. You can all feel that this place is like a volcanic eruption, extremely hot and irresistibly huge Ryutsu. This is captain level Ryutsu. The strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. Yuen Luzai. The name. It represents the limit of Shinigami, the insurmountable peak. Under the pressure of this Ryutsu, and the strongest and oldest fire-type Zanpakutō, Ryujin Jaka. Even the captain-level Kiraku Shunsui, and Jushiro Yukitake, Tomo were crushed by Arashi. We can only struggle to hold on in the stormy offensive. But, next moment, a familiar Ryutsu seems to be crushing everything. En's Hongyu seems to be standing in my heart. Appeared suddenly. The flames that spread across the sky were constantly shattered. They were replaced by a Ryutsu that contained the ultimate sharpness. In an instant, the whole sky, half of it is as red as fire. The other half is unparalleled in sharpness. The newly promoted Ryotsu is no less than a captain. Aside. Kiraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake all opened their eyes wide, staring straight at the sky covered in fire and sharpness. Captain level. This Ryotsu. It's Kukaki Qianye. He took action. Why did he take action, and who was his opponent? Opposite. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni also paused for a moment, looking at the dazzling sky. His old face was slightly moved. That young man who drinks and fishes every day and acts without any scruples. It has grown to such an extent. The entire jingling court. Everyone's jaw dropped in shock at the sudden appearance of this sharp Ryotsu, and everyone was trembling under the radiant power. Kukaki Qianye. So scary. Island in the middle of the lake. Central 46. A man wearing square glasses and a face as warm as the spring breeze stood with his hands behind his hands, quietly looking out the window at the sky filled with firelight and sharpness. His face was neither sad nor happy, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. Behind. Ichimaru Jin, who squinted his eyes and always had a smile on his lips, finally couldn't hold himself any longer, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly at this moment. Tuan can aim. It's really not unjust to die. Who would have thought that Kukaki Qianye has truly reached the level of captain? His strength is even comparable to Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. In the air. The evenly matched Ryotsu is the best proof. But. So powerful Kukaki Qianye. Maybe it will make Eisen a little scared. Silver. It's about to begin. Eisen looked away and smiled slightly. Suddenly, a petite girl with a round head came running from the outside world. Hinamori Momo. When I saw Eisen, my eyes glowed with dazzling light. Not long after. Hinamori Momo fell to the ground softly. The dripping blood seemed like streams from all directions, converging into a lake made of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief and the heartache of being betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Next moment. Hitsugaya Toshiro, wearing a black death tyrant outfit, silver hair and blue eyes, carrying a long sword filled with cold air, rushed in. Looking at all this in a daze. Blue, Eisen too. Why? Eisen pulled out the knife and shook the bloodline on it. Still the same as before. The smile at the corner of his mouth has disappeared, and he speaks softly. Longing is the emotion furthest from understanding. Hateful. Let me defeat you. Toshiro made a zheng sound and suddenly pulled out Hiren Meru, his eyes filled with endless kindness. Captain-level pressure is overflowing like crazy. Fill the entire space. The air above Hiren Meru was filled with cold air, freezing the surrounding air. In the air. There are even traces of white and misty snowflakes filling the air. It's Zanpakutō, Hiren Meru, the strongest ice type. By now. How could he not know that Eisen had rebelled? But. Face it all. Eisen just raised his head and stared in all directions. Leader-level Ryotsu, don't let your mood fluctuate at all. The words were still soft. Toshiro, don't speak arrogantly, it will only reveal your weakness. Bankai. Daiguren Hiren Meru. Ryotsu suddenly rises next to Toshiro. It condenses into a pair of crystal-clear huge wings behind his back, exuding biting cold. Every slash carries unparalleled ice power. Next moment. Pfft. Blood splashed. Toshiro looked at the Zanpakutō that penetrated his body, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Ryotsu was deflated like a rubber ball, and he fell softly to the ground. Eisen, it's you indeed. A female voice sounded. The gentle-looking Anohanaretsu, with black braided hair, looked extremely solemn at this moment. Before. Anohanaretsu has discovered that there is something unusual about Eisen's corpse, and there are always some subtle details that make him feel unexplained. But. Since there was no conclusive evidence, it was not reported to Gotei 13. Now. Eisen has so much courage. He dares to openly betray Gotei 13 and Soul Society. Even. The reorganized Central 46 was also killed by him. Ah, the flower of Mao. If it were another person, it might bother me a little. Eisen still had a gentle face and a controlling smile on his lips, but his breath became as deep as the sea. Like a bottomless cold pool. As long as you peek, you will be sucked in directly. Soul Society, except for Kukaki Qianye, all the top combat forces are trapped in his Kyoka Suijutsu. Only Kukaki Qianye is the biggest unstable factor in this battle. Anohanaretsu, the first generation Kenpeiga slowly pulled out the meat Shizuku cough, split Eisen in half with one stroke. The blade is dazzling. Unstoppable. The level of swordsmanship is full of murderous aura, which is very different from her usual gentle style. But, as far as the eye can see, just a shadow that slowly dissipates. Where is the shadow of Eisen? Yanjian, report to all Gotei 13 members that Eisen has rebelled. I'm going to inform Captain Yamamoto and Kukaki Qianye. Only they have the strength to stop Eisen. Anohanaretsu frowned tightly. Eisen faked his death to rebel. It caught everyone off guard. Jingling ting. There's going to be big trouble. At the same time. Crescent moon clashes. Crescent moon clashes. Crescent moon clashes. Subai looked crazy, and the Zanpakutō dance in his hand was like a windmill in the air. Dark as ink, Ryutsu surges wildly. Countless pitch-black crescents, carrying an unparalleled aura of destruction, rushed towards the lazy figure not far away. Now, Kukaki Qianye was unmoved and just patted Byakuya Kuchiki on the shoulder. The other hand waved lightly as if to ward off flies. Boom! The overflowing Ryutsu penetrates the world, and every tiny ray of Ryutsu carries the most violent and cutting edge. Sharp breath. The huge and sharp aura covered the entire area. The pitch-black Ryutsu beside Subai was completely suppressed. Slowly dissipated into nothingness. Just for a moment. The whole world is clear and bright. The Yuiot Yenchong, which was originally as dark as ink and destroyed everything, was completely wiped out in an instant. Defeat with force. That ordinary hand, like the hand of God, contains incomparable and terrifying power. Any living thing. They can only tremble. Not far away. Sui Feng and Yoriyuki, in front of this absolutely powerful Ryutsu, had big drops of cold sweat on their foreheads. With solemn eyes, he looked at the unrivaled figure in the battlefield. Shinigami's battle. It's Ryutsu's battle. When a person's Ryutsu shows an absolutely crushing attitude, no matter what moves the enemy uses. Even the most instinctive defenses cannot be broken. This is an essential gap in strength, and no amount of skill can make up for it. Hateful. Under the mask, Subai's pupils shrank violently, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the arm holding Tensā Zanjutsu was trembling slightly. There were horrific bloody wounds all over his body, and his whole body looked like it was on the verge of collapse. All his attacks. In front of that man, everyone was instantly wiped out. The invincible crescent moon sky clash has no effect at all. Even. Just the aftermath from that man was enough to seriously injure himself. By now. How could he not know that that man is Byakuya Kuchiki's brother? Kukaki Qianye. He did it to the end. What a pervert. Is this the super strong man of Soul Society? Well, Ichigo, I'd better give your power back to you. Subai smiled awkwardly, and the white bone mask on his face slowly disintegrated. He actually had to run away directly. Hide yourself in Kurosaki Ichigo. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo's own consciousness is gradually recovering. He let out a bloody roar and frantically tore the bone mask on his face. I won't 890 be controlled by virtuality. Want to run? Kukaki Qianye looked lazy. He took a casual sip of wine and swayed like a drunk who had just come out of a wine shop. A Zanpakutō with black and red lines and a golden handle appeared in his hand. But as soon as he appeared, the space around him exploded like broken glass, revealing dark cracks in the space. God breaks everything. The strongest Zanpakutō. All things are unstoppable, and there is nothing in the 9 mountains and seas. Next moment, the black and red lines on Tianduan Wanxiang merged and intertwined in a strange way. Thick and dripping. Like a god weeping blood. The heaven and earth were silent, and the gods were all dark. The entire sky turned completely white. In the center, a scarlet crescent moon hung. It's like the blood and tears left by the gods are swaying on the white sky. Finally, Kukaki Qianye murmured softly, with a calm posture and lazy eyes, just standing there quietly. It represents the power to destroy everything. An insurmountable peak of destruction. Next moment, Kukaki Qianye held the sky to break all the phenomena and waved it lightly with a knife. Everything is dark. The world came to a standstill. It doesn't show any sharpness or force. There was only a pure white sword light with black and red patterns scattered on it, and it cut out lightly. The momentum is not majestic, and it is even easy to be ignored. But it contains rules that are enough to make people bow down and surrender, and break their hearts. This is an absolute rule and an absolute law wrapped in peerless sharpness. Enough to annihilate everything, kill everything, time and space are unstoppable. Despite other rules. If you encounter this kind of power, you will be easily chopped into pieces. Moment. The body of Kurosaki Ichigo, who was struggling and howling, was strangely still. The completely white blade mixed with black and red patterns sank into his body, and large swaths of black mist suddenly emitted from his body. His power collapsed like a deflated rubber ball. In the body, the will that represents Tsubai and the power of Tsu and Shinigami were easily crushed and destroyed without even letting out a scream. Uncle Zanjutsu, on the other hand, was huddled in the corner, trembling as he watched Tsubai's body being penetrated easily. My back was wet with cold sweat. It is extremely sharp and can destroy all rules-based power. It can even forcibly destroy Kurosaki Ichigo, the power of Kin and Shinigami, and the Kyoshi in the body. 3 realms. Since the creation of the world, only Kukaki Qianye can do it. It has reached the level of gods, true art. Kukaki Qianye, if this kind of power continues to be developed, I am afraid that it will really be possible to reach the state of ascending to the gods. Sui Feng and Yoryuki on the side were already petrified, with their mouths wide open and unable to make a sound. Huge and coercive. Pin them to the spot. Bankai? No. Just a fraction of the power of Bankai. Kukaki Qianye did not shout the liberation language. This means that his Bankai ability is even more powerful than this. Chapter 66. That's Master Qianye. Sui Feng looked hot. He stared at that lazy figure with reverence. Aside. Yoryuki doubts life. I know Qianye is powerful. But he did not make any move to liberate Zanpakutō, nor did he call Zanpakutō's true name or chant the solution. You can use part of Bankai's power. Is this reasonable? This is very unreasonable. To know. Soul Society. Boundless. There are countless Shinigami. Shinigami, who has mastered Bankai, is even more unbeatable. Only let Zanpakutō completely surrender and give everything. Only then can you release part of Bankai's strength anytime and anywhere. Since ancient times, it is extremely rare in the history of Soul Society to achieve this step. We have reached a point that is beyond our reach, even farther than the captain. Yoryuki's face was dull and he murmured softly. Even Captain Yamamoto. It didn't reach this level either. Now. In the battlefield. Kukaki Qianye yawned lazily and looked at the unconscious figure on the ground. The messy yellow hair was stained with dust, and the whole body was covered with miserable scars. Kurosaki Ichigo. The protagonist of the original work. With the power of hollows, Shinigami, humans, and Quincy, it can be called a hodgepodge. And empty. It's a mixture of the hollow and Shinigami powers in his body. It's also because he can keep cheating. In just a few months, his strength rose to the top of the 3 realms. Defeat Eisen. An important reason for defeating Wywak. But to deal with him now, there is no need for the complete Bankai. Only a portion of Bankai's regular abilities can completely wipe out the power of Hollow and Shinigami in his body, killing Tsubai completely. Kurosaki Ichigo, just weak and unconscious. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo himself, just had to fight Byakuya. He won't kill him either. Even as an older brother. Kukaki Qianye won't care either. And empty. Then he really wants to kill Byakuya. As an older brother. Naturally, I have to protect my younger brother at the appropriate time. But after this battle, Kurosaki Ichigo lost the power of Hollow and Shinigami, and only Uncle Zanjutsu, who represents the power of the Quincy, was left in his body. The hot-blooded and explosive young man of the future will be gone forever. Ushito Ichigo also became a swan song. 333. Rear. Byakuya Kuchiki stumbled a bit. The strict and solemn expression that he had always seemed to be at a loss. This is still him. After Kukaki Qianye fished and failed. After decades, the export is once again high. As for Kukaki Qianye, all the pressure just now disappeared, and all the phenomena in his hand also disappeared quietly. He just took a sip of wine lazily, swaying like a drunk who couldn't stand still. It is in sharp contrast to the incomparable and invincible image of Haki just now. I don't know when. There were a few more bottles of wine in his hand. It was thrown to Byakuya Kuchiki, as well as Sui Feng and Yoryuki, who were watching quietly from the side, and pointed in the direction of Qianye Pavilion. At the same time, the entire Seirai, they all felt the power of heaven, as if the gods were watching, the tyrannical aura that destroyed everything. Original. In the sky, the evenly matched flames and sharpness have changed their appearance. The flames were cornered. The rest. There is only the dazzling whiteness and the blood mixed in it. Everyone. My heart was trembling, and my clothes were already wet with cold sweat on my back. Even if they are not targeted by this force, they still feel that they are just ants at the foot of the mountain. So insignificant. This is the difference between mortals and gods. Even outside the Seirai, in the vastness of Rukonga, everyone saw a bloody snow fungus on Tommy's hima in the white sky. Scarlet red, like a god weeping blood. Overflowing with overwhelming pressure. It is no longer limited to Jingling Ting. Instead, it spread crazily throughout Seoul society. Other captains scattered throughout. Kuratsukimayuri, Zaraki Kenpeke, Unohanaretsu. All raised their heads. Look straight at the white sky above your head. Zaraki Kenpeke quietly tightened the handle of the knife in his hand. Unohanaretsu was even more hasty, rushing towards the captain and Qianye Pavilion. Kuratsukimayuri stuck out her tongue in a funny way and gave up the idea of studying the power of Kukaki Qianye. On the open ground. The ground was melted, turning into criss-crossing lines of magma, and the edges were extremely charred. His vision was distorted because of the hot air waves. Kiraku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake had burn marks everywhere on their bodies, and their bodies were shaking. Katen Kyakotsu, Sogyo no Kotori also had jagged cracks on it, giving off a burnt smell. Yamamoto Genri Yusai, this is shirtless, Ryujin Jaka in his hands is filled with terrifying heat. With absolute advantage, crush the two captains. But next moment, the sky is completely white. Overwhelming all his power. That's it, Kukaki Qianye Bankai. Kiraku Shunsui gasped. Can he actually defeat the old man? Qianye's Bankai is really terrifying. Yuen Liuzai shook his head slightly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the white and bloody sky. This is not Bankai. Just part of Bankai's power. On the way to Bankai, Kukaki Qianye has gone further than me. Under Sokyoku Hill. Ichimaru Jin has silver hair and always narrows his eyes. His eyes actually opened a thin slit. He stared blankly at the white sky mixed with blood. Such power. Maybe, we can really defeat Eisen. Next moment. He couldn't help but look in front of him, at the figure wearing square-rimmed glasses, standing with his hands behind his back, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. But there was no fear on Eisen's face, but there was deep appreciation in his eyes. It's like just watching a beautiful scenery. He said softly, it's so beautiful. At the same time, a red-haired figure, leading a petite girl wearing a white prison uniform, staggered towards here. Just right. I saw Eisen and Ichimaru Jin who had been waiting here for a long time. Captain Eisen still remains as gentle as ever. Captain Eisen, Captain Two Silvers. Abarai Renji squeezed the Zanpakutō handle tightly, sweat dripping down his forehead, and his heart was beating loudly, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. The road to escape. Two captains. This is a force he cannot resist. Fortunately. With Captain Aizen's gentle and kind personality, he might be a little too patronizing. Give them a break. But next moment, Katetsu Aizen's solemn voice rang in everyone's ears. Alarm! Alarm! What I say next may seem unbelievable to you, but it is all true. Eisen Sosuke. What? Captain Eisen is not dead. And killed Central 46, forged orders, and has rebelled. All in all, it's all Eisen Sosuke's conspiracy. Suddenly, entire Gotei 13. All Shinigami exploded. My mind went blank and everyone was stunned for a moment. Eisen. The gentle and easygoing Eisen who always cared about his subordinates turned out to be the biggest traitor of Seoul society. Blue, Lord Eisen, you. Abarai Renji's tone was stagnant, his pupils shrank violently, he held Zabumaru tightly, and aimed at Eisen in front of him. Renji, put down Rukia and leave. Eisen Sosuke's words were like spring breeze. But it makes people feel a boundless chill in their hearts. You are no longer the Captain Eisen I knew. Abarai Renji spoke in a low voice, his eyes were full of perseverance, and he stood firmly in front of Rukia. Unbelievable. Unthinkable. Eisen, really rebelled. Isn't he the Captain Eisen you know? Unfortunately, that was your illusion. The Captain Eisen you knew never existed from the beginning. Eisen presses forward step by step, wearing Haori, the captain of the 5th Division, and his square-framed glasses reflect the light, making it impossible to see the expression below. Abarai Renji gritted his teeth. You are such a stubborn person, it must be difficult for you to leave. Without the power of Tianji, your resistance is just a speck of dust, which is difficult to identify with the naked eye. Eisen slowly pulled out the Zanpakutō without stopping at all. Bankai! King of Baboons, Zabumaru! Abarai Renji roared crazily, and Ryutsu suddenly rose all over his body. Next moment, the originally ordinary Zanpakutō turned into a huge long snake divided into segments. It let out a harsh neighing sound from its mouth. Bring it on! Captain Eisen! Abarai Renji is full of fighting spirit. A pair of bloodshot eyes were staring at Eisen, who was walking slowly not far away. Only. Next moment, his neck suddenly felt cold, and then his eyes were spinning. Blood flows like a fountain. A lake formed on the ground. Eisen's footsteps sounded in his ears, and at the same time, not far away, Eisen was still standing there in the distance. 2 Eisens? Not long ago. It's Kukaki Qianye's Ryutsu that stains the entire sky. In Eisen's words, does the power that stains the sky refer to Kukaki Qianye? Now. In Qianye Pavilion. It's noisy. The air is filled with the delicious aroma of food and the sweet taste of fine wine. Qianye Pavilion. Formations are set up on the surface to isolate Kidō. Katetsu Aizen's Kidō summons is simply inaccessible. As far as the eye can see. Byakuya's face was rosy and he had fallen asleep directly on the ground. He was so drunk that he just drank 2 drinks with Kukaki Qianye and then lay down. The same goes for Sui Feng. Lying on the table motionless. Only Yoryuki. Still generously drinking wine 1 glass with Kukaki Qianye, the dark-skinned beauty was wet with wine and looked extremely attractive. Qianye, please, I want to learn too. Yoryuki put his arms around Kukaki Qianye's neck and let him feel the facial cleanser. The current Qianye Entertainment City still lacks a manager. Kukaki Qianye said with a smile. He said, 10 years of work. Before. Sui Feng is his subordinate. It's nothing to teach her how to open extremely quickly. It's just like paying her to work for him for 50 years and serve him for 10 years. And Yoryuki. 2 people before. They are both children of great nobles. They grew up together and have been very good friends. There is nothing wrong with teaching her. Not to mention. Extremely instantaneous opening is the ability produced by the system. Even if he imparts his experience to others, and they practice to the ultimate, they can only speed up Kidō's operation speed by 10% at most. And myself. It is dozens of times, hundreds of times the blessing. It is equivalent to instantaneous. Not long after. Yoryuki finally got too drunk and fell asleep on the table. Kukaki Qianye shook his head. I have been drinking every day for hundreds of years. Your Yuki, Suifeng, Byakuya, even if they drink twice as much, they can't beat themselves. Subsequently, Kukaki Qianye came to the huge observation deck next to the pavilion. Looking down lazily, I saw the various vibrations in the jingling court. As time flows, the sky, a huge flame filled the air. It was Captain Yamamoto's Ryotsu. The captains who had taken sick leave and were immersed in research also rushed out of their residences. All the fighting between the Shinigami has stopped, and Arashi is chasing the master of Sokyoku. Eisen rebels. This has been the top priority of Soul Society for thousands of years. It caused the biggest shock and waves in Soul Society. Next to Sokyoku Hill, Eisen Sosuke, with the headless body of Abarai Renji lying next to him. He held a crystal-clear gemstone in his hand, shining with black and blue light. Hogyaku. It is also an existence that can help Shinigami break through his limits. This is the final result achieved by Eisen after decades of planning. Kukaki Qianye just took a sip of wine and looked lazily at Rukia, who fell to the ground unconscious. After removing Hogyaku, no unnecessary damage was suffered. Eisen, unlike Wiwak, who wants to destroy the world, and Tsunayashiro Tokinada, who is pure pervert, he is not a murderous person. Everything he did was to break through Shinigami's limits and kill the Soul King. Ding! You lie flat in Qianye Pavilion, ignore the overall situation, and obtain the achievement. Don't hear the sound of wind and rain outside the window. Your Heido level breaks through the limit and you get Forbidden Technique, 10,000 June. Powerful, concentrate the whole body's strength on one point and release it with a beam of light. Full body strength. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. A grown man. The grip strength is tens of kilograms. And if a person can perfectly utilize every muscle in his body, he can have a combined strength of 25 tons. This is an improvement hundreds of times. He has raised all Zukanzuki to the limit, and his body has experienced countless strengthening. Reached the level of captain. The power that can be gathered has reached an extremely terrifying and undetectable level. And the strength is overwhelming. By adding all the power of the whole body, nothing in the world can stop the Heido beam emitted. Lees, nothing is unbreakable. Although some strong people can use their Ryotsu to intuitively avoid incoming fatal damage. But I have a double chant, doubled. Plus the 1,000 arms god, 6 arms, multiplied by 6 times. Add in 3,000 phantoms, and it's 9 times more. You can do it yourself in a moment. Release the force 108 times to penetrate the world. The single-point blasting skill has been upgraded to a range strike skill. The difficulty of evasion has increased exponentially. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Then I continued to drink wine and admired the flaming cloud-like scenery created by Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni and Ryotsu in the distance. In such a huge soul society, there is only Kukaki Qianye. Wearing square-rimmed glasses, Eisen stood with his hands behind his back and whispered softly. Looking at the burning clouds of Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni in the sky, his face was calm, as if he didn't care at all. Behind his back, Ichimaru Jin narrowed his eyes. He is very aware of Aizen's pride, which makes anyone else pale in his eyes. Even for Yamamoto Genryusai, there is no respect. For decades, only Kukaki Qianye could make him care so much. And Soul Society. Only Kukaki Qianye is left, not Kyoka Suijutsu, who was hit by Eisen. With Aizen's character, never allow such an existence to escape his control. Even before leaving, he will definitely force Kukaki Qianye to take action and control him as his minister of Kyoka Suijutsu. But what method will he use? Eisen, you have nowhere to run. Soon, Yamamoto Genryusai, Anohanaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake, Zaraki Kenpake, Kuratsuki Mayuri. All existing captains gathered at Sokyoku Hill. The aura on his body was as surging as the vast sea. A pair of sharp eyes stared directly below at the man with an indifferent face. Nowhere to escape? That's really ridiculous. Eisen spoke softly, and even though he was surrounded by heavy siege, he could not get even a frown. Break it apart, Kyoka Suijutsu. Chapter 67. Ding. Like broken glass. Aizen Sosuke's hair was messed up by the breeze, and he held a knife behind his back with the tip of the knife facing down. A breathtaking ryotsu rises into the sky like a majestic mountain. In an instant, Yamamoto Genri Usai Shiji Kuni completely fell into the illusion woven by Aizen. Ryotsu suddenly rose from his body. It spread crazily in all directions. The Ryujin Jaka in my hand dances like a tiger, burning everything. Only. His attacks all fell into the air, completely trapped in Aizen's hallucination. The other captains were stunned for a moment, staring straight at Aizen in front of them. His Ryotsu. It has reached the level of captain. Aizen is the one who hides the deepest among everyone. And his Kyoka Suijutsu is not a Zanpakutō that makes enemies kill each other through reflection, but a top-notch illusion-type Zanpakutō. Aizen is like taking a leisurely stroll. Move calmly through the crowd. The sword was drawn out at will, causing bloody flowers. One of the captains fell heavily to the ground, losing his fighting power. One sword and one captain level. Like the ultimate boss. Everyone. Not even Aizen's enemy. The battle of Shinigami is the battle of Ryotsu. Aizen looked at Kuratsuki Mayuri, Kiraku Shunsui, and others who were lying on the ground, with a soft smile on his lips. His Ryotsu has reached the level of captain. Just use Kyoka Suijutsu to control the captain. Other captains are nothing more than that. Behind. Ichimaru Jin still squinted his eyes, carefully observing Aizen's moves, but all he saw was an art-like battle. No flaws at all. The entire Gotei 13 was played around by Aizen alone. It's time to end this boring battle. Aizen Sosuke narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Kini Pavilion not far away, ignoring the captains lying on the ground losing their resistance. Instead, he was walking towards Rukia who was unconscious on the ground. Next moment, a cold long knife covered Rukia's neck. Ichimaru Jin, and the other captains were all confused. Aizen just stared blankly. Before, Aizen defeated the captain without even killing him. But why is it suddenly targeting Rukia? This ordinary elite Shinigami? Look! I'm about to be liberated. Aizen spoke softly, and he didn't know who he was talking to. Click! The Kyoka Suijutsu in his hand was released without warning. As fast as lightning and impossible to guard against. The scene of liberation was also seen by someone who was drinking in Kini's pavilion. Rear. Ichimaru Jin's pupils contracted slightly. Fei Zhen's relationship with Kukaki Qianye is not a 637 secret. Everyone also knows that Rukia is Fei Zhen's sister. But this time, Kukaki Qianye, who had been fishing and lying dead, happened to come to Qianye Pavilion next to Sokyoku Hill on the day of Rukia's execution. It is enough to show that Kukaki Qianye attaches great importance to Rukia. Even though, take the character of Kukaki Qianye. Previous battles may have been indifferent. And now, be sure to follow Rukia. Aizen. It's not about killing Rukia. But at the end of leaving. Also shroud Kukaki Qianye in Kyoka Suijutsu. As long as Kukaki Qianye's Ryotsu does not exceed the Shinigami limit, it is impossible to escape Kyoka Suijutsu. Soul Society's most powerful and uncertain combat power, the threat to Aizen has been greatly reduced. Not good. Aside. The pupils of the captains who fell to the ground, Ano Hinaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui, shrank violently. They all saw it. The direction of Aizen's gaze, and the figure of the leader above Qianye Pavilion. Those who are not commander-in-chief cannot fight against Aizen. Could it be? Will even Soul Society's last top combat power, the last hope of defeating Aizen, be shattered by this? Qianye Pavilion. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine lazily, his face unmoved, and he even yawned. Aizen drew the knife on Rukia without any intention to kill. But, at this time, in his sight, the original Aizen has disappeared without a trace. Even the captains lying on the ground lost their bodies, and the entire Soul Society was peaceful and peaceful every day. No trace of battle could be seen. A complete hallucination. It has enveloped him. This is Kyoka Suijutsu that Aizen is proud of. Even though, later in the plot, The omniscient and omnipotent Wiwak is also affected by Kyoka Suijutsu. And Kyoka Suijutsu. There are only two ways to crack it. One is that his own Ryutsu surpasses Eisen and breaks through the limits of Shinigami. The other is Zanpakutō who touches Eisen. These two. Each one is extremely difficult. If Kyoka Suijutsu's ability is placed on Maguruma Kensei, it can be said to be a useless skill. Any captain, Ryutsu can be on par with, or even higher than, him. You can only bully the weak. But the peak of Ryutsu in the original work, when used by Eisen, is an ability that is completely unsolvable and unreasonable. Even Mr. Yamamoto, Ryutsu at this moment, is only on par with Eisen. Even though Eisen was later defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo's moonless state. But most of this is due to Aizen's own arrogance, and, Daba, he himself has lost his will to fight and has fallen into doubt about his own strength. It's not just that Kurosaki Ichigo, who can only perform one move without a moon, is so powerful. After all, even the growth path of Kurosaki Ichigo, in reality, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, leveling up monsters one by one. This is also Aizen's experiment on this white mouse. He wants to see how far this white mouse that has gathered 4 powers can reach in the end. Ichigo's entire life has been controlled by Eisen. Although accidents occurred during this period, it never deviated from the track. He feels that he can do whatever he wants without letting the other party fall into complete hypnosis. This is a kind of conceit. If, in the original work, Eisen uses Kyoka Suijutsu on Kurosaki Ichigo, the entire animation process will be rewritten because of this. But even so, Kyoka Suijutsu, there is a third way to crack it. Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine. 10 Zanpakurai with black and red patterns appeared in his hands. At this time, the black and red lines on it are gathered together and look sticky, revealing its invincibility and unrivaled sharpness. Different from Shikai's pure white sword light, the aura emitted by the sky at this time revealed a trace of blood. Even the rules will be broken by all things. What's more, it's just Kyoka Suijutsu. Boom! An extremely sharp sword light rises into the sky, slaying the heavens, destroying the earth, and tearing apart everything. The sky is completely white, mixed with scarlet blood, and terrifying lines like blood vessels. The entire dome of Qianye Pavilion was shrouded in a huge white light. The beam of light rose into the sky, mixed with countless ultimate sharp blades. Pierce the sky. Destroy everything in sight. Everything returned to normal, and Kyoka Suijutsu's influence on himself was completely cut off. Eisen, and the figures of everyone, came into view again. Why? Even Kukaki Qianye can't escape. On the ground. Because of Aizen's offensive, the 5 captains were lying in confusion, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. Not far away, Kukaki Qianye's Ryutsu explodes. Already reached the peak level of Shinigami. Just look at the power. Not inferior to Yamamoto Genryusai. Even more aggressive and aggressive. Unparalleled sharpness. But everyone, all extremely pessimistic. Although Kukaki Qianye is an extremely strong person with top-notch combat power. However, his Zanpakutō is also a direct attack type Zanpakutō and does not have the rule-based ability to break the illusion. Under Kyoka Suijutsu, even the captain-level combat power will be manipulated by Eisen. Now, Gotei 13. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni is dominated by the 5 senses. Kukaki Qianye also saw Hua Shuya because of his conspiracy. The only 2 captains who could rival Eisen in combat power have all been wiped out. Everyone, looking at Eisen, who was walking towards the top of Sokyoku Hill step by step like a king on the summit, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The entire Soul Society. They were all defeated at the hands of Eisen. Ah, it's time. The corners of Aizen's mouth were slightly raised, with a spring-like smile still on his face. He raised his head slightly and looked at the pure white Tianchen. Stab! Above the sky, a huge space crack suddenly opened. The roar of Minos Grande sounded. Each Minos Grande was dozens of meters tall. A bone mask with a pointed nose. The body appears black. Body. Wrapped in a hard membrane. There are hundreds of Jillian-level Minos Grande. Even among Hueco Mundo, they are the backbone. Next moment, 2 huge golden beams suddenly descended. It shrouded the figures of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, and their figures slowly rose into the air. At this time, everyone looked at Aizen, who looked like a god about to enter the sky, with complicated expressions. Yamamoto Genryusai finally woke up from Kyoka Suijutsu, with an expressionless face. There is only one pair of eyes, staring at Aizen Sosuke high in the sky. Aizen's existence. It is a shame to the entire Soul Society. It is also the enemy that the entire Soul Society will face together. Aizen, I didn't expect you to fall to this level. Jushiro Yukate's face was pale, and his weak body was coughing constantly. Jushiro, you are too arrogant. No one stood in heaven from the beginning, not you, not me, not even God. But the unbearable window period of the heavenly seat is about to end. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Aizen Sosuke's tone became deeper. At the same time, he gently took off his square-framed glasses and turned into scattered debris in the air. He pushed his fingers to the back of his head, and his hair fell back, leaving only a strand of brown hair hanging on his forehead. The whole person's temperament suddenly changed. Indifferent and arrogant, he is like a god sitting high on a throne. He disdains all things in the world and no one can make him look down upon him. Below, the captains, as well as all the elite Shinigami of Seireitei, remained silent and just looked at Aizen quietly. The golden light that enveloped him, called negation, was Minos Grande's means of attracting others of his kind. As long as it is shrouded, it is equivalent to an invincible state, even if the captain-level battle. No matter how hard you try, you can't break negation. Everyone. I can only watch Aizen leave Soul Society. There is no way. This game. It was Aizen who won. Kukaki Qianye. Anohanaretsu suddenly looked to his side and saw an extra lazy figure, his eyes widening. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni sighed lightly, even if Kukaki Qianye comes here now, it will not help. Others just looked at Aizen above, gritting their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Nobody able to defeat negation. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, just held a wine glass in one hand and took a sip, while the other hand held a handful of black and red patterns. The Zanpakutō is so sharp that it seems to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Aizen, as always, still has the skill Bankai hairspray hand. And Jushiro Yukatake. He is also an old actor, and with the right hand of the Spirit King in his body, he naturally has earth-shattering power. The conversation between the two about depravity and arrogance just now made people confused. But in the original work, both Shinigami and Hollow have their limits of power, and the way to break through it is through Hollow of Hollow and Shinigami of Hollow. Aizen chose the former. When he retreated to Hueco Mundo, Jushiro knew that Aizen had colluded with Su in pursuit of power. For a Shinigami who maintains the balance of the 3 realms by destroying the void, this is undoubtedly a kind of depravity, and he actually associates with the void. But Aizen said that Jushiro was too arrogant because he didn't want to do this. This potential meaning is that both he and Jushiro have reached the limit of Shinigami's power. Aizen colluded with Kyun in order to gain new power. But Jushiro sticks to his pride as a Shinigami and his kindness to Yamamoto and is unwilling to do so. Now, above, Aizen Sosuke saw that familiar lazy figure. His face was calm. Everything. It's all under his control. Kukaki Qianye, the biggest unstable factor, is also under his control. Goodbye, Kukaki Qianye, it's a pity that I didn't get to see your Bankai until the end. Aizen said softly, but there was no trace of regret in his expression. His eyes were cold, revealing an aura of absolute confidence. But Kukaki Qianye just drank wine casually and turned a deaf ear to Aizen's words. After drinking up the last drop of wine, he threw the wine glass aside. A Zanpakutō with black and red lines fused together, exuding a terrifying sharpness that tore apart the surrounding space. He was lying in front of me. Kukaki Qianye? What is he going to do? Everyone present looked at Kukaki Qianye silently. She impossible. World. No one can defeat negation. And Kukaki Qianye, why can he do it? His Zanpakutō is only the ability to attack directly. Even ordinary rule-based abilities cannot penetrate negation. Everyone present. They all shook their heads. Even Yamamoto Genryusai sighed lightly. The sharpest Zanpakutō. It is impossible to crush the power that contains rules like negation. It seems. It was Aizen's provocation. Kukaki Qianye, who had always cared nothing about anything, lost his mind. Oh! Above. There was a trace of disappointment in Aizen Sosuke's eyes. Originally, I thought your resourcefulness was not inferior to mine, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. 2. This world. Who else can stand at the same level as him? But, with Kukaki Qianye's Ryutsu soaring like crazy. The blue sky. In an instant, it was dyed completely white, mixed with a trace of blood. A huge bloody full moon is suspended in the sky. The pressure and panic are as if the heavens are rushing against each other. The entire Seiridai. They are all shaking like crazy. The mammoth Ryutsu is like a vast ocean, a shocking tsunami, sweeping over the world and sweeping everything. Everything will be crushed and destroyed in the face of this pressure. Even the soul cannot escape. Even the other captains beside him, including Genryusai, Anohanaretsu, Kiraku Shunsui, etc., all looked lucky. This kind of pressure. Already crazily approaching Shinigami's limit. Below. Countless elite Shinigami looked painful and lay weakly on the ground. The tearing feeling of madness and despair was consuming their souls and their existence. If you face that Ryutsu head-on. Enough to kill them 1,000 or 10,000 times. Good thing. Next moment. All the Ryutsu in the air mysteriously disappeared. The sky returned to blue, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, as if nothing had happened. All power is gathered in Kukaki Qianye himself. Kukaki Qianye, performing Bankai. Nobody met Kukaki Qianye's Bankai. After all, no one has ever pushed him to the edge. And today, Kukaki Qianye gave Eisen the greatest attention. Dividing Line. Chapter 68. Heaven and earth are clear and bright. Blood moon clears. As far as the eye can see, there is only Sokyoku Hill, that terrifying and lazy figure. I saw a man with a lazy look on his face, as if he was drunk and staggering, but his whole body was full of Ryutsu. The straightest clouds collapse and everything surrenders. The limit of Shinigami has been reached. The entire Soul Society, whether it is the Jinglingting or the vast Rukonga, is shrouded in an inexplicable fear. Countless steel blades are suspended above everyone's heads. I don't know when I will cut them off. Just like the Shinigami holding a life-threatening scythe. I don't know when I will harvest their lives. If Bankai of Captain Genryusai Yamamoto can evaporate the entire Soul Society. So, Kukaki Qianye's Bankai is to give all things in the world, and later indescribable, fear. Not even gods can resist. You can only wait for death. This is Captain-level Bankai. Rear. Except Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni remained motionless. The other captains' pupils shrank one after another, and they gently covered their wildly beating chests. Big drops of sweat flowed from his forehead. My back was wet with cold sweat. Completely Bankai's Kukaki Qianye, even if it was just the aftermath, made them feel unparalleled huge pressure. Although he didn't leak any breath. But just standing there is the center of the universe, the focus of all things. All things and phenomena cannot be ignored. And in the sky, hundreds of Minos Grande roared even more horribly and ferociously. Like countless sharp blades pressing closer and closer, the heart was squeezed by an invisible hand, and the next moment it exploded into slag. Eisen. His face was expressionless. Only, in his eyes, the arrogance just now disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. Any captain-level combat power. It's enough to leave a name in the history of Soul Society. And each of their Bankai has the power to reach heaven and earth. The ability to influence the entire world. Now, all eyes are on you. Even above the Seiridai, Soul King Palace also sensed the unusualness here, as well as the captain-level Ryutsu that just broke out. Only Kukaki Qianye, who was the focus of everything, still looked lazy, even just staring at the empty wine glass for a while. He seemed to want to drink. The calm voice came from his mouth and gradually radiated to all directions. It was originally a blade, but the divine blade was destroyed. Destroy all phenomena of sentient beings and destroy the creation of heaven and earth. Therefore, as I prayed for, I created this system of infinite destruction. Bankai. Heaven will cut off all things and kill them all. A powerful momentum soars into the sky from Kukaki Qianye. He stood on the Sokyoku hill, and the entire cliff exploded. There were fine and deep cracks like spider webs. Scattered and broken boulders rolled down one after another. As the execution place of Soul Society for thousands of years, where countless criminals who committed the most heinous crimes were killed, Sokyoku Hill has become a landmark building of Soul Society. Here, it will be destroyed instantly. The sky is broken, and black and red flames are wrapped around the body, like a raging fire burning in hell. Destroy everything, destroy everything. The sharp edge of ultimate has changed its form, jumping and roaring like the flames of hell. The surrounding space was shattered and reorganized. As for Kukaki Qianye, the whole body is shining with a pure white light. Every tiniest ray of light is compressed to the ultimate level, a blade that is thousands of times sharper. Comes with regular abilities. Enough to kill everything. Now, heaven breaks everything. It's 1,000 times, 10,000 times sharper than Shikai. It's enough to cut through the memory and rules of time and space. And the sword light wrapped around him. It is the toughest barrier. Before his spiritual power is exhausted, any attack will have no effect at all. Even the rules-based abilities will be completely destroyed by this sharp sword light. Ultimate attack. Ultimate defense. Immune to any control. Everything is only created for the most ultimate sharpness and the most ultimate battle. That's his Bankai, kill. Now. Rear. All the captains just looked at the crumbling Sokyoku Hill in awe, the figure with a lazy shape, as if supporting the heaven and earth. And Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. He is so trapped in Kyoka Suijutsu that even with Sora's captain's strength, it has no effect. Like a marionette, trapped in the environment created by Aizen. And Kukaki Qianye. Just now, I also saw Aizen Kyoka Suijutsu's Shikai. If he can't escape Kyoka Suijutsu's control. At the same time. Above. Aizen gently brushed his hair and stared calmly at the figure below. The huge power of the mountain shrouded him, but his expression was not panic at all, as if it was an eternal cold pool. Nobody. To be able to stand at his level. Kukaki Qianye. It is very sad to have great strength but not be able to use it in the right direction. Aizen spoke leisurely. Said. He held the knife behind his back and thrust it downwards at the next moment. Crack it. Kyoka Suijutsu. Although Kukaki Qianye is extremely powerful, it even exceeds his expectations. But if only he had just seen Kyoka Suijutsu. It is impossible to escape from one's own control, and can only live forever and sink into that boundless illusion. His Ryutsu. It is already the limit of Shinigami, the pinnacle that can be reached. And Kukaki Qianye is just a captain with the same level of combat power as himself. Spiritual power is still limited to the Shinigami species. Impossible, there is a way to crack Kyoka Suijutsu. Hear this. Kukaki Qianye's expression remained unchanged. The form is lazy, watching Aizen's self-absorbed performance above, the power behind Kyoka Suijutsu Shikai. Just a slight touch to the sword light around him was instantly torn into pieces and destroyed. It's not just Kyoka Suijutsu. No rule-based ability or direct attack ability can break through the sword light around his body before his spiritual power is exhausted. Subsequently, Kukaki Qianye. Hold the knife and wave it lightly. Pfft. Like a sharp blade hitting hot oil, his figure disappeared in an instant. Next moment. Appear directly inside negation. Invincible and tenacious, negation, which no one could break through, was so strangely broken through. Even from the outside, negation appears to have no scars at all. Below. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shiji Kuni, and other captains' eyes widened. This. Is it a miracle? To know. Negation is isolated from all offensives and cannot even enter through space transfer. It can be said. He is the Iron BD who has given countless Shinigami headaches for hundreds of 10,000 years. But Kukaki Qianye was able to break through so easily. What method did he use? And why wasn't he affected by Kyoka Suijutsu? Elsewhere in negation, Ichimaru Jin's eyes widened as well. Kukaki Qianye's performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. With such power, could it be that his Zanpakutō and Bankai possess rule-based abilities? Can even resist Kyoka Suijutsu? Now, inside the negation, a lazy figure appeared out of thin air. In front of him is Eisen Stone Price, whose pupils are contracting violently. Bankai. Finally Yanshin kills. You can cut off the rules and cut off everything. Even the distance between him and Eisen can be cut off. Jump right into the negation. This kind of rule ability is far better than space transfer. You can easily travel to any place in the world. Nothing can stop Kukaki Qianye. In the air. Lazy boy. Eisen is only one step away. When did you have the illusion that Kyoka Suijutsu is in me? Kukaki Qianye's lazy voice echoed. Eisen's Kyoka Suijutsu was cut off instantly. It exploded into countless tiny iron filings in midair. Boom! As if coming from Shura Hell, the huge sword light penetrates everything. Everything is unstoppable. Even Eisen Sosuke. His pupils shrank violently, and dense cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Good thing. The intuition of being a strong person. Faced with the threat of death, he turned his head to avoid the blow. But didn't escape it completely. Chi. Blood splatters. Bloodline oozed from Eisen's left ear, and the entire ear was cut off. Tianju's ability to regulate everything not only took away his ears, but also the hearing in his left ear was permanently deprived. But even though he dodged most of the attacks, but that huge black-red sword light, like the fire of hell, moved towards behind him. Black accent. This is the area where hundreds of Minos Grande tear apart space and connect Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. He was penetrated by the sword in an instant. Hundreds of Minos Grande, without even a single scream, were instantly wiped out. Not even their souls could escape. And that sword light. Following the black cavity, he slashed to a farther area. Even though it's thousands of miles away, it can't stop this sword light for even a moment. Next moment. As far as the eye can see. I don't know how far away from the black cavity, a huge grey-white palace stood there quietly. I don't know how many years have passed. This is the power center of Hueco Mundo. Countless areas of Minos Grande Sui Palace. Only the strong ones who rule Hueco Mundo are eligible to live there. But just for a moment, the Sui Palace, which has stood for countless years and has experienced endless wars, has not fallen. In just an instant, he was cut in two. The huge black-red sword light penetrated everything. The endless Minos Grande was killed instantly. The whole earth. There is a huge knife mark that stretches for unknown distances. It exudes an incomparable sharp aura. It's like giving the entire Sui Palace a middle part and dividing it completely in half. The aura of unparalleled sharpness, comparable to the rules, is evenly distributed throughout the cause of the knife marks. Time cannot wipe it out. Nothing can fix it. Even Minos Grande would be instantly chopped into pieces if he fell into that knife mark. This. Just the power of Kukaki Qianye's sword. Please give me flowers. This is. Eisen's pupils contracted violently, and now he was only one step away from the black cavity. But even in the face of such danger, there was no anger or anxiety on his face, but instead it was full of excitement. Regarding Kukaki Qianye's ability, he didn't want to go into details. All I know is that he possesses sharpness and combat power that no one can match. How many years? Finally, there is someone who can stand at the same height as me, or even higher than me. Before, I worked so hard to train Kurosaki Ichigo just to see how far he can go. Can you stand at the same level as yourself? Now, although Kurosaki Ichigo has been abolished, but Kukaki Qianye's potential and strength are countless times better than Kurosaki Ichigo. You are very good. Aizen's ears were dripping with blood, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled towards Kukaki Qianye. When you know the truth about this world, maybe you will make the same choice as me. Kukaki Qianye said nothing. Aizen. The truth about the world is spoken. Actually, this is the origin of the three realms. At the beginning of the world's creation, it was chaos, with no distinction between Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and the present world. It is a world where there is neither life nor death, neither progress nor retreat. And the void began to devour humans. In order to prevent the world from falling into such a stasis, the Spirit King was born. Use the power of annihilation to annihilate the void and start the cycle of the world again. Simply put, the Soul King is the wedge that maintains the stability of the present world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. For the Soul Society, there were originally 5 nobles. Their ancestors wanted to divide the 3 realms and rule them. So he made the Spirit King into a human stick and completely used it as the fulcrum to balance the 3 worlds. 0. Protected by Team 0, the Spirit King allowed the 3 realms to maintain their independence and stability. If the Spirit King dies, all worlds will collapse. Aizen and Urahara Kisuke both discovered this dark truth due to chance and their extraordinary IQ. But the choices they made were completely different. Aizen was not willing to give in to the stick-like thing, and created Hogyaku to push the limits of Shinigami. Want to tame the royal family and build your ideal world. And Urahara Kisuke. He acquiesced to this fact and chose to surrender to the Spirit King in order to protect the stability of the 3 realms. Otherwise, Urahara Kisuke can be the next Aizen if he wants to. The truth of the world is very cruel. The birth of this world was originally a sin. Aizen's lips curled up slightly, and he looked at the lazy young man in front of him with appreciative eyes. Even if he almost took his own life. But, boom! The black cavity above made an overwhelming sound. Black cavalry loses Minos Grand's power. Release the last bit of suction. Kukaki Qianye did not continue to take action. Instead, he looked at Aizen lazily. Let me go. Sure enough, no one can guess what you are thinking. Aizen spoke softly and stared at Kukaki Qianye with a pair of deep eyes. Next moment, the black cavity suddenly closed. Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, disappeared into the black cavity. The world is clear, and Soul Society has returned to its former tranquility. Only the criss-crossing slash marks on the ground and the large-scale scorched earth all pointed to the tragic battle just now. In the air, Kukaki Qianye left everyone stunned. He went directly back to Qianye Pavilion, which was not harmed at all, took out a bottle of wine and drank it leisurely. On the body, the destructive momentum disappeared. The whole person. He's back to that salty look on his face, where he just wants to enjoy life. Aizen. After all, I just want to become stronger. And he is unwilling to accept the current situation of the world and wants to make his own resistance. His existence is not a bad thing for the decayed Soul Society, it can make the entire Soul Society revitalize. After all, this is the place where I live. It is always shrouded in the smell of decay, and I will be in a bad mood. Are Soul King Palace and Team 0 really good people? Their existence. Is it really a good thing for the 3 realms? Is it for the stability of the 3 realms? I still can't bear to give up my chance of eternal life. I still can't bear to give up the power in my hands and control the calendar area. Not to mention, Aizen didn't really attack Rukia. He fought with the captain and only wounded him. Let them lose the ability to resist. The whole person is different from the kind of pervert that Tsunayashiro Tokinada used in the later period. The intention to kill is not great, everything is to achieve one's own goal. And he, although he had plotted against himself before, he had not really taken action against himself. Just to make my plan more perfect. Sui Palace was cut in 2. Loss of hundreds of Minos Grande. Lost left ear. Shattered Kyoka Suijutsu. Aizen has been given enough warning. Now, the entire Soul Society caused an uproar because of the name Kukaki Qianye. Chapter 69. Qianye Pavilion. There was peace and quiet. In the air, the aroma of wine still lingers. The aroma of food. The fighting outside did not disturb Qianye Pavilion at all, and it was still peaceful and luxurious inside. Kukaki Qianye, his figure has long since disappeared without a trace. And the top of Qianye Pavilion. In the attic, there is a trace of spatial fluctuation, which seems to be connected to the real world. And in the attic, a few people were asleep deeply. Not long after, drunk Yoryuki, Byakuya, and Sui Feng also woke up one after another, looking at the ceiling with distracted eyes. My head feels dizzy. In terms of alcohol content alone, they are much worse than Kukaki Qianye. Where's Qianye? Several people looked around, but Kukaki Qianye was nowhere to be found. Oops. Rukia's execution. And what happened to that group of travelers? Several people stood up directly and rushed outside. Just came out. It's the pungent smell of blood. There were injured people everywhere, and the ground even seemed to have been plowed. As far as the eye can see, there are huge ravines. It has gone through an extremely brutal battle. Broken walls and ruins, nothing more than that. Byakuya and Yoryuki's eyes widened and their lips trembled. This. Are the combat capabilities of those traveling disasters so strong? Yoryuki was even more confused and confused. Traveling in disaster. The strongest Kurosaki Ichigo was defeated by Qianye. And the others were all arrested. How could they have such a huge impact? Soul Society, what happened? Not long after, a person came towards me. Her long braids covered her collarbone, and her face looked gentle, but it was hard to hide her haggardness and exhaustion of energy. Captain Anohana. Yoryuki looked solemn. After all, he was still a fugitive from Soul Society. Meeting the captain of Gotei 13 is obviously not a good thing. But 170. Next, Anohanaretsu just smiled softly and looked at Yoryuki. No need to panic. The mastermind behind all the conspiracies is the former captain of the 5th Division, Eisen. Not long after, a few people knew the cause and effect of all the events, and their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. Eisen rebels. One person fights the entire Gotei 13, and colludes with Hueco Mundo. The most important is, Kukaki Qianye actually opened the Bankai system. Cracked Kyoka Suijutsu. Even if Eisen tried his best, he couldn't compete with Kukaki Qianye. Qianye's strength. It has reached an unimaginable level. Brother, he. Byakuya turned his head. Looked towards Qianye Pavilion. His eyes were full of complicated expressions. His own brother. Although he is very arrogant and drinks frequently. But, even so, he has come to this point. To do such an earth-shattering thing. Truly, bringing the entire Kukaki family to the pinnacle of Soul Society. Although the Kukaki family was formerly the first noble family. However, there are still the Shihaorin family and other great nobles, but they are just a little inferior to the Kukaki family. But now, with Kukaki Qianye's status and terrifying combat power, Kukaki family. It is the well-deserved first family. Far behind, leaving other families behind. Yoryuki and Sui Feng also stared blankly at the Qianye Pavilion behind them. Kukaki Qianye. This time, I can truly become a big shot in the entire Soul Society. In the past, although he has the strength of a captain, but there is no matching record. But, from today on, his reputation will be no less than that of Yamamoto Genri Yusai. You all, follow me to the headquarters. Regarding Aizen's situation and how to deal with him in the future, Captain Yamamoto will hold a meeting to discuss the follow-up. Anohanaretsu smiled softly. Subsequently, several people left Qianye Pavilion and walked towards Gotei 13 headquarters. At the same time, the entire Soul Society. It also caused an uproar. Everyone knows that Captain Yamamoto is controlled by Kyoka Suijutsu. It's Kukaki Qianye. A person who completely ignored Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu. He even broke through negation. He left unforgettable scars on Eisen. Kukaki Qianye. He is the savior and benefactor of the entire Soul Society. Not long after, Anohanaretsu, Byakuya Kuchiki, and others all returned to Gotei 13 headquarters. Gotei 13 headquarters. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni sat in the main seat and looked at the scattered captains below. Anohanaretsu, Zaraki Kenpake, Byakuya Kuchiki, Kuraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake, Kuratsukimayuri, plus Kukaki Qianye who still hasn't arrived. Gotei 13, after this battle, the captain lost half. This is a terrible loss that is irreparable. See here. Yamamoto Genryusai just sighed softly, his figure became more stooped, and his whole body seemed to be 10 years older. Below. Many captains. They all looked serious. This time. The severity of the incident is comparable to Soul Society's top priority in thousands of years. Second only to the previous Waiwak incident. Eisen ran away. Who knows what he will do next? Subsequently. Yamamoto Genryusai sighed lightly, where is Kukaki Qianye? Tell him that if he wants, he can take over the position of captain at any time. Below. Everyone stared at the old figure above with wide eyes. Captain's position? This is the pinnacle of Soul Society's power. It also represents the strongest combat power of the entire Soul Society. But Captain Yamamoto just gave up like that? Kukaki Qianye is better than all of us against Eisen. And his bankai is enough to be recorded in the history of Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni added. Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu is impossible to guard against. As long as Ryutsu does not surpass him, he will surely fall into the illusion of Kyoka Suijutsu. Even if both him and Yamamoto himself are controlled by Eisen. Against Eisen, you are naturally at a disadvantage. 52. Only then can you ignore and even crack Kyoka Suijutsu. At the same time. Spiritual Palace. 5 people gathered here. 3 men and 2 women. Bearded Ichibe Hyasub, carrying a huge brush. Looking at the image of the previous battle between Eisen and Kukaki Qianye, he frowned deeply. This Kukaki Qianye. There was every chance to kill Eisen, but he gave up. Could it be other people? Ermia Wang Yu, Yizhu Tongsheng, and others also remained silent. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. Kukaki Qianye was bewitched by Eisen, or he himself did not obey the Spirit King's instructions at all. Another. It's Kukaki Qianye's bankai. With the limitations of his power, he can't completely destroy Eisen. Everyone in Team 0. They all relied on the Spirit King and had the power of eternal life. And Eisen created Hogyaku, a product that should not exist in the world, and has posed a huge threat to the Spirit King Palace. Anything that harms the Soul King Palace will be jointly attacked by the Zero Division. Test Kukaki Qianye's attitude first. If he joins Team 0, he will be fine. If he doesn't join. Ichibe Hyasub stroked his beard, waved his hand, and an order was passed from the Ryo Palace to the Siraidai. Captain Yamamoto is ready to give up. Let Kukaki Qianye be the captain. This is the biggest change in Soul Society in 1,000 years. You know, Captain Yamamoto founded Gotei 13, and the position of captain has never changed for thousands of years. However, Kukaki Qianye is qualified to inherit the position of captain. Siraidai, Soul Society. Everyone is discussing this earth-shattering event, and their eyes are full of fire. 8 trigrams. The center of this event. Surrounded by all the big shots in Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. The strongest Shinigami for thousands of years, possesses the strongest and oldest fire-type Zanpakutō, Ryujin Jaka. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, has suddenly emerged in recent years and has become a captain-level combat force. And possessing the sharpest Zanpakutō since the birth of the world, it can destroy all things. But Captain Yamamoto, it is understandable that he should give up his position. You know, although he himself is very powerful, he did not have much effect in the battle against Eisen, so he was controlled by Kyoka Suijutsu. And Kukaki Qianye can perfectly resist Kyoka Suijutsu. He is younger than the captain. His true strength may have surpassed that of the captain Yamamoto. Everyone was talking about it. Kukaki Qianye's performance. It has been known to everyone, and now, the status of the Kukaki family in Seoul society is even comparable to Gotei 13. The storm of the entire incident surrounds the Kukaki family and the Qianye pavilion. But just when the incident was developing in full swing, an even more exciting news suddenly came. Spiritual Palace. To accept Kukaki Qianye, join Team Zero. That is the pinnacle of Seoul society's power. And for Kukaki Qianye to join the Zero Division, it was an order personally issued by the ruler of the Three Realms, the Soul King. Suddenly, some powerful Shinigami who knew the inside story stared at the Qianye pavilion not far away with envy on their faces. Kukaki Qianye. This is really a battle to become famous. That's an invitation from Team Zero. Only those who create the history of Seoul society are eligible to join the team. And join Team Zero. What you get is not just a lofty status. It is a power area that others cannot reach. The most intuitive thing is that you can get eternal life. Every member of Team Zero. They are all immortal. Even the oldest members of Team Zero have lived for over 110,000 years. Born in the same era as the Soul King. Pass on the Soul King's orders. Truly control the entire Soul Society. And join Team Zero. Your own combat power will also be greatly strengthened. Everyone's body will be transformed, and their spiritual power will reach the next limit. It is no longer limited to the scope of Shinigami. It can be said. Nobody. I can think of all the reasons for refusing to join Team Zero. To know Zero. Even Yamamoto Genryusai, known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, was not qualified to join Team Zero. Outside world. In full swing, all kinds of news are pouring out, and there is almost a quarrel over Kukaki Qianye. But this world. Qianye Entertainment City. Kukaki Qianye was just lying on the soft sofa, with Hijin dancing beautifully in front of him. In hand. He was also shaking a glass of wine. The liquid inside was as scarlet as blood and exuded a refreshing fragrance. Lord Qianye, do you really want to stop thinking about the position of captain? Below. The intelligence officer had large drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at Kukaki Qianye sitting on the sofa with a lazy look on his face. Aside. Rukia sat obediently and looked at Kukaki Qianye, her eyes filled with longing. If Master Qianye hadn't taken action. I am afraid. He had died by Aizen's knife. Above. Kukaki Qianye just took a sip of wine lazily and shook his head. Be the captain? It's not as easy as the outside world thinks. At the very least, when Seoul society encounters any crisis, the chief captain will be the first to throw it away. And right now he is already the head of the Kukaki family and has demonstrated combat prowess at the level of a captain. Fundamental. You don't need the position of captain to prove yourself. Not long after. The intelligence officer respectfully withdrew. But immediately afterwards, there was another piece of news that shocked everyone. An order from the Soul King's palace. Let Kukaki Qianye join Team Zero. Suddenly. Everyone present turned their eyes to Kukaki Qianye, who didn't even raise his eyelids after hearing the news and was still drinking quietly. Fei Zhen frowned. The fists also rubbed together, and then loosened weakly, as if trying to catch the quicksand, but the quicksand continued to pass away. That was an invitation from Team Zero. After joining, you can obtain the eternal life you dream of and unimaginable strength. Even. Take now. Kukaki Qianye's powerful strength can be taken to the next level, comparable to the captain. I really can't think of anything. The reason for Kukaki Qianye's refusal. Aside. Rukia's eyes also widened, but she just looked at Kukaki Qianye quietly, who was still confused. In the field. The atmosphere was silent. Only from the direction of Kukaki Qianye could there be sounds of people drinking wine and glasses of wine. I reject. Kukaki Qianye spoke calmly. Shaking his head, it seemed that the position of Team Zero was not more attractive to him than the wine in his hand. But below, the intelligence officers have been confused and their brains are blank. Would anyone refuse this condition? That's Team Zero. But Kukaki Qianye just waved his hand, and the intelligence officer retreated knowingly and returned to Soul Society. Below, Hijin and Rukia. He also looked confused. But Hijin still had a hint of joy on her face. You know, if you join the Zero Division, you will only be able to live in the Soul King's palace and protect the Soul King for the rest of your life. It was impossible to leave. Nor will there be too much contact with the outside world. Now, Kukaki Qianye refused. Although it is unbelievable, at least I can still stay here and stay in this world. Master Qianye, is it really okay? Rukia asked cautiously from the side. Join Team Zero. But the Soul King's will, and the entire Soul Society, respects the Soul King's will extremely. But now, Kukaki Qianye, however, blatantly violated the Spirit King's will. If this matter is investigated in depth. On the soft sofa, Kukaki Qianye was just drinking wine and waving his hands lazily. Team Zero? Ridiculous. Although, in the original work, Team Zero has always had a positive image. However, Kukaki Qianye knew that the existence of Team Zero was to protect the Spirit King. They are to protect their hope of eternal life and the power in their hands that ordinary people cannot reach. The will of the Spiritual King? That is simply the will of Team Zero. What's more, even if he joins Team Zero, is it really a good thing for him? To know. When you join Team Zero, the bodies of the team members will be transformed by the power of the Soul King. Will you still be yourself by then? And own strength. In just 100 years, he reached the level of captain. For Shinigami, whose lifespan can easily reach thousands of years, it is just a snap of a finger. As long as you continue to enjoy life, sooner or later you will surpass the peak that is unreachable by your predecessors. By the time eternal life, it is no longer a luxury. Join Team Zero, be trapped in that small Soul King palace, and face a Soul King who has been chopped into a human stick all day long? What kind of life do you still enjoy? You are simply asking for trouble. Kukaki Qianye. Just believe in your own power. Dividing Line. Chapter 70. Qianye Entertainment City. In the topmost box. Both groups from Gotei 13 and Team Zero decisively refused. Kukaki Qianye continued to lie on the sofa, listening to soothing music lazily. Before, Hijin was even more excited, dancing gracefully. Just by looking at her movements, you could feel the joy in her heart. Rukia, on the other hand, came over obediently and squeezed Kukaki Qianye's shoulders. Above, Kukaki Qianye felt the attentive service of the two sisters, smelled the fragrance beside her, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Ding! Congratulations to host, who rejected the position of captain and the invitation from the Zero Division, insisted on lying down and enjoying life, and earned the title Steadfast Salted Fish. Get reward, holographic palm. Oh? Kukaki Qianye looked at the system panel and took a sip of wine. Holographic control, you can completely hide your breath, and no one can detect the fluctuations of your own flesh and blood and spiritual power. And no one can investigate your past, future, or information. It cannot be changed. This is just the initial effect. If it continues to develop, it will reach a state of perfection, and even its own form can become perfectly invisible. The breath is hidden, and the enemy can't find his body at all. Equivalent to: the enemy is facing a powerful captain who cannot be noticed or detected, and no one can judge when he will take action. Anyone. In front of him, there are fish and meat on the chopping board. It's up to you. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Even now it's just the beginning. But it can already be defended against some of the top detections in the original work, or the ability to change the memory of destiny. For example, the former leader of the Perfect Art Organization, Hidekuro Tsukishima. He holds the Book of the End in his hand. You can use spiritual power to strengthen the bookmark. Turn it into a samurai sword with a small chain attached, a very high attack ability, and the ability to chop everything. And this can be done without hurting the other party. By inserting your own existence into the opponent's past and changing the opponent's memory, you can know what the person who was killed knew before the point of being inserted. If this ability is used again to hit Object 01 that has been caught in the past or Tsukishima dies, the chopped object will return to its normal state. As well as Yohabok, the leader of the Invisible Empire, the son of the Spirit King, the common ancestor of all Quincy. Possessing omniscient and omnipotent terrifying skills, in the original work, he is equivalent to being invincible. He is also the strongest villain and the final boss. In the original work, it was only through the combined strength of Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen, the entire Soul Society, and even Hueco Mundo that he was finally destroyed. His own strength, definitely far beyond the captain level. Omniscient and omnipotent, it takes unreasonableness to the ultimate level. It is the power to know all the future. The power these two possess. They are all close to rules and extremely arrogant. But has a holographic Palm Queen. You can completely prevent their abilities. Even if you are hit by Tsukishima Hidekuro's Book of the End, you will not be affected in any way. And even Waiwaka's omniscience and omnipotence cannot detect his own future. Soul Society. In the light and shadow of the building. Since it started thousands of years ago, there is an empire that lives entirely in shadow. It is also called an invisible empire. An empire that exists in illusion. Thousands of years ago, after the Quincy and Shinigami were defeated, they faced the tragic situation of being killed to death. So, the remnant Quincy fled to the Siridae and built a space in the shadow of the Siridae, hidden here for thousands of years. Now, in the empire, huge and endless, the ground is grey-white, with dots of buildings scattered across the entire land. Occasionally, pedestrians can be seen in twos and threes, possessing the power of the Quincy within their bodies. It is the whole that makes up the entire empire. Inhabitants of the entire empire. They all respect the only emperor. Yohabok. Rumor. After their emperor wakes up, he will bring the entire invisible empire to an unreachable peak. Give those evil Shinigami the heaviest blow. At this time, inside the huge palace, a man with a serious and cruel face, scarlet pupils, and a black windbreaker suddenly straightened his eyes for a moment. Omniscient and omnipotent. There is an unbearable stain. It's as if something unpredictable has changed in this world. Yohabok tapped his fingers on the desk. For the sake of peace, plans must be advanced. Now. Gotei 13. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shiji Kuni, his face is covered with wrinkles. Squinting his eyes, he stared at the intelligence officer below. After hearing what he said, Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly after refusing. It seems. It's because he thinks too much. It is extremely difficult for Kukaki Qianye to name himself in the second team. Now. Let him be the captain? How is that possible? Below. Many captains were surprised, but after thinking about it, it was not unacceptable. After all, about the character of Kukaki Qianye, everyone present had a lot of understanding. For him, rejecting the position of captain is really just a fear of trouble. Not to mention, with Kukaki Qianye's true strength, he no longer needs to rely on the position of captain to prove himself. As for the vacancy of captain, the vice-captain is the first choice. If there is a suitable captain candidate, you can also recommend him to participate in the captain assessment. Above. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shiji Kuni frowned and glanced at the scattered captains. Now. Gotei 13 has a vacancy in strength and is in urgent need of new blood. Captain below, answer. But, in addition to the position of captain, Kukaki Qianye even declined the invitation to join Team 0. This may have a bad impact. Below. Kiraku Shunsui, who had always been cynical and lazy, looked serious for a long time. Aside. Byakuya Kuchiki also frowned. Team 0 invited Kukaki Qianye to join, which means that it was the order of the Spirit King. Soul Society. The Spirit King's order is absolute. Even the nobles cannot resist, it is the highest order. But Kukaki Qianye actually refused so lightly. Since ancient times, no one can resist the temptation to join Team Zero. It seems the turmoil in Soul Society is not over yet. We have no right to interfere with the affairs of the spiritual palace. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni just squinted his eyes and said softly, looking at the sky outside the window, his expression changing from gloomy to bright. Now, the sky above Siritii, the Soul King's palace, which had existed for 110,000 years and was hidden under layers of restrictions, was noisy for a long time. In the open space of the square. Reject. Is he serious? Hakaifun Kiryu, who had purple hair and looked like a fat ant, opened his eyes wide. Shutara Senjimaru, who looked elegant and wore quite luxurious clothes, was also surprised. It turns out, there really are people who can resist the temptation to join Team Zero. To know. By joining Team Zero, you can gain eternal life and the powerful power you dream of. Even so, Kukaki Qianye rejected them all without any hesitation. Middle. Ichibe Hyasub also darkened his face, smoothed his beard, and said in a low tone. Kukaki Qianye's rejection. This means that he did not kill the rebellious Eisen before, it was intentional. Not killing Eisen. Perhaps there is another hidden reason, such as Bankai's lack of time and lack of spiritual power. As for not joining the Zero Division, it's just showing your disrespect for the Soul King right on your face. In the field, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. All of them. Everyone knows the origin of Soul Society, the origin of the Three Realms, and the true truth about the Soul King. But this matter, for the lower class residents, is absolutely closed and absolutely forbidden information. Everything is too dark. And Team Zero. On the surface, he is the guardian of the Soul King, but in fact, it is more like a surveillance of the Soul King who has his hands and feet cut off and is half dead. Only when the Spirit King is willing to be a puppet and a wedge can and be stable. They can have infinite lifespan. An extremely lofty status, and even more powerful than before. Before Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni discovered the truth of the world. But he chose to surrender. A deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Even later, when I moved towards justice in my heart, I was only cautious in Gotei 13 under my jurisdiction. Sweep the snow in front of your door, regardless of the frost on the tiles. Even though he was known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, after learning the truth about the world, he was quite powerless and had no determination to change it. But now, Kukaki Qianye, however, made a completely different choice. Do. Ichibe Hyasub looked calm, tapping the ground lightly, thinking for a long time. Team Zero, don't be dispatched easily. The threat of Eisen cannot be ignored. Nimeya Oue, Hakaifun Kiryu, Shutara Senjimaru, and Kairanji Tenshiro all looked at Ichibe Hyasub at the same time, their pupils slightly contracted. It seems he has decided. Sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Let Eisen and Kukaki Qianye fight each other. In the end, whoever is the final winner will be the target of Team Zero. This kind of existence that affects the stability of the Three Realms must not exist in the world. Ichibe Hyasub's words are decisive. Full of unquestionable determination. At the same time, Hueco Mundo. In a palace that is all grey and white and covers an extremely large area. On top of the tall throne, a man with an expressionless face, cold and arrogant eyes, and a trace of brown hair hanging on his forehead, looked at the figures below. And the huge cut mark that extends to the end of the line of sight and cannot be seen at a glance. Even if many days have passed, that cut mark will never fade. Even if Minos Grande enters, he will be instantly strangled to pieces by the endless sharpness filled inside. That was Kukaki Qianye, thousands of miles away, a warning to Eisen, and to all of Hueco Mundo. Lord Eisen. Espada assembled. Ichimaru Jin stood under the throne, behind him were the 10 people who had been summoned. Blade. In. Except for Coyote Starke, Ulquiera, the other Espada members were transformed from Minos Grande by Eisen using Hogyaku. after they gained the power of Shinigami. In daily life, except for the bone mask on part of the body, the rest of the body looks no different from Shinigami. My own strength has also broken through the previous limits. It has reached an extremely high level. Every Espada member. They are all comparable to captain-level warriors. In fact, the top 3 Espadas are among the best even among captains. This is the first batch of subordinates Aizen has acquired when he came to Hueco Mundo. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and looked at Aizen above, his fists clenched unconsciously. Before. What a great opportunity! But Kukaki Qianye, I don't know what to think. Even with such power, he was unable to completely solve Aizen. If he came to Hueco Mundo to hunt down Aizen, I'm afraid, Aizen Sosuke would be dead by the sword now. If Aizen is given a chance to fuse with Hogyaku, in the future, even if Kukaki Qianye takes action himself, he may not be Aizen's opponent. Above. Aizen leaned casually on the throne, with a panoramic view of Ichimaru Jin's performance below. Experience the Soul Society battle. His left ear lost hearing forever, and Surpass was completely severed in two. But Aizen's expression was unmoved, his eyes were like a cold pool, no one could see through it. Now. He kept the Ichimaru Jin. I'm just curious about how Ichimaru Jin will kill him. And as a hero, all kinds of indifferent feelings were left behind by him. Kukaki Qianye letting him go is definitely not an act of cowardice or bending the law for personal gain. The only way to explain it. That is, Kukaki Qianye is not loyal to the Spirit King. I want to use his hand to completely eradicate the spiritual palace. In this case, it is not unacceptable to be taken advantage of by you. A smile appeared on Aizen's lips. He didn't seem to care at all that he had been used as a pawn by Kukaki Qianye. Aizen-sama, these are all the images from Soul Society. Below. The fourth Espada, Ulquiorra, on the light screen in front of him, the various encounters of Kurosaki Ichigo and his group after entering Soul Society were repeatedly played. But videos about Aizen, Kukaki Qianye, and the subsequent war are absolutely secret to Soul Society, and not even Hueco Mundo can find out about them. The images of Kukaki Qianye, fighting against a new Orium, Ishida Uryu, and Kurosaki Ichigo also disappeared. But even so, that's enough. After watching for a while, Aizen's eyes narrowed and he looked at a woman with orange-red hair, a decent figure, who looked like a student, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Only there was no warmth in his eyes. Dun Shun Liu Hua, this is the ability to blaspheme the gods. It will also be of great help in restoring Hogyaku. Aizen points to the image of a new Orium and looks down at Espada. I want her. Next moment. Espada 4, Ulquiorra. On the 10th day of Espada and Yami, they left Sui Palace and went to the present world through the Black Cavity. Now. This world, Qianye Entertainment City. Kukaki Qianye looked at a cautious schoolgirl with orange-red hair and a figure ready to show off in front of her, and lazily took a sip of her wine. Sir Qianye, I don't have any money to pay you back at the moment. Can I work here? Inu Orium looked worried. To know. The man in front of him has a captain-level combat capability. If I break something in his house, I have to pay 1 million rings. I can't even afford to pay for selling her. And Ishida Uryu, who was also his father, sold most of his family property to pay off all the 1 million rings. Yes, the wages here are very generous. You only need to work for 100 years to pay off your debts. Hijin said with a smile. What? 100 years? Inu Orium's eyes widened. 100 years? I'm afraid she's already dead, what else can I use to repay the debt? Don't worry, even after you die, your soul will go to Soul Society and you can continue to work at Kukaki's house. Why? Hijin still had a smile on her face, but she looked a little sinister. Above. Kukaki Qianye also nodded slightly, leaving all management to Hijin, and he could be the hands-off shopkeeper with peace of mind. But next moment, Kukaki Qianye lazily raised his head and gently shook his wine glass. Qianye Entertainment City is still crowded with people. Whether it is human beings in this world or Soul Society's Shinigami, Qianye Entertainment City is their best entertainment place. But two uninvited guests came. Chapter 71. Lord Qianye. Not long after, Inu Orium, Rukia, and Hijin all felt the two unusual auras. He frowned and looked out the window. I saw two extremely powerful Ryotsu pierce heaven and earth. The walls of the entire Qianye Entertainment City trembled and the chandeliers were shaking. This kind of Ryotsu. It's not Shinigami. It's not a hollow either, this is a brand new Ryotsu. A thin trickle of sweat ran down Rukia's forehead. At least captain-level Ryotsu. Even stronger. The guests in the entertainment city also stood up in surprise, because their minds were blank. Earthquake. Let's go. Suddenly, after the earth trembled and Hijin opened the barrier to expel humans, the entire entertainment city was empty in just a moment. The originally noisy and lively Qianye Entertainment City suddenly became deserted. In the top box, Rukia pulled out Zanpakutō, Inu Orium, and also put her hand on the hairpin, with a serious look on her face. Even Kukaki Qianye looked calm. The two of them also made plans to take action. They couldn't leave everything to Master Qianye to solve. Even though the opponent we faced was captain level. But Kukaki Qianye, just sitting there, gave them an indescribable and powerful sense of security. As if a lighthouse on the ocean, a safe house in the wasteland. The ruins of an abandoned factory. Several figures stood up directly and looked solemnly in the direction of Qianye Entertainment City not far away. This kind of breath. It's Arrancar, that's right. The thin man with yellow hair frowned slightly. Hirako, should we? Loli, who had two pigtails on her side and looked very saucy, looked at Hirako Shinji with a Zanpakutō slung across her back. It looks very sassy. Other people. They all looked over. But that direction is the Kukaki family's Qianye Entertainment City. If Kukaki Qianye is there, even if Arrancar comes, he will have to walk around without food. A man with short silver hair and well-defined muscles looked at the direction of Ryotsu's explosion with a determined expression. Maguruma Kensei, former captain. On the side, there are Yadomaru Lisa, Hachijin, Odoribashi Rajuro. Members of the Masked Legion. Come over right away. This may be another conspiracy of Eisen. There are too many Kukaki family properties. Even Kukaki Qianye may not be there now. Furthermore, Arrancar's power is not comparable to that of ordinary Shinigami. Although Qianye is the peak captain, he may not be able to resist two Arrancars. Hirako Shinji's voice was cold. Others also nodded. Being in this world, there was no news, and only a few days had passed since the Soul Society War. It has not been passed down to the present world. It's also unclear how powerful Kukaki Qianye has become now. And after becoming Arrancar, their strength has been greatly improved. The power they exert is simply several times that of before. Each one has received a brand new transformation. But the price they paid was extremely heavy. They were no longer Shinigami, but freaks who possessed the Emperor of Hollow Power. Decades ago, in Rukonga, it was that guy Eisen who turned their masked army into Arrancar. If it weren't for Urahara Kisuke's research, they would have lost their minds and turned into soul-devouring monsters. Anything related to Eisen will receive the worst blow from the Masked Legion. Next moment, whoosh, whoosh. Several cracks in the air sounded. The ruins of the factory suddenly became empty, and no one could be seen anymore. Now, Qianye Entertainment City. It was completely empty, with only colorful neon lights still flashing at night. Originally lively nightlife. With the arrival of the two uninvited guests, everything became quiet. Next moment, two figures rushed out of Qianye Entertainment City. It was Rukia holding Sode no Shirayuki, and Inu Orium holding the shield Shunrika hairpin. In the box, Kukaki Qianye held up the wine glass and shook it gently. This was a strong drink from the east, and his mouth was filled with memories. But the Shinigami world is not a sphere like Blue Star. Even in this world, it is more similar to a flat world. My wish to go home and have a look could not be realized. Now, the universe has completely merged with him. Even though no Bankai, it can also form a stress protection on the body surface. Any attack at captain level or below can trigger an instinctive warning before it reaches his body. Shattered to pieces by the extremely sharp blade. Outside world. Several people confront each other. The atmosphere was solemn and extremely tense. The huge Ryotsu kept beating like a wave, and all living creatures for dozens of miles around were breathless. My back was wet with cold sweat. Ordinary people. Even if I look out the window, I can't see anyone, I can only feel the unspeakable fear. But Kukaki Qianye was still leaning lazily on the soft sofa, looking at the people outside expressionlessly. The wine enters the throat. Hijin on the side was massaging his shoulders. Outside the window. Unobstructed view. 2 errand cars. One is thin and the other is strong and fat. Ulquiera. He has short black hair, pale skin, and green eyes. There are dark green Arrancar lines on the face that resemble tear stains. Its Espada number 4 is engraved on the left chest, and the virtual mask is located on the left half of the head, in the shape of a horned helmet. He has a calm personality and rarely changes his expression. Guiren is a black-winged demon who can rain black rain from the sky and has jet-black wings growing out of his back. He is also the only Arrancar among the Espadas who can kill in the second stage. In the original work, it is also a good material for Kurosaki Ichigo to gain experience. I fought with Kurosaki Ichigo many times, and was finally defeated and killed by the bullhead Ichigo form in Sui Palace. But now, Kurosaki Ichigo has lost the power of Shinigami and Hollow, and bullhead Ichigo has become his swan song. And another. Yami. It has dark skin and black hair, and is characterized by a very large body. There are 4 strangely shaped protrusions on the top of his head, and symmetrical red Madara lines on both cheeks. The remaining virtual mask behind Arrancar is on the chin, and the position similar to the virtual hole in the mandible is in the center of the chest. His Espada class number is engraved on his left shoulder, and the number can change from 10 to 0 while in hibernation. He is also the protagonist of the saying in Espada, it is not 1 to 10, but 0-10. But, although he can become a 0 blade, but even if he returns to 0, his combat effectiveness is only ranked first, without Arrancar, Espada. If Stark or Baragan and others return, they can still crush him. In the original work, he had a violent and irritable personality, and was later beaten to death by Byakuya Kuchiki and Zaraki Kenpaika's mixed tag team. Master Qianye, is it okay? On the side, Hijin frowned slightly and looked out the window worriedly. Although she has many talents such as piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she has no ability to fight. But Kukaki Qianye just took a sip of wine lazily and did not answer. Subordinates. Or servants. If you give up fighting, what's the difference between it and a parasite? Rukia's actual combat experience is too weak compared to the captain level, while a new Orium is too kind, even a bit holy lady. Both people have certain flaws. This battle. It is also an opportunity for them to grow up. Right here. She is the person you requested, Aizen-sama. Aside. Yami grinned with a ferocious smile and stared at a new Orium. The Ryotsu on his body suddenly surged, as if a heavy rain was coming and a flash flood was sloping. Ulquiera, on the other hand, didn't say a word, like a machine following programmed instructions. Move quickly and go back early. It's not safe in this world. Ulquiera's tone was solemn. It is said. One of Seoul Society's top forces and one of Kukaki Qianye's palaces is the Qianye Entertainment City. But, good thing. Kukaki Qianye has more than one palace, located in Seoul Society and the present world. As long as you are lucky, you can still catch a new Orium and go back early. Yami nodded heavily, Zero. In front of him, a huge energy light wave condensed. This is Minos Grand's method. It has extremely powerful destructive power. Build a shield for 3 days. The noodles created by Eisen are so powerful. In the dark corner of the building, 8 figures looked at the sky from a distance, sensing the huge energy within Zero. He frowned deeply. They all have numbers on them. One is 4, prosperous. This means that there are at least 10 such strong men. The one who took action was just the 10th one, so how powerful must the first one be? Saragaki Hiri's pupils shrank slightly and looked not far away. The 2 small figures struggled to resist, and there were Ryutsu, Zero, and huge flesh and blood impact everywhere. As well as the dancing ice flowers of Sode no Shirayuki, and the orange shield that appears from time to time. Oops! They can't hold it any longer. Hirako Shinji pulled out Zanpakutō and wanted to rush forward. In his sight. Although Rukia and Inu Orium fought hard, they seemed to be crumbling under the attack of the 2 Aaron cars. It's reached the point where the oil is exhausted. But next moment, an ordinary and lazy figure appeared in the field, holding a bottle of fragrant white wine in his hand. On his body, he was wearing sunglasses, a floral shirt, and just a pair of slippers on his feet. It seems just like a young master who is on vacation. There is no threat at all. Meguruma Kensei, Hirako Shinji, and Odoribashi Rajuro opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, "Kukaki Qianye!" As captain. They have all seen with their own eyes Kukaki Qianye, the #1 genius of Soul Society and the master of the strongest Zanpakutō. Kukaki Qianye! Aside. Saragaki Hiri, Yadumura Lisa and others looked confused. It's normal that you haven't seen him before. He only became captain after we left Soul Society. However, when he was at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy, he was able to take a blow from Captain Yamamoto. He was qualified to become the captain. But he just wants to lie down and fish every day. I didn't really take the post, but became the captain of the 2nd Division, only after several of our captains left Soul Society. The corners of Hirako Shinji's mouth curled up slightly. Even though Kukaki Qianye has not made any progress in the past few decades. Based on his previous strength, at least he will not lose to the 2 Aaron cars. It turns out that he is the #1 genius in Soul Society. Saragaki Hiri, Yadumura Lisa and others all exclaimed, their eyes widened, staring at the lazy man. From time to time, he is still seen taking a sip of wine. There is really no way. Connect such a person with the so-called first genius of Soul Society. A true genius shouldn't have a cold and arrogant face, care about nothing else except practice, and only want to become stronger. Could it be? Are all geniuses so unconventional and different from ordinary people? Qianye Entertainment City. The ground on the street was blown to pieces, and many buildings were reduced to rubble. But there is a large-scale formation to expel humans, but there are no repeated injuries. Zero! Yami shouted, and a huge beam of light, containing terrifying Ryutsu, rushed towards Rukia and Inu Orium. Hateful! This strength has reached the captain level, and he is still a very powerful captain. Rukia held Sode no Shirayuki tremblingly, her forehead was already wet with cold sweat, and the Ryutsu on her body was also extremely weak, reaching the point where it was exhausted. Aside. Inu Orium also collapsed weakly on the ground, breathing heavily, and the shield Shunrika on his head also lost its light. This is a sign of excessive consumption. The enemy in front of you. It's really too powerful. Even if you use all your strength, you can only support it for a few minutes. We only want the woman with orange hair. Ulquiorl looked down on her in all directions. Looking coldly at the 2 women below, struggling to resist. But next moment, a very lazy figure wearing a floral shirt suddenly appeared in the field, with his palms as if swatting flies. Shot directly above the huge Zero light beam. Boom! The entire light beam exploded to pieces. It turned into little stars and scattered in the wind. Night. They are all illuminated by the little bits of light and look beautiful. Kukaki Qianye just looked at the 2 women behind them who were exhausted from the battle and waved their hands casually. After all out fighting, he has grown a lot. Especially Inu Orium, who has always been weak, acted much more decisively. A hero saves a beauty. Yami smiled ferociously, and her white teeth were like dense bones, revealing the smell of blood. The muscles on the body bulge, and Ryutsu explodes all over the body. The overall strength has even reached a new level. Yami, leave. Aside. Ulquiorra's tone was solemn, and his brows were deeply furrowed on his always calm face as he stared at Kukaki Qianye's figure. Although Espada did not know what Kukaki Qianye looked like. But the man in front of him looked so calm even when facing a powerful enemy. Either a madman or a real strong man. Don't be reckless. But Zero. Yami shouted and threw a huge beam of light towards Kukaki Qianye. He's just a Shinigami. We're the Arrancar that breaks the limits. Immediately afterwards. Return to the blade. Kill them, Jar. Roar! A wild beast-like cry came out of Yami's mouth. The whole body expanded instantly. In just a moment, it reached a height of dozens of meters. This is his final destination. Use Yami's rage as a source of power. With 12 legs, his enemies are as small and weak as ants in his eyes. Although the movements of the body will become less flexible as the body becomes larger. However, as the body grows larger, its destructive power will also increase geometrically, which is enough to make up for the lack of flexibility caused by the huge body. The original number 10 on his body also changed to 10. Espada 0. Die! Yami shouted angrily. He exploded with all his strength and charged hard towards Kukaki Qianye. The earth is trembling. Even the starlight at night is distorted by this power. This blow is even enough to shake the space. But next moment, die! A slender finger gently touched Yami's fist. Boom! Huge waves of energy are pouring out everywhere. Stratus collapsed, and large numbers of buildings were smashed into pieces. The extremely huge Ryutsu, like a pouring sea, swallowed everything up and destroyed it. Not long after, the smoke cleared. Kukaki Qianye, still standing there as always, not even a wrinkle in his clothes. He only made a slight move, but it was already the limit of 1,000 swords. Dividing line. Chapter 72. Boom! A huge and majestic figure with 12 legs and a body like a vast sea of Ryutsu rose into the air and fell heavily into the distance, throwing up dust and sand in the sky. And that violent spiritual power is weakening at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. A long time passed. Then he stood up unsteadily. Scarlet eyes were staring at the lazy figure in front of the entertainment city. Kukaki Qianye. The pale-skinned Ulquiorra spoke solemnly, pulled out the Zanpakutō from his girdle, and pointed it straight at Kukaki Qianye. Here. It is the property of the Kukaki family. To be able to appear here. And he is the only person left with such strength. Soul Society, one of the super strong ones. Only Lord Eisen can compete with it. Not to mention. Although no one has ever dared to mention Lord Eisen's left ear, the answer to who did it is already clear. Yami, calm down. Ulquiorra put her palm on the shoulder of Yami, who was overwhelmed by anger and wanted to continue rushing forward. He shook his head gently, looking at that lazy figure with a calm gaze, his muscles all tense. In New Orium, there will be opportunities for a rest in the future. Even as an Espada. When facing an extremely powerful person, the most rational way is to retreat. Next moment. Stab! The space was violently torn open, and a dark hole suddenly appeared, with a terrifying attraction coming from inside. Black accent. It is also Arrancar, the transfer path to Soul Society and the present world. Can lead directly to Sea Palace. Walk! Ulquiorra shouted low, pulled Yami up, and rushed towards the inside of the black cavity. The sound of swords filled the sky. I saw Kukaki Qianye, finger tap. A terrifying and sharp sword light emitted a pure white light. The entire sky was dyed white. The space is being fragmented, making an overwhelming crunching sound. Just a moment. The white sword light came to the black cavity and chopped it into pieces instantly. Broken into large pieces of space. Cut off their last escape route. The scattered sword light rushed thousands of miles along the black cavity. It rushed straight to the Sui Palace behind the black cavity. Kukaki Qianye still looks calm. Want to run? Their goal is to kill a New Orium, an employee of the Kukaki family who has worked for 100 years. A New Orium is gone, who will pay back the money? How is it possible to come whenever you want and leave whenever you want? Hateful. Yami's whole body bursts into blood-red aura. Ultimate's anger makes him even more powerful. The final form is like a demon in hell. The lower limbs and tail are covered with hair, there are 4 sharp horns on the top of the head, and there is also a pair of big horns on the back of 680. The attack power such as wrist strength and spiritual power is also increasing crazily. This is his final form. Like a demon in hell, ferocious, violent, with the momentum to tear everything apart. Return to the blade. Moreover, his return blade is still strengthening. Hirako Shinji's pupils shrank slightly, and the other members of the Masked Legion also looked at Yami, who was returning to the sword, and their eyes widened. Return to the edge. That's a Shinigami with virtual power. With the Shinigami's powerful virtual ultimate killing move, the power can be increased several times or even 10 times in an instant. And this Yami's return blade is different from the ordinary return blade. He can keep getting stronger. Every moment, we are becoming stronger. This is almost a rule. This is an ability that transcends the direct attack system. Roar! The huge Yami roared like a beast, and rushed towards Kukaki Qianye with its huge fist like a small attic. The oncoming strong wind, as well as the powerful Ryotsu that made the space tremble, messed up Kukaki Qianye's hair. This is enough power to tear down mountains and cities. Powerful and powerful. Kukaki Qianye spoke softly, gently raised a slender palm, and gathered all the strength in his body to complete it in an instant. Next moment. Usually only the arms are thick, but in Yami's eyes, they are like an offensive of thin bamboo sticks, coming in front of him instantly. Yami's pupils contracted violently, and wherever the force passed by, the space was shattered. That represents the ultimate power, the power that can tear apart space. Pfft! Like a sharp knife inserted into tofu. Even though Yami has blocked the front, that beam of light is invincible. Concentrate and reach the top. The hard steel skin on his body and the extremely strengthened flesh were like shattered glass, shattering in an instant. The powerful force enters the body, and does not penetrate directly. Instead, it turns into a terrifying energy, like a wildly erupting volcano. Exploded instantly. Boom! The powerful shock wave spread crazily. Countless surrounding buildings were turned into fine powder. The surging air waves shot straight into the sky, blowing away stratus clouds. Disappear out of sight. And in place. It was completely empty without any human beings, and only a large pit hundreds of meters deep could be seen. It gave off a burnt, pungent smell, and at the bottom of the big pit, there were only two residues of FF. Yami! From behind, Ulquiorra watched all this in a daze. Just now, Kukaki Qianye's speed was too fast. Before he could take action, Yami was instantly killed. Is this the super strong man of Soul Society, the one who is feared by Lord Eisen? How terrifying! Ulquiorra raised her head and stared straight at the lazy figure. Even if you kill Yami. Kukaki Qianye didn't even move a step. He was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Not a drop of wine was spilled. It was useless to probe the nerves. Ulquiorra shook his head slightly. Exploring the nerves. It can detect the enemy's Ryotsu and strength very well, but it has no effect at all against that Kukaki Qianye. In that case. Ulquiorra looked at the sky emotionlessly, and the sword of death disappeared in his hand. He has no heart. On weekdays, there are no emotional fluctuations. Even though Yami died in front of him, and he only felt a little regretful. Return to the blade. Second stage return to blade, Black-Winged Demon. Boom! A huge Ryotsu suddenly bloomed. Everyone seems to feel that there is as heavy an ocean above their heads. As for Ulquiorra, her original figure suddenly changed. Two jet black wings sprouted from her back. There is dark liquid left in the eyes. The fingers change into bat-like claws. It's his second stage return. Even Eisen has never known or seen it. It is also Ulquiorra's biggest trump card. The night in the sky becomes darker. It's like a black-winged demon covering the sky and the sun, grinning at everyone from the sky. Devouring everything, destroying everything. This is the second stage return blade. Hirako Shinji and others' eyes widened, and their bodies trembled slightly under this huge power. That kind of Ryutsu. It has surpassed the limit of the return blade. It has reached another level that is unreachable. Even. It has broken through the captain level and is second only to the overall captain level in strength. Even we can only do it once. Saragaki Hiri's pigtails drooped down at the back, her eyes unblinking as she stared at the black-winged demon in midair. And that still lazy figure. Inside Qianye Entertainment City. Inu Orium and Rukia, who had consumed too much, were leaning against the window, looking at the lazy figure below, as if nothing could make him hesitate at all. This. He is the top combat power of Soul Society, the super strong one. Black-winged demon? Kukaki Qianye, looking at the black-winged demon above, the majestic figure, and the vast ocean-like Ryutsu, just yawned out of boredom. He casually took a sip of wine. Thunder spear. Above. Ulquiorra roared. A huge lightning spear was formed instantly. The space was distorted, and the huge Ryutsu was overflowing with madness. With the extremely manic and tyrannical power of thunder and lightning. This is his ultimate killing move. It can only be used in the second stage return blade form. It can exert its maximum power. Thunder breaks through the darkness. The green lightning spear rushed towards the lazy figure below. The majestic power is mixed with the roar of thunder. It seems like everything is being torn apart. The next moment, a Zanpakutō with black and red patterns all over the body, a golden handle, and the patterns on it are constantly twisting, like a swimming dragon, appears in Kukaki Qianye's hand. Everyone present. Everyone's attention was attracted by this knife. This. It is the end of all things. Jingshen Shakesian, the most powerful sharp-type Zanpakutō who is famous all over the world. The blade groaned softly, and a pure white blade with bursts of blood-red lines penetrated the space and penetrated everything. Bang! In the air, the lightning spear was cut off in just an instant. The huge thunder and lightning flashed crazily like sparks and fell. It fell to the ground and shattered large areas of streets. Every slightest lightning strike could create a pit of more than 10 meters. The smell of burnt food filled the place. And the sword light penetrated the thunder and lightning spear without stopping at all. He arrived in front of Ulquiorra in an instant. Not even a sound was made, it passed directly through her body, filling the distant sky. Mid-air. The figure of the black-winged demon. The upper part was stiff. The next moment, an extremely tiny crack opened from the middle, as smooth as a bright mirror. Boom! The two corpses fell heavily to the ground, splashing large amounts of dust. The sharpness reaches the limit, and it can cut off all things in the world. Even Espada's steel skin cannot stop the partition. It's no different than cutting a piece of paper. Ulquiorra's figure slowly dissipated and disintegrated, leaving only a ball of Ultimate's sharp aura in place. Face it all. Kukaki Qianye, without giving it a second glance. The Zanpakutō in his hand gradually disintegrated, disappeared, and reintegrated into his body, and the earth-shattering sharp aura on his body disappeared. He has regained his salty appearance. No one can tell that he is the strong man who just casually killed 2 Espada members. He actually reached this level. In a dark alley. Hirako Shinji, as well as the other members of the masked legion behind him, all opened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. Those 2 Aaron Cars. And Aaron Carr, who was among the top 10, was killed so easily. To know. There is also the 4th black-winged demon inside. In the hands of Kukaki Qianye, he is no match for him. It seems that during the time we left, Kukaki Qianye has not only not regressed, but has become stronger. Now he has surpassed the captain level and even reached the level of captain. Aside. Maguruma Kensei, Odoribashi Rajuro all side. Captain level powerhouse. In the entire Soul Society, for thousands of years, Yamamoto Genri Yusai has appeared. A Ryujin Jaka that burns the world and is the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. But now, Kukaki Qianye broke the limits of Soul Society. It only took 100 years to reach this level. Future achievements. Just unimaginable. At the same time, Saragaki Hiri, who wears 2 pigtails and looks sy, and Risa Umaru, who wears glasses and is actually very coquettish. They all stared blankly at the lazy figure not far away. Since you're here, let's pay a visit. Hirako Shinji stood up and straightened his clothes. With his strength, he definitely discovered our existence. Now that Kukaki Qianye's strength has reached the captain level. Although the Masked Legion is not very interested in Shinigami, they still show absolute awe to such a strong man. At the same time, Matsumoto Rangiku, a man with a fiery figure and blonde hair who was about to come out, also hurriedly ran here, looking at the broken walls on the ground, his eyes slightly dazed. She was the Shinigami in charge of Karakura town during this time. Ryutsu noticed something unusual and rushed over in a hurry, but it only took less than 10 minutes. Those 2 evil Ryutsu disappeared without a trace. Is this Mr. Qianye? Matsumoto Rangiku glanced at Qianye Entertainment City in awe. There, sitting at the heart of Soul Society is the ultimate combat power. He is also the most powerful Kukaki Qianye in the world. Only he can kill powerful enemies so easily and neatly. At this moment, the soul phone in her hand rang, with the latest instructions from Soul Society on it. Seeing the above content, Matsumoto Rangiku's pupils contracted slightly. Kukaki Qianye, the living general secretary. Now, Soul Society. Gotei 13 headquarters. The influence of this world is constantly playing out. In the modern world, there are also intelligence personnel scattered around, and Qianye Entertainment City is home to a captain-level combat force. It is their top priority. The appearance of Ulquiorra and Yami, as well as their returning blades, without exception, announce the fact that Eisen has used Hogyaku to transform a large number of Minos Grande into Arrancar. But even they, in the hands of Kukaki Qianye, he was like a child wielding a big stick. He was easily crushed and could not even move 10 steps. Although Kukaki Qianye downplays it, he is already the captain. Each of these 2 Arrancars has at least the peak captain-level combat power. Even after Ulquiorra returned to the 2nd stage, he has broken through the captain level and moved towards a higher level. The average captain level is no match for him. Kurako Shunsui's expression was solemn. Below, Anohanaretsu, Byakuya Kuchiki and others are also looking at Yamamoto Genri Yusai above. In the venue, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, and everyone was enveloped by a huge mountain. Although Kukaki Qianye is still alive, but that doesn't mean that he will definitely take action. This time, he took action because Arrancar took the initiative to attack Qianye Entertainment City. After learning this lesson, those Arrancar operations will avoid Kukaki Qianye. And with the character of Kukaki Qianye, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's eyes narrowed slightly, and Inlao's figure stooped a little. His Ryujin Jaka. It is a large-scale attack, although the destructive power is huge, even Bankai's full destruction can destroy the entire Soul Society. But everyone who has fought knows that it is just the destructive power and the ability to attack in a wide range. Compared to Kukaki Qianye's extremely sharp and powerful ability to break through all phenomena, as well as the fact that he can apply all his combat power to his own body, become immune to control, and concentrate on reaching the pinnacle. Still too different. I announce that I will start practicing in seclusion from today. The acting commander-in-chief of Gotei 13 is Kurako Shunsui, and Kukaki Qianye is the living commander-in-chief. Yamamoto Genri Yusai said softly. The living commander-in-chief. It is in charge of all things in this world, human beings, Shinigami. As long as you are in this world, you have the highest authority. There is no need to deal with official business at all on weekdays. No one can make him take action. Equivalent to Kukaki Qianye, gained great power out of thin air. And he does not need to fulfill his obligations. Chapter 73. Retreat. Kukaki Qianye serves as the living general secretary. As soon as the two big news came out, the expressions of everyone present instantly froze, and their minds went blank. To know Yamamoto Genri Yusai. In this millennium, he has no rival. And he himself is also the biggest face of Soul Society, the most famous and powerful person. Strength. It has reached its peak. Such a character's retreat is a top priority for the entire Soul Society. End. Kukaki Qianye, serving as the current General Secretary, means that he has mastered all the power in this world. As long as he wants, you can completely get rid of Soul Society, rule in reality, and create your own kingdom. Yamamoto Genryusai. This is so cruel. Everyone present. Everyone gasped. Captain, you. Kiraku Shunsui's salty expression disappeared, and instead he had a look of urgent persuasion. But Yuen Liuzai just waved his hand. I have made up my mind. Over the years, I have lost my determination to make progress. Thousands of years of comfort and the title of Soul Society's strongest man even blinded him. Until now. Only then can he face the gap between himself, Aizen, and Kukaki Qianye. One Kyoka Suijutsu can fool him around. In the future, if Aizen takes control of Hueco Mundo and takes action against Soul Society, there is a high probability that Kukaki Qianye will remain on the sidelines. By the time the person fighting against Aizen is still the captain, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. Only this strength exists now. Is not enough. He wants to become stronger. Perfect his martial arts to the ultimate. But would you not give it another thought about Kukaki Qianye? Below. The captain sighed softly and accepted Genryusai's decision, but with Kukaki Qianye's character. Even if he becomes the current general secretary, he probably won't be able to do anything at all. He is the strongest, that's all. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni shook his head slightly. Even though Kukaki Qianye does nothing, but his existence itself is the most dazzling banner of Soul Society. Any opponent who wants to target Soul Society must consider Kukaki Qianye's attitude. This world. Qianye Entertainment City. The living general manager. Lord Qianye, you have become the living president. Hijin, Rukia, and others looked at Matsumoto Rangiku, who didn't seem to be joking in front of them. They all covered their mouths and looked at the lazy Kukaki Qianye with clear eyes. And Matsumoto Rangiku, with his explosive figure that is ready to come out, is also swaying in front of Kukaki Qianye. As for the rear, Orium looked suspicious of life. Really? Kukaki Qianye looks so young. Result. Not only is he an extremely powerful person, he has also become the most powerful person in Soul Society. He is in charge of a whole world. Although Soul Society is the foundation of Shinigami, but reality is the source of endless supply of Shinigami. All authority in this important place is now under the control of Kukaki Qianye. Regarding the significance of the current General Secretary, everyone present knew that as long as Kukaki Qianye wanted to, he could create a country of his own. But on the sofa, Kukaki Qianye just waved his hand indifferently and took a sip of wine. Current General Secretary? It's just a false name, can it be drunk as wine? As long as the strength is in place, anything is within reach. Kukaki Qianye saw it very clearly. Even if he became the director of reality, he would just turn over and continue drinking. There was no excitement that anyone expected. Should it be messed up or should it be messed up? But Mr. Yamamoto, I was really stimulated this time. After all, in the original work, although Mr. Yamamoto is set to be the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, but his own record, it's very embarrassing, except for killing some small characters like Fish. The duel against Eisen and Wiwak ended in defeat. Ryujin Jaka. It's just a direct attack type Zanpakutō. In the later stages of the plot, there are countless rule map abilities. And when Eisen reaches Shinigami Ultimates Ryutsu and Kyoka Suijutsu, it also seems a bit unsatisfactory. It is natural to want to become stronger. Hueco Mundo. A huge cut mark crisscrossed the grey-white Sui Palace into two even halves. The ultimate sharp blade fills the slash marks. Even if Minos Grande falls into it, it will be instantly cut into bloody residue. Now, Sui Palace. On top of the huge and towering throne, a man with brown hair and bangs hanging down to his forehead, holding his head on his arms, looked at the people below expressionlessly. Ichimaru Jin, the remaining 8 people in Espada were all silent, with large drops of cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Ulquiorra and Yami were killed by the enemy like ants. A bad start. This is a disgrace to the entire Hueco Mundo, and also to Aizen-sama. Espada. Grimjo, who was the most arrogant and had the strongest fighting spirit, remained silent at this time. An evenly matched battle is a battle, and dying like an ant can only be a clown. You have worked so hard to build Espada, but it seems that it is not as good as me. Aizen Sosuke spoke indifferently, looking at the people below with calm eyes. Espada was fourth, in front of Kukaki Qianye, and was killed in an instant. Represent. Even if all Espada members come together, they won't be able to have any impact on Soul Society's top combat power. You guys guard Hueco Mundo. Also, our enemy is not Kukaki Qianye. After Aizen finished speaking, he touched Zanpakutō, and his whole body disappeared instantly. Come to a secret place and start practicing in seclusion. He has always relied on Ultimate's Ryutsu to fight his enemies. Now, the appearance of Kukaki Qianye has inspired his competitive spirit for the first time in a long time. One person, who owns Bankai, actually reacted to this the next day. If he can also Bankai and Kukaki Qianye, it's not the people on the side of the Spirit King's palace. As long as they avoid his combat power, the plan can proceed smoothly. But the creation of King Ki requires 100,000 souls and Karakura town, the land of heavy spirits. Qianye Entertainment City is located within Karakura town. How to avoid it? This is a big problem. Everyone exhaled a breath and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Master Aizen's sense of oppression is really too strong. But why did Lord Aizen stop the plan? On the side, Espadan number 2, Baragan looked at Aizen's leaving back with an incomprehensible expression. Perhaps, he is moving to a higher level. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, with a familiar smile still on his lips. After experiencing a severe beating from Kukaki Qianye, with Aizen's arrogance, he would definitely be intolerable. Him now. I'm afraid, we need to pursue a more powerful force area. This world. Qianye Entertainment City. Kukaki Qianye looked at the group of people leaving and yawned lazily. Masked Army. The real purpose is to go against Aizen. Whatever Aizen does, they will always oppose it. Maz. There is no hostile relationship with Aizen, so why accept them? Isn't it good to just lie down and catch fish every day? Hirako Shinji, Meguruma Kensei, Odoribashi Rajuro and others were extremely frustrated. They wanted to invite Kukaki Qianye to lead the Masked Legion against Aizen. Unexpectedly, Kukaki Qianye actually refused. Aizen, isn't he the enemy of Soul Society? They really couldn't think of the reason why Kukaki Qianye refused. But Saragaki Hiri, Yadomaru Lisa, you can come and work at Qianye Entertainment City in normal times. Hirako combed his yellow hair and turned to look at Qianye Entertainment City. Although the requirements for applying here are extremely high, they also have high requirements for appearance, personality, and ability. But with the abilities of Saragaki Hiri and Yadomaru Lisa, it is still very simple. What? Let us become workers. Saragaki Hiri was stunned in disbelief, and the 2 pigtails on the back of his head stood up. Yes, it's work. Now, Kukaki Qianye has become the general manager of the present world, Qianye Entertainment City, which is the core of competition among all forces in the present world in the future. Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, all major forces in this world, and even Hell, will pay special attention to Kukaki Qianye. Hirako Shinji nodded solemnly, not as if he was joking. We can't let Kukaki Qianye lead the Masked Legion, then become his worker. Even if it's just a good relationship. In the future, it is possible to save the lives of Yadomaru Lisa and Saragaki Hiri. With their strength, it would be impossible to take revenge on Aizen. As for Gotei 13, they don't have much investment in the real world. Now, the biggest supporter in the whole real world is Kukaki Qianye. Remember, even if you join Qianye Entertainment City, don't mention things that make Qianye take action, or don't cause trouble for him. Those kind of people are not something we can calculate. Hirako Shinji continued to give instructions. He only wanted to protect his companions and avoid waiting for others to die, which would lead to the total destruction of the mask. Aside. Hiri and Lisa both nodded. Before. The battle between Kukaki Qianye and the two Espadas was like a whirlwind, and they could be killed with just a snap of the finger. Who could be so obsessed with plotting against Kukaki Qianye? But. Just after a few people left, two figures appeared in the alleys around Qianye Entertainment City. Soul Society's actions are so fast. Such a brutal battle was repaired so quickly. A thin man with long hair and bangs raised his eyebrows and looked at the smooth and new streets and the buildings on both sides that showed no signs of damage. Tsukishima, Soul Society, the water is very deep. Aside. A man with slicked back hair and a familiar figure chuckled. Aren't we a little arrogant in wanting to control Soul Society's strongest men? Hidekuro Tsukishima looked not far away. The signboard of Qianye Entertainment City, head slightly raised. Now. Right there. Sitting in charge is Kukaki Qianye, one of Soul Society's two superpowers, as famous as Yamamoto Genryusai. Genuine captain level. This kind of character. Tsukishima, don't panic. No matter how strong you are, you will have your own weaknesses. Jinjo Kyujo chuckled and stroked a cross-shaped pendant. Zero, please give me flowers. As a first-generation agent Shinigami, I even have a certain understanding of Yamamoto Genryusai. Even Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka only has extremely explosive attack power. He himself, although he can slay and move ghosts to the extreme, has no ability close to the rules. This is also the biggest advantage of their perfection technique. Controlling the rules is almost a rule. Gather the men. Jinjo Kyujo and Tsukishima Hidekuro took one last look at Qianye Entertainment City, then turned and left without looking back. A few days later. Qianye Entertainment City. Kukaki Qianye was lying lazily on the big sofa, with Fei Zhen feeding him grapes. At the same time. In front of me, the two figures are even more pleasing to the eye. Matsumoto Rangiku has big orange waves and a figure that is ready to show off. And Captain Anohanaretsu of the 4th Division, who wears black braids covering his collarbone and always has a gentle smile on his face. Division 4. They are also the support troops sent by Soul Society. After all, although the current world seems calm. But. Under the threat of Eisen, a terrifying war may break out at any time, whether in this world or in Soul Society. Injuring innocent people, even civilians. So. As the medical team of the 4th Division, half of the personnel, and even the captain himself, came to this world to provide support. Qianye Entertainment City occupies the most advantageous location, and the center of Karakura town serves as the quartering area for the 4th Division. Certainly. The station is not for nothing. On weekdays, I also have to serve as a waiter and do some services such as serving tea and water. Sir Qianye, is there a problem with this arrangement? Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Kukaki Qianye after explaining the actual defense measures. 000. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, waved his hand. Leave everything to Anohanaretsu. The current General Secretary is so salty that even Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't help but widen his eyes. This Master Qianye. Although I haven't had much contact with him before, I know he is a salty person. But. Suddenly gained such huge power, he still remained unmoved and continued to enjoy wine and beautiful women every day. This kind of salted fish. It's really, really scary. Anohanaretsu smiled slightly. Doesn't she know who Kukaki Qianye is? If you can sit, never stand, if you can lie down, never sit, just put your hands away. Above. Kukaki Qianye, still squinting his eyes, took a sip of wine. Next moment. Ding! Congratulations to host, you continue to drink alcohol, discuss life with beauties, remain unmoved in the face of the temptation of power, and unlock the achievement the country is not as good as the beauty. Host's Yin and Yang Wind Curse continues to unlock the 4th spell, the intuitive Ming Curse. Kukaki Qianye raised his eyes slightly, glanced at the system panel, and then raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Intuitive mantra. Ultimate intuition. Feel the yin and yang. All living creatures, even dead things, can clearly sense the feelings they have for themselves. This is a magic trick to prevent assassination. As long as someone wants to harm you, you can know it in advance. Then you can make corresponding arrangements. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Now, my offensive ability is fully developed, and I am not afraid of the control and damage of any rule system. But, in terms of intelligence, it is slightly lacking. Although the second team is all his subordinates, even they cannot do everything in detail. In the original work, the Invisible Empire has been hidden in Siridi for thousands of years. Even the second team failed to find them out. This kind of auxiliary ability is exactly what I need now. Now, 4 of the Yin and Yang Wind Curses have been unlocked. 6 Souls Horror Curse, Seal of Sleep, Burial Curse, Intuitive Mantra. Subsequently, Kukaki Qianye took a sip of wine and intuitively felt that the spell was activated. In an instant, everyone present could know the attitude towards him. Hijin is like warm water, moisturizing things silently and clinging tightly to her body. Anohanaretsu is full of goodwill and respect for the strong. Rangiku, on the other hand, was in deep shock and didn't understand why he gave up the power that was at his fingertips. Intuitive Mantra. The effect gradually extends further and further, and the entire present world is gradually perceived. Even the entire world. Soul Society, above the sky, there is an undisguised fear, the devil. I just want to get rid of myself quickly. That is the Soul King Palace, and inside there is the fake monk Ichibe Hyasub, who has the power to change and name everything in Soul Society. Hueco Mundo. It was desolate, with only a huge momentum, faintly competing with himself, but without any malice. I'm afraid Eisen was also trying to get better. Nowadays, there are only rats hiding in the ditch, weak and weak, secretly plotting something against themselves. Chapter 74. This world. At this time, an organization with certain strength. Apart from the Masked Legion, there is only the Perfection Technique Organization, Skyushin. The leaders are first-generation agent Shinigami Jinjo Kyujo, and the mini-boss behind the scenes, Tsukishima Kokuro, who possesses the Book of the End. And Siridi. In the shadows of the darkness, there is an extremely huge power hidden, not only for yourself, but for the entire world. That is why Waka's Invisible Empire. It has spanned thousands of years and has now grown to an extremely terrifying level. Subsequently, Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly and took a sip of wine. Anyway, as long as he fishes and enjoys life, he can become stronger. Now, there are very few people who can pose a certain threat to him. As long as it continues to rot. Keep improving your strength, and there is no need to be afraid. A few months later. Karakura town, a noisy and lively scene. This is the annual meeting. Street. There are all kinds of delicious food everywhere, as well as small games such as catching goldfish. Several figures walking on the street have become the most dazzling scenery, and the rate of turning heads is almost 100%. Wearing a floral shirt, Kukaki Qianye looks like a playboy. And several other beautiful girls wearing kimonos. Hijin, Rukia, Inu Orium, Matsumoto Rangiku, Anohanaretsu. There were 2 employees carrying luggage, looking at Kukaki Qianye, who was walking in front with a look of resentment. Saragaki Hiri, Medical Eye Lisa. A lot of hard work. I joined Qianye Entertainment City, and in the end I was just left with the job of carrying luggage. Ahead. Kukaki Qianye felt the resentment in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face, directly enjoying Wen's annual festival life. Saragaki Hiri. She has 2 pigtails and looks cute, but she always has a draggy look on her face. Former Gotei 13th Division, Deputy Captain of the 12th Division, and concurrently Director of the Research Office of the Technology 250 Technology Development Bureau. Zanpakutō is just an ordinary direct attack type Zanpakutō. And Yadumaru Lisa. She is a girl with braided braids and sailor uniform, who looks well behaved on the outside, but is extremely nymphomaniac on the inside. Former Deputy Captain of the 8th Division. In this kind of festival, the Shinigami from Soul Society put on their costumes, and the two girls from the Masked Legion carried their luggage. Follow Kukaki Qianye on the streets of this world. Hey, this Yugi is really unhappy. Matsumoto Rangiku tugged at his clothes, looking a little out of breath. The space in Yugi was too small, which gave her great constraints. Aside. Rukia patted the steel plate and gritted her teeth in envy. Hateful. Why haven't I grown up yet? Sir Qianye, I may be sick. Check me out when you get back. Matsumoto Rangiku is still having trouble breathing, which is incredible for her at the vice-captain level. It greatly affected her combat effectiveness. Kukaki Qianye just looked at her for a moment, and then nodded decisively. Being the boss is trouble. If your subordinates have any health problems, you should check them yourself. At the same time, on the crowded street, several figures were hidden in the darkness, with sharp eyes like wild wolves, constantly looking at Kukaki Qianye and his group. That is Kukaki Qianye. Immediately, wait until they go to a place with few people, and then start taking action. The tall and strong Jinjo Kyujou whispered, staring at Kukaki Qianye with his eyes. If to be able to get such powerful help, whatever they do is no longer a luxury. You can even directly challenge Soul Society. Even if Soul Society sends more powerful people, there is no need to be afraid. Rear. There were 4 dull voices. Heiwen, a young lion with a shaved punk head and a finger tiger with the number 777 on it. Yukio, a boy with pale skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, always holds a game console. An elegant man with a black eye patch on his right eye, a black beard, and a whip in his hand, Kiriko Tozawa. And Hidekuro Tsukishima, who has dark hair, deep eyes, and a handsome face, and is always playing with a bookmark in his hand. Not long after, Kukaki Qianye and his party came to the fireworks festival on the grassland by the river. This is the property of the Kukaki family in this world. Even if there are many tourists, it can only be used by the Kukaki family. Bang! Bang! Colorful fireworks bloomed in the sky. Kukaki Qianye was lying comfortably on the lawn, surrounded by girls lying around. Matsumoto Rangiku still looked like he couldn't breathe, and his face was a little red. But pity! Such beautiful fireworks are always disturbed by small insects. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly. In his intuitive spell, several weak pressures slowly approached him, like rats in the gutter. Master of the perfect art organization. In terms of strength alone, they are not even as good as the captain level. However, many of them have abilities similar to the rules. To a certain extent, it can produce unexpected effects. Next moment, whoosh! Along with a strange fluctuation, Kukaki Qianye's figure disappeared from the spot. In the grove, a young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin looked excited. Success! I succeeded and pulled Kukaki Qianye into the game space. Yukio's face turned red. This is his ability, intruders will die. By controlling the handheld game console, the designated opponent can be transferred to a space that completely blocks Ryutsu's abilities. By controlling the game, you can control the space inside and control the opponent's actions. However, Kukaki Qianye's Ryutsu is so huge that even if it is pulled in reluctantly, it can only support it for a moment at most. Use a tongzi, hurry up! Tsukishima and Ginchinch hurriedly urged, and Kiriko Tozawa, who was wearing an eye patch, nodded slightly, and then used his ability without any words. The medium of the ability is a pocket watch, which can set a time limit mechanism so that items will change when they exceed the set time limit. It can also set a certain time range limit for anyone and anything. Just in time, it can extend the time Kukaki Qianye is trapped in the game space. Tsukishima, it's up to you. Ginchinch patted Tsukishima on the shoulder. Tsukishima just raised a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and the bookmark in his hand turned into a long sharp knife. Perfection technique, Book of the End. Medium, Tsukishima's ability medium is his own bookmark. Use spiritual power to strengthen the bookmark, turning it into a samurai sword with a small chain attached, a very advanced attack ability, and the ability to chop everything. Sandwiching into existence, you can insert your own existence into the other person's past and change the other person's memory without hurting the other person. You can know what the person who was slashed knew before he was pinched. If this ability is used again to hit an object that has been caught in the past or Tsukishima dies, the chopped object will return to its normal state. This is his biggest trump card. All he needs to do is to implant into Kukaki Qianye's memory that he and others are his companions. From now on, he can control this strong man to a certain extent. The killer of Soul Society. As long as he inserts the Book of Ending into the game space, he can perfectly control Kukaki Qianye without even entering it himself. But next moment, boring. A lazy voice sounded. Who? Everyone's pupils shrank violently and looked back. I saw a figure wearing a floral shirt, shaking slightly with a glass of sake in his hand, and leaning against a big tree with a lazy look on his face. Kukaki Qianye. Everyone present was shocked. Wasn't he imprisoned in the game space? Yukio quickly looked into the game space and saw a figure exactly like Kukaki Qianye gradually disappearing. Kukaki Qianye, who has 3,000 phantoms, can detect the moment the crisis comes, and the one who is imprisoned is just a clone of himself. Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly. With the strength of these perfectionists, even if they possess some of the rules abilities, they cannot pose any threat to themselves. After all, the gap in hard power. No rules or strategies can make up for it. Damn it! Shishigawara, I leave it to you. Yinjinj frowned. A young man wearing a finger tiger and holding a punk head roared and rushed towards Kukaki Qianye. His abilities. It's a one-hit kill. As long as you are touched by his finger tiger, there is a certain probability of triggering the instant death effect. As long as the plan fails, we will do our best to kill Kukaki Qianye. Such a dangerous person must not be allowed to live in reality. Next moment. Laugh. A pure white sword light suddenly shines. The night sky is shrouded in pure white light, accompanied by an ultimate sharpness. Cut everything, break everything. Moment. The roar of the running lion Kawara suddenly stopped, and the air was filled with large puffs of blood. The 777 finger tiger in his hand broke directly, while Shishihara himself was divided into two equal halves, and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Kawara. Everyone else's eyes were about to pop out. Their eyes were fixed on Kawara's body that was divided into two pieces. And the unmoved, expressionless Kukaki Qianye. Hateful. Withdraw. Jinjo Kyujo shouted loudly. But filled his sight. It's boundless, densely packed with blades that outline a white skynet. Next moment, the smell of blood permeated the entire forest, and Kukaki Qianye walked out of the woods without a second glance. Just right. I met girls with anxious faces. Lord Qianye. Are you okay? You disappeared suddenly. We didn't sense your ryutsu until just now. Matsumoto Rangiku, Anohanaretsu, and others all looked at Kukaki Qianye with worried faces. And Kukaki Qianye just shook his head. In the air. In the grove. The extremely pungent smell of blood is filling the air. The smell of blood. The girls' expressions froze, and they walked into the woods to check, only to see 5 figures evenly divided into 2 halves. The blood has not solidified. Apparently just killed. This is... Matsumoto Rangiku looked at Kukaki Qianye. But Saragaki Hiri and Yadumaru Lisa in the back widened their eyes and exclaimed. Tsukishima Hidekuro, Jinjo Kyujo. And Yukio, Shishigawara, and Kirizawa Kiriko. The leader of the perfect art. He was killed by Master Qianye in an instant. Complete Technique Organization 0. I had some contact with the Masked Legion before, and even there was a fight. Jinjo Kyujo and Tsukishima Hidekuro are the core figures of the full Senjutsu organization. Even Meguruma Kensei and Hirako Shinji would have a headache against them. Only because Jinjo Kyujo is the first-generation agent Shinigami, with superior combat power. Like the previous Kurosaki Ichigo, he even possesses the 4 powers of Shinigami, Hollow, Human, and Quincy. And Tsukishima Hidekuro, his Book of the End, can change people's memories, turn enemies into friends, and make enemies kill each other. As for the others, everyone's abilities are extremely pervert, almost in line with the rules. But Such a strong man was defeated in an instant by Master Kukaki Qianye. Suddenly, after carrying luggage for a day, the resentment in the two people's hearts also disappeared. They were both happy that the complete Senjutsu organization was destroyed, and they also had sincere respect for Kukaki Qianye. A few small rolls. Kukaki Qianye just said lightly, then took out a bottle of wine, drank it by himself, and squinted at the scenery outside. The moonlight is beautiful. Paired with fireworks. It is indeed a feast for the eyes. Night. Kukaki Qianye checks his panel. After these few months of messing around, I have experienced various gameplays in this world that I had never been exposed to in Soul Society before. My own Ryutsu has reached level 85. You know, even the captains in the later stages, except for perverts like Zaraki Kenpei, the others are only at level 5000 or 6000 in Ryutsu. And Kukaki Qianye. Even without Bankai, you can touch the combat power of the captain level. If Bankai, Ryutsu can break through the limits of Shinigami, reaching an elusive level. The total amount of Ryutsu is even comparable to that of Eisen, who is fully fused with Hogyaku, and is even richer. And the 1000-armed god has also been upgraded to the level of 36 arms. The phantom body of 3000 shadows has been upgraded to 54 shadows. It can be said that now, as long as there are enough Kukaki Qianye Ryutsu, thousands of Kidō can be released at the same time. Destroy everything in an instant. Even the entire Karakura town will disappear under the indiscriminate bombardment of thousands of Kidō. Good. Kukaki Qianye nodded with satisfaction. Coupled with Bankai, my current strength has reached a higher level based on the extremely strong combat power. And the Invisible Empire's ability to seize Bankai has no effect at all in front of its own sharpness that can cut off all rules. At the same time, Soul Society. Gotei 13 headquarters, inside the captain's dojo. After a few months, an old man with an X-shaped scar on his head who looked shaky finally came out. The momentum all over his body is as deep as the vast ocean. The surrounding space is crumbling in front of the ultimate Ryutsu and the destructive power. Captain. In the team, other captains looked at the reappearing captain, their eyes filled with awe. Kiraku Shunsui, who has always been shy, has an extremely well-behaved expression, as if he has returned to his school days and faced the oppression of the old man 5.7. After this period of time, the captain is stronger, no one knows what he has understood. But Yamamoto Genryusai just waved his hand and returned to Gotei 13 on crutches, with a pair of old eyes as sharp as an eagle. Prepare, set up formations in Karakura town, and transfer Karakura town to Soul Society. The battle with Eisen is about to begin. At the same time, Hueco Mundo, the grey-white Sui Palace, exudes an extremely cold atmosphere. Sitting on the throne was a man with an expressionless face and a cold and arrogant expression. A strand of bangs hung in front of his forehead, and his eyes were like the abyss of a cold pool. The light and shadow around the body changed, and the shape of the Kyoka Suijutsu in the hand also changed, becoming a long-term Shikai state. Below, the only remaining Espada did not dare to breathe out, and Ichimaru Jin's pupils shrank slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was a little stiff. Zanpakutō is liberated for a long time. This means that Aizen Sosuke, who in the past was only obsessed with Ryutsu and Kidō and did not bother to practice Bankai, has learned Bankai today. Kyoka Suijutsu is extremely terrifying and cannot be countered. Bankai's words. Even their subordinates couldn't tell whether what they perceived at this time was the real reality. Assemble everyone and head to Karakura town. Above. Aizen spoke softly, but started a war involving Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, the present world, and the three worlds. Chapter 75. Now. Qianye Entertainment City. There are huge crowds of people, and there are noisy scenes of flowers and brocades and fire cooking oil everywhere. In the entertainment city, various programs are performed from time to time, including all kinds of entertainment in this world. This is also the largest entertainment venue in the entire Karakura town. Kukaki Qianye was lying lazily on the sofa. Behind him, Fei Gensu was massaging his head with her hands. The slightest aroma is tangy. Ding! Host continues to enjoy life, Hijin massages, the entertainment city is ruined, and unlocks the title Enjoyment Master. Host Ryutsu breaks through to level 86. The system mechanical sounds. Kukaki Qianye just took a sip of wine lazily without even raising his eyes. Ryutsu level 86. Breaking through the limits of Shinigami. In today's world, only Eisen who has merged with Hogyaku and evolved many times can possibly rival himself. Now, even captain level. Most Ryutsu are only around level 50 or 60, even Bankai is only at level 70 at most. Master Qianye, is this strength appropriate? From behind, Hijin squinted his eyes and looked at Kukaki Qianye, with a soft smile on his face. Kukaki Qianye nodded slightly. At the same time, in a huge box, there were also some pretty girls, wearing light veils, dancing various dances, which made Rukia blush a little. Kukaki Qianye, everything is good, but I enjoy myself too much. And Matsumoto Rangiku. As the inspector of Jingling, naturally he cannot stay in Qianye Entertainment City for a long time, and he has to take care of daily patrols on weekdays, as well as dealing with some virtual ones who only have the strength of Xiao Zayamai. Anohanaretsu, on the other hand, is immersed in the busyness of the world every day. 04 Kukaki Qianye became the hands-off shopkeeper. Naturally, most of the things in this world are left to her, as the captain of the 4th division, and she is also the one with the highest official position in the world besides Ki. Not long after, a communication from Soul Society came out of the blue. What? Captain Yamamoto was in seclusion before, but now he has come out of seclusion. And, according to the descriptions of other captains, his current strength is simply unfathomable, much stronger than ordinary people. Originally, Captain Yamamoto is the strongest Shinigami in thousands of years. If the strength increases again. Rear. Others were stunned and in disbelief. As the captain, Captain Yamamoto held an important position and was also a well-known figure in Soul Society. Another step forward. But Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, still frowned and shook the wine glass in his hand. It seems. It was before. The battle with Eisen stimulated Mr. Yamamoto, causing him to now work hard to become stronger. Next. It's the battle between Eisen and Mr. Yamamoto, and the battlefield is this Karakura town. Based on the original work, Karakura town is the battlefield for the decisive battle between the two sides. Even if it has a butterfly effect, it will only have some time impact on such a big plot. After all, since I traveled through time, I haven't interfered too much in Hueco Mundo's affairs. A fight between the two is inevitable. But the final outcome is still unpredictable. This time, different from the original work, Soul Society's captain position has been greatly damaged. Komamura Seijin's original combat strength was injured by himself and has not recovered until now. And Hueco Mundo. Not much better. 2 of the original Espada members, Espada 4, Ulquiera, and Espada 0 Yami, were all killed by Kukaki Shoi. And originally, Tuan Kaname, who was Eisen Sosuke and one of the main combat forces of Eisen Sosuke's side, was also cut off in too early. Perished in Soul Society. At this time, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo, both suffered unprecedented nerfs. Now, outside Karakura town, beside the huge formation, there was a group of figures wearing Black Death Tyrant uniforms with resolute faces gathered. Them. It is Siraidi's special force, shouldering a heavy responsibility at this time. That is, create a formation that can cover the entire Karakura town. Move the entire Karakura town to the Siraidii. And at the moment when the formation layout was completed, the entire Karakura town. Suddenly it was unreal for a moment. The next moment, it returned to normal, but the streets were empty, and I don't know where they were transferred. Right now, above the sky, a huge crack in space was torn open with a sound. That's Black Accent. It is also the channel through which the void leads to the real world and Soul Society. Several figures appeared directly. Bear the brunt. It was Eisen Sosuke with brown hair, a strand of bangs hanging on his forehead, and cold and arrogant eyes, as if nothing could make him waver. Now, he is the ruler of Hueco Mundo. He is also the biggest traitor of Soul Society, possessing the crushing pressure that allows Shinigami to break through the limits. Beside him, Ichimaru Jin, who has silver hair and always has a smile on his lips, holds a slender Zanpakutō in his hand. Kumishinai no Yuri. It can be expanded and contracted at will. It can even break through hundreds of times the speed of sound, killing enemies instantly. Followed closely, there are 8 different figures. The bodies are all covered in pale color, as if they were masks made of bones. There are numbers 1 to 9 on the shoulders, abdomen, or cheeks. Espada 8. This is the peak power of Hueco Mundo. It's enough to level everything. Everyone's combat power is equivalent to that of a captain. Even the top 3 Espadas all have the strength of top captains. Is this Karakura town, Chongling land? Behind him, Grimjo, a man with blue hair and an arrogant expression, put his hands in his pockets and looked down with squinted eyes. I saw. The room below was empty, there was no one around, it was just like a ghost town. Behind. The other Espada members also frowned. This scene was really weird. There was no one on the street. Could it be? Could it be that they came to a fake Karakura town? Everyone focused their attention on Aizen, but Aizen still had no expression on his face and just stood there quietly. Even in Karakura town, there is not a trace of human beings. You can't let his demeanor fluctuate at all. Next moment, boom, a huge Ryotsu exploded. In the air, dozens of Shinigami figures appeared, wearing black death tyrant outfits, holding Zanpakutō, and with dignified brows. The first to bear the brunt. It was a figure with a stooped body, a snow-white beard on his cheeks, and a large X-shaped scar on his head. Yamamoto Genryusai. The captain of the Gotei 13, and the man known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. And behind him, it is Gotei 13, all existing advanced combat forces. Byakuya Kuchiki, the second son of the Kukaki family, possesses Zanpakutō Senbonzakura, Bankai, and can turn into numerous densely packed sakura flower fragments. Each sakura flower fragment is extremely sharp and can easily cut a throat. Zaraki Kenpake. The most powerful team, the captain of the 11th team, even though he can't even Shikai or Bankai. But the powerful Ryotsu alone can crush everything. A straight attack, even the vice-captain couldn't catch it. This was also later listed as one of the 5 special-level combatants when the Invisible Empire invaded. Now, came here too. And behind them, Hichugaya Toshiro, holding a sharp-edged Zanpakutō with cold light, narrowed his eyes slightly. The strongest ice-type Zanpakutō, ice-tile. Even though not as famous as Ryujin Jaka, Kyoka Suijutsu, and Kukaki Qianye's Tianzhuangxiang. But it's still Soul Society, the strongest Zanpakutō. Further back, there are Kuraka Shunsui with a salty look on his face, Jushiro Yukitake who is ready to fight, and even Kuratsuki Mayuri, the director of the Technology Development Bureau and a pure logistics staff, all joined the battle. Gotei 13, all personnel, large and small, are dispatched. The vice-captains are also gathered here. Above Karakura town, the atmosphere was cold, and the atmosphere between the two was extremely solemn. The mammoth Ryotsu shook the heavens and the earth, covering everything in the surrounding area. The buildings below were all clicking and cracked into dark and deep cracks. Next moment, with a bang, it collapsed. Unable to bear it, this extremely powerful Ryotsu is like crumbs of paper. But in the middle of Karakura town, a luxuriously decorated building with a dazzling array of ambient lights everywhere, known as the largest entertainment city in Karakura town, Qianye Entertainment City, has not been affected at all. Even though, no matter how huge the Ryotsu is, it cannot cause the slightest damage to Qianye Entertainment City. Qianye Entertainment City, that is Kukaki Qianye's territory. Behind them, the Espada members looked solemn. Kukaki Qianye, one of the super strong men of Soul Society, a figure as famous as Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. Even though Ulquiorra and Yami also ended up being killed instantly when facing him. But Eisen, above, glanced at Kini Entertainment City briefly, and then stopped paying attention. Now that Kukaki Qianye, before he left Soul Society, did not kill himself. It means he is definitely not loyal to the Spirit King. After all, with the character he has always shown no concern for any power or thing. How could one be truly loyal to the Spirit King? Don't worry, Eisen said lightly, and the Espada members behind him all nodded. Eisen is an absolute talker in Hueco Mundo. His words. It is also equivalent to giving everyone a shot in the arm. Eisen. Since taking over Hueco Mundo, they have been strategizing, winning thousands of miles, and are strong. Everyone. They all have absolute confidence in Eisen. And at this moment, opposite, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni narrowed his eyes slightly, and his aura was more restrained than before. Frowning, he looked at Qianye Pavilion not far away. Chapter 76. Qianye Entertainment City. Just be there quietly. Even the powerful Ryotsu in the air, in front of the protective formation of the entertainment city, is like a long embankment washed by the waves, unmoving. Kukaki Qianye. Behind them, Zaraki Kenpei, Hichuga Toshiro and others all frowned, looked at Qianye Entertainment City, exhaled a breath of air, and shook their heads slightly. Right. With his character, how could he join the war? Everyone held the Zanpakutō in their hands solemnly, and the cold light on it shone with a dazzling light. Looking at Espada with different expressions in front of him, and besides Aizen Sosuke, the biggest traitor of Soul Society, Ichimaru Jin. Next moment. Boom! Dozens of Ryotsu burst out suddenly in the air. All buildings within a radius of 10 miles were instantly destroyed. Under this powerful Ryotsu, they were crushed into fine powder. At the same time, Espada. A huge Ryotsu flashed, and the Zanpakutō in the hand of the burly-looking old man suddenly disappeared. And others. All the Zanpakutō in his hand disappeared together. Next moment, Ryotsu, who is far larger than before, rises into the sky. Return to the blade. Baragan's whole body was covered with blazing purple flames glowing with black light. His whole body exuded an aura of decay and decay. And all the skin and flesh on the body has disappeared. It turned into pale bones that were white and cold, revealing a cold and decaying atmosphere. This is his return weapon. Control decay and time. Being attacked by him can cause people to age instantly. And other Arankar. They all also activated Return Blade. Grimjo's whole body shape changed suddenly, his whole body shrank rapidly, and turned into a grey-white cheetah. Even if the body becomes smaller. But the Ryotsu that erupted from him was extremely amazing. Far better than before. Opposite. Hichuga Toshiro, Byakuya Kuchiki and others watched this scene quietly. Return to the edge. It's also Arankar's ultimate move. Similar to Shikai, Bankai and Shinigami. You can give yourself several times or even 10 times the blessing. But it's different from Shinigami. Arankar's return will also change his own form. It looks like it can no longer be called human at all. Instead, they will turn into various monsters. As the captain of Gotei 13, Yamamoto Genryusai has lost his body at this time. Don't know where to go. Above. Aizen's expression did not change, he just quietly watched the battle below, which seemed to him like a game. Chest. A beautiful round jade stone glowing with cold light was tightly attached to it. It exudes an ethereal and illusory atmosphere, as if it should not exist in the human world. Hogyaku. Aizen Sosuke, and Urahara Kisuke's co-creation. The difference is, Urahara Kisuke's attitude towards Hogyaku is to destroy this evil existence. Because, the existence of Hogyaku has seriously affected the safety of the world. After all, the entire world exists with the Spirit King as a wedge. The existence of Hogyaku can break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollow and create monsters far beyond their limits. It possesses extremely powerful power. Once this power is used by others with evil intentions, it may lead to a devastating outcome. And Eisen. After discovering the history of Soul Society and the shadowy corruption hidden under the long river of history, I did not choose to obey. Since childhood, he stands at the top of everyone. Lonely as snow, his eyes are high above his head, and no one can enter his eyes. A full 100 years. Only Kukaki Qianye broke his pride, and he even didn't have much respect for Yamamoto Genryusai. After learning the truth about everything, he had a strong dislike for this world that existed with the Spirit King as a wedge. To create an ideal world of your own, kill the Spirit King and bring a new peace to this world. Next moment, as Eisen stood in the air, Hogyaku and his physical body continued to merge. Boom! A huge pillar of flames rose into the sky. Honestly, I locked Eisen in that blazing fire king. Sky. They were all dyed a bright red color like blood, and the entire sky was filled with the dazzling firelight. The huge pillar of fire penetrates the sky and the earth, emitting extremely scorching heat from the inside. Around thousands of meters of ground was instantly burnt to a crisp. It gave off a pungent smell. Originally solid land. Under this high temperature that far exceeds the limit, everything is melting crazily, revealing an aura as clear as glass. Subsequently, and turned into magma as scarlet as blood. And Aizen Sosuke was firmly locked in the flame beam. With this kind of heat, even he couldn't forcefully break through. If you want to force a breakthrough, sooner or later you will be burned to death by this blazing fire. Flames burn the sky. It reflected Kukaki Qianye's eyes. Inside Qianye Pavilion, Kukaki Qianye was lying lazily on the sofa, gently shaking a glass of scarlet wine in his hand. Lazy eyes, fighting against the outside world. Espada, as well as the remaining captains and vice-captains of Gotei 13. They are all in mid-air, gathered into battle groups, and are fighting hard. And Byakuya Kuchiki's opponent is Shamba. In the original work, that one and Ichigo fought many times. The man who was finally defeated by Ichigo. But, although Grimjo's strength has greatly increased, he seemed a little timid in the battle with Byakuya. Don't dare to commit a real murderer. Under Byakuya Kuchiki, Senbonzakura turned into sakura flower petals all over the sky, struggling to support. It looks like a small boat in the storm, teetering on the edge and about to capsize at any time. And surrounding the others were in deep and raging water, and they wanted to kill him to the ground in the next second. All of these formed a sharp contrast. Kukaki Qianye nodded slightly. It seems Grimjo, as well as the other Espada members, were ordered not to actually harm Byakuya Kuchiki. At the same time, the fire in the sky was also burning brightly, and the dazzling red light entered Kukaki Qianye's eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly and he looked lazily at the sky above. Just like in the original work, Yamamoto Genryusai, still using the flame formation, trapped Eisen and bought time. After they defeated all the Espada members outside, then gather all the power to deal with Eisen. But Kukaki Qianye shook his head slightly. Above, how can there be any real Eisen? After all things can be Bankai. Kukaki Qianye naturally has been enveloped by the aura of Bankai. And the usual sword light also has a hint of rules. Although facing members like Wywak and the Knights of the Star Cross, the existing sword light without Bankai is not enough to cut off all their rules. But it's easy to see through the illusion of Kyoka Suijutsu. Above, where is Eisen? What exists is just a shadow of Eisen. The real Eisen has long gone to nowhere. But Kukaki Qianye, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Where the real Eisen is, no one can guess. But judging from the purpose of his trip, it is clear where the real Eisen is. Right here at Soul Society. And still in the real Karakura town. He wants to deceive everyone and arrange the entire Soul Society, as well as Hueco Mundo's combat power, in this world. As for him, he wanted to quietly go to Soul Society and find the transferred Karakura town. The properties of the Karakura town Heavy Spirit Land are used to create the King Key. Create the key to open the door to the Soul King's palace. Completely kill the Spirit King. But Kukaki Qianye just shook his head slightly. He had previously moved all the residents of Karakura town to safe areas. This means that what Eisen got was only a piece of land of heavy souls, and with his ability, it would probably take less than half a day to find 100,000 souls. But even if he does open the door to the Spirit King's palace and fuse with Hogyaku, he has the ability to evolve multiple times. But in the Spirit King Palace, there is the Zero Squadron. Ichibe Hyasub. He is a figure from the same era as the Spirit King and the ancestors of the Five Nobles. A fake monk. With the Zanpakutō in the form of a brush in your hand, you can easily name everything in Soul Society. And you can also take away the other person's name. As long as the opponent's name is taken away, whether it is strength, Ryutsu, Yi, Nordjiao, or combat power, everything will be halved. If you are deprived of it a few more times, or even lose your own name, that person will also heal. Not to mention, the other members of Team Zero also have their own unique skills. Nigia Oue, known as the God of Swords, possesses the entire Soul Society, and even the sharpest Zanpakutō in the entire Three Realms, Shibushi. But not Chikai and Bankai, all that's left is Sharpness. But in the past 100 years, after the birth of his own heavenly cutting thousand things, Shibushi was originally known as the sharpest cutting sword in Soul Society. The ranking has dropped one position. Ranked at the second level. As for everyone else, Senju, Kailan, and others are not easy to get along with. They all have their own specialties. Engai. In the original work, the Thousand-Year Blood War chapter, Senju's Bankai shocked everyone's jaws. It has many forms, and each form has the power to destroy the world. There is no simple person who can influence the history of Soul Society and change the historical process of Soul Society. Even though they seem to be just auxiliaries, but their real combat power is not inferior to the top captains at all. It even goes beyond a lot, reaching the status of transcendent. Throughout Soul Society, only Mr. Yamamoto Genryusai can barely compete with him. Chapter 77. Now, in Karakura town, the sky was filled with traces of the battle, and the ground was shattered and mountains and rivers were overturned. There is an extremely huge turbulent flow of spiritual energy everywhere, mixed with blazing fire. Eisen. You have run out of gas and are facing a desperate situation. Gotei 13. Everyone. They all looked at the figure wrapped in blazing fire, with expressions of satisfaction on their faces. The other Espada staff looked worried, but Ichimaru-jin was still smiling, his expression not changing at all. It's hard to guess what's going on in his mind. Not long after, an old man with a grey beard, a stooped figure, and huge scars on his head came over. In his hand, he held a cane, which looked like it had a peach wood texture and was painted with dark paint. It's Soul Society's strongest fire-type Zanpakutō, Ryujin Jaka. It is also the strongest and oldest army that has accompanied Yamamoto Genryusai Shigegoku for thousands of years. Eisen. It's just too imprudent. When I came to Karakura town, I didn't collect any information about this place in advance, and I dared to come directly. Just right. This gave Gotei 13 the chance to directly kill Eisen. Even if he fused with Hogyaku. But before he can fight against life and death, activate Hogyaku's potential, and trigger his own evolution, Hogyaku is just a toy. For Eisen's strength, it's not that big that Wong. But now, Eisen's strength is comparable to that of a captain. The only way is to trap him first. Then clip his wings. At last, gather everyone's strength and kill Eisen instantly. Destroy Hogyaku. Bring peace to the Three Realms again. Captain, Eisen, is there really no way to take off your clothes? Beside, someone asked. Others explained directly, this is the flame formation constructed by the Commander-in-Chief, who spent a lot of spiritual power and various precious resources 960. Even Eisen, who is also the captain, can't break through it. It would be a good thing if he breaks through forcefully. As long as he breaks through forcefully, he will definitely be seriously injured. At that time, even if Eisen is killed, there will be no need to waste any effort. Other people. They were all stunned, looking at the high wall of flames not far away. Feeling the terrifying heat and scorching temperature coming from inside, large drops of sweat flowed from his forehead. In Karakura town, the remaining Espada members were also affected by this scorching heat. Guiren's body glowed with red light, exuding a terrifying scorching aura, and every Espada member had large drops of sweat on his forehead. A pair of eyes stared intently at Aizen, who was filled with flame beams in midair. Rear. Ichimaru Jin still had a smile on his lips, and his silver hair turned scarlet red when illuminated by the firelight. His eyes were squinted so that his pupils could not be seen. The palm of his hand was gently stroking Zanpakutō, Shinso. This is Soul Society's fastest Zanpakutō, Kamishini no Yari, which can even break through hundreds of times the speed of sound and pierce a person instantly. And the knife is also covered with various venoms, enough to kill someone with one blow. Quick! Kill these Espada, and the traitor Ichimaru Jin. Then concentrate your strength and use it to deal with Aizen. The members of Gotei Division 13 all held the Zanpakutō in their hands tightly, staring at the figures in front of them with their eyes on them. Byakuya Toshiro's body was cold, and the surrounding air was showing traces of ice, and streams of cold air flowed wildly. And Hirin Maru in his, a fag, hand. It also turned into an icy blue color. Ice flowers formed on top, and snow-white ice flowers were flying all over the sky. It looks stunning. Bankai. Daiguren Hirin Maru. Byakuya Toshiro frowned and shouted loudly. Suddenly, huge waves of cold air overflowed crazily towards the surroundings. Behind Toshiro grow two extremely huge frost wings that reveal crazy cold air. The long knife in his hand became even sharper, and there was a biting air from above. Above Karakura town, a huge ice dragon appears. Opposite, the members of Espada have already used their return blades, and they are already staring at Toshiro in front of them. His eyes were full of solemnity. This is Toshiro's Bankai, who is famous even among Soul Society and must not be underestimated. At this time, boom! The huge Ryotsu airflow collides crazily, flowing wildly to both sides. Several figures crisscrossed each other, and an extremely fierce battle broke out in the air. And in the center of the war, Baragan looks like a skull and holds a huge scepter in his hand. Every time he swings it, he can emit a storm of decay. Everyone in Gotei 13 was ready, and Sui Feng, at this time, used Tien Bankai. A missile-shaped object appeared in her hand, killing it with one strike. Compared to the two-hit kill, killing with one hit is more simple and crude. Combining all the strength of oneself, the power is released in an instant. With extremely powerful destructive power, it achieves a one-hit kill effect. Boom! Air waves surged in the air. Yo! 1. The fight was so lively. A man with yellow hair and a plain face suddenly appeared. Looking at Aizen, who was sealed in the infinite pillar of fire in mid-air, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, in his eyes, he looked at him coldly. Aizen Sosuke. It was Aizen who caused them to escape Soul Society, almost be killed, and even become traitors to the entire Soul Society. It takes several decades. They are all like a group of rats, huddled in this world and trying to survive. Occasionally, having to be hunted down by some Shinigami who came to this world to perform missions makes life extremely frustrating. And now, it gives them a chance for revenge. And behind Hirako Shinji, there are still several figures standing in line. Love Ikawa, Odoribashi Rajuro, Saragaki Hiri. And the Combat Power Measurement Unit, Maguruma Kensei. Everyone. All gathered here. Masked Legion, all here. This is their most determined counterattack against Aizen. Liberate. Hirako Shinji took out Zanpakutō and murmured softly. This is his Zanpakutō, just like Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu, it is an illusion-type Zanpakutō. It can turn a person's vision and 5 senses upside down, greatly affecting the enemy's combat effectiveness. Below. In Qianye Entertainment City. Kukaki Qianye, on the other hand, was sitting in the pavilion with a lazy look on his face, gently shaking the red wine glass in his hand, looking at the scene in mid-air with slightly narrowed eyes. In the air, the fight was in full swing. Behind him, Hijin and Rukia frowned and looked at the scene in midair. Lord Qianye, is all of this really no problem? Is it really not necessary for you to take action personally? The two looked at Kukaki Qianye. And Kukaki Qianye? He just waved his hands and said nothing. He was still like a salted fish, just watching the people fighting in midair quietly. In the air, all kinds of crazy spiritual light beams spread in all directions. Simply put, Espada's defeat is inevitable. After all, as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni even took action personally. He is an extremely powerful person with Ryujin Jaka, the strongest and oldest fire-type Zanpakutō. As long as he takes action himself, Espada is nothing more than a chicken and a dog, vulnerable to a single blow. But if you want Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni to take action, he will not show up at all. On the Eisen side, 2 Espada members have been lost. And there is also Ichimaru Jin, who is always fishing for fish and is ready to stab him in the back at any time. Espada's situation has reached an extremely difficult point. Being completely wiped out is just a matter of time. Not to mention, now Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni has an even more terrifying aura. I heard that he has even gone into seclusion. This retreat lasted for several months. Months? His strength has changed drastically again. His aura is even more powerful. Not to mention, the current Aizen is not in Karakura town at all. Instead, he had already headed to Hueco Mundo, preparing to turn the transferred real Karakura town into a king key. Go straight to Huanglong. Directly destroy the spiritual king's palace and rid the spiritual king of his 8 ministers. But with Aizen's strength, after fused with Hogyaku, it is still impossible to speculate whether he can defeat Ichibe Hyasub. After all, Ichibe Hyasub, his Zanpakutō. But in the entire Soul Society, the oldest Zanpakutō is also the strongest rule-based sword. You can name everything in the world and give everything in the world a brand new name. And you can also deprive all things in the world of their names. As long as you are deprived of their names, you will lose half of your calendar area. If all the words are completely captured, then they lose half of their strength and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. And after they lose half of their power, if their names are taken away again, they may even have their names taken away entirely. So, even the strongest person, it will also turn into ashes and disappear in the world in an instant. Not to mention, Ichibe Hyasub, his Bankai, can also control all the black in the world. As long as it is black, it can be completely controlled by him. And draw power from it. In the original work, this ability of his is particularly pervert. It can even have an absolute impact on Yhwach. Although, in the end, Yamato was too reckless and was defeated by Yhwach on purpose. I wanted to see who was the final winner between Ichigo and Yhwach. As for the loser, it is to replace the Spirit King and become the new wedge of the 3 realms. Chapter 78. It can be seen from this. Actually, Team 0. He is not a good man or woman. And the Ichibe Hyasub among them is not as honest as they seem in the original work. Everything they do, it's all to create a wedge between the 3 realms. Let yourself be able to enjoy the happiness of eternal life. Even though they treat Ichigo with gentle words, they secretly have plans to make Kurosaki Ichigo into a human stick. Lord Qianye. Behind him, Fei Zhen and Rukia looked at Kukaki Qianye, who suddenly stood up in front of him, with confused expressions on their faces. But Kukaki Qianye just smiled slightly. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, the figures of several people disappeared in Qianye Entertainment City in an instant. Bankai. The final kill is activated instantly and goes directly to Soul Society. To deal with the Zero Squadron, Kukaki Qianye had clearly sensed the malice of the Zero Squadron based on his breath sensing. After all, he is so uncontrollable and disrespectful of the existence of the spiritual king. With Team Zero's methods, they will definitely take action and eliminate themselves. The reason why they didn't take action before, they just sat back and watched the fight, letting him and Aizen kill each other. Then come out again and the fisherman will profit. How can it be? Think of this. The corners of Kukaki Qianye's mouth raised slightly. Next moment, the few people left in Qianye Entertainment City disappeared directly, passed through the barrier between Soul Society and the real world, and headed directly to Soul Society. Now, outside world, a group of people looked solemn, and fierce battles broke out in the air from time to time, with blood flowing and flying from time to time. But, under the baking heat of the flame cage, the blood evaporated in mid-air. It dries up before it even hits the ground. Now, many members of Espada are already in critical condition, with various huge wounds crisscrossing their bodies. Blood kept flowing along the wound. With a solemn expression, he looked at Gotei 13 in front of him, his eyes full of fear. Eisen is locked in a cage of fire. It was a severe blow to the morale of these people, who could have used 100% of their strength. Now, at best, we can only perform 80%. And all members of Gotei 13. Now, under the leadership of Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, and the biggest boss Eisen has been sealed, everyone is highly motivated. Enough to unleash all your strength. In the air, it is filled with all kinds of colorful glow. Hitsugaya Toshiro, Byakuya Kuchiki, and others all activated Bankai and kept confronting Espada members. Rear. Ichimaru Jin, on the other hand, was still fishing, with the usual squint a smile on his face, squinting his eyes as he looked at Eisen shrouded in flames. He and Matsumoto Rangiku. We met in Rukonga, and since we saw Matsumoto Rangiku, part of his soul was taken away from his body due to Eisen persecution. He secretly made up his mind. I must be able to avenge Matsumoto Rangiku. Get back everything that was taken away from her. But Eisen is really too strong. He is so strong that it is unreasonable, even if he has been undercover for decades by Aizen's side. I only found 2 ways to crack his Kyoka Suijutsu. The first. It is the Onryutsu, which is higher than Eisen, which is undoubtedly impossible. After all, Aizen's own strength has reached the limit of Shinigami, and his Ryutsu is the pinnacle of Shinigami Ryutsu. It's impossible for anyone to surpass it. This is also the reason why Eisen is so powerful. Since childhood, Eisen has been standing at the top of his peers. Ryutsu was getting stronger even while sleeping. In a short period of time, he reached the limit of Shinigami, the peak of Shinigami. Anyone. It is impossible to surpass Eisen. Even Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni will suffer a big loss under Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, who is also the commander-in-chief. Although his Zanpakutō is earth-shattering, he is Soul Society's strongest fire-based battler. But, after all, Ryujin Jaka is nothing more than a direct attack type Zanpakutō. Facing a Kidō type Zanpakutō like Kyoka Suijutsu, he showed his weakness. Not to mention, even Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni is known as the strongest Shinigami in thousands of years. But his Ryutsu also failed to surpass Eisen. But fortunately, there is a second way. Just touch Kyoka Suijutsu Zanpakutō directly to its blade or handle. You can temporarily release Kyoka Suijutsu's ability. No longer fall into Aizen's illusion. Think of this. Ichimaru Jin's silver hair reflected bursts of firelight, and his eyes narrowed a little deeper. Quietly holding the shinso in his hand tightly. Just find the opportunity. Contact with Aizen's Zanpakutō is enough to kill him in one hit. After all, Eisen, who has just obtained Hogyaku, does not exceed the Shinigami limit too much, as long as he can kill Eisen instantly. So, nothing is a problem anymore. Matsumoto Rangiku can also get back what was taken away from him. In the original work, Ichimaru Jin really succeeded. But Ichimaru Jin's plan to kill Eisen has long been known to Eisen. Eisen kept Ichimaru Jin here just to see when and what method Ichimaru Jin would use to kill him. This was also the thing he was most curious about. Otherwise, even if Eisen keeps Ichimaru Jin, what is he going to do with this young kid by his side? This is Eisen, absolute confidence in his own strength. Even though Ichimaru Jin stabbed him in an unexpected way, and Eisen didn't even frown at all. In the original work, Ichimaru Jin can be said to be a success or a failure. After all, although he successfully dispelled Kyoka Suijutsu and gave Aizen a vicious backstab. But, although the Aizen at that time was killed, Aizen with Hogyaku can be resurrected infinitely. Equivalent to the ultimate life form. At that time, Hogyaku has successfully recognized Aizen as his master, even if his master receives any harm. Hogyaku was able to restore it to its original state. Even, it can also allow Aizen's strength to break through to a higher level again and truly achieve infinite evolution. Really? Not long after. Espada above Karakura town, and not much left. Baragan, Starkey and others were also defeated by the Masked Legion, as well as the captains and vice-captains of Gotei 13. As for other Espada members, he kept running and escaping, and Aizen Sosuke couldn't come out for a long time. It has caused them to lose confidence in this battle. If you don't run away now, are you going to wait here to die? Good. Espada has been defeated, and now the last enemy is Aizen. Be present. There was a smile on everyone's face. All kinds of eyes focused on the dead Aizen, who was trapped in a cage of flames, motionless, as if being roasted by the flames. But everyone present. There is no slightest contempt in my heart. Although the flames of Captain Yamamoto Genryusai are so intense that they can even burn everything. B. Aizen himself. He is also a genuine commander-in-chief. How could he be killed directly because of such flames? 0. Please give me flowers. It seems impossible to imagine. Aizen, hand over Hogyaku. Yamamoto Genryusai stroked his beard, tightened the cane in his hand, and stared at Aizen in midair. In crutches. It's Soul Society's strongest fire-type Zanpakutō, Ryujin Jaka. The existence of Hogyaku is an extremely important destabilizing factor for the entire three realms. Only to destroy it completely, or only by firmly controlling it in your hands, can you ensure the stability of Sanyuan. Even though the origin of the three realms is not a glorious thing. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's eyes remained cold, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Thousands of years ago, Yamamoto Genryusai founded the killer organization Gotei to eliminate the rebels and kill all enemies that are detrimental to Soul Society. But in the middle of the process, he also slowly understood the truth about the entire Soul Society, the current Soul Society, the present world, and Hueco Mundo, Hell. They are all the sins of the five ancient nobles. They turned the world's savior, the spiritual king, into a human stick. Only then can we maintain the stability of the three realms and truly rule the entire three realms. Extremely sinful. In order for the Soul King not to resist and to act as a wedge with peace of mind, the founder of the Tsunayashiro family made suggestions and implemented them himself. He directly chopped the Spirit King into a human stick. So far, that's how the three realms came about. However, Yuan Liuzai never thought of resisting before or now. After all, it is not easy for the entire three realms to maintain the current stability. If you kill the Spirit King, the three realms will be completely destroyed. It collapsed into what it was before, with no life or death, just a whole world gathered together. And after thousands of years of hard work, now Yamamoto Genryusai has completely lost the idea of reform. He only wants to maintain the current peace within his own 1/3 of an acre. It's already not easy. At this time, the Eisen inside did not answer. Everyone present held the Zanpakutō in their hands tightly. Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni shouted loudly, and at the same time, the muscles on his body were ready to come out. Even though he was old, he still exuded an extremely strong aura of a strong man. Everyone. All eyes were focused on Captain Yamamoto, and they all clenched their fists. But in the air, Aizen remained expressionless. Next moment, the whole person was pierced directly. But there were no wounds left on his body. At the same time, the whole person, it also turned into phantoms and slowly dispersed. Not long after, everyone exclaimed, "Is the current Captain Yamamoto actually able to kill Aizen in one blow?" But Next moment, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, his forehead is covered with black lines, his eyes are extremely solemn. No. This is not Eisen at all. But a false phantom. All of them were fooled around by this Eisen. Oops. Soul Society is in danger. Soul Palace is in danger. At the same time, Soul Society, realizing that his shadow had been wiped out, a man with brown hair and cold, arrogant eyes chuckled. His Kyoka Suijutsu can already bankai. Kyoka Suijutsu world. Compared to a simple Kyoka Suijutsu, it can even confuse the whole world. Even Anohanaretsu will not see anything fishy. Aizen Sosuke, looking at the dense buildings below, this is the real Karakura town. Although he didn't know where all the people inside had gone, but for him, 100,000 souls were easily within reach. Soul Society, the most indispensable thing is Shinigami, soul. Now, it's time to build the King Key. Chapter 79. Pushing up his glasses, Aizen Sosuke smiled and gently stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the light ahead was blazing. But, at this moment, in Karakura town, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni frowned, his long eyebrows gently fluttering, and in front of him, the blazing fire was like a cage. However, the ones imprisoned now are just themselves. From beginning to end, they were deceived, like monkeys in a circus, defeating Espada. When they felt that they were finally going to understand all this, they suddenly found that they were still in this ring. Eisen. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni took a long breath and raised his head slightly. His thick beard and long eyebrows concealed his deep gaze. However, it can still be seen that he is helpless and angry. Are you so strong that even I can't see through you? After muttering, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's back was bleak, but he immediately came to his senses. Captain, should we? Sui Feng reacted, looked up at the disappeared traces of Eisen, frowned, and spoke urgently. But mid-sentence, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni interrupted him with a wave of